Chapter 216. The hour has arrived. Li Hao has returned. The young man, who had only recently arrived in Tianxing City, seems to have ignited something in an instant as he escapes from the rumors surrounding him. The apathetic populace appears to stir with a flicker of excitement. Though they remain oblivious to the source of their exhilaration, they are uncertain of the outcome they desire. Do they wish to slay the aristocrats? It is unclear. They harbor feelings of anger and resentment towards the nobility, as well as a sense of numbness. The aristocrats are akin to the heavens, and so are the powerful. In truth, the conflicts between the strong hold little interest for them. At most, they regard such matters as idle gossip to be discussed over meals. Yet today, for reasons unknown, there is an inexplicable joy in the air. The illiterate masses, who have received scant education and know few characters, find themselves inexplicably elated, filled with joy and excitement that keeps them awake at night, even beneath the shadows of the imperial city. Among the millions, very few can read. Years ago, when schools were established, it was different, but following the rise of superpowers 2 decades ago, many institutions were shuttered, and 5 years ago, another wave of closures occurred, leaving the new generation with little education. Why the happiness? In the slums, the north wind howls through the vast, barren courtyards, where windows allow the chill to seep inside. In the center of the yard, a bonfire crackles to life. A group of children gathers around, and the frail and diminutive Yu Ming, adopting the demeanor of a sage, nods and declares, "I wonder why everyone is so happy. Today, when I went out to buy sweet potatoes, the vendor unexpectedly gave me an extra one. Though I cannot fathom why she felt so generous. Yes, just moments ago, Lu Motzi from next door gave me a piece of candy he would never have offered before. Indeed, today, when I pulled a cart for a customer, he gave me a whole yuan instead of the usual 50 cents. The children seem to bask in this newfound joy, unaware of its origins. Yet it feels as if many are celebrating, as if the new year is approaching. Why is that? If only every day could be like this, Yu Ming nods sagely. This is what we call awakening, a subconscious awakening. The children, speaking with an air of maturity beyond their years, ponder aloud. We understand our lives are far from ideal. But why is this the case? We dwell beneath the imperial city, surrounded by the wealthy, with opportunities and riches abound. Yet why do we still struggle? Feeling like the living dead? A child interjects, I know. It's because we are not aristocrats. I understand. We must become favored divine masters to ascend. But favored divine masters are not as powerful as aristocrats. One child retorts, last time I saw a Shan from the next street, he is always a divine master. Yet now he drives and tends to the aristocrats' horses. If I were an aristocrat, you, even as a divine master, would still tend to my horses. Certainly not. I shall learn the art of the magic sword and slay you. You dare. I do dare. The children's spirited debate interrupts Yu Ming's musings. Yu Ming sighed. Yet he bore no anger. Instead, a smile graced his lips. Beside him, Yuchi handed him a roasted sweet potato, admonishing, next time, don't buy them. They're expensive. We can roast them ourselves. Why waste money? Yuchi was quite irate. Yu Ming nodded hastily but whispered, the old woman selling sweet potatoes is quite pitiable. Winter is approaching. The cold winds are harsh, and she can hardly sell a few each day. She has 2 grandsons to support. Her son died in the superpower conflict while on a business trip 2 years ago, and his wife has run off. She relies on selling sweet potatoes to feed her family. Yuchi wore an expression of discontent, but after a moment's contemplation, she replied, well, you mustn't buy them every day. Let's make it every 3 days instead. After a brief pause, she added, if General Li were to eliminate those people tomorrow, then you could buy them. Yu Ming chuckled and nodded. Then, in a hushed tone, he asked, sister, you've studied. Do you know why everyone is so joyful? Yuchi rolled her eyes. How would I know? Yet, the very next moment, a hint of secret delight crossed her face, because someone dares to kill them, to judge them. They oppress the common people, blocking our paths to progress and extinguishing our hope. Now, someone is shattering that hierarchy, breaking their monopoly. She paused, glancing at her brother. Then sighed, honestly, I know there is no real hope. It's merely a beginning. But it's worth celebrating that he hasn't fled, has he? Yu Ming nodded. Then softly remarked, if he hasn't fled, he must die. Yuchi stiffened momentarily. At that instant, tears welled in her eyes, the weight of his words choking her with sorrow. It felt as though she could see blood on the ground, the body of Li Hao hanging high, and his gaze filled with despair. Yuchi shook her head vigorously and suddenly struck Yu Ming on the head. Don't say such things. Her voice was sharp, startling the nearby children. Yumming, nursing his head in silence, noticed the others looking on. Yuchi, fierce as ever, warned, "What are you staring at? Look again, and I'll strike you too." Silence enveloped them. The children whispered, believing Yuchi couldn't hear them. "Sister Yuchi is so fierce, like a noble." "Nonsense. No noble would live among us." "True." Yuchi ceased speaking, affectionately ruffling her brother's hair, slightly reproaching, "Next time, don't speak ill." Yumming hastily nodded, cowed by her slap, and refrained from further comment. As Yuchi continued to massage her brother's head, she gazed in a certain direction, pondering silently. "He won't die tomorrow, will he?" She was unsure whom to ask. Her thoughts remained unvoiced. At the headquarters of the Night Watchers, Li Hao paid no heed to others' opinions. He was no longer noble, nor was he grand. All he did in these days was for his heart, for martial prowess, for a sense of injustice. Salvation? That was not in Li Hao's immediate thoughts, for he knew it was too distant, too arduous. He was merely a warrior. He cannot usher in a new era. He is incapable of much. The only thing he can do is to raise this sword and eradicate injustice. Even if the spring breeze may bring forth new life, perhaps even more excessive than before, no one truly knows what Li Hao aspires to, for he himself cannot articulate it. Yet, the blood of the rivers and lakes has not yet cooled. I am a martial artist. I am of the rivers and lakes. And where I see injustice, I shall act. What others cannot achieve, I shall undertake. At this moment, he stands opposite Ho Xiaoqing. Chief Steward Yu sits nearby, silently listening, as if witnessing something significant. At this moment, she appears grave, feeling the sanctity of the transition of the martial arts leadership. However, neither Li Hao nor Ho Xiaoqing share such sentiments. Li Hao retrieves the official seal that Xiao Yi had just delivered, who seemed quite excited. Though Li Hao refrains from elaborating, he places the seal before Ho Xiaoqing. Ho Xiaoqing merely gazes at it, looking to Li Hao, eager to discern his intentions. Tomorrow, the Ho department must not intervene. Ho Xiaoqing's expression shifts slightly. Li Hao states calmly, "Of course, if there is a chance to act, then act. If it is futile, I, Li Hao, cannot accomplish it. Slaying a few more would serve no purpose. The martial guard still resides within the city. So if there is no hope and the enemies are too formidable, the minister should lie low, for when we return to Silver Moon, this day shall inevitably come." Ho Xiaoqing silently lifts his teacup, sipping tea without uttering a word. Li Hao gazes intently at him. "I owe the minister a favor and do not wish to be indebted further. Such debts are difficult to repay. I do all this because I am of the rivers and lakes, while the minister is not. If one chooses to govern, let them govern well. Those of the rivers and lakes have their own ways. My master once said, as a martial artist, should you not heed my words, I shall take your life. Governance should not be approached in such a manner." Ho Xiaoqing remains silent. Li Hao lifts the official seal. "This is the command of the night watchman." Ho Xiaoqing chuckles softly. "You are indeed an interesting individual. In truth, it is rather mundane." Li Hao smiles in return, "Yet, the martial guard still numbers in the thousands, all of whom are my Silver Moon martial artists. Their strength is insufficient, and if it is futile, why send them to their deaths? If there is intent, we shall battle again another day. The rivers and lakes are eternal, and the martial artists shall not perish." Ho Xiaoqing chuckles. After a long pause, he asks Li Hao, "When do you believe hope will arrive?" "When I have truly slain those heads and hung them above this city gate. Then the divine powers shall fear me, and the 9 divisions shall avoid the minister, allowing for battle. At that time, won't you be irrelevant?" "Hard to say." Ho Xiaoqing laughs, glancing at him with a furrowed brow, as if pondering something. After a moment, with a hint of confusion, he adds, "There is something different about you. Has your strength progressed?" He inquires further, still puzzled, for Li Hao imparts a unique sensation, akin to thunderous storms and ferocious gales, an ineffable feeling. At this moment, Li Hao, clad in armor, does not shed it. Hearing this, he smiles. The minister has keen insight. "Without any progress, how could I be so audacious? For a martial artist, strength is fundamental." Ho Xiaoqing seems contemplative, studying Li Hao for a few moments before suggesting, "Do not absorb too much divine energy stone. Excessive absorption without digestion is not beneficial." A faint aura of divine energy seemed to emanate from Li Hao. He sensed it, yet refrained from delving deeper into its implications. It was inconceivable. At Li Hao's level, he would not be tempted to break the bounds of his extraordinary powers. His future was boundless. and it could be said that he was perhaps the first martial artist in the contemporary world to have fully transitioned into a practitioner of divine combat abilities. There was no need for a transitional phase or a recuperation period. He was, in the truest sense, a martial artist of divine prowess. Such a martial artist would never jeopardize their future. Moreover, he did not perceive an overwhelming presence of the elemental forces, which further dissuaded any deeper contemplation. He presumed that Li Hao's eagerness for success had led him to absorb an excess of divine energy stones, resulting in a buildup of divine energy. Li Hao chuckled softly and nodded, assuring, "It will be fine, rest assured. Minister, let us agree on this. If something is unattainable, I will relinquish it. I am not foolish. If it comes to that, I shall flee. Once I run, they will find it challenging to capture me easily, especially with my wind-chasing boots." "Very well," Huo Xiaoqing replied, nodding in agreement, though his true thoughts remained known only to himself. "I shall check the backyard to see if the list of nobles has been released." With that, Li Hao rose, carrying the official seal as he departed. As he left, Chief Steward Yu cast a few lingering glances, prompting Huo Xiaoqing to chuckle lightly. "Still watching?" Chief Steward Yu, slightly embarrassed, quickly regained composure. "Minister, Li Hao mentioned he would assess this tomorrow." Huo Xiaoqing softly responded, "He has his plans, and I have mine. The martial guard will have its arrangements. You need not worry." After a moment of contemplation, Huo Xiaoqing added, "I fear his eagerness may lead to complications. Yuan Shua's fusion of divine essence may not be entirely perfected. The fact that Li Hao exhibits signs of divine energy leakage is not a favorable omen, indicating he may be overwhelmed by excess energy." Chief Steward Yu's expression shifted suddenly, and he cautiously inquired, "Is there a possibility he might rupture the extraordinary lock?" Huo Xiaoqing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "That is unlikely and unnecessary. Unless he were to rupture all 6 locks, it would not significantly enhance his abilities. Rather, it could consume his internal energy, leading to complete chaos. He does not perceive the elemental forces, but there is a faint essence of thunder. That is reassuring." Chief Steward Yu sighed in relief. Just as Li Hao stated, he still had the option to escape. There was no need to gamble everything in Starry Sky City. Should he indeed attempt to ascend to extraordinary powers, Chief Steward Yu would deeply regret it. With his wind-chasing boots and the Li family's divine sword, there was hope for a swift retreat if the situation turned dire, was there not? Indeed, Huo Xiaoqing affirmed once more, there must be a way. In truth, if the 9 divisions truly aimed to confront him, they would undoubtedly factor this into their calculations. The wind-chasing boots can evade transformation, but they cannot escape divine abilities. However, that is a matter best left unspoken. Huo Xiaoqing chose not to elaborate further. "I shall rest for the night. You should not solely indulge in joy in the past. You would prepare a delightful meal for the next day's business. Why is there none tonight?" Chief Steward Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, I forgot tonight." With Li Hao just returning and showcasing his formidable prowess, though defeating a Su Guang is not remarkable, the minister could easily achieve that. "His return brings me a sense of joy." "Very well," she declared, rising. "I shall prepare something." "Minister, please wait a moment." "Go ahead." Huo Xiaoqing nodded, patiently awaiting the evening feast. The steward Yu seemed poised to voice a thought, but ultimately refrained, contemplating whether to suggest preparing a portion for Li Hao as well. However, after a moment's consideration, she discerned that the minister had been acting strangely of late, and thus, she decided against it. In the courtyard, a plethora of nobles appeared dejected. Huang Long and his associates had retreated, several deputy directors had fled, and the recent assassination of Zhou Chao had left an indelible mark on their psyche, particularly now, as they prepared to cast their votes to select 100 individuals. Although many believed that no one would truly perish, after all, had they not seen the widespread opposition outside? The haunting question lingered, what if someone did die? Who among them was unafraid of death? "I do not support this method of voting." A voice rang out sharply. "Such a process is inherently unjust. I propose a secret ballot. Otherwise, fear of retribution will undoubtedly influence the choices. Miss Mu, would you care to weigh in? Is a public vote truly fair?" As they stood on the brink of voting, the established list was notably limited. The external factions had prepared a roster of 300. From this pool, they were to select 100 individuals. It was evident that figures like Mu Xiaorong were excluded from consideration, as this list had been crafted through negotiations among the external nobility. Who would dare select the daughter of a high-ranking official like Mu Xiaorong? Now, As the time to choose approached, the outside forces had entrusted the decision to those within, offering reassurances that all were in the same predicament. It was merely a formality, a facade that would ensure Li Hao's failure. Yet, those named on the list were undoubtedly apprehensive, particularly now when a suggestion emerged to select candidates on the spot. With individuals raising their hands in agreement, it was apparent that such an act would offend many. Who would be willing to undertake such a risk? Naturally, those from prestigious lineages would feel more secure, while those of lesser status would surely encounter misfortune. Mu Xiaorong furrowed her brow, sensing the potential for division that such public selection could incite. She nodded in agreement. A secret ballot would be preferable. It is merely a formality, after all, and there is no need for undue concern. The nobles who had initially proposed the voting breathed a sigh of relief. For otherwise, one of lesser standing could easily find themselves on the list. Now, with a secret ballot, individuals might not even recognize their own names on the list. They knew that the aristocracy might secretly desire to see those wielding greater power entirely elected. Such is the nature of reality. Under public scrutiny, no one dared to choose. Behind closed doors, many would wish for the downfall of the more powerful, and it was only Mu Xiaorong and her associates who were not on the list. Otherwise, the great nobles would assuredly dominate the votes. Just then, someone stiffened, and in the next moment, many began to look outside, their expressions frozen. Li Hao had arrived. Calmly, he stepped forward and surveyed the assembly. Is the list ready? Mu Xiaorong paled slightly and rose to respond. It will be ready shortly. Please, haste is essential. Li Hao reached out and seized an individual, demanding, provide me with a copy of the 300 names you possess. I will call them out myself. And those who consent to be included will face the consequences based on the vote count. Mu Xiaorong's complexion changed. Commander Li, we have reached an internal decision. Li Hao fixed her with a steely gaze. I make the decisions here. Speak another word, and you shall find yourself on the list. Mu Xiaorong frowned, quickly falling silent. In her heart, she thought to herself that this was merely a formality. There was no need for fear. However, an inexplicable unease lingered. The individual apprehended by Li Hao dared not utter a word and hurriedly produced a list for him. Li Hao cast a fleeting glance at the document. This list was rather intriguing, categorizing families, factions, titles, and positions in a clear and comprehensible manner. It even delineated prominent families, such as Shuguang and Sanyang, alongside their subordinate clans, like the Lu family and Chun family of Jusi. The classifications were quite intricate. Upon scanning the list, which comprised 300 individuals of varying strengths, Li Hao noted the presence of a weak descendant of a centurion from the military law department. How could the son of such a low-ranking official afford to indulge extravagantly on the Four Seas Island? Li Hao found it peculiar. In this era, a centurion was hardly considered noble without a title or any genuine power. Yet, here was a mere centurion whose son could squander wealth lavishly on the island, presumably as a servant. After surveying the list, Li Hao appeared somewhat dissatisfied, as it featured primarily peripheral figures. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his concerns and inquired, "Where's the evidence?" The crowd directed their gaze towards Mu Xiaorong. Feeling the weight of Li Hao's attention, Mu Xiaorong grew slightly anxious and reiterated, "We must first finalize the list." Li Hao, scrutinizing her, commanded, "Hand it over." With a hint of trepidation, Mu Xiaorong insisted, "We must finalize the list of 100 individuals before I can present it to you." In the next moment, a substantial document materialized from her hands. Li Hao reached out, disregarding her furious glare, and examined it. The document detailed Wu Yu, son of Wu Hao, who held the position of Deputy Director of the 9th Division under the Eastern Department of the Administrative Office. The introduction of his identity revealed it to be quite ordinary. Beneath it, however, lay a series of criminal records. In the year 1721 of the Celestial Era, Wu Yu had committed the heinous act of raping and murdering a young girl, disposing of her body until it was discovered. He subsequently killed a witness and, under the guise of stealing secrets and colluding with the infamous Fei Tian, orchestrated the arrest of the girl's parents, who were then imprisoned in the Criminal Law Department's dungeon, where they perished 3 months later. Li Hao pondered this case for a moment, noting Wu Yu's peculiar predilection. The records revealed a pattern, all linked to young girls. While some had met their demise, others remained silent, and those who dared to report the incidents were invariably silenced. Often the entire family was drawn into the tragedy. Initially, there were reports, but as time passed, silence reigned. Reporting meant either going to the Criminal Law Department or the Inspection Department. with both paths leading to the same grim fate. Failure to report posed little threat, but once a record existed, the entire family was doomed. As a deputy director of a lower division within the administrative office, Wu Yu's status was akin to that of a low-ranking city inspector in the inspection department, a role Li Hao had occupied long ago, alongside Qin Jin and others. Wu Yu's status was not particularly high. It was primarily derived from his father's position, while he himself was merely a vagrant. Yet, in this realm, he seemed to wield immense power. How intriguing, Li Hao observed with a chilling smile, turning to the assembled crowd, and inquired, "Who is Wu Yu?" Amidst the crowd, a rather slender young man, whose complexion appeared somewhat pallid and was likely under 30, anxiously raised his hand, projecting an air of vulnerability. "Li Du, it is I," he said. Li Hao nodded slightly, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed. There are records dating back to 1721. This has been ongoing for 9 years, since I was roughly 20. Wu Yu pondered the nature of this indeed. Was it a compliment or something else? It seemed unlikely to be praise. Li Hao continued to observe without further engagement, assessing each individual in turn. Wu Yu, in truth, was not the most egregious offender. Compared to others, he was merely a minor player. These individuals held modest positions and lacked significant authority, yet their capacity for malevolence appeared to surpass one another in intensity. One centurion from the military law enforcement had previously led a 1,000-strong army to eradicate a commercial organization alleged to have covertly supported the 3 major factions, mercilessly slaughtering everyone involved, amounting to approximately 1,000 souls. Presently, the documentation indicated no actual collusion with the 3 major factions. The organization's demise stemmed from its president inadvertently acquiring a yellow-tier-sourced divine weapon. However, the details of how this information leaked remained shrouded in mystery. Following the incident, this centurion did not hoard the divine weapon for himself. Instead, he opted for an auction, surrendering 70% of the proceeds while retaining merely 30% for himself, thus evading punishment. Astonishingly, this was all meticulously documented. Li Hao was intrigued. Were these individuals mad to provide such evidence? Or did they believe he would not have the opportunity to scrutinize it? Or perhaps that it would never see the light of day? Where was Zheng Liang from the military law enforcement? In the throng, a middle-aged man, exuding a mix of authority and disarray, raised his hand. Centurion. Li Hao assessed his strength, noting he was in the early stages of the 3rd son, suggesting he commanded not just any army, but an elite one. It was exceedingly rare for a centurion to possess such prowess. Li Hao smiled, saying, "You are impressive as well." Zheng Liang remained silent, his eyes narrowing. He was eager to discover what this file contained, as it had been entrusted to but one individual, Mu Xiaorong. The others lacked the privilege to peruse it. Li Hao swiftly perused the records of the 300 individuals. The information was not overly extensive, merely brief introductions with vague specifics, 1 page per person. His formidable mental prowess enabled him to complete the task in approximately half an hour. Exhaling, he remarked, "Well, let us settle on 300 instead of 100. To spare you the trouble of deliberation, disputes, and dissent. After all, tomorrow I might not even be here, right?" He chuckled, then turned to Mu Xiaorong. "Why are these documents not stamped with the official seal of the 9 offices?" Mu Xiaorong's expression shifted slightly. "Is that really necessary?" Li Hao mused on her implication, dismissing it with a laugh. "Very well, I shall seek out Huang Long to affix a seal, signifying the Night Watch's consent to their execution. Thus, you all should rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we shall proceed there together. Those facing execution will walk in front, while those spared will follow behind." One person, filled with trepidation, asked, supervisorly, "Did you not promise to spare others? Tomorrow could bring forth a great battle. Who would wish to partake in that? As for those unfortunate souls on the list, who knows if they will be spared? It is certain that some will indeed meet a tragic fate, caught in the aftermath." The others were reluctant to go. Li Hao chuckled softly. "Fear not, I shall have the imperial guards detain you. Your people are here as are mine. Even if someone were to confront me, I assure you, it shall not implicate you. My word is my bond." Upon hearing that it would be the imperial guards overseeing their detention, the group felt a sense of relief. This seemed manageable. Moreover, Li Hao had no intention of involving them in his plight. To perish due to the aftershocks of his actions would indeed be a grave injustice to them. He paid them no further heed and made his way directly to the office building where Huang Long was situated. At that moment, the building was ablaze with light. As Li Hao approached the entrance, The night watchmen on duty turned pale, their voices sharp with alarm. "We have encountered Supervisor Li." Above, the windows were flung open. Huang Long, with a grim expression, looked down upon Li Hao. Li Hao smiled, producing a thick document. "Please affix your seal. The watchmen have agreed to execute these individuals. And the evidence is irrefutable." Huang Long responded frostily, "Do not push your luck." He was incredulous that Li Hao would demand he seal it himself. Li Hao grinned, baring his teeth. "Will you seal it or not? If you do, tomorrow is my affair. If you refuse, it becomes our mutual concern." Huang Long's gaze turned steely. This was a threat, a brazen threat that was utterly outrageous. He had been humiliated and insulted time and again at the headquarters of the Watchmen. Even if Li Hao were to perish, he would likely be mocked in secret. Nonetheless, he acquiesced, his tone devoid of warmth. "Hand it over." The document soared through the air. In the next instant, Huang Long produced his seal and pressed it down, releasing a faint surge of divine energy. It was a unique seal, impossible to replicate, symbolizing authority. The document flew into Li Hao's hands, whereupon he easily crushed it, glancing at Huang Long with a smirk. "Childish." Huang Long's expression shifted. Without a backward glance, Li Hao strode away. "Tomorrow, the higher echelons of the Watchmen will accompany me. This is a significant matter for the Watchmen. To establish their authority. Huang Long, you too must attend. Watch closely how I execute them." "No need for you to say." Huang Long retorted with a cold laugh. "Of course, I shall be there. How else would I witness your demise?" If this reckless Li Hao were to survive, would Huang Long still have a place among the Watchmen? Li Hao offered no reply and continued on his way. Ahead, 3 figures blocked his path. The man wielding a long blade looked at Li Hao, his expression somewhat conflicted. "Supervisor Li, killing a few will not change anything." Li Hao regarded him coldly. "Not killing will change nothing either. If you think this way, and he thinks this way, then this world shall forever remain steeped in darkness. You 3 will never comprehend what it means to be a martial artist. For you are not. A martial artist cultivates the mind, transcending mere power. Whether it be a martial artist or a superpower wielder, the distinction lies not merely in strength, but in the essence of the heart. A superpower devoid of spirit cannot hope to ascend to the pinnacle." With a sharp reprimand, Li Hao commanded, "Step aside." The 3 complied in silence. Once Li Hao departed, they fell into a contemplative hush. The martial artist cultivates the heart, while the superpower wielder cultivates strength. Li Hao further articulated that the difference between superpowers and martial artists is not solely a matter of power, but rather a matter of the heart. They wish to express their thoughts, not out of malice, but from a place of genuine goodwill, admiring Li Hao's endeavors, yet aware that it was a path fraught with peril. Acknowledging their inability to persuade him, they saw it as merely an attempt. However, Li Hao rebuffed their kindness and chastised them. Despite being older than Li Hao, they felt an overwhelming sense of shame. The man with the gun gazed at Li Hao's retreating figure for a long while before softly murmuring, "A straight shot is best. Seek the truth in the direct path, not in the curves." The old gunman remained silent, lost in contemplation as he watched Li Hao. In the realm of marksmanship, it is said that 9 out of 10 shooters are direct. Those who possess integrity are rare, for without righteousness, true marksmanship cannot be attained. The old gunman seemed to ponder deeply before turning to leave. The large-eyed man and the knife-wielding companion hurriedly followed, their hearts heavy with foreboding. The large-eyed man clenched his teeth and whispered, "This is madness, old gun. It is a path to death. In this stage, the superpower is an invincible force. He has lost his mind. Do not follow him into this insanity. If there is but one superpower, there may still be hope. If there are 2, certain death awaits. If 3 appear, there will be no place for burial. Once 3 superpowers emerge, Li Hao and his companions will be doomed." As for Li Hao's side, figures such as Nan Quan, Hou Xiaoqing, Yang Shan, Yu Luocha, Jin Chang, Qin Lian, and Black Panther are all within their calculations. Though Nan Quan and Hou Xiaoqing possess formidable combat prowess, they cannot rival the superpowers. One superpower may suffice to dispatch the 2 of them. Li Hao, Black Panther, and Yang Shan follow closely behind, with one superpower being adequate. The remaining individuals, regardless of their number, cannot contend with a single superpower. Hence, with the emergence of 3 superpowers, Li Hao's group is inevitably doomed. Given the strategies of various institutions, they will not approach the task of eliminating Li Hao with carelessness. At this juncture, any negligence would be sheer folly. There may even be more. The large-eyed man felt a surge of anxiety, conveying through thought, all factions seek his demise. Aside from the ambiguous stance of the Inspection Bureau, the 8 divisions desire his death, and even the royal family is involved. Furthermore, the 3 major organizations from outside, along with the 7 divine mountains, excluding Tianxing Mountain, and even the city of superpowers will likely participate. They will also consider the potential arrival of the Silver Moon martial artists, such as Bei Quan, Ba Dao, and Yuan Shuo, who are closer by. Though Silver Moon is too far, those nearer may arrive in time. And then there is Tianjin. The large-eyed man swiftly analyzed the situation for the gunman. Considering these factors, the forces against Li Hao tomorrow may not be limited to 3 superpowers. There could be 5, 6, or even more. She was immensely anxious. Old gun, do not court death. Do not follow him into madness, please. The gunman, whose earlier fervor had begun to wane, now fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, he let out a deep sigh and chose not to speak further. The large-eyed man felt a sense of relief. Tomorrow, she could scarcely fathom the preparations that various factions would undertake to confront the Silver Moon. Would seasoned leaders take it upon themselves to eliminate Li Hao? If so, these individuals would undoubtedly possess formidable power, having solidified their realms to a remarkable degree, for the 9 sects' wealth is not mere fiction. In terms of foundational strength, the 3 major organizations may not even rival the 9 sects, which have been established for 80 years, whereas the ruins have existed for millennia. The absence of superpowers in the past does not imply that the ruins were non-existent. Many have muddled this understanding. With the resurgence of superpowers, the ruins have awakened as well. On this night, sleep eluded everyone. The entire Star City seemed to be engulfed in an insomniac haze. Across from the Star Sea, Huang Yu, panting and breathless, finally arrived. After racing across thousands of miles, fatigue had taken its toll, leaving him somewhat emaciated. I have arrived. Huang Yu gazed toward the Star Sea, chuckling softly. Such a significant matter could not possibly be overlooked by the Silver Moon. I am here. Less than 100 miles away, Yuan Shuo, wielding the azure light sword, stared toward the Star Sea and the bustling night city across the way. His expression was devoid of mirth, replaced only by a murderous intent. My disciple possesses an unparalleled talent for stirring trouble. Yet, I find it endearing. Yuan Shuo boasted exuberantly. Laughing heartily, tomorrow, if he does not leave, I shall assist him in vanquishing all foes. Such lofty aspirations. However, the azure light sword bore a grave countenance. Do not boast. If divine powers descend upon you, a mere half-baked immortal cannot hope to contend. Yuan Shuo gritted his teeth. Fear not. I am prepared. Do not underestimate me. I thrive in adversity. In the next moment, he erupted into laughter. Azure light. What do you think of my disciple? The azure light sword fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. A true hero. Those of the martial world admire such gallant figures. In my eyes, Li Hao is not merely a night watchman, but a chivalrous hero worthy of recognition. Should the roster of heroes be rearranged, Li Hao would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3. Ha ha. Yuan Shuo laughed heartily. This was the highest praise for him. My disciple shall be immortalized on the heroes list. My disciple, revered by the 7 swords. In this realm, who dares to claim my disciple unworthy of such honor? 2 champions from one lineage. The foremost among the 5 beasts. Yuan Shuo laughed boisterously, striding across the sea. I am coming. The azure light sword said nothing. Acknowledging her own weakness, yet resolved to join the fray. Yuan Shuo had urged her not to come. Yet Wu Hongshan felt that perhaps this was her first and last chance to witness Li Hao, the demon sword, the 8th swordsman of the Silver Moon, whom she had never encountered. How could she find peace without a glimpse? Therefore, she too set forth. A swordsman, a Silver Moon swordsman, should face death with more grandeur than others. As they traversed the waters, the gallant assembly gathered. In that moment, the surface of the sea was not solely occupied by them. From various factions, strong individuals either soared through the air or traversed the sea, all heading towards the Star City. The martial artists across the land emerged from the Silver Moon. Our Silver Moon martial artists shall alter the heavens, accompanying the journey, engaging in battle. At this moment, unrest stirred within Star City. Outside the northern gate, silence reigned. As dawn approached, the sky gradually brightened, suggesting that many had foregone sleep. Awaiting the light of day, the sun had risen. In the early hours, the once vibrant city was enveloped in silence, as people moved quietly and busily. occasionally glancing towards the north. At that moment, colossal screens rose abruptly throughout the city. A few individuals caught a glimpse of the projection depicting the North Gate. Inside the Julong Pavilion, the female manager turned her gaze towards the north and the enormous screens, where numerous officials and nobles gathered, their restlessness palpable in the hall. "We must eliminate him swiftly and ruthlessly," someone hissed through clenched teeth. "Li Hao, you deserve death." It was evident that some within the family might have found themselves on a list, for Li Hao had taken possession of the names of 300 individuals. The female manager silently observed those around her. Is killing Li Hao truly worth your elation? Shouldn't those on the list face their demise? Who among them dares to proclaim their innocence? A self-deprecating smile crossed her lips as she pushed the thoughts aside, her blood surging with fervor as she silently vowed. Eliminate them. Li Hao, eradicate them. Let the Tianxing people understand that all who commit crimes shall meet the same fate. On this day, all eyes were fixed upon the headquarters of the Night Watchers, concentrated on the North City. Li Hao, clad in armor and wielding a long sword, began his journey. Thousands of military guards escorted over 2,000 nobles, while the remaining 1,000, mere attendants from the islands and the Dala arena, were deemed unnecessary for the journey. The throng of over 3,000 marched forth from the Night Watchers' headquarters without the aid of vehicles, traversing Jusi Street. Law enforcement from the Tianxing governor's office. All civilians retreat. A booming voice commanded as Mulan, bearing a large shield, led the troops forward, his call resonating throughout the area. Thousands set forth on the thoroughfare towards North City. The nobles, covering their faces, appeared disheveled, seething with a desire to consume Li Hao alive. The audacity of parading them through the streets was infuriating. Curse him! Curse him! He must die? This is madness. At this moment, shouts of anger erupted from various corners. Li Hao had indeed lost his senses, leading thousands of nobles in a public display. If it were not for prior arrangements, they would have gladly dispatched him on the spot. The long procession advanced swiftly towards North City, while Li Hao, seemingly unfazed, chuckled as he rode atop a black panther. On this day, the citizens of Tianxing City beheld the sight of the Governor Li, the wielder of the demonic sword, the barbarian from the north. Chapter 217. A cloud of strong warriors at the North City Gate. Not a soul could be seen. Within the city, a lengthy procession was making its way to this very spot. On either side of the streets, residents dared not show themselves, silently hiding behind windows and street corners. Peering out cautiously, they held disdain for such revelry, yet could not help but be concerned. After approximately an hour of progress, some of the nobles began to show signs of exhaustion, the North City Gate just barely coming into view. A sigh of relief escaped the lips of one noble. "If we keep going, I shall collapse, but at last, we have arrived." All eyes were fixed on the man at the forefront. "Do you realize your fate? You know it well. Soon, your time shall come. Why do you remain so obstinate?" Ahead, Li Hao remained composed, his keen eyes surveying the surroundings. Today was indeed bustling with extraordinary abilities and formidable warriors. Yet, it seemed the others were aware of his perceptive nature. For the vicinity of the North City Gate bore no signs of luminous orbs. Given Li Hao's previous encounters, it was only logical for outsiders to perceive him as a practitioner of the celestial eye. Following Li Hao, a convoy of vehicles trailed slowly behind, belonging to the Night Watchers. Naturally, they had no intention of traversing on foot. They drove, yet kept pace with Li Hao without surpassing him. Inside one of the vehicles, Huang Long gazed forward with a chilling intensity, remaining silent. Further back, Deputy Minister Zhou wore a grim expression, his eyes fixed on Li Hao's direction. Among the 11 ministers of the Night Watchers, with the exception of Yao Si, all were present, including Ho Xiaoqing, who lingered at the rear, eyes closed in meditation, yet remained a focal point of vigilance. In the palace, Nan Quan, clad in armor and wielding a massive hammer, was making his way out. A young man in a yellow robe, exuding sincerity, implored, "Master He, please stay." Nan Quan regarded him, his demeanor unusually tranquil. "I am a Silver Moon martial artist. That is my sole reason," he stated resolutely. Today, he had no ulterior motives. His identity as a Silver Moon martial artist was sufficient justification for his departure. "Master He." The young man sighed. "I understand the futility in persuading you. Yet, to act against the odds is indeed unwise. If you are willing to remain, I can assist you in avenging the grudge against Governor Li. I am of the Jianghu." He Young laughed heartily, leaping into the air, surveying the 9 sects below, and scoffed, "Await your demise." With that, he vanished into the void. From all directions, some looked on with awe, others with scorn. Nan Quan indeed emerged. The brutes of Silver Moon, after all these years, remained unchanged in their stubbornness. Hidden within the palace, protected by the ninth prince, it was difficult to take his life. Yet Nan Quan chose to step forth, an outcome not entirely unexpected, though still deemed unreasonable for a Silver Moon martial artist. The martial guard slowly came to a halt. They had reached the North City Gate. At this moment, the area around the gate was deserted, while a vast plaza stretched beyond, leading directly to the Tianxing coast. Li Hao dismounted from the Black Panther, issuing a command. Bring the criminals to the execution ground. Understood, came a low reply, as Mu Lin swiftly gestured. And the martial guard promptly apprehended 300 individuals from the crowd, some of whom were formidable Sanyang warriors, their expressions grim, some sneered, while others quaked in fear. A few trembled, attempting to distance themselves from the martial guard. Bang! A particularly irate member of the martial guard unleashed a punch, sending blood gushing from one unfortunate soul, who was ultimately dragged away. Soon, within the expansive plaza, nobles were forcefully brought forth. Li Hao took strides, leaping into the air, and within moments, he stood atop the not-so-tall city wall. Turning to face the gathering crowd, a light smile graced his features. The night watchers are executing justice. Who among you wishes to witness this gathering? As his words echoed, a voice pierced through the air from a distance, accompanied by a hearty laugh. I come to see how many dog heads will be severed. Who can withstand us? With that, Nan Quan descended to the ground. Clad in bronze armor, wielding a mighty hammer, his beard frosted with winter's chill and his eyes gleaming with fierce intensity, Li Hao offered a faint smile, choosing silence. Was Nan Quan's arrival unexpected? Not particularly. It seemed that this opportunist had come not merely for speculation. Human hearts are often intricate in their motivations. He remained silent. After a brief interval, the caravan came to a halt. The Huanglong entourage, with faces composed, said little as they gracefully ascended into the air, heading towards the city walls. Li Hao had invited them to witness the punishment, and he would acquiesce to their desires. Of course, they alighted at a distance from Li Hao, approximately 100 meters away, where high-ranking members of the Night Watch descended. Apart from Yao Si, 10 deputy ministers were present, along with 3 governors and over a dozen formidable warriors of the Shuguang tier, including the likes of Big Eyes. The assembly of Night Watch elites was impressive, with nearly 30 Shuguang warriors gathered at that moment. The thoughts of the crowd varied. Some remained silent, others appeared to anticipate something, while a few regarded Li Hao in silence. The Night Watch had risen from the grassroots, with many emerging from the common folk, perhaps even a majority. Yet after 2 decades, some had forgotten, while others remembered but, like Yao Si, chose to yield to reality. Li Hao scanned the surroundings and noticed Yao Si's absence, but was not particularly concerned. Ignoring the crowd, he gazed down at the plaza where the nobles on the list craned their necks upwards, some filled with malice, others with rage. Li Hao declared calmly, "Criminals, kneel." No one responded. In the next instant, the martial guards sprang into action. The sound of bones cracking echoed as some guards ruthlessly broke the legs of certain nobles. A resounding thud followed as one noble collapsed, cries of agony filling the air. "Li Hao," someone bellowed, "we are aristocrats. Even in death, we possess dignity." Li Hao remained indifferent, asserting, "Criminals are not differentiated by status. You are all deserving of death, heinous villains." Since time immemorial, princes and commoners alike have been judged equally for their crimes. The dynasty upholds its laws. Unless the heavens themselves collapse, you are all condemned. Checking the time, Li Hao produced a document. At this, some faces paled. In the next moment, a figure descended from the sky with formidable prowess. Landing swiftly and smiling, Director Qi Zhao of the Criminal Law Office. According to the law, the crimes committed by these individuals require verification by the Criminal Law Office. Do you possess their verdict, Governor? If so, I kindly request to see it. He smiled at Li Hao. Are you not a man of the law? Then hand it over. Should you neglect the law, all your actions today are unlawful. In that case, you, Li Hao, are merely an abuser of power. This fundamentally undermined the legitimacy of Li Hao's execution order, asserting his error. Nobles, whether in appearance or behind the scenes, often acted with utmost discretion. They would not directly attack Li Hao, for even if they succeeded, they could not restore their lost honor or mitigate their losses. The director of the court and the head of the tribunal. The two positions, those of the chief and deputy chief of the criminal law division, are the most authoritative figures beneath them. This individual is also a formidable force during the transformative period of the Su Guang, perhaps even stronger than some deputy chiefs. A true wielding of power. Li Hao gazed at him, then at the documents in his hand, and smiled, addressing him. Director Qi, are you here to conduct an inspection? Indeed. Qi Zhao nodded. This is the procedure as well as the law. If there are any discrepancies, we must not let a single villain escape. Yet we must not wrong an innocent person either. Governor Li holds some biases against the noble class and, without thorough investigation, has executed sentences that do not align with the law. Li Hao chuckled, observing him intently before replying. Director Qi, you are mistaken. Qi Zhao looked back at him. I am mistaken? In what regard? 20 years ago, the 9 divisions promulgated a new law. Li Hao stated calmly. The law stipulates a separation between the extraordinary and the mundane. The night watchmen represent the extraordinary, and for any crimes committed by the extraordinary, the night watchmen bear full responsibility. Your criminal law division only governs ordinary people. It is the night watchmen who are tasked with overseeing the extraordinary. So, are there any non-extraordinary individuals present here? A smile crept across Li Hao's face. Not only do they fall under the jurisdiction of the night watchman, but you, Director Qi, do as well. Li Hao's gaze gradually turned stern. Director Qi, do you understand? Furthermore, as a senior member of the criminal law division, do you not grasp the fundamental laws? Qi Zhao furrowed his brow slightly, recalling that such regulations had indeed been issued 20 years ago, but at that time, superpowers had only just emerged, and the laws were not yet perfected. The night watchmen were merely acting as temporary overseers of the extraordinary. Now, 20 years have passed. Times have changed, and the laws have undergone reform. Just a few days ago, the Criminal Law Division submitted a proposal for new legislation, stating that in the future, the night watchman would no longer be the sole authority over the extraordinary. Has it been approved by the 9 divisions and the royal family? Li Hao regarded him intently. Certainly. The other party produced a document, and Li Hao narrowed his eyes, reaching out to take a look. After a moment, he remarked, the inspection division, the finance division, and the royal family have not affixed their seals. Half of the agreement suffices. Qi Zhao said nonchalantly, having come prepared. The finance division has effectively closed its doors. Indifferent to the matter, the chief of the inspection division has vanished. It is said he has gone into seclusion. The royal family has consistently held this stance. They will not affix their seal to what you have issued, thus allowing the matter to linger. However, having the seals of 7 divisions is sufficient. That surpasses the majority. Li Hao nodded slightly, smiling. Very well, I understand, but it bears no weight for me. Governor Li is no longer concerned with the law. Qi Zhao chuckled. Li Hao shook his head. No, it is merely this document that is non-compliant. The night watchmen, as the parties involved, are utterly unaware. I know. Huang Long stepped forward, speaking indifferently. I am aware of this matter and agree. What gives you the right? Li Hao looked at him and laughed. You, a mere deputy minister, truly think highly of yourself? Has Minister Yao given his consent? Huang Long coldly regarded him. Minister Yao is unwell. It is I who am currently in charge. What is inappropriate about that? Do you possess the minister's official seal? Huang Long frowned and replied coolly. Li Hao, your obstinacy is futile. Li Hao laughed derisively. I engage with you on legal matters, yet you respond with nonsense. I discuss martial prowess with you, and you speak of the law. Who truly engages in nonsense? Does not the heart of the world know? You are neither a minister nor in possession of a ministerial seal. As a mere deputy minister, what authority do you possess to usurp the night watcher's decision-making? Li Hao, dismissing him with a wave of indifference, cast his gaze skyward, where it appeared an extraordinary artifact was recording everything, broadcasting it onto every screen within the city. A faint smile graced Li Hao's lips. A hasty alteration of the law will prove futile. It is neither procedural nor compliant. Or do the 7 ministries believe that this world, this dynasty, no longer requires the rule of law? If that is the case, let the Department of Criminal Law be disbanded. Silence ensued. Qi Zhao furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Huang Long. This fellow seemed perpetually unable to procure the stamped documents from Yao Si. Such a trivial matter, and yet he had utterly failed to accomplish it. Huang Long, too, cursed inwardly. Yao Si had recently taken a step back from all affairs, refusing to participate. Trying to seek him out was met with evasion, claiming he would not involve himself in such matters. Where, Then, was one to find Yao Si for a stamp? Meanwhile, Li Hao wore an amused expression. Thus, the law remains as it was. Gentlemen, please refrain from disturbing me. I must now declare their transgressions, providing an explanation to all and a justifiable reason for their impending demise. Let us inquire of the world. Should these individuals face execution? As the two contemplated further speech, Li Hao's gaze abruptly hardened, an overwhelming aura emanating from him that left both men discomfort and astonished. After all, both were formidable beings in the transformative stage. Wu Yu. Li Hao began to recite. In this moment, the entire city listened intently. In the distance, atop a high-rise, numerous powerful figures stood vigilant. Some surveyed their surroundings. Others listened in silence, while a few furrowed their brows, murmuring, "We cannot allow him to continue with this declaration. The repercussions will be too severe." Among the crowd, an elder cleared his throat gently, smiling faintly. "No, grant him time. Let him read. Some have yet to arrive, as far as I know. Certain Silver Moon warriors are en route. Should Li Hao perish, these individuals would flee, complicating matters for you. Regarding the declarations being made, once Li Hao is gone, they would all be deemed fabrications, nothing of great consequence. It is a rare opportunity to unite in action. Each harbors their own thoughts and ambitions. We must wait. Wait for the arrival of more Silver Moon martial artists, and then we shall ensnare them all. Otherwise, should we act now, we risk moving prematurely. For instance, the likes of Bei Quan and Ba Dao have yet to reveal themselves, while Yuan Shua's arrival is known, as well as that of Huang Yu. Yet, even this is insufficient. Have the likes of Di Fu Jian and Guangming Jin arrived? What of Tianjian? Even if others have not come, Tianjian is not far and may still make an appearance. That would surely incite considerable upheaval. Someone murmured softly at this moment. As Li Hao proclaimed the crimes of these individuals, his voice resonating loudly, with projection devices scattered throughout the city, ensuring all could hear. Another chuckled. What does it matter? Even if ultimately they are found innocent, these individuals will no longer dare to resist. Ultimately, the goal remains the elimination of Li Hao. Once these individuals are dispatched, all dissenters shall cease to exist. Yet, another voice expressed concern. Have these youngsters truly committed so many offenses over the years? I recognize a few. They have been quite obedient in the past. How could they possibly have committed such heinous acts? After all, there are veteran martial artists who have transformed into superhumans. And having been in seclusion for a long time, they now feel somewhat uneasy upon hearing these matters. It seems excessive. After the events, some must face retribution. Perhaps a few executed in private to instill fear in the others. Some nodded slightly, but still opposed Li Hao's call for public execution. They did not wish to provoke a war with the Silver Moon at this moment. Public and private actions are distinct concepts. Not everyone among them may agree or see the nobles as faultless. However, nobles and commoners, even when guilty, should not receive the same treatment or punishment. Public execution is a provocation against the 9 offices and the imperial authority. The previously dissatisfied strong ones fell silent. Li Hao read swiftly. Within the city, a palpable unrest stirred. Some wept quietly, those who were victims, the living victims. Others, filled with righteous indignation, felt helpless. There were also those who silently prayed for the execution of these individuals. Previously, some merely thought it was about executing nobles for the sake of satisfaction, yet now, they gritted their teeth in fury. A pack of beasts. All must perish. How can anyone seek to protect such vile creatures? On the city walls, Li Hao read for quite a while, the surroundings enveloped in silence. Huang Long and Qi Zhao, along with a few others, frowned in silence. The hidden strongmen refrained from intervening, indicating that the moment was not yet ripe. However, as they listened, it became increasingly uncomfortable, as if a million gazes were fixed upon them, wishing to inflict 1,000 tortures upon their souls. After nearly an hour, Li Hao's pace was not slow, and he finally finished reading the records of 300 individuals. He proclaimed loudly, "And this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Time is too brief to ascertain all the facts. This is just 300 selected from the 642 nobles. The rest, the guilty, likely exceed 90%. Li Hao continued, "Today is merely the first batch. There shall be a second and a third. These individuals have acted with impunity, disregarding the law, committing heinous murders. Their crimes unforgivable. According to the law, all must be executed. The Tianxing governor's office hereby decrees. All shall be beheaded in public. Prepare for execution. With a command, 300 martial guards emerged, blades in hand. Li Hao? Huang Long interjected sharply. The execution is set for 10 o'clock. It's only 9 now. Not everyone has arrived. He and Qi Zhao were responsible for ensuring the safety of these nobles present. Li Hao glanced at him, smiled, and suddenly exclaimed, I almost forgot. There is another decree yet to be announced. Huang Long was taken aback. Another one? Li Hao produced another document. Huang Long, Deputy Minister of the Night Watch. Deputy Director of the Inspection Office. The Northern Governor has slaughtered the innocent, recklessly deploying city-annihilating bombs, resulting in millions of displaced civilians and the tragic deaths of countless individuals. Providing refuge while violating the law, his crimes compounded. Li Hao sighed. Huang Long, I do not wish to continue reading your charges, for they are numerous beyond measure. You conspire with the 3 malevolent organizations, colluding with pirates, ruthlessly slaughtering the innocent, while serving as a nefarious shield. The crux lies in your declaration of war against these 3 entities. However, instead of eradicating them, you indiscriminately unleash destructive city annihilation projectiles. You are guilty. Your crimes are beyond redemption. Huang Long's countenance turned ashen. What right do you have to judge me? I am your superior. Even if you claim these accusations are false, any supposed guilt should be adjudicated by the 9 courts. No, 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 you have forgotten. You are extraordinary. The Night Watcher has the authority to pass judgment. That does not entitle you. Huang Long retorted vehemently. Li Hao had lost his sanity. He dared to pass judgment on a deputy director, a figure of true power within the dynasty, not merely one of those lesser nobles who barely held the rank of a centurion. His status was exceedingly high, and his strength formidable, a being in the metamorphic phase. Apart from the heads of the 9 courts, he was among the top-tier formidable entities, holding an equally prestigious position. Li Hao was about to adjudicate himself. Absurd. Li Hao smiled faintly, producing a seal. I am indeed qualified. Minister Yao has deemed himself inadequate, thus temporarily entrusting the court seal to my management. As of now, all affairs of the Night Watcher fall under my jurisdiction, including yours. I hereby sentence Huang Long to death. With a definitive thud, the seal was stamped down. Huang Long's expression shifted. Yao Si, what the hell is he up to? He was bewildered, wondering whether Yao Si had succumbed to pressure, or if he sought to eliminate him. Anger surged within him. At that instant, Li Hao's voice resonated, echoing in the hearts of many, reverberating throughout Tianxing City. The enforcers, transgressors of the law, Huang Long must be executed to serve as a warning. In an instant, Li Hao seemed to transform into a fierce tiger, pouncing upon those who had yet to react. Beside him, Nan Quan struck silently, his blood surging forth, booming with energy. With a powerful punch, Huang Long roared, unleashing a fist of his own, akin to a dragon's roar, altering the very fabric of the heavens. Li Hao dares to judge himself? He has lost his mind. Beside them, Qi Zhao prepared to strike, but Li Hao's voice rang out once more, attack the enforcer. And show no mercy. Qi Zhao's expression shifted slightly, but the next moment, he gritted his teeth and launched his attack. Show no mercy? That depends on your capability. Huang Long bellowed fiercely, kill. Eliminate this scoundrel. Behind them, several members of the Night Watcher appeared restless. In the distance, silhouettes swiftly materialized, each frowning in disbelief. Li Hao had mobilized prematurely, and particularly aimed to eliminate Huang Long. They were somewhat taken aback. If they did not intervene now, and Huang Long were indeed slain, it would become a farcical tale. As for Yin Yu and others who had not yet arrived, there was no time to wait. In an instant, over a dozen figures emerged. Among them, several exuded an overwhelming aura, their voices resonating. Li Hao, you indiscriminately slay the innocent. Colluding with the 3 organizations to harm the loyal, you cannot be spared. A voice rang out, firm and resolute, proclaiming without the need for evidence. It was merely a statement, a greeting. In that moment, these figures soared toward the northern city gate. Li Hao turned his head for a brief glance. A simple assessment revealed 12 individuals, their powers seemingly limited, with only 5 possessing divine abilities, while the remainder were metamorphic phase strongholds. 5 divine beings, 7 in transformation, plainly evident. The aura of the realm of divine powers is turbulent, a consequence of its instability. A formidable presence sweeps across the heavens and the earth, rendering the entire star city akin to a desolate wasteland in an instant. Witnessing this, Huang Long felt a surge of delight, a cold smirk forming within. Should you not strike at me, you might have lived a while longer. Yet, in your folly, you have chosen death. At this moment, you turn against me. And these individuals are no longer inclined to delay your demise. Await your fate. Li Hao sighed softly, gazing into the distance as he murmured, You truly hold me in high regard. 5 divine powers and 7 metamorphoses seeking my life. You are indeed earnest. Numerous formidable figures descended from the sky, their demeanor composed. An elderly man spoke slowly. You have been in Star City for but a few days, indulging in rampant slaughter, colluding with the 3 great evil sects, and committing atrocities against the loyal. Thus, your annihilation is the only path to instill fear in the Star City's malevolence. Who are you? Li Hao inquired, unperturbed, and with a smile added, If you seek to kill me, there ought to be a name attached to it. Now that you have made your intentions known, what authority do you possess to judge me? I am the vice-governor of Star City. Surely, one cannot just send anyone to execute me. Otherwise, governance becomes untenable, as death could loom at any moment. 12 individuals stood before him, 8 men and 4 women, all of considerable age. The elder who had spoken earlier positioned himself at the forefront, stating calmly, I am Hu Xiao, the newly appointed director of the Criminal Justice Department, and the current honorary director. Do I possess enough authority to judge you? Li Hao chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, indeed, an esteemed elder director has arrived. He then turned his gaze to the other 4 divine power strongholds, one of whom, a woman, stated indifferently, I am the first deputy director of the Internal Affairs Department. Another elder, clad in a brocade robe, calmly declared, I am the minister of the External Affairs Department. I am the marshal of the Star Army from the Military Justice Department, and I am the first deputy director of the Commerce Department. Each of the 5 divine powers introduced themselves, revealing their significance as prominent figures within their respective departments. An elder director accompanied by 4 deputy directors, evidently. These 4 were likely recent breakthroughs into divine powers. At this moment, neither the 3 great organizations, nor the 7 sacred mountains, nor the various pirate factions had made their appearance. They were all official personnel, clearly still maintaining a semblance of propriety. Li Hao said nothing, merely casting a glance into the distance, where a series of auras began to rise. He even sensed the presence of the former duke, clearly indicating that other divine powers were present. However, these were not aimed at him, but were intended to counter the incoming Silver Moon warriors. The former duke was not the sole divine power. They needed to guard against a multitude of Silver Moon experts, with several divine auras rising in the distance. The 7 metamorphoses also hailed from various departments or the royal family. Have the administrative and assessment departments sent anyone? Li Hao refrained from attacking Huang Long again, directing his inquiry toward these individuals. Lu Qi from the assessment department. A middle-aged man smiled slightly and nodded. Li Hao, a pleasure to meet you. Xie Yong from the administrative department. Another man spoke, tinged with a hint of regret. The administrative department believes some matters could be resolved through negotiation, without resorting to violence. Yet it seems Governor Li has succumbed to madness. And what of the royal family? No one responded. It appeared that no one from the royal family had arrived. Li Hao smiled. Were they truly absent, or were they concealing themselves, biding their time? Suddenly, 5 formidable beings emerged from the 7 offices, alongside 7 who had undergone transformation, indicating a significant investment of resources. The 4 who had just ascended to power appeared to be somewhat unstable, as their aura suggested. Nearby, Nan Quan took a deep breath, glancing at Li Hao and then at Ho Xiaoqian. This was indeed a grave predicament. The external forces were unlikely to arrive. The old duke from the Su family had come, and they could sense the aura of the master of the Stupa Mountain, an old acquaintance. This individual was likely here to confront Yuan Shua or the Heavenly Sword, a seasoned and powerful warrior. Nan Quan, possessing more intelligence than Li Hao, faintly sensed the presence of the 3 elders of the Red Moon. It seemed they had all advanced to the realm of divine abilities. Unbelievable. Just these individuals outside already amounted to 5 in the divine realm, and in reality, there were even more. Nan Quan displayed a hint of bitterness. Damn, was the world truly conspiring to eliminate Li Hao? With over a dozen in the divine realm and a multitude of transformations, his demise was inevitable. Even if he unleashed his full potential, he might not be able to defeat a single divine being, and Ho Xiaoqian, though somewhat stronger than himself, was not significantly so. It was over. Yet, at this juncture, he felt little fear. Not far away, The strong ones among the night watchers wore pale expressions. So many powerful figures. Too many. The group with large eyes was also left speechless. They gazed at this scene and then at the nearby sea, utterly dumbfounded. They understood that every faction would exert effort to eliminate Li Hao, but they had never anticipated such a scenario. The number of divine beings was staggering. The large-eyed individual, with a touch of bitterness, found it difficult to communicate telepathically with the others. They had not expected this. Indeed, they had considered 3 or 5, but had not foreseen that the 9 offices would bring forth 5 divine beings. The old director of the law office calmly regarded Li Hao. Li Hao, you possess great talent and strength, yet you must understand that youth can sometimes be a flaw. Your reluctance to heed the consequences does not mean you are invincible in this world. This time, they had genuinely committed substantial resources to eliminate Li Hao. Everyone believed that 2 or 3 divine beings would suffice to accomplish this task. But who were they? A group that had once overthrown royalty, cunning and shrewd, who did not recognize that someone like Li Hao was exceedingly difficult to deal with. Once a decision had been reached, they were resolute in their pursuit to eliminate him. Thus, he personally led the charge, bringing along 4 divine beings. Even without them, the transformations alone would be sufficient to challenge Li Hao. How highly they regarded me. Li Hao mused. They truly held him in high esteem. He had not anticipated such an influx of top-tier strong warriors. He had thought 5 or 6. Perhaps even 7 or 8 would suffice. Yet there remained a multitude outside, all powerful figures from significant factions and institutions. Deputy directors, dukes, mountain lords. This was merely his own strength, unrelated to Nan Quan and the others. Surely, they would not engage in indiscriminate slaughter? Li Hao displayed a hint of a smile. While Hu Xiao remarked casually, Li Hao, do you believe that everything is under your control? He Yong and the likes of Ho Xiaoqin. Do you truly think they can escape? Not far away, those surrounding Ho Xiaoqin had already dispersed, revealing his figure. Ho Xiaoqing turned to Li Hao and said, what are you still foolishly hoping for? Do you truly believe that the mobilization of so many is merely to eliminate you alone? He chuckled softly. Both I and the heavenly sword are merely pawns in their grand scheme. We are among their targets, and you are not the sole focus. The silver moon has always been this way. It is a collective assault upon the realm. At this moment, the city of Tianxing was eerily silent, with countless faces turning pale. In the slums, screens flickered to life, gathering a multitude. Yet, all faces bore the pallor of dread. The newly coined realm of divine power had spread, a symbol of invincibility. Yet now 5 emerged. Those of keen intellect understood there were likely more, with others obstructing the powerful of Silver Moon. With a thud, someone kicked the ground, bowing their head in silence, their spirit crushed. When Li Hao pronounced the crimes of those present, they felt a sense of relief. Yet as the formidable figures stepped forth, despair enveloped the crowd. Li Hao was doomed. Within the 9 Dragons Pavilion, the female manager remained silent, as laughter erupted from those nearby. These brutes of Silver Moon. What judgment can he impose? Today, he shall be judged. Let us drink. Bring forth the finest wine. The crowd cheered for more. The female manager, keeping her gaze lowered, quietly retreated to the back. The sky remained unchanged, yet for some inexplicable reason, it appeared particularly dark that day. To kill him, how ruthless you are. Xiao Yu was in a daze, turning to seek out Yao Si, only to find him absent. Unperturbed, she stared blankly at the small screen in the office, feeling lost and helpless. Governor Li is to perish. Why? Those criminals, are you all blind and deaf? She recalled the name of the head of the criminal law department, Hu Xiao. Someone she had heard of, with even historical texts documenting his legacy. 80 years ago, he was the architect of new laws, toppling the royal family and establishing a new legal framework. During that era, peace reigned, and crime diminished significantly. Why, after 8 decades, was he now leading the charge to kill Governor Li? She could not comprehend. A figure revered by countless individuals, even today, despite the decay of the 9 departments. The 9 senior officials remained objects of admiration. Yet, Hu Zhao's emergence shattered all illusions. Why? Xiao Yi stared blankly, her faith crumbling, realizing that the 9 departments were utterly corrupt. In that moment, the city of Tianxing was engulfed in profound darkness, with ominous clouds looming overhead, obscuring any glimmer of light. Meanwhile, Li Hao sighed softly. Hu Xiao of the criminal law department. Truth be told, this was beyond my expectations. The architect of the new laws has come today to end my life. Whether it was disappointment or self-mockery, Li Hao shook his head. Below, the nobles were both exhilarated and anxious, fearing the repercussions of the impending chaos. 12 formidable beings descended, traversing the void. Huang Long swiftly rendezvoused with Qi Zhao and Deputy Minister Zhou. Casting a glance towards the night watchers behind him, he noticed a moment of hesitation among some, while others quickly gathered. In the blink of an eye, 3 additional deputy ministers joined him. The remaining individuals did not converge but retreated instead, prompting a cold smirk from Huang Long. A bunch of fools. At such a critical juncture, they still feigned superiority. With him, the 5 deputy ministers comprised precisely half, while Hou Xiaoqing and his 4 companions formed the other half. He contemplated that this time, Hou Xiaoqing and his group would meet their demise, and it was imperative for him to settle accounts with these individuals. Very well. After this, there would be no dissenting voices among the night watchers. As for Yao Si daring to hand the seal to Li Hao, even if he refrained from seeking trouble, others would surely come for him. Just wait. Huang Long felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Chapter 2:18. Bloodshed both within and beyond the city. Formidable foes surrounded them. In the distance, a thunderous roar echoed. Though the battle had yet to commence within the city, a powerful voice resounded from the seaside. Silver Moon, Huang Yu, come forth for battle. With that fierce cry, a spear cleaved through the air. In that moment, the spear shattered the heavens as Huang Yu charged forth. Futuo, do you dare obstruct me? The resounding shout reverberated through the realms, his eyes filled with crimson fury. Today, the Silver Moon shall not perish. Tomorrow, I will trample your Futuo and annihilate your entire clan. His vigor surged, transcending the heavens and the earth. The master of Futuo Mountain remained silent. Huang Yu, the man-eating demon, was one of the 3 leaders of the martial guard, the commander of the Silver Moon Garrison, a top-tier powerhouse. With a spear in hand, he had once swept across the lands, instilling terror in every corner, causing even some martial artists of the Silver Moon's martial world to lament in despair. 2 of the 3 leaders had now arrived. Boom! Another colossal sound reverberated through the heavens and earth. A fist, a blade, northern fist, overbearing blade. They did not act separately, but rather came as a duo. In the shadows, a figure was forced out, donning a cloak. This was a skyward warrior. Northern Fist grinned widely. Silver Moon Northern Fist, a pleasure to meet you. Are you the Grand Elder of the Flying Heaven Pavilion and Wushun? Indeed, it is I. The cloaked figure replied softly, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, a long knife pierced through the void, a flash of blade light cleaving the heavens. Come forth. The overbearing blade, true to his name, was imperious beyond compare, denying the other party any chance to retreat into the shadows. With a horizontal slash, a thunderous roar erupted, forcing in Wushun to reveal himself once more. Why must you 2 act this way? And Wushun spoke softly. We have no intention of clashing with the Silver Moon. We are merely tasked with a slight obstruction. If you do not fully unseal your powers, it may be difficult to triumph over me. Northern Fist chuckled, stepping aside. Taking money for someone's troubles means there is nothing left to discuss. In an instant, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked as a fist descended, the star sea roiling. Under the combined might of fist and blade, 2 yet-to-be fully unsealed powerhouses were forced into retreat by a single formidable technique. Further away, the 3 grand elders of the Red Moon bore solemn expressions. No one emerged. Only a long sword slicing through the air, a detached voice resonating through the realms, letting Huang Yu come forth. Boom! With a single sweep of the sword, thunder erupted, and the sword intent soared to the heavens. The heavenly sword had arrived. Renowned martial artists of the Silver Moon rushed forth. Within the city, tranquility persisted as usual. Hu Shao refrained from making a move, while the others awaited something, their gazes fixated on the horizon beyond the city. Tianjin, Beiquan, Badu, and Shirenmo. Hu Shao murmured, and the king of the 5 beasts, as well as the Biguang sword have all arrived. Here, we also have Nanquan, Jinxiang, Yiloocha, and Bingtague. A smile flickered across his face. If they were to perish this time, Li Hao, do you believe the Silver Moon martial arts community would still exist? Tianjin was immensely powerful. Though his realm was not entirely stable, he alone wielded his sword with such prowess that he managed to intimidate those of the 3 divine realms. One must admit, such strength was unexpected, clearly indicating a solid foundation. In contrast, Beiquan and Badu could only unite their forces against a single opponent. highlighting Tianjin's superiority that had surpassed them. It was no surprise that Shirenmo could contend with the master of floating pagoda. After all, the three leaders had always held an edge over others, operating on a higher tier, engaging in battles against formidable foes, while Yuan Shuo and his companions merely scraped the surface. As they spoke, a figure soared above the sea, riding the clouds with waves crashing thunderously, sweeping across the land. Haha, my old friends from Silver Moon have arrived. I too have come to join the fray. The newcomer moved with astonishing speed, a leg striking out as if fracturing the very fabric of space. Yet, in the next instant, a thunderous crash echoed, and the stranger staggered back, blood spilling from his mouth, the earlier lecherous laughter fading into resignation as he shook his head. Silver Moon's Thunderleg. I have embarrassed you all. The Thunderleg, one of the 36 champions, had remained shrouded in mystery until today, though its power proved insufficient as a single strike sent him reeling. In the depths of the sea, the old Duke of the Su family coughed lightly and regarded him. Speaking softly, it is said that the techniques of Thunderleg and the Heavenly Ruin Leg were originally part of the same system. You have harbored grudges against the Heavenly Ruin Leg for years. The Su family has aided you in eliminating it. Why not bestow upon us the secrets of the Thunderleg? Your son met a grim fate. This was Hu Shao's first encounter with the Thunderleg. A rather disheveled old man, somewhat lascivious, who leaped about like a flea, his laughter grating on the ears. The old Duke. No, the old Marquis has come. Come. Lick my feet, and if you do well, I shall grant you the secret technique. Vulgarities poured forth from his lips. Yet, the old Duke remained unperturbed, unleashing his water and fire divine powers, as waves surged forth from the ocean like a mighty dragon, sweeping in all directions, flames erupting amidst the waters, rendering the Tianxing Sea particularly resplendent at this moment. The Thunderleg continued to retreat, struggling to maintain composure, his injuries worsening, blood spilling forth. There were simply too many strong contenders. As of now, the powerful beings from the three major organizations had yet to reveal themselves, and even so, the manifested divine realms had already reached 6 individuals. Moments later, the formidable figures of the Yanluo appeared. As Yuan Shuo emerged, someone stepped in front of him. The newcomer, distinguished and elegant, differed from the other Yanluo, presenting the demeanor of a scholar. He chuckled lightly. The king of the 5 beasts has arrived. Greetings from King Chujiang. Yuan Shuo rolled his eyes. I expected the Yanluo to send someone of greater stature to impede me, yet I am met with a mere child. Do you look down upon me? That should suffice. King Chujiang replied with a light laugh. The strength of the king of the 5 beasts is not to be underestimated. Yet alas, he is 20 years late. Otherwise, none would dare claim they could defeat the king of the 5 beasts, not I, nor the Yanluo leader, but alas. 20 years have indeed passed, have they not? All 7 divine realms had now made their appearance. In the Silver Moon martial arts realm, it appears that few have arrived. In certain areas, battles have erupted, while in others, casual conversations are still underway. For instance, Yuan Shuo is engaged in light-hearted discourse with King Chujiang, seemingly unperturbed. Within the city, Hu Shao observed for a moment before turning to Li Hao, smiling gently. Is anyone else present? He then glanced at Ho Xiaoqing, inquiring. 7 masters of divine abilities. Does this grand gesture suffice? With our inclusion, 12 masters should surely command respect here in the Silver Moon martial arts realm, no? Hu Shao continued in a hushed tone. Across the realm, no martial artist disputes the prestige of Silver Moon. It is undeniable. Thus, to bid farewell to the Silver Moon martial artists, we have made ample preparations, fully aware that you would come. Ho Xiaoqing chuckled, his aura intensifying. Director Hu, I must commend you on your faith in us, although others may overlook it. I have indeed laid eyes on the Thunderleg, a figure I have pursued for over 20 years. This elusive character has evaded capture for far too long, yet today, fortune has smiled upon me. He let out a laugh, reflecting on the fact that Thunderleg's absence was intertwined with his own efforts, or rather, with the endeavors of the Martial Defense Army. For over 2 decades, he has tirelessly sought Thunderleg. 20 years prior, during a confrontation, Thunderleg had inadvertently taken the lives of many bystanders, prompting Ho to dedicate himself to the pursuit. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, Thunderleg vanished without a trace. Until now, not all martial artists in the Silver Moon are virtuous. Some harbor darkness within. A majority have been slain, yet a few remain, such as Thunderleg. who Ho Xiaoqing perceives as a villain. In the distance, Thunder Leg engages in a solitary battle against the old duke, his lewd laughter echoing throughout the land. It seems he is aware that Ho Xiaoqing might speak of him. Even if he cannot hear, he basks in a raucous laugh. Ho Xiaoqing, Huang Yu. Come and capture me. Ha ha ha, you won't succeed. Do you even know where I've been hiding for the past 20 years? You don't, do you? Let me enlighten you. I've married 9 wives and fathered 28 children, living as a wealthy landlord in Linjiang, reveling in my fortune. If you attempt to seize me, I shall simply flee to Linjiang, where Fan Chong knows my identity and has provided me with protection. Ha ha ha, life is grand. Should fate allow me to survive this encounter, I shall seek refuge in Dali while you continue your futile pursuit. His laughter is brash, yet belied by the precariousness of his situation. The old duke effortlessly unleashes his divine abilities, causing Thunderleg to stagger, blood spilling forth, a clear testament to the disparity in their strength, which is only slightly superior to that of a mere transformation. Across various battlefields, apart from the stalemate between the Celestial Sword and the 3 Divine Masters, Huang Yu finds himself at an advantage against the Lord of Futu Mountain. But is this truly the entirety of the situation? Li Hao glanced back, suddenly exclaiming, "The 3 major organizations of the Red Moon have deployed 5 Divine Masters. I did not anticipate this. I had assumed you would ally with the pirates, such as that notorious North Sea bandit whose grandson I captured. Where's the North Sea King? Furthermore, the old superior from the Ho faction. The Plain King, why has he not arrived? These were the adversaries I envisioned. Instead, the Red Moon has dispatched 3 Divine Masters in one fell swoop, an unexpected turn of events." Li Hao had thought that individuals of Red Moon's ilk would either refrain from sending anyone or merely dispatch a few to observe the spectacle. The arrival of 3 has indeed taken him by surprise. Hu Xiao, with a profound expression, remarked, "The Silver Moon martial artists have not all arrived, have they? For instance, the earth-shattering sword, the radiant sword, and the Ha-Ha monster. These individuals have yet to make their appearance." Li Hao nodded in understanding. "Indeed. Are you not afraid?" Hu Xiao gazed at Li Hao, a smile gracing his lips. "Li Hao, your recklessness has led to this outcome. Do you not feel remorse? It is a matter of life and death." It seems he wishes for Li Hao to falter, for your actions have resulted in dire consequences. A significant number of Silver Moon martial artists may very well not escape from Tianxing City this time. Beside them, Nan Quan scoffed, his vitality surging. "Old man, do you underestimate the Silver Moon martial artists? Let's see how many we can take down today." With that, he bellowed, "Bei Quan, you worthless fool. Can you only spar with Ba Dao? Do you even deserve to be called Bei Quan?" In the distance, Bei Quan, blood trickling from his lips, sighed. "What choice do I have? Unless we shatter the superpower lock, how can we match the divine abilities? That young lad stirs up trouble and insists we fight to the death. I had already told him to be more discreet and follow the rules." They exchanged barbs while Li Hao lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought, as if he were filled with regret. Hu Xiao paid him no mind, continuing to gaze toward the sea, slightly raising an eyebrow. Were the earth-shattering sword and the radiant sword truly not coming? Clearly, he awaited their arrival. Not only him, but those with divine abilities by the seaside also seemed to hold back, anticipating the arrival of the martial artists. It appeared they feared that if they killed these individuals, the 2 would escape. Boom. At that moment, a brilliant flash of sword light illuminated the surroundings as the 2 swords merged, causing the heavens and earth to upheave, the ocean seemingly reversing its flow. The 2 figures strode through the air. The earth-shattering sword pierced the void with a resounding crash, and one emerged from the depths of the sea, clad in a yellow robe, exuding an air of authority, chuckling slightly. "Hong Yitong, your perception is commendable. Last time you killed General Qianfeng, I intended to seek you out directly, but it seems that is no longer necessary." He glanced at the earth-shattering sword, and then at the radiant sword. At this moment, the 2 appeared somewhat disheveled, panting as if they had just completed a long journey. Hong Yitong exhaled softly. "King of the Plains, you are always involved. You were present during the turmoil in the 3 northern provinces, the battle in the North Sea, and the days of the Martial Guardian Army. You, my friend, are quite bothersome. Among the royal family's 9 kings, you are perhaps the most troublesome." A hint of a smile appeared on the dignified face of the King of the Plains. "It is not that I am troublesome. It is the Silver Moon martial artists who have, throughout history, caused chaos in the world. The disorder stems from the north." At this moment, Hu Xiao released a sigh of relief. They had arrived. He had feared that these two might be scared away, but now that they were here, he felt reassured. With the earth-shattering sword and the radiant sword present, this time, they would eliminate them. The vast Silver Moon martial world still had some renowned martial artists, but they were few and far between. The Haha monster might be Zhao Shuguang, and the only other relatively strong one was Kong Jia. Yet, they posed little threat. As for how these two could arrive so swiftly, the 9 divisions had spared no effort, even arranging helicopters for direct escort along the way. Indeed, the 9 divisions had boldly taken such actions, fearing they might not come. Now that they had arrived, it was undoubtedly for the best. At this moment, Li Hao sighed inwardly, contemplating the futility of their impending arrival in 3 days, despite his wishes to the contrary. How foolish the Silver Moon martial artists were. This was not Silver Moon, this was Tianxing City. Yet, now that they were here, what could be done? Ho Xiaoqing had already summoned his spear, while the Jade Luocha donned a pair of gossamer gloves, exuding an intimidating aura. At this juncture, words were superfluous. In an instant, someone made a move. Boom. The clash of gold and wood unleashed an overwhelming force. The marshal from the Tianxing Army's military law division charged towards Ho Xiaoqing, brandishing his own spear, launching a lethal strike that unleashed his formidable powers. The two extraordinary abilities converged with unparalleled ferocity. Ho Xiaoqing let out a fierce shout and thrust his spear. The Fire Phoenix spear radiating brilliance, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. Boom. A section of the city wall collapsed instantaneously. Around them, the nobles scattered in panic. Li Hao's plan for decapitation was utterly shattered. Nan Quan and the Jade Luocha sprang into action. Amidst the void, the peak of radiant dawn. Qin Lian hesitated momentarily, gritted her teeth, and also drew her sword, charging towards a transformed adversary of radiant dawn. However, the disparity between the two sides was insurmountable. Originally, they had hoped for reinforcements from the external Silver Moon martial artists, yet the outcome was entirely unforeseen. Outside, the rumbling intensified. The heavenly sword had made its move. At that moment, it seemed as if the world revolved solely around this single sword. The next instant, the heavenly sword's haughty voice rang out. "You 3 imbeciles dare to impede my path?" Boom. The long sword reverberated, causing the 3 formidable beings in the realm of divine powers to stagger back in astonishment. The heavenly sword was remarkably powerful. Even Hu Shao couldn't help but glance over, marveling at the might of the heavenly sword, now firmly established in the realm of divine powers. No wonder it was so audacious to intercept it. 3 divine powers joined forces, a privilege unknown to others. In other areas, at that moment, the martial artist's vitality surged, and the strength of the earth-overturning sword skyrocketed. The Plains King was equally undeterred, his smile unwavering. "Hong Yitong, you are indeed formidable. Your 9 super energy locks must be saturated by now? Yet, I believe I am not far behind." He too was a martial artist. Indeed, a martial artist. At this moment, his vitality surged to its peak, causing the very fabric of the void to seem as if it might shatter. With an unwavering grin, he declared, "Radiant sword, step aside and let the Northern Sea Bandit entertain you. I shall engage with Hong Yitong." The radiant sword's expression shifted slightly, and in the next moment, it pierced the vast sea. From the depths, a figure emerged, an elderly man bare-chested, wielding dual axes, exuding a fierce demeanor. The Northern Sea King. He cast a sidelong glance at the Plains King, uttering no words, before turning to regard the radiant sword, finally fixing his gaze into the distance. His voice booming. "If anything happens to my grandson, do not blame me for turning hostile." Hu Zhao's voice echoed from afar. "Naturally, that will not be the case. Then all is well." With that, the Northern Sea King swung his axe towards the radiant sword, coldly remarking, "Last time, you killed my Grand Duke. You should have anticipated this day." The radiant sword furrowed its brow slightly, swiftly evading, casting a glance at the earth-overturning sword before turning to flee. "Here." She risked dragging Hong Yitong down with her. The Northern Sea King had indeed stepped into the realm of divine powers. At this moment, all martial artists comprehended that this time, the various factions had truly exerted their utmost efforts, determined to eradicate them entirely. The 3 major organizations included 5 formidable beings. The former National Duke, the Master of Floating Pagoda Mountain, the King of the Plains, and the King of the North Sea, alongside 9 adept martial artists summoned for assistance. Within the city, 5 adept beings plus 7 metamorphosed ones, No, counting Huang Long and Qi Zhao, there were indeed 9 powerful metamorphs. In this battle, the 9 divisions had mobilized no less than 14 adept beings, exceeding everyone's expectations. In that instant, even the chief of the inspection division felt a twinge of surprise and shock, murmuring, "They've all gone mad. Their realms aren't even stabilized, yet they all dashed out." Beside him, his father stroked his beard thoughtfully. It's to be expected. The threat posed by the Silver Moon martial artists is far too great. Now that they've made the decision, they must ensure complete annihilation. Yet, it is surprising that even knowing it could be a trap, these Silver Moon fellows still rushed in one after another. Shaking his head, he turned to his son. "Never mind. Let us remain reclusive. It's fine to forfeit some power rather than provoke anyone. I had considered that if 3 to 5 adept beings had come, it could have been a splendid enhancement. But old Hu and the others didn't afford me that opportunity." "You wish to enhance Hu's splendor?" the chief of the inspection division inquired. "Is it the 7 divisions, or Li Hao's faction?" The elder chuckled. "Guess." Not interested in guessing, the chief of the inspection division gazed at the screen, shaking his head. "Let us heed your advice and lay low. We can't afford to provoke anyone. They've all gone mad. The adept beings are as numerous as cabbages now. And for someone like me, whose realm isn't entirely stable, it's safer to stay at home." The old chief nodded in agreement. "It's best for us father and son to keep a low profile, lest we become targets." Among the 9 divisions, they were the only ones remaining silent. The finance division had already suffered losses, and Li Hao could be considered one of their own, making it perilous to make a move now. At the north gate, Li Hao remained unmoved, even as the battle erupted around him. Nan Quan, Ho Shaoqian, Yu Luocha, and Qin Lian had already made their moves. And even Black Panther roared and charged forth, yet Li Hao still withheld his hand. He was not posturing. He was simply waiting for someone to arrive. The starry sky sword in his hand trembled slightly. He had cultivated his sword technique for a long while, but the effects were minimal. The fusion of the 5 forces perhaps represented his final strike as a martial artist. All his internal energy had been absorbed, leaving only remnants within the sword. Traces of his last efforts. With this strike, he would no longer be a martial artist. Perhaps his heart remained so, but his power would not. He gazed at the adept beings, addressing them softly. "Is no one coming to kill me?" The starry sky sword seemed to leap in anticipation, rejoicing, waiting. "No one is coming? To kill you? Do we even need to lift a finger?" Hu Shao laughed, glancing at Huang Long. "Subdue him." Huang Long was taken aback. "Why? You are all here. Why do you not act?" Hu Shao remained silent. The time had come to test Huang Long, to sever his ties with the inspection division completely. And also to gauge Li Hao. Was there still a trump card hidden within him? The source talisman? Or something else? Huang Long's fate was of little consequence. Huang Long silently cursed, glancing at those beside him. Gritting his teeth, he transmitted a message. "Let us attack together. He has slain those in transformation. So he possesses considerable strength." This old fellow clearly intended to stake his reputation. Damn it! He cursed again in his heart, and in the next moment, he heard Hu Zhao's voice. "Do not worry too much. Should we succeed, we will assist you in your ascension to divine ability." Huang Long's eyes brightened. Instantly, he roared and hurled a punch at Li Hao. Under the scrutiny of divine powers, what could Li Hao possibly do? Meanwhile, the others seemed to have received some promise and began to act. Not far away, several individuals with large eyes wavered, hesitating to engage. Realizing it would be tantamount to courting death, Li Hao frowned. Huang Long and his companions were merely small fry, easily dealt with at any moment. While killing Huang Long was appealing, it was not the outcome he desired at this moment. As the final strike of a martial master, he wished to reserve it for the divine realm. Alas, Li Hao sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. This might be the greatest disappointment of his martial career, failing to slay a divine being through his own martial prowess. "Break!" he softly shouted, although his voice was not loud. It resonated profoundly, echoing through hearts and across the heavens. One sword. At that moment, all of Li Hao's remaining internal energy coalesced into his small sword. Once this strike was unleashed, he would no longer be a martial master. Whether it be divine intent or sword intent, henceforth, they would merely serve as support, a safeguard for his internal organs. The 5 forces would be extinguished entirely. Even if they erupted, their power would be negligible without the reinforcement of internal energy. The roaring tiger trembled, the mountain quaked. It seemed as if they all realized that after this moment, they might be trapped within their internal organs for eternity. Furthermore, Li Hao might never recover. The lock on his internal organs would eventually shatter, leading to their complete obliteration. Roar! The tiger howled, the earth shattering. The sword was too swift. As it descended, it cleaved through the void, causing the countenances of several divine beings to shift slightly as they swiftly retreated a step. Crack! It sounded as if the very fabric of reality had fractured. Li Hao sheathed his sword, and the small sword appeared dim and devoid of luster. Huang Long, Qi Zhao, Deputy Minister Zhou, and the other 3 deputy ministers halted before Li Hao. 6 formidable warriors, 2 in transformation, and 4 at the pinnacle of dawn. In that moment, they all came to an abrupt stop. Huang Long, at the forefront, suddenly twisted his head to glance at Hu Shao, seemingly questioning why he did not intervene to save him. Hu Shao's expression grew solemn as he murmured, "Is this your trump card? Do you wish to bring down a divine being along with yourself? Li Hao, you are truly unpredictable." Boom. The 6 individuals erupted in an instant. This scene rendered the surroundings momentarily silent. Even the combatants engaged in battle paused, taken aback, and turned their gazes toward Li Hao. 6 powerful beings, including 2 in transformation, had been slain by Li Hao with a single strike. Cheers erupted from somewhere, resembling a tidal wave of acclaim, only to vanish in the next instant. It was the citizens of the city witnessing this spectacle, overwhelmed with shock, unable to contain their exclamations. However, they quickly realized the inappropriateness of their reaction and fell silent. Li Hao exhaled softly, shaking his head slightly as he gazed at the 6 fallen warriors, a faint smile gracing his lips. What a waste! Under the stroke of his sword, 6 formidable foes were vanquished, yet he felt no joy. The Huanglong barely registered in his thoughts. Regrettably, several powerful figures had not made their appearance. Meanwhile, those surrounding him wore expressions of fluctuating astonishment. What a formidable sword strike! Yet, they also sensed an unsettling truth. This strike seemed to have depleted Li Hao's internal energy and momentum entirely. Had he truly exhausted all his strength? At that moment, Hou Xiaoqing's expression shifted. He cast aside any lingering thoughts and unleashed his aura to its utmost, charging forth with a spear that struck with a thunderous roar, sending the marshal of the military law division flying. Count me in. In an instant, a powerful figure from the internal affairs division surged forward, 2 mighty beings striking simultaneously. However, South Fist and Yu Luocha found themselves entangled by those in the metamorphosis stage. Hu Shao remained silent. At this juncture, enough was enough. All necessary trials had been conducted. It was time for Li Hao to meet his end and for this farce to conclude. A measuring tool materialized, soaring toward Li Hao, as if it sought to confine the very heavens and earth, bearing down upon him. Li Hao slightly raised an eyebrow, turning his gaze in a particular direction. Without uttering a word, a figure descended from the skies within the city. A fist was unleashed. The force of this strike was utterly astonishing, even rendering South Fist speechless, while North Fist hurriedly turned to witness the unfolding scene. Boom! The measuring tool shattered under the impact, a powerful source weapon disintegrating in an instant. Yao Si approached quietly, casting a glance at Hu Shao, then at Li Hao, a smirk appearing. "You claim I am repugnant?" He bared his teeth, stating, "When I was conquering the world, you had yet to be born. How dare you call me disgusting?" He directed a pointed finger at the visibly displeased Hu Shao. "You may criticize that old fool as much as you like, but to label me as repugnant? That seems to irk me." At this moment, a surge of vitality shook the heavens and earth as he let out a cold laugh. "The Night Watchers handle their affairs. What right do you of the 9 divisions have to intervene? Do you truly regard me, Yao Si, with disdain? That Huang Long is a worthless creature, a wretched thing, unworthy of my attention." Alas, he met his demise too swiftly. Otherwise, he would understand that the Night Watchers are not to be trifled with. With that, he unleashed a fist, and a colossal dragon roared forth. Kill! Boom! The shockwave reverberated through the atmosphere. Yao Si's complexion flushed crimson, while Hu Zhao's expression shifted as he retaliated with a palm strike, chains seemingly materializing in the void, ensnaring him. "Yao Si, you remain undeterred. Nonsense. It is you who should perish." Boom! The sound echoed as nearby structures crumbled instantaneously. Fortunately, Li Hao had forewarned them the previous day, so none dared linger. Yao Si chose to act. Moreover, he bellowed with fury, "Night Watchers, heed my command. Execute the traitors." As Yao Si made his move, several deputy ministers and a few others with keen eyes brightened with anticipation. Yao Si had arrived. The venerable minister, who had remained eerily silent for the past 5 years, surprised everyone by making his move today. Although he now faced an additional formidable opponent, he felt a slight improvement compared to before. Notably, he managed to intercept the most powerful Hu Xiao, which left many in awe. These seasoned officials are truly formidable. On the ground, Li Hao was taken aback. But this unexpected turn of events caused him to smile. He surveyed the surroundings and realized that perhaps it was not so daunting after all. Everyone had arrived, and that was a positive sign. In that moment, Hou Xiaoqing was also furiously shouting, single-handedly holding off 2 opponents, whose retreat indicated their extraordinary strength. The remaining 2 experts exchanged glances, discarding any hesitation, and swiftly charged towards Li Hao. One was a minister from the Wanyao Hall of the External Affairs Department, while the other was the deputy director of the Commerce Department. Both were formidable, and their sole intention was to eliminate Li Hao. Meanwhile, within the trio, the gun-wielding man suddenly shouted, "Kill," as he fired his weapon. It was an audacious move. However, he could no longer restrain himself, especially since Yao Si had made an appearance. As long as Li Hao remained alive, this battle could potentially summon even more powerful allies. There would always be those unwilling to accept this fate. With a fierce cry, the large-eyed individual cursed, and in the next moment, his eyes glowed blood red, radiating a faint wave of divine energy. It seemed as though the area around Li Hao transformed into nothingness, vanishing from sight. The swordsman followed up with a swift strike aimed at the 2 experts, muttering in disbelief at the madness of it all. At that moment, Li Hao paid little heed to the chaos. His silver armor suddenly disappeared. At this juncture, everyone who was meant to emerge had done so, and those destined to act had taken their positions. With his silver armor gone, Li Hao looked skyward, and suddenly, dark clouds gathered and thunder crackled ominously. In the next instant, a fierce wind arose, rumbling menacingly. Thunder erupted, as if a storm were imminent, with a hurricane sweeping through, stirring countless grains of sand. In that moment, the entire city was shrouded in darkness. The 2 experts were still seething with anger at the audacious individuals who had challenged them. Suddenly, they looked up. A purple lightning bolt appeared in the void, and their expressions shifted. What was this divine power? Where did it come from? Just as the question formed in their minds, Li Hao vanished without a trace. The chaos of wind and thunder enveloped the surroundings in darkness, with only the lightning flickering in the void. The 2 experts, whose mastery was still shaky, remained vigilant. In the next moment, Hu Xiao, engaged in battle with Yao Si, suddenly changed countenance. Just as he was about to shout out, a jolt of fear surged within him. Boom! The thunder cracked loudly, deafeningly, as if the entire city had exploded. Hu Xiao, the veteran director of the Criminal Law Department, who had established new laws yet failed to abide by them himself, was to be punished. A cold voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. As the storm approached, he was to face the cleansing wrath of thunder. In an instant, it felt as though countless bolts of thunder descended. At that moment, an overwhelming aura surged within the city, as various directors and elder directors ascended into the air. In the next heartbeat, their expressions shifted dramatically. In the distance, Yuan Shua, who had been leaping about and cursing, suddenly froze, sent flying by a single palm of Lord Chu Jiang, blood spewing forth, yet he seemed oblivious. His eyes wide in astonishment as he gazed back. "Superpower," he murmured. "My disciple superpowered? How has my disciple become superpowered?" From all directions, the combatants abruptly halted their skirmishes, their gazes piercing through the thunderous chaos, looking inward. In that moment, they beheld a giant resembling a thunder deity. Li Hao wielded no sword, adorned in wind-chasing boots. He shattered the void, appearing as if by teleportation before Hu Xiao, ignoring the 2 formidable beings and charging directly toward him. In the blink of an eye, he materialized. Without further ado, a colossal fist of thunder materialized, striking out at Hu Xiao, who was engaged in battle with Yao Si. With a furious roar, a blaze erupted, consuming the heavens, only to be obliterated by a single punch. The thunder exploded. Li Hao's arm transformed, akin to an iron hoop, effortlessly encircling Hu Xiao's neck. Boom! Flames erupted, and in the next moment, the mountain of earth shattered, with the dual energies of earth and fire stabilizing his realm. 2 forces detonated around Li Hao, tearing at his flesh. Yet, Li Hao remained unfazed. Was injury terrifying? Not in the slightest. With a sudden crunch, he tightened his grip around Hu Xiao's neck, delivering a thunderous blow. The earth armor shattered. Another punch, then yet another. In an instant, It seemed as if a million punches were unleashed. Hu Xiao spewed blood. Bellowing in rage, Li Hao. In the distance, within the city, a middle-aged man swiftly soared through the air, shouting, "Li Hao, how dare you!" Boom. Thunder erupted once more as Li Hao's arm, still constricting Hu Xiao's neck, lifted him into the air. Today, the creator of the 9 departments, Hu Xiao of the Department of Justice, meets his end here. A chilling proclamation resonated throughout. In the next heartbeat, a fist was aimed at Hu Xiao's face. Countless mysterious energies erupted forth as Hu Xiao roared, his insides fracturing, yet he could not withstand that singular blow. All defenses crumbled. Boom. His head exploded. Li Hao casually flung the headless corpse into the air, and in the next heartbeat, vanished as if teleporting, a flash of thunderous power passing through the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The onlookers had yet to process the scene when the elderly duke, who had been suppressing the thunder leg, suddenly changed in countenance. How could this be? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Li Hao appeared before him, as if he had shattered the void, without uttering a word. For the thunder leg was near its end, he was the first to arrive, delivering a punch, followed by another. The wind and thunder fist was incredibly swift. Moreover, all mysterious energies around seemed to burst instantaneously. The speed was unparalleled. Li Hao, embodying the wind attribute, inherently signified speed, especially with the wind-chasing boots enhancing his prowess. In an instant, the old duke continuously resisted, the elements of water and fire intertwining. Yet, if Hu Xiao could not withstand it, how could he? He unleashed a barrage of over 100 punches. Boom. A massive gaping hole appeared in his chest. The old duke's face contorted in disbelief as he gazed at Li Hao. His organs had been utterly obliterated, and he gasped, "You are in the realm of supernatural powers. Are you not a martial artist? Thank you for allowing me to see so much more clearly." Li Hao replied with a smile, and with a swift motion. He crushed the old duke's head. The lifeless body was carelessly discarded into the river. In a heartbeat, he vanished once more. In the distance, a voice roared, "Quickly! Surround and kill him!" Boom. Within the city, at that moment, several incredibly powerful beings of supernatural realms surged toward Li Hao, signifying his ascendance to the realm of the divine. Meanwhile, Li Hao reveled in the tempest, disappearing with the winds. He reappeared before 2 supernatural beings from the ritual and commerce departments, who were attempting to flee. Yet, one was struck down by Yao Xi's fist. As Yao Xi prepared to strike again, he could not help but curse under his breath. A colossal foot, reminiscent of a mountain, descended with a thunderous crash, obliterating the fallen supernatural being into mere fragments. Everyone was left astounded. Li Hao had not only entered the realm of supernatural powers, but had also established an unshakable foundation. His physical strength formidable, and with the wind-chasing boots enhancing his astonishing speed. This scene left all spectators in utter disbelief. However, in the next moment, a sense of calm permeated the crowd. Shortly after, several figures emerged beside Li Hao, all venerable elders with white hair, their faces etched with gravity as they regarded Li Hao, somewhat incredulous. "You have severed the superpower locks?" one elder questioned, visibly shaken. Li Hao remained silent, vanishing in an instant. Boom. He clashed fists with one elder, both parties retreating a step, but Li Hao vanished again, followed by a series of explosive sounds. His voice was laced with cold determination. "All Silver Moon martial artists, unleash your full combat potential to the utmost extent. Annihilate them. I shall have the time to suppress you." As his words echoed, the first to unleash their power was none other than Yao Xi, who in a heartbeat shattered the superpower locks throughout his body, leaving only a trace behind. With a singular punch, boom. The supernatural being from the Commerce Department attempting to escape was directly pierced through. He muttered an expletive. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Delightful. Ho Xiaoqin was equally astounded, filled with a mix of shock, anger, and regret. Suddenly, he let out a fierce roar, his aura surging dramatically, tinged with madness and fury. "Damn it! You have destroyed him." A violent cough echoed, drowning out all other sounds. A long spear tore through the void as he seethed with rage, regret, and an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Boom. The spear shattered the divine, instantly piercing the head of the marshal from the military law department, leaving behind a visage of disbelief and unfulfilled desires. Ho Xiaoqin was consumed by fury. He raised his spear and charged at the second target, proclaiming, "You will bear the wrath of Silver Moon, a relentless vengeance. You shall face the retribution of all Silver Moon martial artists. The the full extent of our legacy. You have destroyed this generation's genius. With the spear slicing through the air once more, flames erupted from Hou Xiaoqin, yet he paid no heed to it. For you have obliterated the heirs of the 8 great families. Boom. A long spear, seemingly from ancient times, tore through another divine being with a single thrust. Yao Si, your choice is indeed correct. They shall perish. Hou Xiaoqin coldly observed the encirclement around Li Hao, abruptly turning to charge towards the sea, with several companions swiftly following. Yao Si's expression shifted slightly as Li Hao's voice resonated. Minister Yao, leave everyone behind. These old fools wish to kill me, but it will not be so simple. Without further ado, Yao Si tore through the void in an instant. Boom. On the surface of the sea, the battle erupted with ferocity. The elderly directors surrounding Li Hao all paled. Li Hao was too swift. They had not anticipated his formidable prowess. The crux of the matter lay in his speed. They were unable to keep pace with him. Thunder roared as it danced around the group, the explosive sounds reverberating through the heavens. In the distance, 2 figures emerged. The head of the Inspection Bureau's expression shifted, bellowing, the 3 major malevolent organizations dare to invade Tianxing. Boom. He unleashed a punch through the air towards the outskirts of the city, while his aged father shouted, Today, the Inspection Bureau shall eradicate the traitors and the malevolent. None shall escape. His speed was even greater, vanishing in the blink of an eye only to reappear upon the sea, blocking the fleeing king of Chujiang. The king of Chujiang's countenance changed dramatically. He roared, It is you who shall die. The head of the Inspection Bureau's commanding shout drowned out all other sounds as he cleaved through the void with a single stroke. All divine abilities, supernatural powers, and combat techniques were shattered by this strike. The king of Chujiang, filled with resentment, was cleaved in 2 by this blade. The old director spat blood, glanced back, and then looked at the bloodied Yuan Shuo, smiling faintly. Your disciple is impressive. Yuan Shuo regarded him coldly, remaining silent. The old director awkwardly vanished. Yet his heart was still shaken. How had Li Hao ascended to such divine prowess? Was this a blessing or a curse? In that moment, he found himself unable to discern, but all around, chaos reigned as battles raged. Some sought to flee while others pursued. Chapter 219. All supernatural powers rendered useless Li Hao, now a divine being, displayed his might instantaneously. The wind and thunder divine powers not only afforded him unparalleled speed, but also unleashed a devastating explosive force. His state remarkably stable and his internal organs fortified. In such a condition, Li Hao was astonishingly formidable. At this moment, 5 venerable figures surrounded him, all top-tier divine experts. Their states equally solid. Besides the slain Hu Xiao and the old director of the Inspection Bureau who had just struck down the king of Chujiang. 2 other directors remained absent, but Li Hao paid little heed to which factions were unaccounted for. Beside him, only Hou Xiaoqing and a few others were swiftly dispatching those undergoing transformation. Hou Xiaoqing's expression was grim. Almost every shot found its mark. The transformed experts, terrified, fled in a frenzy, and few survived. Each was thoroughly petrified. Li Hao, like a flash of lightning, moved in an instant, yet found it challenging to achieve further feats. The 5 formidable beings joined forces. Apart from lacking the speed of Li Hao, their attacking power was not significantly inferior to his. When confronting one adversary alone, Li Hao felt no fear, yet against 5, he recognized his limitations. At this moment, the countenances of the 5 elders reflected their distress. The situation had escalated too swiftly. With a resounding shout, a colossal object resembling a massive grinding wheel descended from the sky, exerting pressure in all directions. Li Hao's speed noticeably diminished as one elder invoked a mysterious power, the nature of which eluded him. He merely perceived that the very fabric of space had thickened considerably. Seize him! A low command echoed as one elder waved his hand, causing the great wheel to descend, encircling Li Hao as if intent on suppressing him. Hou Xiaoqing had eliminated the fleeing powerful beings and seemed poised to assist, but Li Hao bellowed fiercely, Go! Annihilate those outside. I shall handle these old wretches myself. Hou Xiaoqing's expression shifted slightly. He uttered no further words and transformed into a gentle breeze, vanishing in an instant. Outside, numerous adept beings remained. The Plains King, An Wu Shun, the 3 elders of the Red Moon, the North Sea King, and the Master of Floating Pagoda were all in flight. Aside from the old duke slain by Li Hao and the Chu Jiang Wang killed by the chief of the inspection division, The remaining powerful beings were in a frenzy, fleeing without hesitation. The situation within the city was dire, although Li Hao found himself trapped. The recent display of his overwhelming strength against Hu Xiao had instilled fear in many. Moreover, with the likes of Yao Si and Ho Xiaoqing actively intervening, the two adept beings of the inspection division suddenly made their move, and the number of strong fighters surged. They understood the gravity of the situation and dared not linger. In the very moment when Li Hao grappled with several top-tier adept beings, a blinding sword roared to life, its radiant power erupting as it swiftly descended. With a thunderous clash, the North Sea King staggered slightly. Even with his full might unleashed, he could not rival the adept's prowess. At that moment, his sole desire was to escape, leaving no room for combat. Yet, as the North Sea King sought to flee once more, his expression changed abruptly. The chief of the inspection division had arrived. With a resounding impact, a long blade materialized in his hand, cleaving downward as his power erupted, reverberating through the heavens and earth. The individual who held the position of chief was undoubtedly formidable. With a single strike, the newly ascended North Sea King found himself unable to contend, losing an arm in an instant. He wished to roar in anger, to curse his fate. It was you 9 divisions that summoned me, but no words escaped his lips. The chief of the inspection division swung his long knife once more, a ferocious beast appearing upon its blade. In the blink of an eye, the beast seemed to shatter the void, and the knife cleaved through the heavens. With a sickening squelch, the blade severed the adversary's head. The chief stumbled slightly, an overwhelming energy spilling forth, his state appearing somewhat unsteady. He quickly consumed several drops of the life spring to regain his composure, then burst into laughter, proclaiming, "The North Sea bandit has been vanquished." No sooner had he spoken than a cataclysmic roar echoed from afar, as the heavenly sword pierced the firmament, resulting in a tremendous explosion. One of the 3 elders erupted in a dual elemental explosion of water and wood, and with a resounding crack, he was utterly obliterated by the mighty sword. The expressions of the remaining 2 elders shifted dramatically. In a game of 3 against 1, one of the opponents was unexpectedly slain. The might of the Sword of Heaven was formidable, perhaps not inferior to that of Li Hao, though it lacked the latter's swiftness in traversing the void. The remaining 2 elders, witnessing the impending approach of Yao Si, felt their hearts plunge into despair. Yao Si was also a top-tier powerhouse. With his arrival, they would have no avenue for escape. As they pondered their fate, the void darkened, and the heavens seemed to spin. Suddenly, the Sword of Heaven issued a fierce admonition, "Dare you!" A magnificent sword blazed, cleaving through the air. With a resounding crash, a fan materialized in the void, intercepting the sword, while the 2 elders found themselves ensnared by an enormous hand, drawn into its grasp. In the distance, a figure approached leisurely across the sea, wearing a smile and brandishing a fan that appeared in his hand, gently fluttering it. He regarded the grim-faced Sword of Heaven and then Yao Si with a hint of nostalgia. Li Hao has indeed transcended into the realm of superpowers, shattering the shackles of that existence. Alas, what a pity! Further afield, Yuan Shua's expression shifted as he turned to look, gritting his teeth and articulating with deliberation. "Ing Honyue." Ing Honyue turned to Yuan Shua, smiled, and nodded. "Brother Yuan, it has been a long time." Handsome and striking, he appeared as youthful as ever despite the passage of years. Yuan Shua soared through the air, fixating his gaze upon him, while Ing Honyue maintained his smile. Flanked by Qing Yue and Cheng Yue, his demeanor exuding an air of nonchalance. It seemed as though the formidable figures surrounding them, Yao Si and the Sword of Heaven, were of little concern to him. He merely gazed towards the city. Reflecting, the youth still possess spirit, decisive in their actions, they surpass us from back in our day. Upon concluding his thoughts, he chuckled, "Gentlemen, do not linger too long. Should you continue to gaze, you may find all the onlookers have perished, which would not bode well, would it? Ing Honyue, will you forever remain so ostentatious?" Laughter echoed as an incredibly robust man materialized, delivering a punch that caused the old chief of the inspection department to stagger back slightly. The chief's expression flickered as the burly man chuckled. "Old Chun, do you wish to contend with me?" "Yin Luo." The robust man laughed heartily. "Old Chun, we are of the same ilk. Spare us the pretense and step aside. I shall not hold your actions against you regarding Chu Jiang. He was in a poor state, unstable, and only you, old fellow, would dare make a move." The old chief of the inspection department raised an eyebrow, and in the next moment, The chief of the inspection department arrived hastily, standing shoulder to shoulder with his son to block Yen Luo's path. Unfazed, Yen Luo surveyed the surroundings. A hint of regret in his voice. With Chu Jiang slain and your family's second elder also deceased, does that not mean we have lost one less? Ing Hongyue laughed. That is indeed the case. In the following instant, both individuals launched their attacks simultaneously. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the sky shattered, and a soaring longsword was sent hurtling away, originally aimed at Hou Xiaoqing, but now deflected by their combined might. The next moment, Hou Xiaoqing lunged forward, and with a swift thrust, he dispatched An Wuxian on the spot. He glanced back, his gaze frigid. You believe that a sword from the flying sword immortal could impede me from afar? Do you two not realize the futility of your efforts? Yen Luo laughed heartily. Just in case, right? If one of us perishes, it is only fair, wouldn't you agree? In an instant, the void fractured. A remarkable woman emerged, a celestial swordswoman. Astonishingly, she was indeed a woman. With a swift motion, she beckoned her flying sword back. She cast a glance at Yen Luo and Ing Hongyue, then at Hou Xiaoqing, before finally surveying the city. She paid no mind to the fallen An Wuxian. With one divine being from each faction perished, her desire to save them was thwarted by these two ruffians, leaving her no time to act. She remained silent, merely observing her surroundings, ultimately fixing her gaze upon the furious Yuan Shuo, her voice calm, yet imbued with an icy resolve. Yuan Shuo, relinquish the 5 animals breathing technique. We are not here for Li Hao. If he is transcended, so be it. Simply hand over the technique, or else you may find yourselves with little time to seek him, to rescue him, or to restore your own strength. Her tone remained composed. Hou Xiaoqing and the others are in the midst of unsealing their powers. The duration will not be prolonged. Consider this carefully, we do not insist. Surrender the 5 animals breathing technique, and we shall depart. If not, we shall simply wait. A hearty laugh escaped Yen Luo. Indeed, the death of one divine being is of little consequence. Yuan Shuo, yield it, and we shall all retreat. Otherwise, how long do you believe Li Hao can endure? How long can anyone, aside from the heavenly sword, withstand? The trio had arrived not for Li Hao, but for Yuan Shuo's 5 animals breathing technique. Upon hearing this, many changed countenance. Yes, they could unseal their powers, but for only a short while. Without the 3 formidable beings, they could swiftly eliminate their strong foes. Regroup with Li Hao, and break the blockade of 5, allowing for a leisurely retreat. Yet, the arrival of these 3 supreme powers rendered the situation more precarious. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted through, accompanied by laughter resonating in the void. I too find myself intrigued, Yuan Shuo. Why not share the 5 animals breathing technique with me? There are some martial artists in the city of superpowers as well. The void trembled, and after a brief moment, a figure emerged, eyes ablaze like torches, causing many to blanch. It was a heavenly eye cultivator. Moreover, one who had attained the pinnacle of their craft. A divine being of the heavenly eye, from the city of superpowers. In that instant, their target was unmistakably Yuan Shuo. No matter how exceptional Li Hao's sword, it was but an external object. For these elite beings, to glimpse the next realm, they might indeed rely on the 5 animals breathing technique. Yuan Shuo furrowed his brow, rendered speechless. In this moment, the surviving divine beings converged towards the top-tier powers. The Plain King, 2 elders, and the master of the floating pagoda swiftly distanced themselves from the battlefield. In the outer sea, 9 divine beings had perished, with each of the 3 major organizations losing 1 member. The king of the northern sea and the old duke had also fallen. In the battle of the outer sea, 5 divine beings met their end, with another 5 lost within the city. 10 formidable divine beings had succumbed in an instant. Yet, with the arrival of the leaders of the 3 organizations and the heavenly eye cultivator from the city of superpowers, the strength of these individuals only intensified. Soon, those from the heavenly sword began to regroup as well. Huang Yu, the heavenly sword, Hou Xiaoqing, Yao Si, and the 2 directors of the inspection bureau had all attained divine combat prowess, while the others were somewhat lesser, including the earth-shattering sword, who was also at a slight disadvantage. Previously, during the confrontation with the Plain King, it appeared they had not gained the upper hand. At this moment, the group quickly united, their expressions grim, shielding Yuan Shuo behind them. Ing Hongyue and her companions were in no rush. It was not they who should feel urgency. Ing Hongyue gracefully waved her fan, chuckling. Brother Yuan, The martial arts are meant for cultivation and inheritance. The five beasts breathing technique does not belong solely to you. It is the culmination of ancient civilization's secret arts. By sharing it with us, you could elevate martial arts to a new pinnacle. Yanluo laughed heartily. Indeed, old Yuan. We are all friends here. If you continue to delay, the situation will only grow more complex. It seems Hao Yin is on his way. As he spoke, the void once again split open. A figure emerged, exuding unparalleled elegance, with long hair billowing in the wind and a smile gracing his lips. Brother Yanluo. It appears we are of one mind. As soon as I arrive, you are already aware. It was the master of Hao Yin Mountain. Among the 7 great mountains, 3 mountain lords had arrived today. The lords of Futu, Hao Yin, and Tianjin were all present. Apart from the 2 great demon clans mountains, the remaining factions had remained aloof, engrossed in their own cultivation, with no sign of their presence. With the appearance of the master of Hao Yin Mountain, the number of formidable opponents increased, and the sheer pressure of their aura left Nanquan and his companions feeling breathless. They were overwhelmingly powerful. These individuals possessed stable divine abilities. Not only that, but Ying Hanyue might be even stronger than she appeared. She effortlessly deflected a strike from Tianjin. The city was filled with the sounds of battle, as Li Hao fought against the encirclement of 5 powerful figures. In that moment, he sensed everything, yet felt utterly powerless. The number of strong adversaries exceeded expectations. Surprisingly, all 3 of the leaders were present, like dragons that are seen only fleetingly. The master of Hao Yin Mountain was similarly enigmatic. The city of superpowers, named for its divine techniques, had yet to reveal any such powers. Yet now, they had all gathered. It seemed they shared a singular goal, to seize the 5 beasts breathing technique. This moment presented the best opportunity. If Yuan Shuo refused to share, his disciple would be in peril, and so too would the Silver Moon martial artists present. Prolonging the confrontation would only bring misfortune to the Silver Moon group. The previously formidable Yao Si and his companions now bore grim expressions. The true visage of Tianjin was revealed, exuding an air of authority, his gaze sharp as he looked towards the group, his great sword held aloft, coldly declaring, "Only the Silver Moon martial artists who perish in battle." Ying Hanyue chuckled. "Do not say such things. We are also part of this. I am a Silver Moon martial artist, and while Yanluo, Feijian, and Hao Yin may not all be, they are nearly so. We all grew under Silver Moon's tutelage. Had there been no exclusion in the past, these 3 could have made the list as well. Am I wrong? Look, they have all developed splendidly and should be grateful for Silver Moon's nurturing. We all harbor aspirations and fervor for the martial arts. Given this, why must Brother Yuan cling so tightly to his treasures?" Yuan Shuo maintained a stern expression as he regarded them. Ying Hanyue fanned herself, noticing Yuan Shuo's gaze upon her, and smiled. "Do not scold me. There is no point in calling me ostentatious. I have grown accustomed to it over the years. Surely, Brother Yuan has come to understand me by now. Look, my little apprentice has been forced into divine abilities. If only you had imparted the 5 beasts breathing technique to us sooner, this situation might have been avoided. Though Jusi is formidable, we are not to be trifled with. The Silver Moon family will naturally lend a hand." The old director remained silent, surveying the scene without uttering a word. Yao Si's expression was somewhat grim. Today he seemed to be encountering an inauspicious start. The heavenly sword appeared to be fully prepared, ready to unleash a massacre at any moment. Yuan Shuo took a deep breath, gazing at them with calm resolve. "If we grant you what you seek, will you simply retreat?" "Of course." Ying Hanyue replied with a smile. "Everyone, depart without worry. As for the martial artists, you know their temperament. A mere word can seal their fate. However, we are less acquainted with the one from Super City. A practitioner of the Eye of Heaven who has cultivated to such a level is not to be trifled with. But if we leave, she dares to stay behind, she is surely doomed. Are you truly afraid of her?" The practitioner of the Eye of Heaven was indeed a female cultivator. Among the few powerful women present, besides her, there was also the Sword Fairy. Yet they seemed to pale in comparison to these 2. The Eye of Heaven practitioner softly affirmed, "Having obtained the secret technique, I will naturally take my leave. There is no need for concern." She, a superpowered being, also required the 5 animals breathing technique. It was evident that these individuals possessed some knowledge of this technique, as Yuan Shuo had previously demonstrated it in his encounter with Su Qing, collaborating with Li Hao. Under ordinary circumstances, even if they managed to kill Yuan Shuo, seizing it would be quite difficult. But at this moment, The timing was opportune. Within the city, Li Hao was relentlessly attempting to break through. Yet he found it increasingly challenging against the defense of the 5 formidable opponents, who were nearly surrounding him completely. Suddenly, Li Hao transmitted a message: "Release me, and I shall deal with those individuals. If you do not let me out, do you think I, Li Hao, can merely shatter 6 superpowered locks? Have you not noticed this is the wind and thunder attribute? The locks on my organs remain intact. Although my physical form is weak, I can still withstand the force of shattering a superpowered lock. Do you wish to fight me to the bitter end?" The expressions of the 5 elders grew grave. Li Hao transmitted again: "Let me go? I will slay those who dare to threaten my master. I can spare you old dogs, but I must confront them." The 5 powerful figures exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with concern. Should they allow Li Hao to escape? He had already eliminated numerous formidable foes, including Hu Xiao. As long as they restrained him, the martial artists outside would not receive his aid. Eventually, the situation could lead to the breaking of the superpowered locks or even internal explosions. Ying Hongyue and her companions recognized this as an opportunity. If both sides coordinated effectively, perhaps none from Silver Moon would escape. Having acquired the 5 animals breathing technique, would they share a portion with you? Li Hao's voice was frigid, tinged with urgency. "I grant you 3 seconds to decide. If you do not allow me to leave, I shall shatter the 7th superpowered lock. Just wait and see." The 5 elders exchanged another glance. After a brief moment, the massive grinding wheel in the air seemed to loosen slightly. Li Hao, who had been trapped within their encirclement, suddenly vanished without a trace. The 5 elders frowned slightly, uncertain whether this action was favorable or unfavorable. Yet it appeared that there was no worse outcome than the current predicament. They secretly hoped that Li Hao could engage in a bloody confrontation with those individuals. The Silver Moon group was notoriously obstinate. Currently, they were torn between concerns for Li Hao's safety and the risks associated with the superpowered locks. Thus, they appeared somewhat hesitant. Even Yuan Shua seemed to waver. However, if Li Hao managed to escape, perhaps the outcome would be drastically different. A few individuals exchanged glances. Uncertainty and complexity reflected in their eyes. They had released Li Hao, unsure whether this decision would lead to a more dire situation. Just as Yuan Shua was about to respond, the members of Ying Hongyue revealed smiles. Indeed, confronting Yuan Shua alone proved ineffective, now that Yuan Shua wavered. It was a promising outcome. The death of a barely enhanced divine ability meant little to them, though challenging to cultivate. If the 5 animal breathing technique could effectively enhance them and stabilize their internal organs, the divine abilities might soon become inconsequential. As these thoughts crossed their minds, Ying Hongyue's expression suddenly shifted, glancing toward the back of the group. Li Hao, too, noticed them. Without uttering a word, the starry sky sword materialized and, in an instant, pierced his heart. A surge of blood rapidly merged with the starry sky sword. He had not even dealt with Hu Xiao and his companions in such a manner. Yet now he was engulfed in an overwhelming fury. The sword drank deep, its blade reddening in an instant. Li Hao understood that these adversaries were more formidable than the 5 elder directors. But what of it? The starry sky sword swiftly absorbed a vast amount of essence, leaving Li Hao's complexion pale as a ghost, his internal organs feeling as though they were collapsing. Did he care? Not in the slightest. He was confronting the 9 offices. The 3 major organizations repeatedly intervened. Did they truly believe they were family? At that moment, the heavenly sword quivered slightly. The great sword in his hand suddenly trembled, and Li Hao, in a flash, tore through the void. A blood-red long sword emerged, devoid of any sword intent, only blood coursing down its length. Flash! A fierce shout descended from the heavens. This strike resembled one Li Hao had once witnessed. In this moment of unbridled rage, he disregarded everything and directed the long sword toward an individual. It was not aimed at the leaders of the 3 major organizations, for he knew their strength. It was uncertain whether he could slay them. Instead, he targeted the formidable beings behind them, the elders of Hongyue, the king of the plains, and the lord of the floating pagoda. These individuals had all experienced great battles. A sword fell from the sky, its murderous intent piercing through the heavens and the earth. Ying Hongyue paled slightly, hesitating. In the next moment, she seized Orange Moon and Green Moon, vanishing in an instant. Yen Luo, witnessing this, cursed under his breath and likewise vanished into the void. The flying sword immortal was even faster and had long since disappeared. Since their people were already dead, Ying Hongyue preferred to save the 2 weaker ones rather than attempt to rescue the 2 elders, unwilling to expend energy to withstand Li Hao's earth-shattering strike. Boom! The void exploded, and the two elders, along with the king of the plains, were visibly shaken. The lord of the floating pagoda was instantly enveloped in a golden radiance, his golden body protecting him. The king of the plains roared, and with a thunderous crash, it seemed as if something had shattered. Bursting forth with flames, he, a martial master, decisively shattered a chain, completely breaking free and instantly becoming significantly stronger, disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, the two elders were not so fortunate. Compared to these formidable figures, they were vastly outmatched, devoid of any foundational strength, and a glimmer of despair surfaced in their eyes. In the distance, the fleeing figure of Ying Hongyue seemed somewhat remorseful. With a flick of her fan, she instantly appeared beneath the long sword, only to be shattered with a sharp crack as it blocked the heavenly blade. Ying Hongyue let out a muffled groan, her brows slightly furrowed. Bearing a grave expression as the starry sky, sword unleashed its power. Crack! The void was shattered, and the long sword descended, instantly reducing the two elders to dust. A fissure was carved into the ocean, causing the water to vanish in an instant, only to be followed by a violent influx that stirred colossal waves. Li Hao materialized, his complexion pale. He coldly regarded the fleeing figures, noticing that the golden light enveloping the master of floating pagoda had shattered, leaving him bloodied yet alive. The plains king retreated a considerable distance, his body radiating fiery energy, his face ashen, remaining silent. As a top-tier martial artist, he had previously suppressed Huang Yu and Ho Xiaoqing, standing as a genuine nine-lock saturated powerhouse. Yet now, he had completely severed a vital connection, igniting his fury. Li Hao. The plains king cast a cold glance at Li Hao, his fiery energy surging as he seemed to disregard everything else, gritting his teeth. Your performance is truly remarkable. The complete severance of a super energy lock represented an immeasurable loss for a martial artist. How could he not be enraged? Li Hao coldly retorted. Break two more before you utter such words. The plains king fell silent. Losing one lock might still leave a glimmer of hope for further severance. Yet even at an exorbitant cost, restoring himself to a martial artist would be nearly impossible. From behind, 5 elders approached together. Further back, several next-generation directors hastened forward, and in the blink of an eye, powerful figures surrounded them. Ahead, the 3 major organizations, various divine mountains, and the might of the super energy city remained steadfast, refusing to retreat. Behind them, the 5 elders, accompanied by numerous super beings, pursued, yet they held back, weighing their options and awaiting the right moment. Should both sides unite, they could still eliminate Li Hao and his allies. Today, 12 super beings had already perished, marking a significant loss. Yet presently, the greatest threat lay with Li Hao, as he lacked the time to restore the energy locks for everyone, unless they all shared the same fate as the Plains King, which would weigh heavily on Li Hao's conscience. Though he had become a super being, he could not extinguish all hope for the martial artists. Li Hao remained silent. The crimson small sword once more plunged into his heart, torrents of blood surging within him, his pallor intensifying. In the distance, Ying Hongyue frowned. You have not reached this point. Forcibly unsealing the starry sky sword will ultimately lead to your demise. Li Hao, all we desire is the 5 animals breathing technique. This is not the time for a life-and-death struggle among modern martial artists. Li Hao said nothing, withdrawing the blood sword again, an ancient sword intent surging from the small blade. His body swayed slightly, as if struggling to maintain his balance. He remained silent, merely gazing at Ying Hongyue before suddenly laughing. You are Ying Hongyue. Ying Hongyue fell silent. You are extraordinarily powerful, yet I understand why you refrained from dealing with me. Ying Hongyue still remained mute. Li Hao burst into hearty laughter. I know why you flee from me, Ying Hongyue. How does it feel to weave yourself into a web of your own making? As the crimson moonlight shimmered, Ying Hongyue spoke softly. Li Hao, do not force my hand. Perhaps I cannot kill you, but your master and your friends shall perish. Li Hao laughed heartily. No, you dare not. Ying Hongyue, my Li family is the sovereign among the 8 great clans. Such grand ambitions you possess, having consumed the bloodlines of 7 families. Yet it seems your lineage trembles before my Li bloodline. You are playing with fire. Ying Hongyue frowned slightly and replied calmly, you may test that theory. Li Hao continued to laugh wildly. In that moment, he perceived 7 lines above Ying Hongyue's head. Perhaps she too could see the red line hovering above her own. They were all connected to the enigmatic diagram of Silver City. Yet, those 7 lines appeared to resist, with some even faintly attempting to draw closer to Li Hao. Suddenly, he understood why Ying Hongyue refrained from visiting Silver City to confront him directly. She had only sent others to do her bidding, for she feared him. No, it was her bloodline that resisted him. He had consumed the power of 7 bloodlines. Li Hao laughed uproariously, stepping closer to Ying Hongyue. She furrowed her brow and, in an instant, vanished with Cheng Yue and Qing Yue, reappearing behind Yan Luo and Fei Jinxian. Casting a glance at the two, she frowned slightly. I leave him to you. Yan Luo and his companion exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar. How intriguing. Ying Hongyue seemed genuinely apprehensive of Li Hao. Meanwhile, Li Hao displayed a grin. Your 7 bloodlines have not unified. You are but a scion of one of the 8 great clans, with only one bloodline harmonizing with you. While the other 6 oppose you, you have failed to achieve complete integration. If you had, perhaps you would not fear me, but as it stands, the other 6 bloodlines seem more inclined towards me. Ying Hongyue replied calmly, and so what? You cannot kill me, nor can you even approach me. Even if you possess the wind-chasing boots, I may not be able to slay you, but I can eliminate your master, your friends, and all those around you. Li Hao, compel Yuan Shua to surrender the 5 animals breathing technique. Why complicate such a simple matter? His bloodlines had not fully integrated, resisting fusion and drawing closer to the Li bloodline. Hence he could not confront Li Hao without risking the collapse of the other 6 bloodlines. Yet, as he stated, he was formidable enough to slay anyone apart from Li Hao. Furthermore, he could negotiate with Yan Luo and his companions to deal with Li Hao, though their willingness remained uncertain. Just as Li Hao was about to speak, a sigh broke the tension, tinged with resignation and complexity, as a voice murmured, Ying Hongyue, after all these years, you remain as arrogant and defiant as ever. The speaker was none other than the earth-subduing sword. He restrained Yuan Shua, who seemed intent on action but found himself immobilized. Hong Yitong glanced at Li Hao, then at the others, chuckling softly, Tianjian. The taste of superhuman abilities is quite delightful, is it not? Tianjian met his gaze and replied coolly, you may also wish to experience it, just as you desire. He chuckled and turned to Ho Xiaocheng, saying, you should refrain. Your 9 extraordinary locks are not particularly stable, perhaps 10 or even 11. However, you have your own mission, and I am indifferent. The crowd was taken aback. Li Hao's expression changed subtly, and just as he was about to speak, Hong Yitong interjected with a smile. The strength lies in its application. Your master possesses greater potential in martial arts. I am indifferent. Just ensure your master does not act recklessly, nor should you. As he spoke, an overwhelming force erupted from his being, and in an instant, everyone heard the distinct sound of chains shattering. Crack, 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 incessantly. Hong Yitong's smile remained, tinged with nonchalance. He had been experimenting for quite some time, initially daring only to sever the extraordinary locks of his limbs, never having the courage to advance further. However, witnessing Li Hao's recent ascension and a significant surge in power stirred something within him. With that, a sword danced lightly in the air, as if the very fabric of the heavens had shifted. Li Hao, I must express my gratitude for your unwavering support through your swordsmanship. It has greatly benefited me. Otherwise, stabilizing my power would not have been so effortless. With a resounding crash, a distant sound echoed. The king of the plains stood in stunned silence, gazing at the sword embedded in his chest, puzzled as to when it had penetrated. Furthermore, the 3 major organizations are coercing you. Why do you seek to eliminate me? I target you because you are a martial master and have severed an extraordinary lock. I fear you may become reckless, leading to further destruction, thus becoming a formidable adversary, difficult to contend with, as they have not severed any locks, exhibiting some caution. Hong Yitong earnestly clarified, I kill you because you warrant my attention, not out of malice. I hope you can comprehend this. The king of the plains opened his mouth, suddenly wanting to laugh. So it is. I am deemed worthy of attention because I have severed a lock, and he fears I may continue to do so. Should I feel honored? Perhaps I should. After all, the earth-shattering sword has completely severed the extraordinary lock, and what an honor it would be for him to seek my demise. Am I not fortunate to trade my life for his ascension to extraordinary status? Hong Yitong sheathed his sword and sighed. The king of the plains truly possesses talent. 9 extraordinary locks fully saturated, completely unsealed. Few here could rival him, so I shall send him on his way. Minister Ho, Commander Yu, do you have any objections? He was your former superior. Ho Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, while Huang Yu's countenance was cold, not uttering a word. What objection could they possibly have? The earth-shattering sword had indeed completely unsealed, and at this moment, it was still shattering extraordinary locks, unaware of how many it had already severed, yet it could still endure. The king of the plains met a most unjust end. However, there were no what-ifs. Presently, Li Hao's expression was grim as he held the blood-red long sword, silent. The earth-shattering sword had transformed into an extraordinary entity. Hong Yitong approached him, smiling. This feeling of invincibility is rather pleasant. He smiled again, glancing at the others opposite him. Do you still require the 5 animals breathing technique? Those capable of completely unsealing their powers instantaneously, such as Yao Si, Ho Xiaoqing, and Huang Yu, can achieve this as well. Must it be so? He merely regarded the martial masters, paying little heed to the cultivator from the extraordinary city. He gazed at the few individuals before him and reiterated, "Will you withdraw now, or shall we engage in combat to see?" Yin Luo chuckled softly. "Brother Hong, I feel rather embarrassed. That was not our intention. Look at the commotion you've caused. Why not attempt to seal it back?" Hong Yitong smiled and drew his sword. "Yin Luo, you have always enjoyed jesting. I recall how, in the past, you suffered a few defeats at the hands of Yuan Shua. Why have you not learned from those experiences?" Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens, causing Yin Luo to stagger back a few steps, his complexion slightly flushed. Hong Yitong coughed lightly and exclaimed, "Truly formidable. Your iron shirt technique has been cultivated to perfection. Back when Yuan Shua dispatched your iron shirt, you fled. I wonder if your junior apprentice brother harbors any resentment towards you." In the space between the two, the void seemed to fracture. Yin Luo glanced at his chest, where a trace of blood appeared, only to heal swiftly. He frowned slightly and looked at Hong Yitong. "How many superpower locks did you shatter? Take a guess." Hong Yitong replied with a radiant smile. "Retreat?" Yin Luo furrowed his brow in silence. At that moment, his expression altered slightly, and he vanished from sight instantaneously, a blood-red longsword materializing in his stead. Li Hao remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed, noting the incredible speed. Hong Yitong hesitated, questioning, "What drives your impulsiveness?" In the next instant, Li Hao disappeared once more, reappearing before the master of Floating Pagoda. The master's face changed drastically, and golden light erupted around him. With a crack, the golden aura shattered, forcing the master to retreat rapidly, a hint of superpower dissipating from his form. His countenance turned ashen. "Do not corner me. If I withdraw now, I am not the lord of the plains. Should you compel me to fully unseal my powers, no one will emerge unscathed." Li Hao remained silent, unleashing sword strikes one after another. The master of Floating Pagoda's expression darkened. He suddenly turned and braced himself against a sword strike, spewing forth blood. In the next moment, he tore through the void to escape. He wished to survive and did not desire to unseal his combat prowess entirely like the others. In this moment, he chose flight. Just then, a great sword descended. Boom! With a tremendous roar, golden light burst forth from the master of Floating Pagoda, unlike before. This time, it was golden superpower light, followed by a fiery red superpower glow. Blood gushed forth as he struck back, causing the great sword to recoil. He hastily dodged to the rear, and with a snap, one of his arms was severed. The master of Floating Pagoda's complexion turned pallid as he roared once more, the sound of superpower locks shattering echoing continuously. He retaliated against Li Hao, forcing him to stagger slightly. Seizing the opportunity, he glanced towards the heavenly sword, where the heavenly sword stood indifferently. "What are you staring at? You may unseal now. Since you have come this far, do you think you can leave so easily?" He was a superpower wielder, and perhaps those present had forgotten that he was a top-tier divine practitioner. As Hong Yitong unsealed, everyone seemed to disregard him. If that were the case, then let us see how it unfolds. That very sword strike had been his own, compelling the master of Floating Pagoda to shatter his superpower locks. A cold smile suddenly appeared on his stern face. "Let us all fully unseal. The path of martial artist seals is fraught with issues. All this hiding is meaningless. Unseal entirely. Transform into superpowers. Today, if I do not eradicate one side, I shall not retreat." He seemed to take great pleasure in witnessing such a scene. Perhaps because he himself was not sealed, and thus, he appeared to desire that everyone become a superpowered being. This spectacle caused a sense of trepidation among some observers. Yin Luo and his companions furrowed their brows, casting glances at the Lord of Floating Tower, who, with a pallid complexion, chose to turn and depart, his voice resonating softly. Heavenly Sword, Li Hao, we shall see. However, if you can transform all these individuals into superpowered beings, that would be splendid. I await the news of such an outcome. He has unsealed himself. In that moment, his combat strength surged dramatically, yet he opted to leave. This was not his original intention for coming here. Thus, he chose to retreat, allowing these Silver Moon lunatics to unleash their full potential. Hoping to force Yin Luo and the others into a similar predicament. If we are to be rendered powerless, let us all be powerless together. The unsealed Lord of Floating Tower moved with such speed that he vanished in the blink of an eye. The rapidity of these events was overwhelming for the onlookers. Seeing this, Ying Hongyue sighed, shaking her head. She attempted to wave her fan, only to find it shattered. With a faint smile, she grasped one individual in each hand and disappeared from the scene in an instant. Li Hao, stay alive, Silver Moon, farewell. Once my 7 veins are fully integrated, I believe the 8th will soon follow. As her words faded, she had completely vanished. Yin Luo and the Flying Sword Immortal chuckled upon witnessing her departure, lamenting the loss. Yet acknowledging her words, farewell, Silver Moon. Even without the 5 animals breathing technique, we will soon take that step. One by one, the powerful beings disappeared, opting to retreat. The celestial observers of the superpowered city, witnessing this, changed expressions and also retreated into the void, eager to escape. At that moment, a fierce shout echoed. And in an instant, Li Hao, the earth-covering sword, the heavenly sword, Ho Xiaoqing, Huang Yu, the dominator blade, the northern fist, the southern fist, and Yao Si, almost all remaining formidable forces, struck out in unison. Their target was singular, the celestial observer. In the distance, Ying Hongyue, who had retreated into the void, felt a twinge of confusion and turned to glance back, bemused. Where did this foolish superpowered being come from? We have all departed, and yet she still hesitates. Perhaps she is simply too unattractive to warrant a warning. She found it curious that, even with everyone else gone, this individual lingered. Perhaps thinking that the superpowered city was invincible. They did not keep us around out of fear of our complete unsealing, leading to mutual destruction. What audacity for a single superpowered being. Similarly, Yin Luo wore an expression of incredulity, chuckling softly while muttering a curse. What an imbecile. Are all superpowered beings devoid of intelligence? With so many powerful individuals present, all holding their breath, both the earth-covering sword and Li Hao have ascended to superpowers. And the Silver Moon warriors are nearly driven mad. Didn't she notice that we all fled? Why does she remain? What a foolish thought. Being unattractive breeds folly. Further away, the Flying Sword Immortal had already distanced himself significantly. Sensing the commotion, he smirked disdainfully. In their eyes, non-martial superpowered beings were all ineffectual. Mere simpletons, one less would make no difference. Boom. A burst of fireworks erupted above the star sea. The formidable celestial observer let out a scream, instantly obliterated without any surprise. Everyone held their breath, for with so many powerful beings present, her status as a mere practitioner, though stable, was of no consequence. Li Hao and the others were caught off guard. They never expected that the woman would choose to be the last to leave. Did she not notice the mountain lord of Haotian, who remained silent from the moment he appeared until he departed, vanishing without a sound? Foolish. In an instant, at least 7 or 8 voices erupted in curses. Where did such a brainless cultivator come from? Even the elder directors could not suppress their low mutterings, questioning the rationale behind it. Are purely superpowered beings this inept? A woman of such formidable strength could likely rival the heavenly sword in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet she was ultimately slain by the combined efforts of the Silver Moon martial masters. The Eye of Heaven is indeed a rare treasure. But what use is it if one disappears in the blink of an eye? This marks the 14th powerful being of the divine ability level to fall today. Among the 14 who participated in the siege, only the Lord of the Buddhist mountain managed to escape. All others perished. Meanwhile, they captured a cultivator skilled in the Eye of Heaven, bringing their numbers back to a semblance of adequacy. The atmosphere over the sea of heavenly stars was eerily silent. In the rear, over a dozen superpowered beings congregated, all of them of the divine ability level, 5 elder directors, and several next-generation directors, each bearing a solemn expression. The 3 major organizations in the Celestial Mountain had retreated, and even in the superpowered city, They had lost a top-tier divine ability practitioner. The entire maritime expanse was shrouded in a weighty aura, as even the raging winds and turbulent waves ceased. Chapter 220. Not leaving above the sea of heavenly stars. Powerful beings stood in abundance. This may have been the largest mobilization of Silver Moon's forces to date. The 5 elders stood resolutely before them, silently observing, showing no signs of retreat. Even as Hong Yitong unsealed his powers, and despite the retreat of Hong Yue and her allies, they remained steadfast. A crimson light flickered in Li Hao's eyes. Without uttering many words, he unleashed his thunderous might and charged forward, intent on not extending any courtesy to those present. Now that Hong Yue had departed, in the sky, a colossal grinding wheel descended once more. The 5 elders, having prepared themselves, immediately showcased their abilities. The grinding wheel suppressed all around it. As Hong Yitong and the others appeared, one elder began to chant incantations, and a golden character manifested in the air. Battle. Boom. The character emerged as if conjuring a celestial deity, wielding a great blade like a divine being, slashing through the void, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. Behind, Yuan Shua's expression shifted slightly, and he solemnly stated, the original battle technique. The secret art of star suppression. He glanced at the 5 elders with a hint of gravity and swiftly transmitted a message to Li Hao, who was currently engaged in combat with the celestial being. This is the original battle technique passed down from the ancient martial sacred land of Star Suppression City. Concentrating the mind into a character, a form of original divine ability. I never anticipated that in this era, the original divine ability could still be successfully condensed. Be cautious. The golden character radiated immense power. As Li Hao clashed with the celestial being, a tremendous sound erupted, and the forces of wind and thunder emanating from him began to wane. Another elder, at this moment, spat out a mouthful of blood, transforming it into another character. Attack. Boom. In an instant, yet another celestial being appeared, shimmering with golden light and wielding a massive hammer, descending upon Hong Yitong with great force. Behind the 5 elders, the current directors watched as the members of Star Suppression City surged forward once again. The director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, whose father had been slain, exhibited a flushed countenance, a manifestation of his profound rage. A flicker of fierce intensity flashed in his eyes, and in the next moment, he suddenly spewed forth a torrent of blood, which dissolved into the void. With a thunderous roar, he cried out for the ancient deity to descend. In the wake of his commanding shout, a shadow materialized around him. In an instant, a battle blade emerged before his eyes, and the shadow rapidly merged into his being. His internal aura surged violently, reaching an apex in the blink of an eye, as if a divine spirit had descended upon the earth. Yuan Shua's expression shifted drastically, and he growled, the integration of the weapon spirit. That is a top-tier source divine weapon. With the weapon spirit's fusion enhancing its power, ancient intent erupts. Be cautious. Although he had extensive knowledge, it proved futile. He had only read about such phenomena in books. Yet now, it was being wielded before him, a reality he thought had long been lost. The weapon spirit's possession was a remnant of the once mighty demon race, whose essence remained formidable even after countless years of death. As the weapon spirit merged with his adversary, it instantaneously amplified the opponent's aura. A fierce presence enveloped the surroundings. The head of the Inspection Bureau furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at the opposing group, then at Li Hao and his companions, who were engaged in relentless combat. Seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos, he felt compelled to interject. With the weapon spirit's possession, both sides may suffer grievously. The fundamental battle techniques should not be employed lightly. Dear fellows, let us convene and discuss any grievances rather than resorting to such slaughter. Li Hao, brimming with fury, paid no heed to the council. With a sword that cleaved through the air, devoid of any sword momentum, he nonetheless pierced a celestial being with formidable strength. The faces of the 5 elders grew solemn. And in the next moment, one elder bellowed, Li Hao, do you believe the 9 courts possess only these meager tactics? Old who has grown overly complacent, allowing you to gain the upper hand. Do you think victory is assured? He snorted disdainfully and roared, summon the divine weapon. Blood continued to surge from his mouth, and waves of peculiar energy radiated outward. In the next instant, within the city, a long sword soared through the air, upon which an extraordinary ethereal figure appeared. The sword's intent resonated through the heavens and the earth. It resembled a sword immortal, yet it was merely an apparition. That was the sword of a top-tier powerhouse from ancient civilization, whose indomitable sword intent had withstood the test of countless years, a sword that had journeyed northward. The heavenly sword shifted slightly in hue as the great blade traversed the sky. Boom! In an instant, the great sword was struck down from the air, and the sounds of flowing streams echoed in the ears of the spectators, as if a gentle brook was meandering, the water gliding smoothly. At that moment, Li Hao's expression also changed slightly. The stream sword technique. He began to speculate about the identity of this sword, suspecting it to belong to one of the compilers of the basic sword techniques he had acquired, where he had encountered their interpretations of the sword path. The sword flowed like a stream, growing stronger from weakness. That was indeed the sword technique of Director Chun. Of course, he could not be certain if it was the master himself or a disciple or another practitioner, but the style of the sword technique would likely remain consistent. This was a formidable form of swordsmanship from ancient civilization, and the one who once wielded this sword must have been exceptionally powerful. At that moment, the starry sword in Li Hao's hand, which had been merely a slight release of its bloodline's potential, suddenly trembled. In the next instant, the small sword broke free from Li Hao's control, shooting forth with explosive speed. A formidable sword intent emanated from its blade. Sever me. At this moment, Li Hao sensed an overwhelming sword intent, exuding a formidable aura, as countless sword energies surged forth. With a resounding crash, one sword descended from the south. The stream sword ascending from the north encountered the descending sword, and the two blades clashed mid-air in an instant, revealing signs of imminent defeat for the stream sword controlled by the elderly man. The sword intent of the eternal life, sword master? The old man murmured, as if he were privy to many secrets. His expression shifted, for the starry sky sword, recently ignited by Li Hao's blood, now seemed to manifest a different change. As the old man's countenance darkened, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood and bellowed, "Summon the weapon of the world." Boom! In that instant, within the confines of Starry Sky City, a long spear suddenly soared through the air from the military law division. Upon its emergence, Ho Xiaoqing's expression changed, and he furrowed his brow. In the next moment, a low growl echoed as the fire phoenix spear materialized, resembling a fiery phoenix poised to tear through the void, charging toward the long spear. Upon the spear, a faint spear intent revealed itself, as if an unparalleled spear king had materialized, unleashing a strike that made the fire phoenix cry out in anguish. At this juncture, Yao Si unleashed a punch, shaking the heavens and the earth. "Let the divine weapon arise." The remaining three elders roared in unison. Meanwhile, the old director of the inspection division, his expression shifting, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Have you all lost your minds? The emergence of 5 divine weapons will have dire consequences. Old Chen, whose side are you on?" One elder barked. "It is they who are relentless. If so, let us see how it unfolds. This is Starry Sky, not Silver Moon." Within the city, 3 divine weapons gradually became discernible in the air. Each was incredibly powerful, their energies roiling and intimidating the very heavens. A sword and axe, and what appeared to be a long whip-like weapon faintly revealed themselves. Just then, a colossal dragon seemed to emerge, and suddenly, someone within the city let out a low shout. From the direction of the administrative division, a being resembling a deity materialized, holding a tome that descended with a suppressive force aimed at the emerging dragon. A formidable presence from the administrative division. Until now, only one metamorphosed powerhouse had appeared from the administrative division, yet at this moment, it seemed an unparalleled force had emerged, striking toward the royal palace. "Retreat!" The figure wielding the book commanded, and in the next moment, the 5 elders, their expressions shifting, retreated in unison, converging with the 2 divine weapons in the air, while the other division heads gathered as well. The father and son from the inspection division, their expressions also altered, rushed toward the city. The old director transmitted a message to Li Hao: "Cease your attacks. If this continues, you will all face dire consequences." The 9 divisions have long suppressed the royal family's strongest, and a cadre of top-tier powerhouses remains hidden. If this persists, it will lead to mutual destruction, benefiting only the royal family. Li Hao's gaze flickered as he looked toward the city. Inside, the dragon merely peered forth, only to be met with a thunderous strike from the powerhouse of the administrative division, whose might was unmatched, far surpassing ordinary divine abilities. The retreating division heads returned their divine weapons to their rightful places, descending with the weight of 9 dragons, causing a thunderous roar that once again suppressed the surroundings. While from the royal palace, the sound of thunder echoed, as if the earth itself were quaking. Amidst the dazzling spectacle, figures abruptly materialized from the direction of the imperial palace, imposing beings of extraordinary might. Though a sense of regret lingered in the air, it was swiftly overshadowed by a resounding proclamation. The celestial star marquis, having long forgotten the essence of their purpose, now faced a chaotic world where the common folk languished in despair. Today, the celestial star marquis was conferred the title of Grand Governor of the Celestial Star, endowed with the authority to oversee the 9 sects and to scrutinize their actions, with the power to execute without prior decree in cases of legal transgressions. Those who vanquished a sect within the 9 sects would be entitled to the title of Silver Moon King, with dominion over the Silver Moon territory. At that moment, restlessness gripped the assembly. Within the royal confines, voices began to rise. Crush the 9 sects. It was evident that the 9 sects were still suppressing something formidable, perhaps top-tier warriors or legendary weapons, causing considerable distress to the royal family. Today presented an opportunity. As for the death of the Plain King, it was no longer a matter of discussion. Initially, the Silver Moon appeared to be at a disadvantage, and the royal family refrained from making their presence known. However, now, the formidable powers of the 3 major organizations had retreated, and the losses among the 9 sects were significant. Although the martial artists of the Silver Moon bore their own injuries, there remained hope for breaking the 9 sects blockade through a coordinated effort. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Li Hao, their gazes shimmering with anticipation. It became clear that the 9 sects and the royal family had likely been engaged in a covert struggle, with the formidable divine weapons of the 9 sects withheld to suppress the royal lineage. Yet, as the elder directors of the 9 sects observed Li Hao's relentless advance, they were compelled to deploy their divine weapons, inadvertently granting the royal family a moment of respite. Should they persist? Li Hao glanced at the crowd brimming with latent power and then surveyed the city within. A smile suddenly broke upon his lips. After a prolonged silence, he chuckled softly. Dog bites dog. The royal family is hardly virtuous either. 80 years ago, the celestial star was not necessarily any better than it is now, perhaps even worse. My elder brother and second brother are both scourges. However, now the royal family found itself subjugated. Contemplating this, he furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Yuan Shua behind him, speaking in a low tone. Teacher, these divine weapons. Yuan Shua replied. These are weapons wielded by formidable beings, likely previously used without seals. They have been refined by the 9 sects, their weapon spirits fully awakened, thus possessing immense combat prowess. After a moment, he glanced at the starry sky sword in Li Hao's hand, raising the stone dagger he held. Nonetheless, they should not surpass the might of the weapons of the 8 great families. These divine weapons are powerful, yet even if they consume your essence, they remain sealed and cannot be unbound. The recent outburst of the starry sky sword was merely a reaction. He continued with a grave tone. They possess numerous relics, and these individuals are versed in primal combat techniques. What they just displayed was but a mere fraction. The primal path has now been abandoned, thus its potency diminished. It is said that during the era of ancient civilizations, the primal combat techniques inherited from the city of star suppression were unparalleled, capable of subduing invincible warriors. The primal combat techniques were evidently linked to the primal martial arts. Li Hao had once grasped the essence of the primal. Subsequently, Little Tree mentioned how the times had changed, and the primal path might have been entirely forsaken, inconsistent with the current era. Yet, despite this, Little Tree's primal talisman had effortlessly slain a metamorphosing warrior and 2 of the Radiant Light tier. Li Hao remained silent, as the little sword had already returned, its energy reserves significantly depleted. Indeed, Li Hao had previously amassed a considerable amount of power. He remained silent as an overwhelming surge of sword energy erupted, dispersing in all directions, shattering countless divine stones. Moreover, numerous source divine weapons were swiftly devoured by the small swords. In the blink of an eye, torrents of potent sword energy surged forth. The people from the Southern Fist were eagerly absorbing this energy, their spirits soaring with joy. However, a few individuals displayed little enthusiasm. Ho Xiaoqing absorbed a modest amount before ceasing, stabilizing his state, yet his expression remained somewhat somber. The heavenly sword also absorbed only a fraction, gazing towards the distant star city, and remarked softly, "Should we strike now?" The 9 divisions are occupied by the royal family. If we act now, we might disrupt this balance. Li Hao remained contemplative, lost in thought. After a moment, he turned to Ho Xiaoqing and inquired, Department Head Ho, has Silver Moon always feared the 9 divisions and the royal family because of these formidable beings? After a brief silence, Ho Xiaoqing shook his head. No. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. Ho Xiaoqing continued calmly. Silver Moon does not fear anyone. It merely regards the current situation with caution, wary of awakening certain ancient entities. Whether the 9 divisions or the royal family, they both possess vast relics, and while the ancient human tribes may not be a concern, the dormant flora and beasts may be awaiting their revival. As you have witnessed with the flora, they might also hold knowledge of the current stage. No one desires these entities to emerge, yet when pushed to their limits, anything is possible. He paused before adding, there is a distinction between ancient and modern. Whether flora or beasts, their subservience during the era of ancient civilization does not guarantee their compliance now. Otherwise, the Tianpeng and Phoenix Mountains would not have manifested. Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Ho Xiaoqing continued, aside from these, there exists another troublesome entity that Silver Moon once sought to confront, resulting in significant injuries. In our era, some of the older martial masters, who attained formidable power at the early stages of super energy, ultimately suffered considerable losses and chose to retreat to Silver Moon. Li Hao's gaze flickered, refraining from further inquiries. However, Ho Xiaoqing pressed on, Silver Moon boasts 4 guardians. Self-proclaimed as the 4 guardians, not the 4 offensives. Thus, Silver Moon has always focused on defense, self-preservation, and safeguarding. He fell silent. Huang Yu cast a sidelong glance at him, then at Li Hao, sighing softly, we have arrived too late. The implication of their tardiness stemmed from Li Hao's transformation into super energy. Huang Yu, typically a figure of authority, now expressed a rare sense of wistfulness. You have been too hasty. Transitioning to super energy, you may not fully comprehend the challenges and missed opportunities that lie ahead. Do you not wonder why so many formidable beings, knowing the martial path is fraught with difficulties, still choose to pursue it? He gazed into the distance and murmured, once martial masters reach our stage, they find themselves nearly devoid of paths forward, while the super energy trajectory is clear. Why do others not choose the super energy route? The divine powers can ultimately be stabilized, yet the martial path remains uncertain. Nevertheless, everyone still opts for the martial way, as imminent changes may arise. Solutions to these problems exist upon the land of Silver Moon, and even some ancient legacies may soon reveal themselves. In the City of Guardians, it is often said that Li Hao is the heir of the Li family. However, certain truths are only passed down to martial artists. Take, for instance, the City of Battle Sky. Its army consists solely of martial artists rather than those with supernatural abilities. Should Li Hao cross into the realm of the supernatural, he might miss out on everything. Even if the Li family were to establish a presence in the city, he could find himself cast aside. Being of Li blood holds little value, for ancient martial masters were predominantly martial artists, with few possessing supernatural powers. Even if such individuals existed, they might not have left behind any legacy on this land. Ho Xiaoqing remained silent, aware that Li Hao's transition to supernatural abilities was a blow to him as well, especially since this transformation occurred in Star Sky City, right beside him. Li Hao, however, merely chuckled, dismissing the gravity of the situation. Huang Yu frowned, insisting that Li Hao still failed to grasp the current reality. At this stage, whether martial artist or supernatural, one should not aspire to surpass the ancients. Such hopes are futile, and we risk stagnation, unable to transcend our present selves. While your master's 5-animal breathing technique is indeed formidable, could Yuan Shua claim to surpass the ancients? Why not? Yuan Shua retorted, annoyance evident in his voice. After a moment's pause, he added, never mind. If you choose the path of the supernatural, I shall assist you. His expression darkened as he gazed into the city, suddenly gritting his teeth. Li Hao, let this matter rest. Gaining a small advantage is sufficient. A full-blown confrontation yields no benefit. Yet the 9 divine courts dare to deploy such formidable forces to hunt you down. His teeth clenched, he glared at the city, falling silent. Hong Yitong cast a glance his way and whispered, do not act recklessly. Yuan Shua huffed in response, unbothered. Let us see how this unfolds. Ever since Li Hao revealed his supernatural prowess, Yuan Shua had worn a scowl, though he feigned nonchalance. Inside, however, a fierce anger simmered. He had already unraveled the mysteries of the spirit and fusion realms. If Li Hao were to follow the path laid before him, the fusion stage would come swiftly. With the convergence of the five forces, he could break free from his restraints, allowing Li Hao to transcend the fusion realm and step into a new world, where he could forge his own destiny. Within the city, the thunderous sounds of resistance echoed as the royal family continued to fight back. Meanwhile, the 9 divine courts began to converge their radiant energies towards the royal family. Li Hao said nothing further. After releasing a surge of sword energy, he soared through the air, swiftly returning to his previous position at the north gate. There, a considerable number of martial guards were suppressing the nobility, although some had already fled. Disregarding this, Li Hao issued a low command: continue the beheading. Seizing the moment while the 9 divine courts clashed with the royal family, he resolved to eliminate these individuals first. During the previous confrontation, both sides had deliberately avoided engaging with the nobility. Some nobles, believing themselves safe, now turned pale as they realized the imminent threat. One of them roared, "Li Hao, by killing us, you merely prey upon the weak. Is this not the law of the jungle? What fairness is there in this? You dare not confront the powerful." Mu Xiaorong had already escaped, along with the other prominent nobles. Why do you not pursue them? You are nothing but a coward. Some nobles, sensing the approach of death, grew frantic as the strong from the 9 divine courts retreated, while Li Hao returned, prompting a chorus of desperate shouts. They appear to have been forsaken. The true elite have fled, such as Mu Xiaorong and her companions. Meanwhile, they have been treated as pawns, too numerous to be saved by the formidable figures of the 9 divisions. Li Hao remained silent, merely observing them. After a moment, a low shout reverberated through the air: "Decapitate!" In the next instant, the warriors of the martial guard, their faces flushed with excitement, brandished their long blades and echoed the command, their knives descending in unison. With a sickening sound, streams of blood erupted forth. At that moment, within the city, the bewildered masses were suddenly taken aback as gruesome images materialized on the screens before them. Within the Jiulong Pavilion, a regal woman's expression shifted slightly, and she vanished in an instant, only to reappear underground, furrowing her brow as she reprimanded, "Why does the projection persist? The 9 divisions have collapsed. This farce should have ended." Indeed, as an extension of the royal family, the withdrawal of the 9 divisions should have concluded this spectacle. The subsequent slaughter of the nobility need not be broadcasted to enhance Li Hao's reputation. Such an event would be detrimental to both the 9 divisions and the royal family. Not to mention that a prior agreement stipulated that once the 9 divisions fell or Li Hao was slain, the projection would cease. Regardless, there would be no subsequent scenes of beheadings. Yet, the control center of the Jiulong Pavilion had inexplicably failed to shut down. The woman, momentarily engrossed in the turmoil within the palace, had neglected this matter until the outside outcries drew her attention. In the basement, massive machines roared to life, as dozens labored to project the unfolding events. At that moment, the female manager was also present. Just as she was about to speak, an elderly man with graying hair in the basement smiled faintly, suddenly spitting blood as he addressed the noble woman. "7th Princess, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Zhao Mingduan, the director of the Tianxing Ancient Institute. I have received orders to continue the projection. Do you not find the moment of these heads falling to be quite exquisite?" He laughed heartily, blood gushing forth, gradually losing his vitality. The 7th Princess's countenance grew cold and fierce as she glanced at the others present, who remained silent. The projection was a technical endeavor, not merely a display of brute force. When the Tianxing Ancient Institute collapsed, the Jiulong Pavilion had recruited many, never anticipating that they would orchestrate such a spectacle today. Many of these individuals were former students of the institute, along with a few teachers. Of course, she was not entirely unprepared, as there were guards nearby. She surveyed her surroundings and noticed several corpses in a corner, her expression shifting as she turned to the female manager, asking in a low tone, "Hu Jiao, how did they die, and when did you arrive?" The manager's face turned pale as she whispered, "Pavilion master, I." A cough interrupted her, and another elderly man in the basement covered his mouth, chuckling softly. "7th Princess. Director Zhao has perished. All were slain by him before his demise. Will you continue to investigate?" He chuckled softly and remarked, "If we continue to investigate further into the 9 Dragons Pavilion, communication across various regions may be disrupted, and all intelligence systems currently rely on our support, including the establishment of the Communication Jade Relay Station. Should any issues arise, do you believe the seventh princess can manage repairs without our assistance? Are you threatening me? The seventh princess glared at him coldly, while the old man, despite his persistent cough, appeared unfazed, lightly laughing. This is not a threat. It is merely a statement of fact. Perhaps everyone believes we are of little use. Yet the seventh princess must understand that without our royal intelligence network, everything will collapse. Would this bring satisfaction to you? She regarded them with a frosty stare, her voice chilling. Do you all feel this way? I do not require many. As long as I have capable individuals, the legacy will endure. With Zhao Mingguan deceased, I require a new leader. Wealth and nobility shall be provided upon your word. Internally, she scoffed softly. What did a few deaths matter? With dozens present, as long as a few remained capable, everything would proceed without issue. And new talents would be recruited to fill the gaps. Was it not merely about wealth? Was it not merely about status? I can offer you both. In the basement, a profound silence enveloped the space. Everyone averted their gaze, remaining mute. The old man spoke softly. Director Zhao's passing has left us all in sorrow. Seventh Princess. Discussing wealth and grandeur seems ill-timed. It was merely a minor incident. With Zhao's life lost, do you not find that sufficient? If the old man must follow, then so be it. The seventh princess's expression grew increasingly frigid, and she suddenly sneered. Well done. Truly, one cannot help but admire those who emerge from the ancient halls. Even to his death, Yun Haoren could not be swayed. Yet he has indeed nurtured some resilient spirits. With that, she turned and departed. The female manager hastily followed, silent. As they passed by Zhao's lifeless body, she cast a fleeting glance at his eyes, at his smile, her gaze momentarily moistening before evaporating. And she left with the seventh princess. Once they had all exited, faint sobs echoed through the basement. The surviving elder remained composed. What is there to weep for? Old Zhao has died honorably. It is quite commendable. This time, let us sever the heads of a few hundred villains, allowing the entire city, the entire dynasty to witness that neither the 9 departments nor the royal family can control everything. To govern the world by extinguishing the wisdom of the people is a recipe for failure. Implementing 2 entirely different sets of laws to treat nobles and commoners alike will not win hearts. While nobles may enjoy slightly more, gain a bit more, and start from a higher position, it must not come at the cost of severing the futures of the majority. If this continues, the nobility will become increasingly corrupt with each generation, and inevitably, the dynasty will collapse. The 9 departments have failed to learn from the royal family's mistakes. Indulging in such excess, they will reap the bitter consequences. The elder spoke calmly, and gradually, the sounds of weeping around him faded away. All eyes were fixed upon the elder, who rose slowly, revealing that he was missing a leg. Leaning on his cane, he gazed at the large screen in the basement, pointing at an individual displayed upon it. In a somber tone, he remarked, he may not be a virtuous man, perhaps he will eventually ascend to the pinnacle of nobility, even dominate a realm, yet now, he has pierced through a sliver of darkness. Remember this moment, for there will always be someone to rise. If he does not appear, another shall, so do not succumb to despair. We shall not be the sole awakened souls of this era. At the instant the Celestial Star Academy crumbled, a despondency enveloped all present. In this epoch, striving for change was exceedingly arduous. In their quest for survival, they chose to join the 9 Dragons Pavilion, swiftly aiding in the establishment of a communication network, thereby facilitating the complete control of the dynasty's 99 provinces. Thus, they managed to secure their footing. The 7th princess gradually lowered her guard against them, yet today they defied her orders, executing the final act of the broadcast. The atmosphere in Celestial Star City was charged with tension. The scene froze at its climax. The projection had vanished, yet within, a fervor ignited as 300 nobles lost their heads. The terror, rage, and disbelief in their eyes were palpable. They remained oblivious to the outcome of this conflict. Yet, Li Hao remained alive. The 9 divisions seemed to disregard these individuals, allowing them to meet their demise, as if it were Li Hao who triumphed. That was sufficient. Within the city, some vassals of the nobility were plagued by unease. Those lesser nobles who typically oppressed others now trembled in fear, hiding within their homes. Hundreds had perished. The fierce clashes among the powerful were beyond their comprehension, nor did they wish to understand. They only recognized that those around them, the malevolent ones, appeared to be stricken with dread. That was enough. In that moment, Li Hao's voice resonated throughout the realm. The night watchmen shall patrol the land. For those who commit wrongdoing, execution awaits. For the instigators of chaos, death shall be their fate. The Celestial Star Governor's office remains operational. Located at the North City Gate Square, all are welcome to report, and should the evidence be irrefutable, those involved in the extraordinary shall be slain. Within the 9 divisions, the expressions of the directors shifted dramatically. One of them bellowed, "He intends to remain?" Indeed, it was unexpected. They had presumed Li Hao would depart, retreating back to Silver Moon after this encounter. But no, Li Hao did not leave. Not only did he stay, but it seemed he also intended to continue his purge. The current director of the penal division wore a grim expression, gazing northward, gritting his teeth. "Li Hao, you seek death." It was unfathomable that he chose to remain. Did he truly believe himself invincible? Were it not for the constraints imposed by the royal family, the people of Silver Moon would not have survived this day. What audacity did Li Hao possess to linger? At the North City Gate, Hou Xiaoqing and his companions were equally perplexed. They were on the verge of urging Li Hao to retreat with them, to leave this place and return to Silver Moon, where safety was assured, as they still held considerable fighting strength. Yet, Li Hao remained silent. He has only eliminated a portion of the aristocracy. Now that he has departed, everything will revert to its former state. Thus, he shall not leave at this moment. If he does, today's battle, slaying nobles and formidable foes, will ultimately bear little significance. As long as he remains in Tianxing City, he serves as the benchmark, the greatest standard beneath the heavens. He is also a formidable deterrent to all around. Li Hao raised his hand, interrupting Hou Xiaoqing's words, and smiled. What is there to fear? He gazed into the distance, towards the direction of the 9 offices, and declared with a grin, "I intend to be a thorn, piercing their very hearts." They are indeed powerful. Perhaps the strength they exhibit now is merely a fraction of their true capabilities. But so what? You need not concern yourselves with me. Rather, you should depart if you must. With the wind-chasing boots in my possession, as long as I do not wish to engage in a direct confrontation, it will be exceedingly difficult for them to detain me. He continued, "Evil must be eradicated thoroughly. Merely opening a chapter is of little use." Li Hao observed the turmoil within the city and the agitation among the night patrollers surrounding them, chuckling. "Do you see? Some of the night patrollers seem to have begun to comply." Beside him, Yao Si remarked indifferently, "These night patrollers are my former subordinates. They were never particularly wicked, merely oppressed by Huang Long for these past years." Li Hao turned to Yao Si. "Then why, Minister Yao, have you ignored them for 5 years, allowing them to be subjugated?" Yao Si hesitated, holding back his words for a moment, then snorted softly, saying no more. "Why? Are you blind? Have you not seen the multitude of powerful individuals taking action today? Though I am strong, had I not obeyed and bided my time, do you think we would have reached this point?" With Yun Haoran's demise, the leader of the night patrollers became a thorn in everyone's side. Had I continued to exhibit my former dominance, I would have perished long ago. Li Hao understood all too well, yet he remained displeased with this individual. It was simply that the last time he witnessed this man drinking from the fountain of life, watching the spectacle, he felt a lingering dissatisfaction, which persists to this day. Yao Si, disinterested, turned to leave. He found little joy in being around Li Hao. The crux of the matter was that this fellow was now directly issuing commands to the night patrollers without consulting him. What did that mean? You, a vice-governor of the Tianxing governor's office, still have a governor above you, along with a deputy minister and a minister. Do you not understand your own standing? By issuing direct orders to all, one might mistakenly believe you were the head of the night patrollers. It was better that he departed. We shall continue our cultivation. If he does not leave, I still hesitate to unleash my sword energy." Li Hao's voice was not soft, and as Yao Si walked away, he inwardly cursed. Is he deliberately speaking for my benefit? Do I care about this? My organs are stable. What I lack now is merely the path to the next stage of cultivation, and I am indifferent to these matters. Under the unsealing, his combat power had significantly increased, yet his injuries were minimal and could be easily recuperated. After cursing internally a few times, he chose to disregard Li Hao. Upon returning to the headquarters of the night patrollers, he found Xiao Yi gazing at him with admiration. Initially, Yao Si felt pleased, but that joy quickly transformed into irritation. "Minister, this time you were extraordinarily brave. You remain the invincible hero in my eyes." Yao Si's irritation dissipated, replaced by a sense of satisfaction. Immediately following, Xiao Yi expressed her admiration, proclaiming, "Under the leadership of Minister Li, the former glory has been restored. I believe the night watchman shall soon rise again. This sentiment was unsettling. I am the minister. He is merely the deputy commander, several ranks below me. Yao Si silently protested, recognizing the disparity. It is I who lead him, not the other way around. The night watchmen are my domain. Do you understand? Chapter 221. Soul Nourishment in Beicheng. Li Hao continued to observe the central region, where the conflict between the 9 departments and the royal family seemed to have diminished. It appeared that, sensing the Silver Moon's non-involvement, the royal family opted for continued seclusion. This equilibrium was, in fact, the outcome Li Hao had hoped for. A positive development. Should either side emerge victorious, it would only serve to unsettle Li Hao. Having dispatched several formidable practitioners, the royal family evidently deemed it time to test their mettle. Previously passive, they now exhibited fierce resistance, likely linked to the demise of Hu Shao. The fluctuations of power emanating from the Department of Justice were noticeably weaker. With the death of the old director, his son was evidently less capable, significantly diminishing their control over the divine weapons. Surrounding Li Hao stood numerous powerful figures, all gazing in that direction. Li Hao's eyes glimmered faintly with a golden hue, as he could perceive energy fluctuations, possibly tied to his lineage. Today, the little sword had absorbed a considerable amount of blood, and although it had not unsealed much, it may relate to the purity of his bloodline. However, at that moment, his vision seemed to have undergone a slight transformation. He discerned a flow of energy that transcended mere energy. He even caught a glimpse of the internal currents. Turning to observe Hou Xiaoqing, he noticed that Hou Xiaoqing was also looking his way. A flicker of light danced in Li Hao's eyes, as he seemingly perceived colossal superenergy locks. Indeed, his vision had changed subtly. Why? Li Hao pondered, gripping the little sword, gradually gaining insight. Perhaps the little sword's blood absorption had purified his bloodline, rendering it more refined. Was that the case? He was uncertain, often questioning his ability to perceive certain phenomena. Unlike the celestial eye practitioners, who relied on innate mental fortitude to glimpse the unseen, he depended on his bloodline rather than divine insight. Celestial eye practitioners merely possessed formidable divine intent. With these thoughts forming in his mind, Li Hao refrained from voicing them. He scanned his surroundings, noting the presence of numerous martial artists. However, after merely absorbing a hint of sword energy, one martial artist fled at remarkable speed, disappearing from sight. He turned to Hou Xiaoqing, inquiring, "Elder Pilai has run off. Minister, what did he do?" The martial artist who had come to aid them was one Li Hao was not very familiar with, recalling only his somewhat unsavory appearance. Hou Xiaoqing replied coolly, "Over 20 years ago, during a spar with Tianxing City, he acted violently against onlookers in a fit of rage after being defeated, resulting in the deaths of more than 20 individuals." Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Yuan Shuo, however, remained unconvinced, observing that knowing the fierce clash of titans. It was foolish to spectate, akin to watching a monkey show. Death in such a scenario would be in vain. Some matters, he remarked, were clearly an overcorrection. Generally, martial artists refrained from engaging in combat near ordinary individuals, and the onlookers were all practitioners of martial arts. Since ancient times, the Silver Moon had established a rule. Those who witnessed the duel of strong fighters must bear the consequences of injury or death themselves. He was deliberately inciting murder. Hou Xiaoqing regarded him coldly. "Yuan Shuo, your disciple is delivering a sermon here. And what of you?" Yuan Shuo, unwilling to yield, retorted, "That is the code of the martial world. Laws are laws, and unspoken rules are unspoken rules. The martial artists have tacitly accepted them, akin to extraordinary conventions. Presently, the extraordinary and the ordinary do not abide by the same rules. If no ordinary people are involved, the law must be considered contextually. The actions of the Thunder Kick differ vastly from those of the nobility. Let us not confuse the issues. Moreover, if we were to discuss legal transgressions involving the ordinary, very few among us would fit that description. There is but one. Feel free to apprehend Nan Quan." Nan Quan appeared bewildered. Yuan Shuo sneered. "In my view, the actions of the Thunder Kick are far more commendable than those of Nan Quan. The fatalities among spectators are a matter of the martial world. Nan Quan, on the other hand, dines out without paying, engaging in unscrupulous behavior, bullying the marketplace. If we must act, let us first deal with him. I see no significant issue in that." Upon hearing this, the usually principled Bei Quan silently nodded in agreement, pondering before softly stating, "Shao he does tend to disregard decorum. relishing in such disgraceful antics. In the past, within the Silver Moon martial realm, his reputation was among the most tarnished. Even the likes of Hong Yu could not rival his infamy. This is primarily because those individuals ran rampant within the martial world, unlike Nan Quan, who frequently dined without payment in the public sphere. This was not a one-off occurrence, but rather a regular affair. Nan Quan, somewhat incensed, retorted, "Later, when I had the means, I would repay. It was only when I lacked money that I would indulge, and I always made arrangements with the proprietors. I merely owe a debt. It is not as if I have refused to pay." He felt his reputation had been irreparably damaged. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "You may inquire in Silver Moon whether I repaid as soon as I was able. Have you ever possessed wealth?" Some scoffed at him. Nan Quan froze for a moment and then muttered under his breath, "Of course I have." Who was he looking down upon? Li Hao remained silent, lost in thought. The law, must it not differentiate between individuals? It was not merely a matter of dual applications of a single legal framework, but rather a separation between the extraordinary and the ordinary, with the extraordinary adhering to extraordinary laws and the ordinary to those of commonality. When the extraordinary intervenes in the mundane, which set of laws should apply? He fell into a deep contemplation. These were thoughts he had never entertained before. Today, however, they emerged vividly. Just like the Thunder Kick, who, adhering to the unspoken rules of the martial world, in a moment of rage after defeat, had slain several spectators. Yuan Shuo believed there was no fault in this. Conversely, Hou Xiaoqing felt it was unjust and should be addressed. Thus, upon seeing them present, the Thunder Kick absorbed a measure of sword energy, forsaking the benefits and fleeing, evidently fearful of Hou Xiaoqing. After a period of reflection, Li Hao turned his gaze to the martial guards below, then to the nobility who had neither fled nor been executed. He surveyed the assembly and, after a considerable pause, declared, "Those who have not been judged may depart, but those who attempt to flee shall be pursued and brought to justice. To release you is within the rights of the night watch. To flee, however, constitutes a crime." Below, the nobles were taken aback, believing their demise was imminent. To their astonishment, they were released. Was this true? The fleeing individuals were predominantly descendants of esteemed aristocrats, yet Li Hao would pursue them? The crowd was enveloped in disbelief. Some felt a surge of fear, paralyzed into inaction, while others cautiously observed, and upon noticing Li Hao's indifference, they stealthily shifted their feet and swiftly departed, their eyes alight with elation. Witnessing the exodus of some, the remaining individuals followed suit, one after another. Hou Xiaoqing glanced at Li Hao, asking, "Why not execute them?" Li Hao shook his head, replying, "It serves little purpose. Having the first batch is sufficient. I shall gradually deal with these individuals. Today is adequate. Allowing them to return may serve as a deterrent to others and create some complications for certain individuals." Li Hao chuckled lightly, directing his gaze towards Juicy Street. He finally turned to Hou Xiaoqing, saying, "Minister, you should also return to Silver Moon. I can manage here alone." Hou Xiaoqing frowned. "You cannot handle this alone." Li Hao chose not to elaborate and instead addressed the others. "I am immensely grateful for your assistance today, esteemed seniors. Last time, you departed in haste. I hope you can linger for a day or two this time. Once I conclude my current tasks, I shall release some sword energy to assist you in fortifying your inner organs." With that, he cast a glance at Yuan Shuo. Yuan Shuo, his face darkened, seemed to understand his disciple's intentions and nonchalantly remarked, "Do you wish for me to impart the method of spirit integration? Aside from the 5 animals breathing technique, I have no objections. It is merely a concept, not a specific inheritance. You may do as you please." He was willing to share everything except the 5 animals breathing technique, regarding it as nothing more than a conceptual idea. However, to the gathered crowd, while the 5 animals breathing technique was formidable, it might not be as beneficial as Yuan Shuo's insights on spirit integration, which piqued their interest. Upon hearing this, even the initially departing Tianjin halted, opting to remain. At that moment, Black Panther suddenly appeared. Having been absent, it silently approached Li Hao, its canine face radiating joy. Yet it remained quiet, inching closer to Li Hao. Li Hao glanced down, raising an eyebrow, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke, "Black Panther, return the items taken by Minister Ho and his men." "Woof, woof." Black Panther barked in protest, its expression one of disbelief, as if to say, "You want me to relinquish them?" Indeed, it had gone to collect spoils. Li Hao was aware of its actions. He had not claimed any war gains from the battlefield. But he knew nothing would be lost, for Black Panther was ever vigilant, always watching. During the chaos of battle, who had the presence of mind to gather trophies? Yet this creature would not let any advantage slip away. No wonder, after initially confronting the transformation, it had vanished, likely engaged in clearing the battlefield. The crowd turned their gazes toward Black Panther. It was undeniable that this time, many formidable beings had perished, with 14 possessing divine abilities, and alongside the transformations. Including Huang Long and others, they had slain a total of 9, in addition to several from the Radiant Dawn realm. Among these individuals was the ruler of the Plain King's Manor. For instance, that day, the Eye Repair Master and Hu Shao were both sovereigns of their domains, undoubtedly possessing invaluable treasures. Additionally, there was the notorious Northern Sea Bandit, who had pillaged for years, and the elderly Duke of the state, who among them was not as affluent as a nation. At this juncture, some hearts were stirred. Nen Quan cast several glances at Li Hao, seemingly contemplating whether to propose a division of spoils. However, the members of Tianjin remained indifferent to this notion. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around the 9 divisions had settled into an eerie silence. After observing for a while, Tianjin remarked, "Should we remain, there exists the possibility of safety. Yet we might also face encirclement from both sides." Thus, 2 outcomes were apparent. The 9 divisions would no longer target Li Hao and his companions individually, lest the imperial family escape, unless an agreement was reached between both parties. This statement interrupted Li Hao's discourse, while the Black Panther promptly made its swift exit, clearly reluctant to share any benefits. Li Hao wished to speak further, but Ho Xiaoqing furrowed his brow and said, "It matters not. Let them take what they will. For us, whether it be some divine energy stones or the fountain of life, their effects are of little significance. What we truly seek is the path ahead." This was but a trifling matter. The real concern lay elsewhere. He turned his gaze toward Hong Yitong, who had maintained his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Brother Hong, how many super energy locks have you severed?" Hong Yitong glanced at him and smiled. "What purpose does it serve to inquire about the tangible and intangible? I merely wish to ascertain whether you are capable of recovery." "It is of no consequence," Hong Yitong replied nonchalantly. "If not, we shall continue along the path of energy. At the very least, there remains a clear route above. After fortifying our internal organs, we can still attempt the 3-system divine arts. And the 4-system divine arts pose no issue either." He was reluctant to elaborate further. Observing this, Ho Xiaoqing sighed and refrained from pressing the matter. At this current stage, Li Hao, Hong Yitong, and Tianjin found themselves in a similar predicament, having fully transformed into practitioners of divine arts. All 3 were the pinnacle of martial prowess and extraordinary talents, evoking a sense of indescribable awe. Li Hao remained silent, asking neither questions nor making statements. This time, he had indeed prepared himself for solitary confrontation. The arrival of such numerous formidable beings was beyond his anticipation. Naturally, he was aware that some would come. However, the arrival of Yao Si and Pile Leg still took him by surprise. The 2 from the inspection division were opportunists. Li Hao paid them little mind. Recognizing their unpredictable intentions, he had resolved to remain in Tianxing City for a spell. The complexities of Tianxing City were profound, and the emergence of so many practitioners of divine arts was, in fact, abnormal, signifying that these individuals possessed abundant life sources. What he currently perceived was merely the surface. Li Hao was certain that there were relics hidden here, and quite a number of them. Tianxing City may well have been the former Tianxing town. It was said that in ancient times, this place housed a colossal mine, guarded by troops. The War Heaven City had mentioned that 10 Tianxing soldiers once suppressed this area, only to vanish thereafter. At this moment, Li Hao was indeed convinced that this could very well be the site of the Tianxing relics. Yet, he wondered whether the 9 divisions and the imperial family were collaborating in their excavation or if they each possessed their own relics. Numerous thoughts flooded his mind. Just as he pondered, Hong Yitong spoke. "Let us find a place to discuss our experiences concerning the transformation into super energies. I shall leave this matter to them for now, as there is little urgency in the short term." Li Hao was somewhat taken aback, realizing that the man had something significant to convey. "I sincerely apologize to this individual." The others remained silent as Li Hao and Hong Yitong vanished into thin air. Once they departed, Yuan Shuo let out a huff, feeling quite displeased. This fellow has returned once more. Naturally, this time, for Li Hao, Hong Yitong had completely lifted the restrictions, leaving him feeling rather helpless, wishing he had been able to halt Hong Yitong's advance. Beside him, the Baiguang sword proved to be of little assistance this time, but he paid it no mind. As long as Li Hao was unharmed, that was sufficient. She communicated telepathically. Did you not claim that you grow stronger in the face of adversity? Yuan Shuo cursed silently in response, replying mentally, what do you know? If you push me to my limits, this will become an unprecedented battle. You understand nothing. Do you have any hidden trump cards? Of course. Who among us lacks some secret weapon? Yuan Shuo grumbled, contemplating the need for further preparations. His disciple was becoming increasingly unreliable, and he could not perpetually rely on external forces. By the seaside, Hong Yitong did not delve into matters of superpowers, but instead inquired, what is your objective in remaining here? Li Hao shook his head. I do not know. You do not know? Hong Yitong chuckled. And yet you dare to act recklessly? Your impulsiveness has disrupted numerous unwritten rules. For instance, the Silver Moon has been waiting for powerful figures to arrive, while the 9 courts are unprepared, as is the royal family. Moreover, your stay has been too brief. No one is adequately prepared. Li Hao smiled. Isn't that quite splendid? You. Hong Yitong sighed, then continued. Even your master has not made proper preparations. He has always possessed a certain confidence, likely knowing some details, perhaps having reached an understanding with a particular demon plant or beast, but has yet to unearth it. However, based on his prior behavior, it seems he may have recently discovered one. Li Hao pondered briefly and nodded. Previously, my teacher's 5 organs became remarkably powerful. Perhaps he has unearthed a demon plant in the central region. There might be some agreement between the 2 parties. He had discerned this. During Yuan Shuo's previous fusion of the 5 forces, he absorbed considerable life essence, not from Li Hao, but from his own excavations, possibly having unearthed a demon plant in the central area, suggesting a probable connection between the 2. However, collaborating with a demon plant may not yield favorable outcomes. Summoning a demon plant could lead to unpredictable repercussions. Hong Yitong nodded in agreement, adding, the Tianxing is not a benevolent land, remaining here amidst lurking dangers. The foundation of the 9 courts has yet to be fully revealed. What of the several elder directors? They may not be so simple. Hong Yitong glanced at Tianxing City, noting, the director from the administrative office has yet to take action. Only the 7 elder directors have engaged, with the administrative office's director and the military law office's director also absent. These 2 may be the most formidable, with the 3rd being that opportunistic old fellow. Him, the elder from the inspection office. He pondered before nodding, acknowledging the strength of that individual. Upon his emergence, he swiftly dispatched King Chu Jiang, yet subsequently refrained from further actions, remaining elusive, and he did not exhibit any sign of weakness, appearing almost like a martial master. Li Hao had scarcely perceived the presence of the light group. Among the 9 offices, there are martial masters, as well as those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Hu Shao belongs to the latter category, while the elder of the inspection office somewhat resembles a martial master. At their level, it is quite challenging for Li Hao to discern the true nature of their powers. However, he can certainly perceive pure extraordinary abilities, as the radiance they emanate is exceedingly intense. Hong Yitong conducted a brief analysis and remarked, do you aspire to reform this dynasty? With all due respect, it is a hopeless endeavor unless you intend to completely overturn and reconstruct the dynasty. I have no intention of reforming. Li Hao shook his head once more. To be frank, I do not even know what I desire. I merely feel a sense of injustice and discontent, perceiving the overwhelming darkness around me. I am aware of my own capabilities, and I lack the power to achieve what you propose. Becoming a savior is unrealistic and not my pursuit. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao continued, let me put it this way. Perhaps after witnessing the city of war and perusing some ancient texts, I have come to realize that both the extraordinary beings and martial masters of this era are essentially in pursuit of the path to power, which bears no relevance to ordinary people. If that is the case, why should we meddle in their affairs? Must we resort to warfare? Must we exploit them? Did ancient civilizations attain greatness through the exploitation of powerless commoners? He was perplexed and found such actions unnecessary. Hong Yitong chuckled and shook his head. Their actions are not mere exploitation. They aim to extinguish the enlightenment of the populace, cultivating a multitude of ignorant souls. In truth, each faction is not foolish. They understand the value of winning the hearts of the people. But why do they not act accordingly? It is exceedingly arduous. Who can easily gain the approval of over 100 billion citizens? It is an incredibly daunting task. Thus, a simpler method exists: render them ignorant, brainwash them. And in doing so, they will lose their independent thoughts. When someone unifies the dynasty, the illusion of public support will emerge. Seeing that Li Hao still did not comprehend, he had to be more direct. Do you know why they seek to reduce the number of schools and continuously suppress the populace? I do not know. Public sentiment. He elaborated, the heart of the people. Ancient texts have stated that to become an emperor or a king, one needs the collective will of the masses, the recognition of all. In this way, one would possess immense power, potentially embarking on a unique path to become a truly unparalleled being. However, neither the 9 offices nor the royal family can guarantee such an outcome. Hence, they desire the populace to remain ignorant, making them easier to control, ultimately giving rise to a king among them. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Hong Yitong. Hong Yitong smiled. This is much simpler. There is no other choice. The world is in chaos, and no one can assure that they will treat billions of lives kindly, earning their heartfelt recognition. Such a feat is beyond human capability. So it is only natural that they seek shortcuts. This time, Li Hao grasped the meaning clearly. His expression shifted as he remarked, "Are you implying that this is all intentional? The 9 offices and the royal family are fully aware of the current situation and are deliberately acting in this manner?" "Of course." Hong Yitong chuckled. "The wise among them possess even greater wisdom than you. They are fully aware of everything, including the dire plight of the populace. However, once the people are rendered ignorant, they become quite easy to manipulate. This has been the case since ancient times. A few years ago, Yun Haoran from Tianxing sought to effect change, but not long after, he met a tragic end in his home. Do you think no one understands the benefits of promoting certain ideas? The technology of ancient civilizations was remarkably advanced. Once disseminated, it would provide immense assistance and foster growth in every aspect of life, from sustenance to transportation. However, as humanity becomes more enlightened and intelligent, diverse thoughts and ideas emerge. Do not underestimate the upper-class nobles. They are not ignorant of these truths. They are aware, or else why would they engage in learning, literacy, and self-cultivation? Hong Yitong turned to Li Hao with a smile and remarked, "Thus, the emergence of such a situation is something all parties wish to witness. Do you understand?" Li Hao nodded, pondering for a moment before speaking. Is there truly no faction that aspires to genuinely become the people's king, rather than relying on the manipulation of the ignorant masses? It seems exceedingly difficult. Hong Yitong sighed. Indeed, it is a formidable challenge, akin to scaling the heavens. Few have managed to achieve this since time immemorial. This is not merely a matter of strength, but rather a collective effort to advance and develop society in all its facets. Sustenance, shelter, spiritual, and material realms must all be addressed. Li Hao, even if you possess overwhelming martial prowess and govern through force, you will inevitably become akin to them. Do you grasp my meaning? In the past, the Jusi also sought to win hearts through various tactics, but ultimately abandoned such endeavors. The Dragon Slayer became the very dragon of which they sought to rid, and they were acutely aware of this. Yet, at times, they felt compelled to tread this path, for the alternatives seemed distant and unattainable. If a shortcut exists, they would pursue it. Li Hao pondered briefly before shaking his head. It is indeed too challenging. Upon hearing you say this, I realize that I am not cut out for such a role. However, perhaps my master might give it a try. Hong Yitong chuckled. Are you jesting? I currently oversee over 1,000 individuals, and my hair is turning gray. I can't help but imagine what it would be like to manage 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000. Such thoughts terrify me. And those numbers are not merely abstract. When it comes to billions, it transforms into an unfathomable reality. He shuddered at the thought. Thus, he understood the trepidation of the Jusi and the royal family. It was indeed fearsome. Li Hao furrowed his brow. Then one cannot become a people's king. One should act according to their own will. Perhaps not everyone will be satisfied, but one should pursue what is right and refrain from what is wrong. Why deliberately strive to suppress oneself to become a king? Human greed knows no bounds. When one perceives the possibility of becoming an immortal king, who wouldn't desire that? In this day and age, even those as powerful as deities ponder how long they can truly live. Would you not wish for 3,000 or 5,000 years of life? The older generation has aged. For instance, the elder director of the Jusi is over 100 years old. In this era, reaching such an age, even if one becomes a deity, the physical body remains frail and will ultimately succumb to decay. Is there a way to prolong life? To achieve immortality? Li Hao reflected and smiled. I had not considered such matters before. Indeed, this is why you cannot comprehend. The elder directors yearn for such things because they have grown old. With age comes the propensity for error. Even those who once feared nothing in life eventually come to fear death, especially when one is acutely aware of their inevitable demise. It is a disheartening realization, and even the wisest of the past cannot resist such temptation. Li Hao listened intently, and by the end, he nodded. I understand what Master Hong means. Essentially, if we do not eliminate them, leaving them be serves no purpose, correct? Indeed. Then let us eradicate them. Li Hao grinned. I believe Master Hong is far more suited to be the Star King than they are. Hong Yitong rolled his eyes. Oh please. That is not my desire. He had shared this with Li Hao merely to clarify the essence of the situation. Some matters are beyond the influence of a single individual, regardless of one's strength, unless one possesses such formidable power that these individuals cannot resist. Li Hao continued, Master, one cannot achieve greatness in a single leap. I grasp your intent, yet we can take our time. If a year is insufficient, then let it be a decade. If a decade fails, we can look to a century of ancient civilization. Surely, someone will undertake the task. If you do not act, and I do not act, then merely discussing the challenges will indeed render it daunting. He turned to Hong Yitong with a cheerful demeanor. I see myself as a warrior. I can help clear some obstacles for you. You can gradually expand the sword sect, starting from the most fundamental levels, then progressing to slightly higher tiers, ultimately encompassing the masses. Let us not think of 100 billion people. Let us first aim for 10,000, then 100,000, and then 1,000,000. 1,000,000 is not insurmountable. Take Silver City, for instance. I believe it can thrive, with everyone motivated, and it is not as difficult as it appears. Hong Yitong, initially intending to lecture Li Hao, found himself momentarily taken aback and lost in thought. If you do not act, and I do not act, it is undoubtedly challenging. However, when you take the initiative, many others will follow suit. For example, this time, Li Hao stood up to resist, which inspired Yao Si to step forward, and eventually, some among the night watchers also rose to the occasion. But if you, Li Hao, had not taken a stand, would these individuals have emerged? He had intended to persuade Li Hao, yet in this moment, he found himself somewhat swayed by Li Hao's words. After a brief silence, he nodded. You have matured significantly, exhibiting more independent thought. You are correct. When you take action, others will naturally be inclined to follow, and even if they do not, they will respect you and not impede your efforts. At this moment, he contemplated many things and suddenly remarked, the Silver Moon region will inevitably become turbulent and eventually emerge as the center of the world, but that will not happen swiftly. Currently, the Star Kingdom possesses a more solid foundation. It is the very core of the entire dynasty, and any actions taken here will be magnified. As he spoke, he suddenly chuckled. Implementing some changes in Star City may swiftly ripple throughout the dynasty. Li Hao, I find myself inclined to remain here and accumulate some experience. What do you think? Huh? Li Hao was taken aback. Master, you are not returning to Silver Moon? How sudden? Hong Yitong nodded. In recent days, I have been reflecting and contemplating, realizing that my previous thoughts were overly simplistic. Some matters are exceedingly difficult, and much of my experience is steeped in idealism, lacking practicality. At times, it can be quite vexing, tinged with a hint of bitterness. For instance, I brought back some items from the City of War that I deemed practical and advanced, yet some individuals from Sword Gate fail to comprehend or appreciate them, persisting in their own ways. After much contemplation, I concluded that their lack of exposure and education is the root of the issue. I aspire to reconstruct the ancient academy of Tianxing, initiating a literacy program, followed by the promotion of printed works. He continued, firstly, we must ensure that people are well fed. With their bellies full, they will have better opportunities. Once their material needs are met, they will naturally seek spiritual fulfillment. Li Hao, though somewhat perplexed, listened attentively. It seemed that Hong Yitong was also attempting to persuade himself. As he concluded, he chuckled, the timing is just right. The people's hearts are stirred. The royal family and the 9 departments are in a state of mutual restraint, and the 3 major organizations alongside the 7 divine mountains are lying low. Given the recent battle that has intimidated many, we may seize this opportunity to accomplish something significant. Will this delay your cultivation, Master Uncle? Li Hao inquired. Hong Yitong replied with a smile. This is also a form of cultivation, a refinement of the heart. I thought you would understand that by now. There are certain insights to be gained. Li Hao chuckled in response. Indeed, all matters are a form of cultivation. A martial artist is not merely defined by strength, but by the heart. Am I correct, Master Uncle? There is potential, Hong Yitong affirmed. Thus, those martial practitioners who solely focus on the distinction between martial artists and energy wielders are missing the point. There is essentially no difference. With a grin, Hong Yitong added, to be honest, your rapid progress and understanding in such a short time have genuinely surprised me. Only the most simplistic martial practitioners remain entangled in the dichotomy of superpowers and martial arts. You need not concern yourself with such trivialities. Li Hao nodded. I am indifferent to it. Moreover, my internal locks remain intact. Should I wish to revert, opportunities are not lacking. Do not dwell on reverting, Hong Yitong chuckled. That would be overly contrived. Just let things unfold naturally. Of course, if you conceal your powers, do so. You should have unsealed your limbs and your purple palace. While the 6 superpower locks along your spine can remain secure for now. Remember, Li Hao, the human body's superpower locks are not limited to just these. There are ways to strengthen your superpowers while simultaneously contemplating martial arts. The path is not singular. Li Hao nodded once more. Each exchange with Hong Yitong always yielded some form of insight, bringing him a sense of reassurance. Hong Yitong refrained from elaborating on specific cultivation methods, offering only comforting words akin to spiritual nourishment. Yet, in truth, each encounter imparted unique reflections. The greatest contributors to his progress thus far have undoubtedly been his teacher and Hong Yitong, one serving as a guiding light on the path of cultivation, the other as a steadfast supporter of his inner convictions. Regarding Hong Yitong's desire to remain, Li Hao did not voice any objections. If need be, I shall do it once more. Who is afraid of whom? He mused. Today, he is no longer a weakling. The adversaries are aware of his capabilities, and he has discerned some of their secrets. To conspire against him, they may not be so capable. Failing to seize this opportunity to establish authority would only project an impression of cowardice. Naturally, he must remain vigilant against their potential retaliation, for strength must be fortified. He exchanged a few words with Hong Yitong, and as Li Hao and the other man walked back, a thought struck Li Hao. Master Uncle, why having Hong Yue and the others not been unsealed, yet they seem so much stronger? The saturation, the number of developed super-energy locks, there are distinctions. Furthermore, their physical bodies, vitality, and spirit are all being cultivated, making them more well-rounded than us. Li Hao understood. The two fell into silence. On this day, news of the events in Tianxing City spread swiftly. The fall of numerous divine beings, the defeat of the 9 divisions, the death of the king of Beihai, the demise of the king of the plains, and the decapitation of 300 noble heads. These tidings circulated in the shadows, fueled by the intentions of certain individuals. Moreover, Yin was quick to disseminate all the information widely. In Baiwa City, Kong Jia exhaled, impressive. Just by reading the intelligence, I feel compelled to join them. I didn't expect they would all go. You should have let Lao Huang take me along. Director Zhao dismissed him. What purpose would your presence serve? It wouldn't change anything. Kong Jia lamented. What a pity for Li Hao. Not necessarily. Director Zhao replied nonchalantly. You all lament too much about this and that. What's wrong with super energy? There is nothing inherently negative. The martial artists of Yin are not inherently stronger than those with internal energy. Rather, they possess a uniquely different heart. Do you consider Qi Mei Gun and Tianjin to be true martial artists? Kong Jia was taken aback. Yet, the earth-overturning sword sees things more clearly. Zhao chuckled. The earth-overturning sword has a broader perspective than you all. I believe that among the martial artists in Yin, he may not be the most talented. Yuan Shuo holds that title. But in terms of future potential, Yuan Shuo may not surpass him. Li Hao, having only recently delved into martial arts, has been greatly influenced by the earth-overturning sword. Otherwise, you wouldn't witness the Li Hao of today, following Yuan Shuo's path. Li Hao might have become the next Yuan Shuo, a martial arts overlord, but the title of martial arts overlord is ultimately too narrow in scope. He perceives things more broadly than many and sees nothing wrong with that. Kong Jia frowned. But what about the 8 great cities? Do you think ancient civilizations share your short-sightedness? Director Zhao, feeling it futile to explain further, thought it better to remain silent. At this moment, his expectations for Li Hao had indeed increased. Chapter 222. Changes. Tianxing City remained as vibrant as ever, adorned with blossoms. The fierce battle of the previous day was now a memory, as if everything had returned to normal, save for the slightly damaged northern city gate, which bore the weight of hundreds of corpses and severed heads. Yet, the weather seemed to have improved. In November, Tianxing City had grown cold. The previous day's thunder had roared, dark clouds looming overhead, with fierce winds howling. Today, however, the sun emerged, a ray of light piercing through the darkness. The once bustling Tianxing City welcomed the long-awaited sunshine. On the streets, children ran about while adults busied themselves. Merchants opened their shops early, with customers coming and going. Everything returning to its usual state. A group of super-energetic individuals clad in night patrol uniforms walked along the streets, once feared like venomous scorpions by merchants and pedestrians. Today they still inspired trepidation, yet rather than scattering, the onlookers gazed at them with curiosity, intrigue, and bewilderment. It seems to inquire whether you are from the Celestial Star Commandery. A few night patrolmen traversed the streets, surveying their surroundings while being scrutinized by countless eyes, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as if beset by an incessant itch. In days gone by, they might have raised their voices in reprimand, reveling in the spectacle of scattering onlookers. Yet today they dare not. They walk silently, scanning the vicinity, when one among them, with a voice hoarse as if reciting from memory, proclaims, "The Celestial Star Commandery in the northern city is under construction. Should you have concerns, you may wait a few days before making a decision. Any grievances may be directed there." The flanks are enveloped in profound silence. The night patrolmen, equally awkward, refrain from uttering another word, merely echoing the proclamation before proceeding, pausing momentarily to repeat their call. At that moment, from a distance, a meat vendor suddenly cries out, "Gentlemen of the army, this man owes me 30,000 star coins and refuses to repay. When I approached him for payment, he threatened me with a knife." The shout captures the attention of the night patrolmen, as well as the passers-by and merchants, who turn their gaze towards the commotion. The meat shop, overseen by a robust man wielding a cleaver, confronts another individual outside, who, grasping a long knife, appears both finely dressed and diminutive, his eyes glinting with cunning. Noticing the crowd's attention, the smaller man's expression shifts, and upon seeing the night patrolman, he hastily retorts, "Nonsense. Did I say I wouldn't pay you? I merely mentioned a delay. How could I possibly reduce your payment for the meat? A mere 30,000 star coins. I shall settle it in a few days. I am procuring on behalf of the Lord's estate. How could I possibly shortchange you?" In a mere breath, he reveals his identity and promises payment without explicitly denying his obligation. Aware of the recent deaths among the nobility, he grows somewhat anxious and adds, "Enough with the shouting. For such a trivial matter to attract the attention of the army, here, take 3,000. He frantically rummages through his pockets, producing a handful of star coins and tossing them towards the vendor. 3,000, do you see? The meat vendor, his eyes narrowing with determination, grits his teeth and insists, "Not enough. I demand the full 30,000. You have owed me for more than just a day. Each time you come, you purchase and depart without a penny. My modest business is on the brink. 30,000 star coins is my lifeline. If I do not receive my payment today, I shall have no choice but to confront you." He grips his cleaver, his arm trembling, having shouted his grievances to the winds of fate. Ordinarily, he would not dare demand payment. Even when cornered, surrounded by debtors, he hesitates to press his claim, despite the thriving nature of his business. Capable of yielding annual profits of 100,000 to 80,000 star coins. Wealthy by any standard, these figures exist merely on paper. The accounts of debts could stack several feet high. Today, the stakes are high, and he has resolved to press the matter. As I chanced upon the night watchman, I seized the opportunity, gambling once more. Just yesterday, I would have hunched my back and murmured a few flattering words, hoping to extract a few coins from them. Yet today, emboldened and somewhat impulsive, I gripped the cleaver, my hand trembling. I could not settle for a mere few thousand. I demanded it all. If I failed to retrieve it today, what chance would I have to reclaim it in the future? If fortune smiled upon me, I would flee the Celestial Star City with my wife and child under the cover of night. The group of night watchmen cast their gaze in our direction, and one murmured, "Let us go. It's none of our business. This matter does not concern the extraordinary. It's trivial enough for the inspection bureau to handle." The five of us formed a cohesive unit. At this moment, someone lowered their voice. "None of our business? In our current predicament, if we leave now, That butcher could be killed in his own home tonight. That is still not our concern. If someone dies, the inspection bureau will be notified. Are you truly this naive? With so many eyes upon us, have you forgotten who holds the power above? The moment those words were uttered, the complexion of the one who had previously suggested indifference shifted dramatically. They nearly forgot. It was not that they had overlooked the formidable authority above, but rather, they had momentarily lost their composure, only now recalling the ruthless and tyrannical nature of that power. They were not to be trifled with. In the era of the Yellow Dragon, one would have seized the opportunity to deliver a beating to the butcher without a second thought. Why would we be summoned for such trivial matters? In the next instant, the 5 night watchmen abandoned all other thoughts. One swiftly advanced, delivering a kick that sent the thin monkey sprawling to the ground, barking, "Are you seeking death? Failing to repay your debts? Which marquis are you indebted to? Speak." The speaker's eyes widened, fierce and menacing. "We night watchmen are short on heads to claim. Now, tell us, which marquis? Does that lord think he is something special? I shall inquire which marquis cannot part with 30,000 star coins." With a resounding kick, the thin monkey rolled on the ground in agony. He had not anticipated their intervention, and in an instant, he wilted, clutching his head and weeping. "I will pay. I will pay. I am not defaulting. I simply have been short on funds these past few days." The butcher gritted his teeth. "This debt is not recent. It has been lingering for 1 or 2 years. And I have only been in business for a few years." The thin monkey cursed internally. Yet at that moment, he dared not utter another word. Hastily rummaging through his clothes until he produced a stack of star coins, but it was insufficient. He quickly fished out a few gold coins, exclaiming, "I have some. I have some. I will pay right now, please, do not hit me." The night watchman snatched the coins, counting them casually. It exceeded 30,000. He could not be bothered to linger. Tossing the coins to the butcher while fixing a glare on the pained thin monkey, "Should you dare to demand this back or engage in any further antics, you can forget about your head." The thin monkey nodded vigorously, still cautiously muttering, "Sir, I am not extraordinary. I bang." A kick sent him sprawling once more. As the night watchman scolded, "What if you are not extraordinary? Breaking the law is still forbidden. Do you not see who holds the reins in the inspection bureau? The night watchman and the inspection bureau are but 2 sides of the same coin. I am still a sentinel." He remained silent, and consequently, everyone had almost forgotten. However, once mentioned, it stirred something within the crowd. Indeed, the night watchmen typically assumed the role of inspectors as well, their ranks intertwined. Did this not indicate their extraordinary status, governing both the extraordinary and the mundane? The onlookers, initially tense, suddenly erupted in applause. "Bravo! The soldier fights splendidly." A merchant hurriedly cried out, "That soldier owes me money." The clapping intensified, and many were overwhelmed with excitement. Some merchants, with faces flushed, eagerly joined in the cheer. Yet, the night watchman felt rather awkward. It had been at least 5 or 6 years since they had witnessed such enthusiasm, and even then, it was rare, for they typically refrained from mingling with the common folk. But today, an unfamiliar sense of discomfort enveloped them, a peculiar impulse they could not quite articulate. The night watchman who had struck the blow bared his teeth, suddenly seizing the scrawny man by the neck. Perhaps spurred by the applause, he grit his teeth and demanded, "Repay me, at once. If you do not pay, I shall sever your head right here in the street, and take that of your lord as well." Such words would have never escaped his lips before, yet today, they slipped out, startling even himself. He instinctively glanced around, fearing the lord might have overheard him. In these times, a lord still held considerable value. The royal family remained in power, after all. But the next moment, the cheers grew louder, with someone bellowing, "Night watchman! Well done! Sever his head. Hang it at the north gate." This scoundrel had been exploiting the market for far too long. Whether the lord had received payment was unknown to us. However, it was clear that this man owed at least 300,000 just on our street alone, all while marrying several concubines. At that moment, the scrawny man's expression shifted dramatically as he realized the gravity of his predicament. If this continued, he might genuinely face death. Such a fate seemed improbable before, but given that several hundred nobles had perished just yesterday, what was impossible anymore? Nobility? Just yesterday? Even the venerable head of the criminal law department had lost his head, his corpse still displayed for all to see. Regret washed over him. Had he known better, he would have refrained from venturing out today. He hastily exclaimed, "Soldier, I will pay. I will pay it all. I was wrong. Is that acceptable?" The night watchman, fueled by the crowd's shouts, roughly slammed him to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. He cursed vehemently, "You scoundrel! This entire street is filled with petty merchants. And you dare to owe tens of thousands? A coward relying on others' influence. Come here, I want to see which lord is so impoverished. Whether it is because they did not pay, or if you pocketed the funds yourself." With that, he yanked the scrawny man and shouted, "I will take him to confront that lord. Let us see which household has fallen to such depths. If you lack money, then do not eat." Around them, the other night watchmen exchanged glances, sensing the escalating tension. Someone whispered, "It's over. The third brother is riled up." Naturally, under such scrutiny, with everyone praising him, one would also feel compelled to rise to the occasion. Do not provoke the Marquis's residence too much. What are you afraid of? Do you think it is still the same as before? Indeed, that esteemed individual cannot remain here for eternity, can they? The steadfast Marquis may have a transient official at the helm, who could very well depart tomorrow. What about our third brother, then? You are overthinking it. If they truly leave, we shall leave too, heading north to Silver Moon. Did you not see the northern warriors yesterday? They are formidable indeed. If they are not satisfied, they will act. If they wish to kill, they will kill. It is said that the night watchmen in the north are as fearless as lords, able to investigate anyone they please, and the three major organizations dare not utter a word after being dealt with. I have a friend in Silver Moon who mentioned that there are not many skilled night watchmen there. Even the sunlight can hold an official position. If we truly go there, who would refuse us? Such words swiftly clarified the thoughts of the night watchman, who had previously harbored some reservations. Indeed, in this day and age, are we night watchmen truly to fear a lack of places to flee? If all else fails, we can always go to Silver Moon. The northern warriors are quite fierce. In the next moment, someone's expression changed dramatically, and he shouted, "Third brother, let us capture him and take him to the Marquis's residence. Let us see which Marquis is so unreasonable. The North City is in need of a Marquis's head." This left the third brother momentarily stunned. How surprising. This fellow, who usually fears for his life, has suddenly become so bold today. I regretted shouting just after I did. The crowd around them erupted in applause. Excitement palpable. The military officer is valiant. This guy is from the Tianxing Marquis's residence. Just a mere kitchen hand, yet so brazen. The military officer should deal with him. The thin monkey was nearly terrified to the point of losing control. It was merely a trivial matter, just a lack of payment. It was not the first time such an event had occurred over the years. After all, he was from the Marquis's residence. Before the night watchman could take action, a stout figure rushed in, drenched in sweat and dressed lavishly. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled out a radiant divine energy stone from his bosom and hurriedly declared, "I am the steward of the Tianxing Marquis's residence. The Marquis is entirely unaware of this situation. Please do not misconstrue it. This fellow acted on his own accord. I have no money on me, but this divine energy stone is valuable, indeed. As you all know, it can be pledged with the night watchman. I assure you, within an hour, all debts owed will be repaid in full, with interest." Upon finishing, he gritted his teeth and kicked out. With a sickening crack, the thin monkey let out a cry of agony as his leg was shattered. He gritted his teeth, saying, "I must break both of his legs." The crowd fell silent, aware that money had been promised, and recognizing the value of the divine energy stone. Combined with the steward's fierce demeanor, they were suddenly quiet. The night watchmen, seeing this, were prepared to leave it at that. Suddenly, the previously timid night watchman seized the steward by the throat and shouted, "How audacious! This fellow has committed a crime, and it is our duty as night watchmen to handle it. Who are you to break his legs? Take him away." Such audacity! The third brother was left dumbfounded. Are we really going to arrest him? My heavens! Our little brother, who is usually timid, has suddenly become so bold today? But then again, it makes sense. After all, we have already offended him severely. What is there to fear? Is it now your turn to administer vigilante justice? Bring them back. The money will arrive shortly. There is no need for haste. We shall conduct a thorough investigation. The patrolling officers felt a surge of excitement. Capturing a steward from the Marquis's estate seemed rather commendable. Would they dare behead the Marquis for added spectacle? Regardless, let us take them back first. The steward's expression shifted dramatically, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, a realization dawned upon him, extinguishing his earlier ruthlessness. Overwhelmed with trepidation, he quickly uttered, "I was too hasty and filled with hatred. I confess my crimes. Let me lose a limb and pay a fine, and I shall be imprisoned for no more than a year and a half at most. Let us not be overly forceful. That could cost us our heads. These times are different from those of yore. He suddenly comprehended. To serve as a steward in the Marquis's residence indicated a person of notable standing. Even though these patrollers were considerably weaker than him, he, a mere third-tier practitioner, found himself submissively allowing them to seize him by the neck, following them without resistance. In an instant, as they departed, cheers erupted from all around. Those unfamiliar with the circumstances hurriedly inquired, and upon learning the details, their spirits soared. Could it be true? Just for a matter of debt. The patrollers apprehended the Marquis's steward? The Marquis's estate, indeed, represented significant figures. When had the patrollers grown so audacious? Yet, recalling the esteemed Governor Li, an understanding washed over them. After all, if he could execute a department head, what was a mere Marquis in comparison? The news spread like wildfire. From the initial capture of the steward, it escalated to rumors of his execution, ultimately morphing into tales of the Tianxing Marquis having failed to repay 30,000 coins, resulting in his head being severed and displayed at the North City Gate. The speed and breadth of this rumor-esque circulation were astonishing. Soon, numerous individuals flocked to the Tianxing Marquis's estate to inquire, only to discover that he was very much alive, while the outside world buzzed with tales of his severed head. The Tianxing Marquis, his complexion ashen, hastily sought refuge at the 9 divisions, fearful that if the rumors continued to spread, his own head might indeed end up on the city wall. Ignored by the 9 divisions, he quickly made his way to the palace, resolutely deciding to remain hidden for the foreseeable future. It was far too perilous. Whispers abounded that Li Hao had remained solely to apprehend and execute individuals. He dared to eliminate marquises, dukes, princes, and department heads alike. To make matters worse, the royal family had gone mad, granting him the title of Grand Governor, thus placing the 9 divisions under his oversight. Even if the 9 divisions remained indifferent, Li Hao now had the authority to act. In the slums, a group of children buzzed with excitement. Sister, sister, the patrols have become formidable. The Tianxing Marquis owed 30,000 coins, and his head was cut off. Everyone is talking about it. Yuqing had also caught wind of the rumors and found herself momentarily dazed. Was he truly so ruthless? For a debt of 30,000 coins, even a marquis was not spared. One cannot deny the rapid and extensive dissemination of this news. In an instant, Tianxing City was ablaze with fervor, even more invigorated than the day before. Initially, many had felt distant from the notions of reporting and seeking justice, yet now the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. However, when one hears tales of a pork seller who shouted for the night watchman to collect debts, only to have the watchman slay the Lord when payment was withheld, it sparked a wave of belief among the populace. The night watchman had transformed. He now wielded authority. In an instant, countless individuals stirred with ambition. If one could dare to kill a lord over such a trivial matter, what else were they capable of? Though the news may have been false, it was invigorating. No one sought to investigate its veracity. After all, there were no reports of the Tianxing lord refuting the claim. Perhaps he truly had perished. At this moment, Yuqi felt a surge of excitement. She glanced at her brother, who was engrossed in a book nearby, and, after a moment's contemplation, she jogged over, wiped her hands clean, discarded her apron, and whispered, "Brother, did you hear? I wish to venture to the North City tonight." Yuming looked at her and quietly replied, "Sister, the news of the Lord's death must be false." "I know." Yuqi rolled her eyes. "But don't you see? Things are different now." Yuming pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Then he said, "If you wish to go, I will accompany you." "Don't. I can go alone. Stay home, will you? Just step outside and find a place to hide. When I return, I will come to find you." Yuming considered her words and nodded, opting not to argue further. Yuqi was filled with anticipation, glancing at the sky, anxiously wondering why night had not yet fallen. During the day, she felt apprehensive and dared not approach, fearing discovery. She believed that reporting such matters was better suited for the cover of darkness. At this moment, the legend of the night watchman circulated throughout the city. At the night watchman headquarters, even Yao Si caught wind of the rumors and looked curiously at the enthusiastic Xiao Yi. Did Li Hao truly slay the Tianxing lord? Of course not. Governor Li is in seclusion, tending to the injuries of the Silver Moon warriors, and hasn't he emerged? What a ridiculous rumor! Yao Si exclaimed, exasperated. I received 7 or 8 inquiries this morning alone, as if I were some kind of oracle. Just a baseless rumor. Xiao Yi, brimming with excitement, replied, "Minister, whether it's true or false, have you not noticed?" "What do you mean?" "Everyone is quite pleased." "Who?" "Everyone," Xiao Yi exclaimed. "The people outside are happy. And so are the night watchmen." "Minister, have you not noticed? The headquarters, once so dreary, is now buzzing with gossip. They are all marveling at who had the audacity to eliminate the Tianxing Lord." Upon inquiry, it turned out that the timid individuals patrolling the streets could scarcely believe the news. When the capture of the Sanyang overseer was reported, it caused a stir. Some night watchmen boldly stated that after months of darkness, they dared to apprehend Sanyang if they did not bring back a ray of light. It would be a disgrace. Yao Si gently rubbed his temples, feeling weary. "Xiao Yi, do you consider this a good thing?" "Of course," Xiao Yi affirmed. "Minister, why would this not be a positive development? Now everyone praises the night watchmen for their commendable actions. The powerful are afraid of our law enforcement. This is precisely how it should be," she exclaimed with excitement. "As everyone knows, if there is injustice, one must seek the night watchmen. They should spring into action. Whoever it may be, those who are to be captured will be apprehended, and those who are to be slain will be executed. Is this not how it should be?" Yao Si fell into deep contemplation as he approached the window, glancing outside. A few night watchmen traversed the courtyard, their steps seemingly much more buoyant, occasionally whispering to one another, their spirits appearing markedly different. Yet, it was merely a rumor. Those present were well aware of its falsehood. No nobleman had been slain. Only a steward had been apprehended. They had previously seized thousands of aristocrats. In comparison, this steward was inconsequential. However, the perception among the night watchmen was entirely altered. Previously, it was Li Hao who executed the captures. This time, it was they who had made the arrests. It dawned upon them that they too possessed such authority. They realized that when they apprehended someone, they could experience a day unscathed by reproach, greeted instead with applause, cheers, and accolades. Could the night watchman truly operate in such a manner? Yao Si frowned as he gazed below, and after a moment, he relaxed his brow, contemplating before shaking his head and sighing. If Li Hao escapes, it will be troublesome. Xiao Yi dismissed the notion. Then he would flee to Silver Moon with Governor Li. Yao Si was taken aback. Xiao Yi also appeared shocked, her complexion paling as she hurriedly added, "I didn't say anything." Yao Si regarded her with raised eyebrows. "Are you suggesting that everyone harbors such thoughts now? Li Hao flees, and you all wish to follow him to Silver Moon? He has only just arrived, and you would abandon your homes to accompany him?" He had never anticipated that these individuals would entertain such ideas. It was utterly unexpected. Xiao Yi, somewhat apprehensive, steeled herself and boldly declared, "Minister, what of it? Work is work, no matter where one is. It is all about survival. Being a night watchman in Silver Moon, I hear, is dignified. The night watchmen are one of the 4 major institutions. If one wishes to slay members of the 3 major organizations, they simply patrol and bring back some heads. It is said that their resources for cultivation are obtained not from killing the 3 organizations, but from slaying pirates. Though life may be a bit harder, it is lived freely. Even if one were to perish in battle, there is honor in dying as a foe's slayer." Yao Si retorted with indignation. "The night watchmen have been at war with the 3 major organizations for 20 years. Have we not endured the same?" Xiao Yi cautiously replied. "It is different. Previously, it was quite stifling. Aside from Dao Jian, who dared to kill recklessly, none of us had the courage. Important figures could not be slain for fear of provoking major conflicts. Do you think Silver Moon is any better?" Yao Si was somewhat at a loss for words. Was not Silver Moon the same? Both sides exercised restraint. These individuals actually believed that life in Silver Moon would be superior? Xiao Yi whispered, when Minister Ho was here. Perhaps there were considerations, but is it not now Governor Li who holds power? Oh, Yao Si suddenly understood, feeling somewhat speechless. Not only had he been humiliated, but so had Ho Xiaoqing. Quite the performance. He almost wanted to laugh. Ho Xiaoqing, look at you now. Did you hear? The Silver Moon you presided over is not regarded highly. Instead, they believe that following this barbarian Li Hao, this reckless sword wielder, is the path to a brighter future. Are you not incensed? The fiery embers within him were suddenly quelled significantly. With a chuckle, he lifted his large tea mug and took a sip of water, feeling a hint of amusement. Casting his gaze upon the night watchman below, he couldn't help but notice that there was indeed a semblance of vitality restored to the stagnant Tianxing City. Ever since the arrival of the Silver Moon barbarian, the atmosphere had become considerably more lively. He glanced over at the inspection department not far away, wondering what kind of scene unfolded there today. Perhaps it was bustling as well. However, the crux of the matter lay not in the commotion but in the fact that several deputy ministers had been slain, prompting him to report Li Hao's name, suggesting that the inspection department should appoint him as a deputy minister. Surely, the 9 departments would be furious. At this moment, the inspection department was indeed convening a meeting, albeit with 2 deputy directors absent, one, Huang Long, and the other, Yao Si, who had feigned illness to excuse his absence. The director of the inspection department held a document, scrutinizing it closely, filled with lengthy rhetoric, yet prominently featuring the words, Li Hao must be promoted. Failure to do so may result in fatalities. This was not authored by Li Hao, but rather delivered by Yao Si. After pondering for a moment, the director spoke. Yao Si proposes that Li Hao be promoted to deputy minister, concurrently taking over Huang Long's position. What are your thoughts? Silence ensued. The director surveyed the gathered individuals and reiterated, I ask you, what do you think? After a prolonged pause, the director proclaimed, the decision rests with me. A flurry of voices erupted, some eager to express their opinions. Though a few harbored the desire to dissent, the fear of Li Hao's wrath loomed large. After all, the 9 departments had failed to subdue him, and why should they invite his ire? Had they not witnessed the demise of numerous directors and deputy directors just yesterday? After all, he is merely a deputy director. If you do not oppose and are willing to step down, we have no objections. The director of the inspection department felt a twinge of fatigue. He understood their unspoken sentiments. What does this imply? He mused. Following Li Hao's decisive victory yesterday, the 9 departments had retreated, and such concessions could prove irreversible. He is too young, the director remarked, prompting a quiet voice from the crowd. Director, he may be young, but he is now the Tianxing Marquis, the governor of Tianxing, and more importantly, he possesses formidable strength, a master of divine arts. It would be unwise to refuse. The director was taken aback. He had not uttered a word of refusal, yet they were eager to curry favor. This is my Chun family's domain, he thought, exasperatedly surveying the assembly. So, you all believe he should be promoted? The crowd fell silent, tacitly agreeing. This was perhaps one of the rare occasions when no one opposed a proposal, out of fear or inability. One deputy director added, his current renown also represents the inspection department. Holding the title of deputy director could enhance our reputation. Enhance our infamous reputation, perhaps. The director muttered under his breath, contemplating the situation before nodding in agreement. Very well. Let it be so. Suddenly, he laughed. Isn't he a subordinate of Ho Xiaoqing? And isn't Ho Xiaoqing a deputy director? The assembly fell silent, puzzled by his implication. The director stroked his chin, chuckling. Then it is settled. Quite splendid. The document was conveyed to the administrative department. Do they not relish making decisions? Let them provide their approval. The deputy director remarked that there is usually a procedure to follow. Both the administrative department and the examination and assessment department need to conduct their reviews. He is also curious to discern the intentions of the 2 departments. Would they refuse? If they were to refuse, that would indeed be intriguing. One cannot help but enjoy the spectacle, and since he has resolved to act, having not been able to provide timely assistance, he intends to embellish the situation instead. How he will do this will unfold gradually. Having thought of this, he added, by the way, inform Li Hao that the finance department has previously relinquished a secondary historical site, a military science university, and inquire if he has any interest in exploring it. With a chuckle, he remarked playfully, it's quite perilous, just let him know. With that, he turned and departed. Someone behind him quietly inquired, Director, should we summon him for the meeting? The chief inspector paused momentarily, then replied, do not summon him. With that, he hastily left. Summoning Li Hao to a meeting? Forget it. What if that fellow always opposed him? What then? Engage in a conflict? Or eliminate him? Or be eliminated by him? Who can tell? On this day, the city of Tianxing was abuzz with activity. However, Li Hao did not venture out. A group of Silver Moon martial artists were engaged in dialogue, simultaneously healing and training. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. Regardless of past grievances, they seized the moment to interact before any hostilities arose. In a large house, the speaker was the domineering blade master, who wore a solemn expression and stated darkly, Yuan Shuo, do not presume that your 5-animal technique is the sole path. Your fusion of spirit does not necessarily follow the path of the 5 organs. Do you dare to label us as heretical? He was somewhat vexed. Snorting coldly, martial artists should primarily develop divine intent. With potent divine intent, all else becomes strong. I believe that when divine intent reaches its zenith, it will remedy any weaknesses in the bodily organs, rendering them trivial in the future. A robust divine intent can enhance the physical form. We are merely in a phase of weakness now. Once divine intent undergoes transformation, it will naturally fortify our bodies. Even transcending the physical form would not be an issue. Over there, a southern fist martial artist retorted angrily, "Nonsense. Vital energy is the key. A strong body leads to strength in all aspects. Have you not heard of achieving enlightenment through the physical form? No. I believe the crux lies in momentum." The martial artists were at an impasse, each unwilling to concede. Yuan Shuo, however, remained composed, reclining leisurely with one leg crossed over the other, casually remarking, "Indeed, you are all correct. Thus, do not force the 5 organs. Whoever secretly strengthens the 5 organs is a beast." A moment of silence enveloped the room. The next instant, the cacophony of insults grew louder. After a brief interval, someone cautiously interjected, "Esteemed colleagues, is balanced development not preferable? In truth, I have discerned a few pathways that all relate to the superpower lock. My master emphasizes the circulation of the 5 organs, yet that is not the ultimate cycle. When integrated, does it not become the grand circulation of the entire body?" Yuan Shuo rolled his eyes, disinterested in continuing the discussion. Ho Xiaoqing softly remarked, "It sounds simple. Currently, the human body possesses at least 12 super energy locks. Yuan Shuo has achieved the completion of the 5-organ circulation, which is already remarkable. The difficulty in accomplishing the limb circulation is no less challenging. The limbs are fundamental. If your master can integrate this, it would yield a system of 9 super energy locks in circulation. In such a case, the path ahead would indeed become clearer." Tianxing interjected, "The principle is evident. Everyone understands that a comprehensive enhancement is superior. The crux lies in its arduous nature, the difficulty of integration. You must comprehend that 2 distinct breathing techniques are challenging to merge, let alone 12 super energy locks." Li Hao nodded. As a junior, his prowess was inconsequential. His understanding of martial arts was undoubtedly inferior to these formidable individuals. He acknowledged their reasoning, yet they had also mentioned that mere words hold no weight. Can you not integrate them then? Who doesn't recognize that holistic development is preferable? Even someone as gifted as Yuan Shuo has merely completed the integration of the 5 organs. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao posited, "Could we not connect the other super energy locks to the 5-organ circulation, akin to how the 5 organs are integrated?" Yuan Shuo reprimanded him, "Enough nonsense. This is not child's play. Recklessly integrating them could lead to death. An explosive demise would be the least of your worries. What were you thinking? Do you truly believe my 5 animals technique is merely a haphazard amalgamation of 5 forces and 5 locks? Do not dare claim to be my disciple if you speak such folly." Upon uttering this, he noticed Hong Yitong nodding in agreement and inwardly cursed, adding hastily, "Even if you claim to be my disciple, do not speak carelessly outside." Hong Yitong, at a loss for words, thought, "Why are you looking at me? I merely concurred with your earlier statement. There was no intention to integrate recklessly. Yet you felt the need to elaborate unnecessarily." At that moment, Tianjin rose, declaring, "It seems we have established a general direction in our thoughts. Tianjin Manor has other matters to attend to, and I lack the inclination to debate further. I shall take my leave." As he prepared to depart, Li Hao quickly stood, "Senior Tianjin, you need not say any more." Tianjin floated away, his voice resonating. "Be it martial masters or super energy practitioners, remain steadfast on your chosen path. In this new era, forge your own exploration. Take time to delve into super energy. Wind and lightning possess super energy locks, but what of the dark, light, life, and space series? Do not emulate your master, remaining stagnant, thinking that super energy is trivial. There are unique aspects to discover." As his words faded, he had already vanished. At that moment, Bei Quan also stood, stating, "I must take my leave as well. Xiaohe, see me off. It has been a while since we last conversed." Nan Quan scoffed, "Who are you calling big brother? It's hard to say who is stronger now. Is there no longer any decorum?" Bei Quan glanced at Nan Quan with a smile, to which Nan Quan cursed under his breath, rising to follow, "You old relic. You've bullied me enough in the past. I'll find a time to settle the score." The 2 martial practitioners from the north and south exchanged no further pleasantries and departed swiftly. Ba Dao, as ever, maintained his stoic demeanor, rising and vanishing. yet transmitting a message to Li Hao. Divine intent resides within the mind. Momentum and divine intent are not synonymous. If divine intent is a form of power, then momentum embodies a belief. Once you grasp the fundamental distinction between the two, you may awaken both divine intent and momentum and reassess their essence. Having conveyed this, he too disappeared without a trace. Huang Yu also rose to his feet, stating, "It is time for me to return to Silver Moon. Xiaochun, take care while you remain. If Li Hao does not depart, then he shall stay for now. Should the need arise, I will summon him." Tianxing City is a place fraught with peril, and it is unwise to linger. Having said this, he strode away. The martial masters arrived with determination and departed with grace. As the saying goes, all gatherings must eventually disperse. Each individual harbors their own thoughts. A reunion of old friends for a few days is acceptable, but as time passes, internal discord may arise. Li Hao bid farewell to each in turn. These martial masters were individuals of distinct temperaments. Forcing them together was not conducive to harmony. Those who have carved their own paths to this day are certainly not weak. As for the dangers of venturing alone, these seasoned veterans understood far better than Li Hao. Those who dared to embark on their journeys were confident in their ability to evade ambushes or attacks. After a day's exchange, Li Hao found himself greatly enriched. Though he no longer identified as a martial master, it mattered not, for the path to enlightenment ultimately shares common ground. Li Hao had initially thought his master would not depart this time. Yet Yuan Shuo stood up and declared, "I must return to Silver Moon. You take care of yourself here. I shall seek out some ancient relics for discussion. Perhaps they can assist you in altering your circumstances. In my earlier days, I was too weak to approach them, but now that I have grown stronger, it is time to pay them a visit." Li Hao's heart stirred, and Yuan Shuo waved his hand dismissively. "No need for excessive words. Remember, you are my disciple, Yuan Shuo, not someone else's. Distinguish priorities clearly, and that is all." With that, he departed without a backward glance. The radiant sword chuckled softly, glancing at Li Hao. "Your master mentioned that he knows where the remaining pages of the Radiant Sword Manual are located. Regrettably, we did not have the opportunity to discuss the sword arts in these past few days, but there will be ample time in the future. Once I advance further with my Radiant Sword, we will have another chance." In the distance, Yuan Shuo impatiently called out, "Are we leaving or not?" The Radiant Sword smiled, transforming into a beam of sword light and vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the vast chamber was left with only a few individuals: Li Hao, Hong Yitong, Ho Xiaocheng, Yu Luocha, and the Bright Sword. Once the others had departed, Yu Luocha suddenly remarked, "Jin Chong has left." "What?" Chief Steward Yu raised the communication jade in his hand. "Jin Chong sent me a message. He said he has departed and will not bid farewell to the Martial Guard Army. He did not participate in this battle, which is regrettable. Yet he feels he can offer no assistance. He stated he wishes to venture forth, and if he cannot conquer the demons within his heart, he shall not return. He expressed his gratitude to the minister for past assistance and requested that Li Hao take care of the Martial Guard Army, without mentioning anything else." The group fell silent, surprised yet somewhat understanding of Jin Chong's departure. Ho Xiaoqing fell into contemplation, and after a while, sighed softly, "It is perhaps for the best that he has left. Venturing out may do him good. Remaining by my side has indeed made it difficult for him to break free from the intentions I have left behind. I did not intend for this. It is merely that he cannot let go of his burdens. He overthinks, too straightforwardly. Had it been Nan Quan, he would not have harbored such thoughts." Shaking his head, he felt a tinge of regret. This farewell signifies that if Jin Chong does not return, it may well be a permanent departure. Perhaps he will find a place to lay down his life, and the Silver Moon's 3 spears may echo no more. Certainly, if the spear were to return, it would be a different story. In those times, the spear would once again resonate throughout the Silver Moon martial world. Still reigning as the foremost among the 3 spears, a figure of the Silver Moon hero's role. After a brief moment, Hong Yitong turned to the Bright Sword and declared, "I have decided to stay. What about you?" The Bright Sword had been by his side all along, and Hong Yitong added, "Perhaps you should head to Silver Moon instead. My wife has inquired several times why you are always with me." The Bright Sword was taken aback, as were the others, all glancing at Hong Yitong. He insisted. She truly did ask. The Bright Sword retorted angrily, "Hong Yitong, you overestimate yourself. What do you mean by that?" Hong Yitong chose not to elaborate, stating simply that it was the truth. He suggested, "Perhaps it's best if you stop following me. regardless of how you may have looked in the past. At least now you resemble a middle-aged woman. Those unaware might think that I, Hong Yitong, have peculiar tastes. The bright sword scoffed, I shall not leave. I will remain here to assist Li Hao and address my surplus of bright power. Once I achieve harmony of yin and yang, you will find yourself unworthy of my company. Li Hao bowed his head, suppressing a laugh, while feeling slightly perplexed. You wish to accompany me? Look at the likes of you Luo Cha, Bai Guangjian, and Xiao Yi. They are all quite beautiful. Even the women around Hong Yue are charming. Why would you want to stay with me? At that moment, Ho Xiaoqing, accompanied by Steward Yu, departed elegantly, choosing not to involve himself in this matter. He thought to himself, after achieving harmony of yin and yang, could the bright sword truly become more attractive? He found it hard to believe, but kept this thought to himself, knowing it could invite disdain. As for Hong Yitong, he was indifferent. After saying this, he stood up, stating, I will take a stroll in the city. The bright sword will accompany you. Should my daughter inquire later, you shall vouch for me that there is nothing between us. With that, he vanished. The bright sword smirked and glanced at Li Hao, saying, Li Hao, you must believe that once I achieve harmony of yin and yang, even you Luo Cha and the black spider will pale in comparison to me. Li Hao nodded vigorously. Taken aback by the fact that a group of middle-aged women were competing for attention, it was rather daunting. Once the bright sword stormed off in frustration, Li Hao suddenly chuckled, scratching the head of Black Panther, whispering, Black Panther, isn't the Silver Moon martial world intriguing? Black Panther nodded helplessly, unsure if it was interesting or not, but he certainly felt that these characters had drained a lot of energy during their 2 days together. He was relieved to be leaving. After laughing for a while, Li Hao fell into contemplation about his future. At this juncture, everyone understood the sentiment. A brief pause in updates is warranted. I will not update this morning as I have just concluded a storyline and need some time to gather my thoughts. Regular updates will resume in the afternoon and evening. Chapter 223, Gains, Report, Subscription and Monthly Votes Requested. The coexistence of super abilities and martial arts reflects Li Hao's current state. A gathering of martial artists has indeed provided him with some insights. These matters pertain to the realm of martial arts. His decision to remain in Tianxing City is not solely for martial purposes, but also for deeper reasons, such as refining his heart and cultivating his spirit. These have been Li Hao's recent realizations. To follow one's true heart is to cultivate strength naturally. After contemplating for a moment, Li Hao exhaled softly, mentally organizing his forthcoming actions, and then turned his gaze towards the Black Panther. The Black Panther was also observing Li Hao. What are you staring at? Li Hao rolled his eyes. The seniors have departed, yet you remain here all alone. The others have left. And yet this dog hasn't even taken out its storage ring, fearful of being robbed. In truth, apart from Nan Quan, who was eager to divide the spoils, the others were not inclined to do so. The Black Panther barked persistently, as if to say, it's for your own good. In the past few days, Li Hao had spent a considerable amount of money, burning through divine energy stones as if they were of no consequence. As they sat down to discuss matters, Li Hao had expended several 100,000 divine energy stones in no time. With so many martial artists present, each one a formidable force, the rate of absorption was astonishing. At present, Li Hao was not particularly short on funds. Previously, he had seized a substantial amount. However, this time was different. These were all powerful individuals, and far too many divine abilities had perished. Li Hao was also curious to see if these individuals possessed anything of value. The dog produced several storage rings, though the quantity was limited, totaling just over 20. Yet, merely observing the storage rings revealed a distinct quality, exuding a sense of refinement. Li Hao casually picked one up, uncertain of its owner, and probed with his divine sense, immediately drawing in a sharp breath. Whose is this? The divine energy stones were scarce, merely a little over 10 pieces. Indeed, just a handful. Yet each piece felt significantly more potent than the few that Hong Yitong had previously presented. If Hong Yitong's stone was worth 3,000, this one felt akin to 10,000. The rich and intense energy surged within, reminiscent of flowing water. Although, when calculated, it amounted to just over 100,000. Such high-caliber divine energy stones are not easily exchanged for others, nor could one obtain them easily. These were undoubtedly acquired from relics, and of the highest quality. Such prowess was indeed remarkable. Li Hao mused to himself. While the divine energy stones were not plentiful, the contents of the storage ring were not extensive either. Besides this, there was a small vial, which contained a life spring, almost a standard item. Upon counting, there were 10 drops, and it was unclear who had brought them, as they had gone unused even in death. He continued to investigate, and after a while, his gaze flickered. Within the storage ring, aside from the usual cultivation supplies, one item stood out prominently. He extracted it for a closer look. It appeared to be a piece of amber, within which flowed a drop of blood-red substance. It resembled a phoenix, yet also seemed akin to a rock. What is this? Li Hao pondered, somewhat perplexed. The Black Panther, however, twitched its nose, displaying signs of excitement, and nudged Li Hao gently with its head. Li Hao glanced at it. Woof! Woof woof! The Black Panther barked insistently, a hint of urgency in its tone, even making a small incision on itself, allowing blood to flow forth. Li Hao's heart stirred. Is this blood from a great demon? Woof, woof, woof. The Black Panther nodded eagerly. Indeed, this was the blood of a formidable demon. It remained unclear how the individual had obtained it, or what they had traded for it. Li Hao's eyes flickered as he murmured, Tianxing Mountain, Phoenix Mountain. 2 sacred mountains, both ruled by flying-type demon clans. In contemporary times, it appears that there are no particularly formidable great demons on land, nor do they seem to exist in the waters. However, among the avian demon kin, 2 eminent great demons have surfaced. It remains uncertain whether this is due to the understated nature of the terrestrial and oceanic realms or some other reason. This blood is likely derived from one of these 2 great demons. The blood of the demon clan possesses the ability to enhance one's physical form, a fact that Li Hao is well aware of. Previously, Yuan Shua had bitten into the rear of a Black Panther, causing it to bleed, in order to extract some blood for the fortification of its internal organs. Would you like to partake? Woof. The Black Panther nodded. As a great demon, the instinct to hunt fellow demons has been inherent since ancient times. If the blood of the demon clan harbors strength, it would be far more nourishing for the Black Panther than any sword energy. Here you go. Li Hao did not delve into the identity of the blood's owner and tossed it to the Black Panther, which promptly swallowed it whole. Assessing the situation, Li Hao noted that the storage ring bore no name. However, judging by some of the basic items within, it could potentially belong to the king of the North Sea. Yet, if it were his, he would indeed be quite impoverished. While there were some treasures, they hardly aligned with the reputation of the North Sea's foremost thief. Had he perhaps exchanged his treasures for the opportunity to advance in divine abilities? After some contemplation, Li Hao arrived at a reasonable conclusion. This might very well be the case. If so, then those newly ascended to divine abilities might be quite destitute, as their elevation surely exacted a toll. Upon this realization, Li Hao felt a pang of regret. What a pity. Otherwise, how could the illustrious thief of the North Sea find himself in such dire straits? He continued to examine the contents, growing ever more astonished. By the heavens, these individuals are wealthy. The storage ring of the King of the North Sea contained few treasures. What he was currently inspecting was most likely that of the Plains King, one of the Royal Nine. The treasures within this storage ring dazzled Li Hao's eyes. Not to mention the divine energy stones. Li Hao found it tedious to even count the large quantities, which were likely linked to the royal family's excavation of the celestial Star City ruins, a site known for its immense mineral wealth that sustains the operation of the 8 cities. However, the most significant aspect was that the storage ring of the Plains King contained a plethora of books. Li Hao casually flipped open one, only to discover it was filled with martial arts secrets. This individual, who had once established the Martial Guard Army, evidently possessed profound knowledge of martial arts. He appeared to be a scholar. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than 100 secrets, and those worthy of being collected by him were anything but insignificant. Li Hao even spotted some renowned techniques from the Silver Moon martial arts realm. The iron cloth armor and grass on the wind caught his attention. Grass on the wind belonged to Wu Xinghong, who was the grandfather of Wu Chao. It was said that he was vanquished by the Heavenly Flyers, who seized his techniques. Yet now, this very technique resided within the Plains King's storage ring. Could it be that the Plains King had employed the Heavenly Flyers? Or perhaps was he one of the shadowy benefactors behind them? As Li Hao pondered this, he recalled the fate of the Willow Fluff Sword. Was its demise connected to the Plains King? This individual seemed intent on acquiring certain secrets from Silver Moon. As Li Hao continued to scan through the numerous secrets, he also encountered the Stab Foot technique, which belonged to the Stab Foot sect, with the representative figure being the White Lady, who had married into the Bai family, the former rulers of Silver Moon City. Could it be that this was a contribution from the White Lady herself? The Bai family is indeed intertwined with the royal lineage, contributing even their secret techniques. As for my senior sister, her husband, Hu Dingfang, also has connections with the Bai family. Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly, choosing not to dwell on it. Within the storage ring of the Crown Prince of the Plains, there exists not only secret arts, but also black armor. Reminiscent of the black armored troops, yet possessing a distinct essence. Instantly, Li Hao thought of the royal black armored army. Clearly, this must be their armor, albeit in limited quantity. Around 300 sets. At this moment, Li Hao also held 1,000 sets of the void-breaking army armor in his possession. One by one, he rummaged through the storage rings. Uncertain how much time had passed, Li Hao took a deep breath. He refrained from examining other treasures, and, at this moment, a gilded tome appeared in his hand. This was the most captivating item among the myriad of treasures. This particular artifact originated from Hu Zhao's storage ring. In the next moment, another golden tome materialized, nearly identical to the first. This one was acquired from the elder duke of the Su family. 2 gilded tomes, almost indistinguishable. Yet with slight variations, both exuded an ancient charm, inscribed with grand characters. Fundamental battle technique, attack. Below, a line of smaller text read. Authored by the Chun family of New Wu. The Chun family, the New Wu Chun family. Li Hao felt a stir of recognition. He was aware of a strong individual from the Chun family, Director Chun, who specialized in foundational sword techniques and excelled in the stream sword style. Yet, which Chun family does this fundamental battle technique belong to? Is it from the same lineage? Could this be the battle technique employed by the former senior officials? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he turned to the second gilded tome. Fundamental battle technique, break. Again, a line of smaller text indicated. Authored by the Jiang family of New Wu. Clearly, these fundamental battle techniques were not the legacy of a single family, but rather derived from various clans. One tome belonged to the elder duke, while the other was with Hu Xiao. It was likely that the other senior officials possessed similar artifacts. Li Hao pondered. Could it be that they were exploring the same relic? Otherwise, how would the Eastern Duke's estate have access to such treasures? With these musings, he opened a page of the gilded tome, and in an instant, he felt as if he were immersed within its contents. Before his eyes, a formidable presence manifested, overwhelming in its might, bordering on the inconceivable. The Jiang family's break technique, capable of overcoming all obstacles, all limitations. An ancient proclamation resonated within Li Hao's mind. The War King, an ancient powerhouse. In the next moment, his mind erupted in chaos, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The character for break emerged, sketched in blood, revealing its essence, obliterating everything into mere dust. Li Hao blinked, returning to reality. The War King, the Jiang family, the break technique. The gilded tome was, in fact, an ancient martial heritage. He felt a surge of astonishment. Compared to the earlier displays of the senior officials, this was a mere insult to the art of warfare. His mentor had mentioned that this was the battle technique from the ancient Holy Land, Tianxing City. Last time, Su Qing informed him about the Su family's excavation regarding the 9 departments of Tianxing City. Had they seized the Su family's possessions? Or were the 9 departments collaborating with the Su family in their exploration? Li Hao found himself perplexed. Yet he began to comprehend that these battle techniques likely originated from Tianxing City. However, why does the 9 divisions exist? The Martial Science University. Suddenly, a thought struck him, stirring his heart. Indeed, it was said in Tianxing City that the Martial Science University of Ur encompassed all martial arts. Once some of the top-tier experts created secret techniques, they would quickly disseminate them rather than hoarding them for themselves. Thus, it would be quite normal to discover secret techniques anywhere. Perhaps there exists a formidable martial science university on Tianxing Island. 2 volumes of supreme secret techniques ignited a fervor within Li Hao. Yet he furrowed his brow slightly the next moment. Could I learn them? This seemed to belong to the realm of martial masters, or rather, the foundational combat arts, which might not align perfectly with his abilities. The old directors wielded them with great power, yet they lacked that sense of invincibility. He would know once he tried. Li Hao gazed at the 2 volumes, feeling a surge of excitement. Perhaps there were not just 2, but many more. Woof! At this moment, the Black Panther yelped, as if inquiring whether Li Hao had made significant gains. Li Hao chuckled. Indeed, the harvest is vast and substantial. Over 5 million energy stones, not many source divine weapons. Just over 10, with the lowest being of the mysterious tier. A few earth tier springs of life, Not too many, merely around 50 drops, along with a plethora of miscellaneous items. Are you happy? Woof, woof, woof. The Black Panther appeared perplexed, as if questioning why the haul was so modest. Li Hao sighed. Don't look at me. The other newly ascended divine beings are nearly all paupers, except for Hu Xiao, the old duke, who is somewhat affluent. Even if they are impoverished, they are still divine paupers. Quite wealthy indeed. However, to be precise, that rascal Huang Long has more energy stones in his storage ring than they do. He alone contributed around 800,000 energy stones. He is quite adept at amassing wealth. As Li Hao calculated, he realized that combined with the nearly 2 million energy stones he had left, his total surpassed 7 million. Previously, he had taken away 20 divine weapons, and now he had over 40, all of substantial rank. As for the essence of life, he had given some to those elder predecessors, leaving himself with little, yet this time he had acquired over 50 drops, making him quite prosperous once more. Not to mention, there were also 2 volumes of ancient tomes and hundreds of secret techniques. Beyond these, there were ancient armors aplenty. Aside from the Plains King, the old duke's storage ring contained 1,000 void-breaking armors, bringing Li Hao's total to 2,000. Although he was still part of the Zhantian army, the armors he possessed were predominantly void-breaking. There were far too many energy stones. Li Hao scratched his head, pondering the abundance. It was rather useless. Even if he burned energy daily, he could not exhaust it all. Moreover, the little sword had grown somewhat finicky, seeming reluctant to absorb these energy stones. It would accept only the high-tier ones, refusing the lower-grade stones. Little General Tree. A thought crossed his mind, recalling General Huai from Zhantian City and Little Tree. The last time he departed from Zhantian City, Director Wang had informed him that the city lacked life energy, and unless General Huai revived, which was impossible due to the overwhelming energy required, the situation would remain unchanged. The young sapling should indeed be less formidable than General Huai. For the sapling lacks immense energy for revival, let alone General Huai. At that time, Li Hao wept at having swallowed dozens of divine energy stones, reluctant to part with any further. Yet now, he finds himself in possession of 7 million divine energy stones. Rubbing his chin, Li Hao mused. If I were to return to War Heaven City now, could it be revived? 7 million. Surely that qualifies as opulent? Of course. If he sought the sapling now, it would likely require a lesser quantity. As for General Huai, it remains uncertain. Perhaps the sapling could indeed achieve complete restoration. Thoughts floated through his mind, and then 3 crimson orbs materialized in his hand, causing Li Hao to momentarily lose focus. These were blood divine seeds. The 3 elders wield great power, having not yet reached the level of divine abilities, but they should possess the peak strength of the Dawn transformation. This item was not acquired by Li Hao. It had been bestowed upon him by the Heavenly Sword. One of the 3 elders was slain by the Heavenly Sword, while the remaining 2, although killed by Li Hao, were overlooked at the time. It seemed Blood Shadow had remained within the Heavenly Sword's body, a fierce entity that had not sensed the invasion of the 3 Blood Shadows. Subsequently, they all transformed into blood divine seeds. Originally, Li Hao had intended to obtain just one, but after transitioning to divine abilities, he lost that inclination. Yet now, with this item in hand, should he consider a return trip? Whether for the sapling, War Heaven City, or the Bagua diagram of Silver City, everything lies within Silver Moon. Now that he possesses substantial wealth, perhaps a return is in order. Yangshan has yet to return, but he should be nearing. Yangshan is merely in the transformation phase. Li Hao had planned to take lives on the day he departed, and it has only been 4 days since then. It is uncertain whether Yangshan has received any message, especially since the Northern Sea Kingdom has fallen and previous agreements are void. Perhaps a visit to War Heaven City is warranted, Li Hao pondered, or perhaps a conversation with Director Wang would be beneficial. As for the military commander, it seems he harbors some discontent towards Li Hao, but Director Wang is quite approachable. With newfound wealth, perhaps he could seek Director Wang's counsel upon his return. Naturally, having become an extraordinary being, it remains uncertain whether War Heaven City would grant him entry. Furthermore, remaining here poses certain dangers. It would be prudent to enhance his capabilities further. Even if he himself cannot, acquiring treasures to aid others would be wise. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a knock echoed at the door. "Governor," called Mu Lin, his voice resonating. Li Hao was slightly taken aback, having previously stated not to be disturbed. "What is it?" he inquired. "Someone wishes to see you." "Who?" "A little girl, who claims that on the day you arrived, you gifted her 200 star coins. She is an acquaintance of yours. Li Hao paused, suddenly recalling the encounter. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. What was the situation? Was the money he had given her counterfeit? That seemed unlikely. Or perhaps the little girl recognized him and believed him to be a person of significance, prompting her desire to establish a connection? But surely, riding her bicycle for a brief moment does not forge such a bond. Meanwhile, Mu Lin awaited outside. Typically, he would not seek out Li Hao, but given that the girl claimed familiarity and had received 200 star coins, Mu Lin's thoughts were likely wandering. In what circumstances would one bestow upon another 200 star coins? The recipient appears to be a mere girl, perhaps only 15 or 16 years of age. Is it truly possible that Li Hao is such a person? My heavens! Now that she has approached, should one not ponder certain matters? After all, what reason could there be to gratuitously give someone 200 star coins? Li Hao, known for his frugality, spares no expense when it comes to resources for cultivation. Yet he is notoriously stingy with the finances of ordinary folk. It is said he has always been in dire need of funds. To part with 200 star coins is indeed a rare occurrence, as if the sun were to rise in the west. Governor, Mu Lin interjected, prompting Li Hao to wave his hand and open the door, albeit with a hint of confusion. Did she mention why she wished to see me? No, Mu Lin replied. She merely stated that there was something important to discuss with the governor. Did the governor truly give her 200 star coins? Was she not deceiving? Indeed. That is the case. Li Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Mu Lin sighed inwardly, realizing the gravity of the situation. She appears to be merely a child of 15 or 16. However, Li Hao dismissed the thought. What harm is there in spending 200 star coins? It was, after all, a rare display of generosity on his part. The unexpected nature of her visit piqued his curiosity. He contemplated whether perhaps the coins had been counterfeit. Without further delay, he rose to his feet. Let us go see, he said. Could it be that the last transaction was fraudulent? Mu Lin followed silently, her mind racing with countless possibilities, wondering if perhaps the governor was to become a father. Though, it did not seem entirely unfavorable. Nevertheless, it was imperative to ascertain the legitimacy of the claim. Governor Li, what are you thinking about? I am inquiring about the situation within the city. What news from the 9 departments? Nothing significant, save for the night watchmen making their presence felt. The 9 departments remain silent, and currently, there is no activity. Li Hao nodded, choosing not to press further. Could it be that Jin Chong had departed, leaving Mu Lin in a distracted state? He made his way outside, to the northern city, where the former garrison had been repurposed as a temporary residence for the Tianxing governor's office. In truth, it would be more appropriate for Li Hao to establish the Tianxing general governor's office. However, such an office would, in strict terms, fall under the jurisdiction of the royal family, which he did not consider particularly relevant. The governor's office, being solely under the watch of the night watchmen, who were his own faction, was preferable. Though the title may be lesser, it afforded him some distance from the royal oversight. At that moment, outside the courtyard, a girl awaited anxiously, refusing to enter despite the soldiers' insistence. Some martial masters among the guards exchanged inquisitive glances. A young woman seeks out Li Hao, and the news of him having given her 200 star coins had begun to circulate among the troops. In the distance, even the shadow of Chief Steward Yu could be discerned, possibly sent by Ho Xiaoqing to indulge in gossip. Li Hao, however, was oblivious to these speculations. He mused that perhaps a few firm admonitions would be in order to uphold his reputation. Upon spotting Li Hao, Yu Qi felt a surge of excitement and trepidation. She hurried towards him from a distance, her face alight with joy and a hint of apprehension. Sir Li, do you still remember me? The last time I accompanied you to Jusi Street, I mentioned that should you require assistance in the future, you could always come find me in Dongcheng. My name is Yu Qi. Li Hao nodded, certainly recalling our previous encounter. His memory was not so feeble. However, Mu Lin's expression grew increasingly complex. The notion of seeking you out next time is quite astonishing. Yu Qi, is it? I remember. Li Hao chuckled. You didn't give me counterfeit currency last time, did you? Surely not. Those star coins weren't even mine. I acquired them through less than honorable means. If they were fake, I would compensate you. No. Yu Qi quickly shook her head, perplexed by his assumptions. I have come to see you for a matter of importance. Please, no need for such formality. Just call me brother. Li Hao casually suggested. Noticing curious glances from those around them, he added, What are you staring at? Is it a crime to know someone? As he sensed the prying eyes filled with gossip, a thought occurred to him. He turned to glance at Mu Lin, who appeared astonished, as if implying Li Hao was not quite human. Li Hao understood. Maintaining his composure, he jovially said, "Come, let us discuss this inside. You gave me a ride to the Night Watch headquarters last time, and I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude. It's impressive for someone so young to earn a living independently." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. A ride? Just that? Indeed. Mu Lin was also taken aback. Was it not as he had surmised? Li Hao patted Mu Lin on the shoulder. "Come on, brother Ermu. Don't just stand there. Go about your business." "Oh, right." Mu Lin nodded hastily. Li Hao then led Yuqi inside. As they crossed the threshold, Mu Lin suddenly felt a sharp sting coursing through his body, and the next moment, he let out a scream that startled the surrounding guards, who feared an attack. Mu Lin quickly waved his hands, his hair standing on end, as bolts of lightning crackled through it, rendering his hair stiff and upright. Shocked and tingling, Mu Lin managed a wry smile. Who could be responsible for this? It was evident. Just moments ago, while tapping his own shoulder, he had inadvertently triggered a latent power within him, which had only now erupted, nearly singeing him. It was a misunderstanding from what the young lady had said. Why would they retaliate against him? In the main hall, Li Hao smiled at Yuqi and casually remarked, "Please, have a seat. What brings you to me?" "Esteemed sir," Yuqi began, but upon noticing that he did not press her to change her address, she continued, I have something to report." "Report?" Li Hao was somewhat taken aback. After a moment of reflection, he asked, "Did someone fail to compensate you for your services after you gave them a ride? Besides that, is there anything else?" Yuqi appeared somewhat disheartened. "How could that be? Moreover, when it comes to giving rides, you are the only one foolish enough to be so generous." Cautiously, Yuqi glanced around, and noticing her furtive demeanor, Li Hao couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you doing? This is my territory. No one else is here. Not even the juicy can intrude. Who are you reporting? Just say it. I happen to be in the mood to establish my reputation through a show of strength. Of course, minor matters can be handled by others from the governor's office." Yuqi hastily replied, "It concerns a significant person." "A significant person?" At this moment, Yuqi, no longer holding back, expressed her urgent desire for Li Hao's assistance. "My lord, I wish to report numerous individuals, including a royal prince, prominent figures from the 9 divisions, the principal of the Celestial Star Academy, and influential members of the Inspection Bureau." She clenched her teeth, declaring, "I want to expose them for their heinous crimes of indiscriminate slaughter and ruthless plunder." Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Casting a glance at Yuqi, he noted she was merely an ordinary child, poorly dressed, and had previously resorted to soliciting for money. How could such a commonplace individual dare to report a prince, a principal, and esteemed figures from the 9 divisions? He scrutinized her intently, prompting Yuqi to resolutely assert, "There are benefits. If you are willing to support me, I shall reveal the location of a relic." Li Hao's interest was piqued. "A relic? You know of a relic?" "Indeed." Yuqi, fully committed, gritted her teeth and lowered her gaze, unable to meet Li Hao's eyes. "I know the location of a relic, and this particular relic is unlike any other. Most relics are tied to martial arts, military, or sex. However, this one appears to be an ancient university dedicated to research, possibly a research institute or academy of sorts. If you are willing to advocate for me, I will disclose its whereabouts and how to access it." She looked up at Li Hao with determination. "I cannot confide in anyone else, but I trust you are a good person. Perhaps only you in the entire dynasty would be willing to stand up for me and the Yun family." "The Yun family?" Li Hao's mind flickered to someone. Yun Yao, though it was a fleeting thought. He turned to Yuqi, his brow slightly furrowed. "Please elaborate on the situation." "I am Yuqi, the 3rd generation of the Yun family. My grandfather, Yun Haoran, was the principal of the Celestial Star Academy. 5 years ago, he was murdered in our home, along with my grandmother, uncle, aunt, and both my parents, as well as my little aunt." She lowered her head, teeth clenched. "Originally, they intended to leave no survivors. But my grandfather employed a special method to hide me. They slaughtered my entire family and not only killed my grandfather, but also tortured him for the location of that relic. He refused to divulge it. And amidst the ensuing struggle, he met a tragic end. Their brutality did not cease with my grandfather's death. They also slaughtered numerous teachers from the ancient academy and many students, deceptively attributing the murders to the 3 major organizations. I know who was involved. On the day my grandfather fought against them, he called out the names of several individuals." Li Hao's expression turned grave as he contemplated her words. After a pause, He remarked, Yun family, Yun Haoran, Celestial Star Academy. The name seemed vaguely familiar, and after a moment's reflection, he recalled a mention by Master Hong. I remember hearing about the Haoran Research Institute a few years ago. It was reputedly a revered sanctuary of research that, despite enrolling students from various ancient academies, abruptly shut down shortly after its inception. I believe I overheard discussions about it at Silver City Academy, where it was described as a coveted place of study. Yet it collapsed shortly thereafter. Yuqing nodded hastily. Indeed, it was established by my grandfather, originally intended to gather the wise from all corners to promote various advancements. However, after my grandfather passed away, the research institute fell into disuse, and it has been abandoned for 5 years. Li Hao suddenly felt the peculiarities of fate. When he entered the ancient academy, the institute had already ceased operations. Yet, discussions about it lingered within the academy, suggesting that the news had been somewhat delayed. It did not take long to realize that the entire family had been murdered 5 years prior. But wait, there was still a granddaughter alive. At this moment, Li Hao found himself perplexed. Why would such prominent figures conspire to kill the head of an ancient academy? What was their motive? Previously, Hong Yitong had mentioned that this individual seemed dedicated to promoting certain innovations, but his efforts abruptly ceased upon his death. Noticing Li Hao's bewilderment, Yuqing understood that he might not be fully informed. Gritting her teeth, she quickly continued, You may not be aware of my grandfather's achievements, but you have certainly utilized the products he developed. The electric lights and power systems you use today were promoted by my grandfather 15 years ago. Additionally, many of the modern automobiles and trains are products of the Research Institute, as well as the communication systems that are prevalent today. My grandfather always asserted that by perfecting the dynasty's transportation and communication, we could swiftly unify the realm, allowing information to circulate rapidly, enabling the populace to embrace new ideas more readily, and facilitating the movement of people to foster trade and prosperity, allowing individuals from smaller locales to swiftly enter the larger cities and complete demographic exchanges. Though her explanation was somewhat vague, she continued, 5 years ago, my grandfather aimed to unite the ancient academies to reform the education system, but shortly thereafter, he was murdered. Those individuals were unwilling to allow my grandfather to continue his efforts. Moreover, many technologies were stolen and sealed away, as they did not want these advancements to be widely disseminated. At this moment, Li Hao felt a profound shock. He could not help but exclaim, Are you suggesting that the current electrical and transportation systems were all promoted by your grandfather? Yes, Yuqing affirmed. Li Hao inhaled sharply. He realized he had been completely unaware of Yun Haoran's significance. It was no wonder he was deemed out of touch. In truth, very few had ever mentioned that name, and it was impressive that he had even heard of it. Yet, upon hearing Yuqing's words, he felt an unreal sensation wash over him. He had unwittingly come into contact with someone who had facilitated a monumental leap for the entire dynasty through the advent of electricity. The introduction of electricity had transformed many facets of life, and the emergence of automobiles had simplified travel for people. Li Hao recalled a period when roads were rapidly constructed across various regions, seemingly aimed at uniting the entire dynasty's infrastructure. He had not anticipated that this was also connected to Yun Haoran. Lost in thought, he furrowed his brow. In an instant, he comprehended why the royal family and the 9 ministries sought to eliminate him. He had recently discussed these matters with Hong Yitong, who had stated that there was a desire for the populace to remain ignorant rather than enlightened. However, with advancements in communication and transportation, information dissemination accelerated, and population mobility increased. At that point, even the most remote communities would swiftly awaken to awareness. Furthermore, if educational reforms were successfully initiated, what would become of the notion to extinguish the wisdom of the people? Yun Haoran is immortal. Who could possibly perish? Li Hao furrowed his brow. This matter was not easily resolved. He had just engaged in a fierce battle with the 9 divisions and was barely maintaining a fragile peace. Now, the royal family had become embroiled in the situation. Should they choose to act, it would effectively compel a united front against him, a foolish endeavor. The current stalemate between the royal family and the 9 divisions afforded Li Hao an opportunity, yet should he harbor thoughts of vengeance against Yun Haoran, it would indeed be tantamount to courting death. Recalling what Hong Yitong had previously mentioned about his desire to enter the Ancient Star Institute, which was an ancient academy rather than a supernormal institution, Li Hao considered that Hong Yitong seemed to wish to glean insights from the ancient academy, suggesting he was aware of Yun Haoran's nature. After a moment of silence, Li Hao inquired, "Do you possess evidence?" "Yes," Yu Qi responded, gazing intently at Li Hao. "I have a very clear recording. Perhaps you are unaware, but it is a comprehensive documentation of your every action. There was even some promotion, though it was later eradicated." Li Hao's heart stirred. "Is it akin to surveillance footage?" "Indeed," she replied, somewhat puzzled. "How did you know?" "Of course, I am aware that Silver Moon has surveillance equipment." Yu Qi was taken aback. Does Silver Moon really possess such technology? Yet since my grandfather's passing 5 years ago, these devices and technologies have been prohibited from dissemination. Even those that existed were ordered to be destroyed by the dynasty. The dynasty has no authority over Silver Moon. Li Hao chuckled, somewhat surprised to learn that Silver Moon still harbored forbidden techniques. Naturally, such resources were scarce. Only the inspection division possessed a few, while they had been largely obliterated elsewhere. "What about the recordings? Have you secured my promise to assist you?" Li Hao experienced a headache. "This matter is quite complicated. I wish I could eliminate them all at once, but you are aware that such an act is impractical given my current capabilities. Nonetheless, I will accept your report." Yu Qi's expression fell. "Is it truly beyond your power? The 9 divisions and the royal family are joining forces." At this juncture, Li Hao no longer regarded her as uninformed and sighed. "Even with Silver Moon at my side, I am incapable of confronting them alone. However, anything is possible. For now, it appears you harbor some reservations about me. Why not keep the evidence to yourself for the time being? I shall investigate further to ascertain the details." This is no trivial matter. Li Hao harbored doubts. Should he become involved, it could provoke a retaliatory alliance between the 9 divisions and the royal family. Furthermore, Hong Yitong's admission into the Ancient Star Institute posed a significant dilemma. Yet, the 9 divisions and the royal family might not be overly concerned at present, given their pressing needs. Hong Yitong was not Yun Haoran, after all. For instance, the lack of critical technological advancements and talent meant that even if Hong Yitong were to establish another academy, he would struggle to achieve substantial progress. The relic Yu Qi mentioned might indeed hold the key. Yu Qi appeared despondent but acknowledged the formidable challenge ahead. With a forced smile, she said, "It's all right. My lord, I am merely reluctant to accept this reality. I understand how difficult it is, but there lies a glimmer of hope with you. Otherwise, the vendetta against my family would remain unavenged." Li Hao offered a reassuring word. "Rest assured, if your claims hold true, I shall weigh the matter carefully. But I require time." He then asked, "Does anyone know your identity?" "No. Please remain here for the time being. Your arrival today may attract considerable attention, and further investigation could potentially unveil your identity." Yu Qi pondered. She wished to return but, upon reflection, conceded that Li Hao's words held merit. Returning might implicate her brother and others. Moreover, apart from Li Hao, she found herself devoid of anyone capable of providing assistance. After some contemplation, she continued, "If you desire to know the location of the ruins, I can divulge that information. However, access may not be feasible at present, as it seems a key is required to enter, which has been misplaced. I am uncertain whether it has been seized by the GOC or the royal family, as they too are unaware of its whereabouts, save for me." She clarified her statements to avoid any semblance of deceit towards Li Hao, which would indeed complicate matters. Li Hao, however, appeared unfazed by these developments. "No need for haste. These matters are not urgent," he replied, as his focus lay primarily on his martial advancement. Naturally, acquiring insights from ancient civilizations would be advantageous and could significantly aid in the forthcoming maneuvers of Hong Yitong. Subsequently, Li Hao summoned Xia from the Yujian sect to provide some guidance to the young girl, offering minimal further instruction, merely requesting assistance with tidying up. The gaze of the imperial guards upon him was once again filled with predatory intent, and Li Hao mused that these individuals were in dire need of discipline. Had they forgotten that during his initial encounter with the imperial guards, he had already subdued them? Chapter 224. A gluttonous feast. After ensuring Yu Qi was settled, Li Hao turned to the night watchers to examine Yun Haoran's dossier. He refrained from contacting others, wary of the potential infiltration of the intelligence network. Instead, he sought information directly from Yao Si. This time, Yao Si was exceedingly cooperative, promptly dispatching a wealth of information via Xiao Yi, an extensive collection, indeed. The affairs of the Yun family were far from trivial. While it might seem a mere family had perished, in these times of city annihilation, such occurrences were not uncommon. Just days prior, even the former chief of one of the GOC had met his demise without significant repercussions. Nevertheless, Li Hao remained exceedingly cautious. The collaboration between the royal family and the GOC in executing individuals posed a substantial risk, potentially leading to considerable complications. It was evident that these factions wished to suppress any mention of the Yun family's plight and the resurgence of the technologies once wielded by them. Some developments, once initiated, are notoriously difficult to retract. Within the confines of some dilapidated chambers, Li Hao meticulously perused the collected documents, gradually discerning Yuan Haoran's identity and standing. The head of the Tianxing Ancient Institute, he had devoted decades to the promotion of all ancient civilizational technologies. Initially, in pursuit of support from the GOC and the royal family, Yuan Haoran had provided them with significant technological assistance, including methodologies for military production, such as firearms and munitions. These contributions were instrumental in enabling the GOC and the royal family to consolidate their dominion over the entire dynasty. Subsequently, he began advocating for the electrical system in the Industrial Revolution. The manufacture of firearms and munitions necessitates a robust industrial framework, thus naturally propelling the reform of electrical systems. It must be acknowledged that he was no mere bookish scholar, but rather a visionary who sought to sweeten the palate of those in power before gradually advancing his agenda. However, as time passed, he began to encounter significant restrictions. During the promotion of the communication system, many aspects were severely curtailed. For instance, communication was restricted to local regions, and all references to television-like technologies documented in ancient texts were entirely excised. Communication flowed freely within a limited scope, yet was prohibited over broader areas. 5 years ago, Yuan Haoran, dissatisfied with the status quo, proposed an educational reform based on the ancient Tianxing Academy. He garnered substantial support from various ancient institutions and prepared to establish additional colleges, aiming to recruit millions of eligible students, starting with a foundation of 10 million. This move startled all parties involved. Before long, his entire family was brutally murdered. Li Hao murmured softly after perusing the documents. He sensed that Yuan Haoran had perhaps grown too impatient in his final days. Initially, with the backing of the royal family and the 9 divisions, his path appeared relatively smooth. Why, then, did he suddenly decide to accelerate his plans 5 years ago? The Tianxing Academy had been in operation for several decades without urgency. Yet suddenly, there was a pressing need to establish over 10,000 schools and enroll tens of millions of students. It was no surprise that the 9 divisions and the royal family would seek his demise. After years of collaboration, could he truly be unaware of their intentions? To recruit such a vast number of students in a single year, establishing a permanent status, would leave them with little room for maneuver. Moreover, resources, financial, human, and material, were scarce, and the number of instructors was insufficient. Even with 10 students per school, he would need to attract over 100,000 teachers. Where could one find such a number? Li Hao pondered further, considering the potential for local resistance. What was Yuan Haoran contemplating in those final moments? His thoughts drifted to Hong Yitong, who had consistently emphasized the significance of education. Was education really that vital? Li Hao, being literate and having received an education from the ancient institution, did not feel particularly impacted by this issue. However, he understood that emerging from the ancient academy could transform one's life, with the entry into the inspection division marking a substantial elevation in status. Thus, he lacked a profound understanding of the gravity of the educational crisis. Furthermore, the Silver Moon showed no signs of prohibition in this regard. Rather, it offered some support. Li Hao had received financial assistance during his studies, albeit meager. Both Yuan Haoran and Hong Yitong clearly indicated that this was indeed a critical step towards enlightening the populace. The royal family and the 9 divisions were well aware of this, hence their refusal to allow such reforms. They monopolized technology, wealth, military power, and educational resources. Once they achieved this monopoly, the common people would be left with no means to rise. The ability to harness energy and become extraordinary was also monopolized. Previously, only major organizations or vigilant patrols had the privilege to access such powers. Thoughts surged through Li Hao's mind. He decided to seal the documents away, as he had his own considerations. At this juncture, it was unwise to openly sever ties with both factions. On the contrary, the royal family sought to win him over. Even if he did not accept their overtures, he could not display any animosity. It was necessary to engage in a facade of cooperation with the royal family, at least temporarily, to collectively restrain the 9 divisions. Otherwise, they would find themselves besieged from both sides. I can shatter the monopoly of the nobility. Yet I cannot sever the foundation upon which their reign as sovereigns is built. They possess their own boundaries, which are pivotal in critical moments. Unifying the realm and ascending as rulers is such a foundation. At that instant, Li Hao comprehended the desires of both parties entirely. If that were the case, then promoting education would be inadvisable. Once undertaken, it would invite a joint assault from both sides. I could eliminate a few nobles. From the royal perspective, in a crucial moment, casting aside certain nobles may even win the hearts of the populace, thus proving beneficial since it does not encroach upon their fundamental interests. Moreover, the majority of those I have slain thus far are from the 9 departments. He swiftly discerned the royal family's intentions. Contemplating this, Li Hao suddenly smiled. The events surrounding Yun Haoran had revealed certain insights to him, and with Hong Yitang's words, he became even more aware of how to maintain the current equilibrium. With this thought in mind, he rose abruptly and headed outside. The Black Panther hastily followed. After consuming a drop of a formidable demon's blood, the panther's fur had become even more lustrous. As for its strength, Li Hao was uncertain. This creature was more formidable than any martial artist, making it difficult to ascertain. Upon stepping into the bustling streets of the 9 departments, Li Hao was immediately enveloped by a barrage of formidable presences. He frowned slightly, surveying his surroundings. What is the meaning of this? Is this governor not permitted to be here? Is there dissent regarding my visit to the Jilong Pavilion for a meal? Silence reigned in the vicinity, the oppressive aura still lingering. Li Hao, indifferent to the atmosphere, pressed onward toward the Jilong Pavilion. At that moment, the intimidating presences continued to trail him. Yet he remained unfazed as he entered the establishment. The female manager, upon spotting Li Hao, appeared somewhat taken aback and hurried forward with a bright smile, exclaiming, "The governor has arrived." Her smile radiated an exuberance that was markedly brighter than before. Li Hao reciprocated the smile, observing that this was the benefit of having taken numerous lives. Having eliminated many, even the haughty royal spies were becoming increasingly courteous. He thought to himself, "Let us stick to the usual place. This time, I shall reserve the private room of the criminal law department, as I have dealt with old Hu." The moment these words escaped his lips, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the hall. Some individuals hastily departed, and those who were previously engaged in conversation fell silent, with some having already fled upon catching sight of Li Hao. Now, with his audacity on full display, who would dare to provoke him? Naturally, many admired his boldness. After all, this was the 9 departments. Did he not fear being besieged? Such audacity! Most martial artists from Silver Moon had departed, leaving only a handful behind. Did Li Hao not harbor any trepidation? Yet it seemed that the 9 departments had accepted this situation, refraining from taking action. The more confident Li Hao appeared, the more cautious the 9 departments became. Having suffered losses and witnessed the demise of several formidable beings, who would dare to recklessly engage in battle again? If Li Hao possessed any hidden cards, would it not result in yet another significant loss? Without absolute certainty, no one dared to act. The female manager refrained from further comments, swiftly leading Li Hao upstairs while whispering, "Governor, residing in the northern city, you are quite far from here. Should you wish to dine again, you may contact the Jilong Pavilion. We also offer delivery services, so there is no need for you to come in person each time. It is indeed not very safe here." Li Hao, misconstruing her intent, chuckled in response. "What is this? Do you think I lack funds? Am I someone who dines without paying? I have vanquished countless formidable adversaries. Do you think I would lack the means to indulge in luxury? Well, on the first 2 occasions, I dined without charge. Perhaps I shall do so again this time. It is only natural to be scorned by others." The female manager refrained from further comment, merely offering a smile. With Li Hao's evident confidence, she chose to remain silent. Moments later, Li Hao ascended to the 9th floor, an oasis of tranquility. Previously, several directors would dine here daily, yet now not a single one was in attendance. Their demeanor considerably subdued, perhaps embroiled in a contest with the royal family, leaving them no time to visit. Li Hao entered the private room. Without unnecessary preamble, he stated, "Summon your lord to converse." The female manager appeared somewhat hesitant and whispered, "My lord, you may not be aware, but our lord is of royal lineage, even more esteemed than the Prince of the Plains." She too was puzzled about Li Hao's intentions in seeking the lord. It seemed that his visit was specifically for this purpose. Could he be contemplating a collaboration with the royal family? Yet, the royal family was not to be trifled with. As a covert agent of the royal family, She had acquired considerable knowledge and understood that they could be far more troublesome than the 9 directors. If Li Hao became entangled with them, it could very well be akin to inviting a wolf into one's home. However, at this moment, declining was not an option. I shall go announce your presence. Do so, Li Hao replied, settling into a chair. Soon, the waiter began serving dishes, portions ample. After sipping tea and consuming some food, footsteps could be heard approaching the door. A knock resonated. Enter. The next moment, the female manager ushered someone inside. Li Hao turned his gaze and beheld a woman who appeared quite youthful, perhaps in her 20s or 30s, draped in luxurious brocade, her hair simply tied back. Upon entering, the female manager assisted the woman in shedding her shawl and brocade, revealing an impressive figure adorned in fitted attire. Lady Starry Sky, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. The woman beamed a radiant smile, exuding warmth and enthusiasm, yet Li Hao found the smile somewhat disconcerting, as it mirrored the insincere grin he had encountered during his training at the inspection office, a facade of politeness. The female manager swiftly introduced, Lord Li, this is my lord. Her Highness the 7th Princess of the royal family. Li Hao regarded her thoughtfully, smiling as he gestured for Black Panther to make way. Black Panther leaped from the chair, ceding his place. Your Highness, please take a seat. Li Hao invited. The female manager's expression shifted slightly, but the 7th princess remained unfazed, approaching to sit down as if unperturbed by occupying a spot previously claimed by a dog. What an honor. I have heard that Black Panther is a direct descendant of ancient demons, with a rich lineage. Though ancient civilizations have perished, the bloodline endures. I would be delighted to engage in conversation with the esteemed Black Panther. Black Panther merely lifted his head, ignoring her. Li Hao inwardly sighed, acknowledging her eloquence. I offer you a seat in a dog's place, and yet you speak so well. Perhaps you ought to consider marrying Black Panther instead? That may very well be a possibility. Li Hao chuckled, casting a more vigilant glance at the 7th princess, while others from the royal family remained hidden. With the Prince of the Plains handling external affairs, the 7th princess commanded the 9 Dragons Pavilion, indicating she was no ordinary individual. As for her prowess, it was not easily discernible. She possessed an aura that could not merely be explained by martial prowess alone. She was undoubtedly adorned with items designed to conceal her presence, even shrouding all her energies, suggesting the existence of a powerful artifact capable of masking her essence, perhaps even fragments of a copper mirror. Li Hao possesses a piece of knowledge about the formidable nature of this matter. Previously, upon entering the 9 Dragons Pavilion, he sensed a certain surveillance, suggesting that perhaps this place harbors similar scrutiny, or it may simply reside within the very person of the 7th princess. Before Li Hao could speak, the 7th princess cheerfully remarked, just a few days ago, the Celestial Star Marquis executed several treacherous parasites undermining our nation as foundation, proving that my father's efforts were not in vain. Even the Duke of Pingyuan conspired with the 9 departments, which is indeed a disgrace to the royal family. Fortunately, the Celestial Star Marquis dealt with him. Otherwise, outsiders might presume our royal family is infested with traitors akin to the 9 departments. What an eloquent speaker. She immediately branded the Duke of Pingyuan a traitor to the royal family. How unfortunate for the Duke, who has diligently served the royal family for years, only to suffer such a fate while bearing the weight of collusion with the 9 departments and treachery against the crown. Li Hao swiftly realized that conversing with this individual would yield little benefit. Her experience in officialdom far surpassed his own. He decided to forego any pretense and addressed her directly. Let us dispense with the frivolities. They serve no purpose. Can you truly represent the royal family? The 7th princess chuckled lightly. That depends on the matter at hand. If I am unable to make a decision, I can directly communicate with my father, allowing him to confer with the Celestial Star Marquis. I wonder if the Marquis would be satisfied? Indeed, Li Hao exclaimed, feeling a surge of admiration. A woman of such caliber does not yield to men. I had thought the royal family consisted solely of characters like Nan Quan. My apologies. I nearly misrepresented him as a Silver Moon martial master. The 7th princess maintained her radiant smile. Master, he possesses an authentic and unpretentious temperament. He has served in the palace for many years and has nurtured talents like the 9th prince, exhibiting the courage of a Silver Moon martial master. Everyone in the royal family holds Master he in high regard. The 9th prince? Li Hao mused, recalling that Nan Quan had mentioned cultivating a close relationship with a prince over the years. Is this indeed the 9th prince? Li Hao, not entirely well-versed in the royal family's intelligence, only knew that the 9th prince and the dukes of the 36 nations, excluding families like the Su clan, were all part of the royal lineage. Having strayed from the topic, Li Hao curiously inquired, "Does the Celestial Star King have many children? You are the 7th. How old are you? You hardly look over 30. At that moment, the female manager discreetly shifted her stance, feeling an urge to vanish. How could he pose such a question? It could easily provoke hostility from the royal family. The 7th princess, however, appeared unfazed, chuckling. The Celestial Star Marquis possesses a similarly forthright nature. My father has 22 children, quite a number indeed. I rank 7th, and I shall refrain from disclosing my age. My 9th prince brother has just turned 20 this year, the same age as the Celestial Star Marquis. 20, so young, Li Hao exclaimed, realizing that when Master Nanquan first entered the palace, the young prince had only just been born. These were mere side notes, having exchanged a few casual remarks. He steered the conversation back on course. As you know, the 9 departments, aside from the inspection department, are eager to see me harmed. After all, I have eliminated 5 of their formidable members, including Hu Shao. Remaining in Celestial Star City is perilous for me. However, I am a person of rather straightforward character. If you wish to dismiss me, I will stand my ground resolutely. Li Hao chuckled coldly, acknowledging that he was aware they dared not act rashly against him while in confrontation with the royal family. With his candor, the 7th princess ceased her reservations and asked, "Is the purpose of Lord Tianxing's visit this time?" "I shall not assist the royal family," she declared. The 7th princess frowned slightly, prompting Li Hao to add, "However, I will persist in my efforts against the 9 divisions. So, do not be misled by my refusal to aid you. Our objectives align." The 7th princess nodded in understanding. Li Hao continued, "I harbor an irreconcilable enmity towards them, especially towards the current head of the criminal law division, who likely wishes to devour my flesh and drink my blood. After much contemplation, I have concluded that remaining in Tianxing City poses considerable danger." The 7th princess, momentarily perplexed, inquired, "Are you suggesting that the royal family could provide you with some protection?" "Not at all." Li Hao shook his head. "There is no necessity for that, and I do not trust your protection. Who knows if you intend to kill me and seize my divine weapon?" At a loss for words, the astute 7th princess found herself unable to decipher Li Hao's intentions and questioned, "What are you trying to convey?" Li Hao replied, "I seek the royal family's cooperation regarding several matters, which could be beneficial for both parties. First, I require a comprehensive dossier on the 9 divisions, including information on their number of strong individuals, levels of divine abilities, and exterior forces, preferably the most complete version, rather than the edited one. Knowing both ourselves and our adversaries ensures our invincibility in battle. You cannot possibly be ignorant of this." Li Hao raised a finger and continued, "Secondly, I intend to challenge the 9 divisions and establish a Tianxing Martial Arts Academy in Tianxing City, with the earth-overturning sword as its principal. I hope to carve out the Tianxing Governor's office as an independent entity, alongside the Tianxing Martial Arts Academy and the Night Watchers, to forge a new institution. Perhaps the 10th Division. A mere title from the royal family would suffice. No financial contribution is necessary." The 7th princess's expression shifted slightly at the mention of the 10th Division. Li Hao was indeed audacious. Not only did he dare to propose it, but he also aimed to separate the Night Watchers from the Inspection Division, which left the 7th princess even more unsettled. "Has Minister Yao agreed? What about the Inspection Division?" she asked, her tone subdued. Li Hao laughed. "Minister Yao has no objections. As for the Inspection Division, what does it matter? One more enemy is no less burdensome, and one less is no great loss. Are you not concerned that my good relations with the Inspection Division might lead to collusion? This could, in fact, sow discord among us. The Inspection Division will undoubtedly harbor grievances towards me, which should delight the royal family." The 7th princess nodded slightly, yet remained uncertain. To consider the Tianxing Martial Arts Academy as one of the 3 parties, does this academy primarily aim to cultivate martial arts students? The Tianxing Governor's office and the Night Watchers are understandable, but what purpose does the Tianxing Martial Arts Academy serve? Li Hao grinned, revealing his teeth. Of course. On that day, Lu Yinxing remarked that public sentiment is of little value. I intend to demonstrate just how formidable it can be. I wish to establish a rapport with the populace. Hence I shall recruit and train ordinary individuals. I plan to return to Silver Moon and seek ancient beings from the city of Zhantian to supply me with a substantial quantity of battle-heaven armor, to cultivate an army of martial masters to stand against the 9 divisions. The ordinary warrior who emerges will make the 9 divisions aware that I, Li Hao, am capable of striking back at them. The 7th princess was taken aback. You can take armor from the battle city? In the past, this was inconceivable. Li Hao shook his head. Now that I have become a superhuman, this enmity is insurmountable. I am uncertain if I can succeed. Previously, superhumans were not allowed to enter Battle City. I can only attempt it. With a sigh, he added, if I succeed, it would be most fortuitous. The 7th princess quickly pondered. Establishing an academy and recruiting ordinary individuals is not a daunting task. Cultivating warriors and forming an army is also manageable. Appointing Hong Yitong as the principal is inconsequential. However, such actions would undoubtedly stir public sentiment. This would likely be the first martial arts academy formally open to the common populace. Yet, having more warriors is not a matter of great concern for the royal family or the 9 divisions. In this era, an increase in warriors does not alter the status quo. Conversely, cultivating scholars warrants greater caution, as it is often these intellectuals who incite the masses. She swiftly assessed the pros and cons and concluded that there would indeed be minimal impact on the royal family. Rather, it would provoke further animosity from Silver Moon and the 9 divisions. Li Hao continued, moreover, I am apprehensive that the 9 divisions may still have hidden formidable beings yet to reveal themselves, including some ancient existences. Therefore, I wish to return to Silver Moon first, then to Battle City, to see if I can summon a few ancient powerhouses and confront them directly. The 7th princess's heart stirred. Has the Celestial Star Marquis formed an agreement with certain entities? What kind of agreement? Li Hao responded with confusion. As a descendant of the Li family, one of the 8 great families, they ought to heed my call. However, at this moment, I can only negotiate. Can the beings within Battle City emerge? Li Hao questioned further. The 7th princess hesitated, feeling overwhelmed, and finally said, it would be prudent for the Celestial Star Marquis to ascertain this. Currently, these beings cannot recklessly manifest in the world. Superhumans have only just revived. First, the energy concentration in the realm is insufficient. Second, the laws of the universe have undergone some changes, and they may not adapt well to the current circumstances. All of this must await the second revival of superhuman energy. The second revival? Li Hao was genuinely perplexed. The 7th princess did not conceal the truth and nodded. Not only these ancient existences, but we too require a stronger concentration of worldly energy for support. Of course, as inhabitants of this era, our impact will not be substantial. However, the current instability of everyone's abilities is indeed related to the weak energy of the world. We all need the second revival of superhuman energy. The Celestial Star Marquis is a pivotal figure in Silver Moon. Perhaps he is unaware now. But the second revival of energy will mark the moment when all factions seek to enter Silver Moon. For Li Hao, these were secrets. Yet, for some in Silver Moon, they were not. The 7th princess remained indifferent to whether Li Hao was informed. She continued, it is not just us. Once the second superhuman revival occurs, those wishing to enter Silver Moon will not be limited to us alone, but will include various ancient existences. They, or it, all seek entry into Silver Moon. The reasons for this are not for me to divulge. She gazed at Li Hao and cautioned, it would be prudent for the Starry Prince not to recklessly summon these entities, for it may provoke unforeseen dangers. This is precisely why such beings did not appear during the previous battles of Silver Moon and the 9 sects. Otherwise, even your master's teacher might have been drawn forth. Li Hao glanced at her, realizing she possessed considerable knowledge. When will the second wave of superpowers awaken? He inquired. I do not know, the 7th princess replied, shaking her head. Everyone is waiting. It has been 20 years since the first awakening. Perhaps it is imminent. Yet, we may still require certain catalysts. But I believe it will happen soon. She refrained from divulging the specific reasons. Li Hao, at a loss for words, opted not to press further. I'll inquire about it when I return, he stated. In addition to the detailed information regarding the 9 sects and the Night Watchers divisions, I require your assistance with another matter. The Starry Prince is invited to speak, she responded. Li Hao continued, I have heard that the current communication system, the Jade Messaging Network, was developed by the Starry Ancient Institute. I need a portion of the technical support. Additionally, I have heard that a group of individuals was consolidated by the 9 Dragons Pavilion. I would like those individuals sent to me. What? Li Hao exclaimed. Why are you making such a fuss? They are merely ordinary people. However, I need to establish my own communication network. I cannot rely on others indefinitely. Be it the Night Watchers, the 9 sects, or even the royal family. Do you believe I would allow you to control it? I must create my own intelligence system. What is so peculiar about that? Li Hao's expression reflected his disbelief. This is a minor issue. I have heard that the 9 Dragons Pavilion can communicate instantly across the realm. The Starry Prince can certainly make use of our resources, and I assure you, there will be no theft involved. With a scoff, Li Hao remarked, do you truly believe that? Just say whether you will lend the support or not. I seek to establish a foothold in Starry City, which would be advantageous for you. You had no objections to my previous requests. Yet now you hesitate over borrowing a few individuals to aid in constructing my intelligence system? The 7th princess furrowed her brow. Starry Prince, it is not that I refuse. Rather, those individuals are either deceased or scattered, and the remaining few have been recruited by various factions. I have very few left, and they are needed to maintain some operational bases. It truly is difficult to lend them. Some of these individuals possess advanced technologies, while others hold classified information. Moreover, following the death of the Research Institute's director, the 9 Dragons Pavilion is currently facing some challenges. Li Hao lamented, why ask for these individuals now? To be honest, their combat prowess may be lacking, but their significance is irreplaceable. Li Hao frowned. So, what you're implying is that you will not lend them to me. Just say it plainly. With that, he stood and began to walk away. The 7th princess's expression shifted, and she also rose. Starry Prince, please do not be hasty. I must discuss this matter with my father. Li Hao, perplexed, retorted, are we truly requiring the approval of the Starry King for a few ordinary individuals? Are you jesting? The 7th princess found it difficult to elaborate further. Li Hao frowned and said, it cannot be that complicated. For me, this task is not insurmountable. The battle armor can communicate over vast distances. I could arrange for one every 1,000 miles, and it would suffice. As the population increases in the future, it will be impossible for me to possess an abundance of armor and to deploy individuals everywhere. Moreover, I must remain vigilant against potential treachery. This is merely a decorative embellishment, not a substantial aid in times of need. Your refusal to accept this notion suggests that my presence cannot provide any assistance to the royal family. The 7th princess paused momentarily, realizing this truth. Her gaze shifting slightly. Can the Duke of Tianxing activate the armor? Is that not obvious? The 7th princess, unfazed, slightly furrowed her brow but quickly regained her smile. May I inquire how many pieces of armor the Duke can activate? Currently, I can only activate 1,000. Upon hearing this, the 7th princess let out a slight sigh of relief and soon smiled. So, does this imply that there could be more in the future? If the city of Battle Sky does not reject my extraordinary abilities, then certainly. However, she gritted her teeth, adding, the 9 departments have coerced me into becoming a divine being, and I will eventually settle the score with them. Becoming a divine being has cost me countless opportunities. Indeed, the 7th princess nodded, lamenting, what a pity. As a Silver Moon martial artist, had the Duke remained solely as a martial artist, and with the identity of a descendant of the Li family, you would have not only roamed the world, but also received tremendous opportunities. It is indeed a shame. Let us not dwell on that. Whether to borrow people or not, if not, so be it. Borrow. The 7th princess had come to a conclusion. Smiling. The Duke of Tianxing is too hasty in character. I merely suggested a discussion, not a refusal. However, the number of individuals cannot be too great, as I do not have many at my disposal. How about 10? Will that ensure smooth communication? Absolutely. Then it is settled. Li Hao nodded. By the way, with so few individuals, you may as well cultivate more of them. Just a few ordinary people, and you are still dilly-dallying with me. The 7th princess smiled, but remained silent. Li Hao chose not to elaborate further, concluding, let us proceed with these 3 matters. Once I establish my foothold in Tianxing City, you will see, the 9 departments will face my wrath. As he spoke, a thought struck him, and he gritted his teeth, saying, by the way, to further suppress the 9 departments, I may need to eliminate a group of individuals, perhaps some from the royal family. If you could provide me with a list of expendable or disobedient individuals, I would be happy to assist. The 7th princess's expression shifted slightly. I cannot believe that. The royal family is united. Li Hao replied irritably, do you think I am ignorant? Is it not common to eliminate dissenters? I require heads to establish my authority and gradually diminish the influence of the 9 departments. Furthermore, I cannot allow anyone to think that I, Li Hao, fear the royal family to the extent that I would refrain from provoking them. If I were to eliminate members of the royal family, the 9 departments would think I am insane, and they would wait idly for my confrontation with the royal family. Do you truly believe that I, Li Hao, act recklessly? The 7th princess's eyes flickered, her mind stirred. This fellow is indeed not reckless. If both sides are eliminated, the 9 departments might negotiate with the royal family to jointly confront Li Hao. Should the royal family seize this opportunity to propose certain demands while secretly continuing to collaborate with Li Hao, it may yield unexpected benefits. However, contemplating this, she realized that in this era, prestige holds little value. What truly matters is strength. After pondering for a moment, she nodded. That is acceptable. But this matter must remain absolutely confidential. Of course, must I proclaim to the world that I have allied with the royal family to eliminate their adversaries? Surely, that would be preposterous. Moreover, I require solid evidence. I, Li Hao, do not engage in indiscriminate killings. I have no interest in being a pawn for the righteous. Absolutely not. Then let our collaboration commence joyfully. Li Hao's face brightened with a smile. I shall not linger any longer, and by the way, I would like my meals to be sent daily to North City, with payment settled at year's end. The 7th princess chuckled, saying, that is unnecessary. Then I am grateful for your generosity, princess. The 7th princess was at a loss for words. Do you, Li Hao, truly lack such trifles? Besides, I merely expressed politeness. And you took it to heart. For her, it was merely a small sum, and she said nothing further, merely smiling and nodding. It is as it should be. Li Hao did not tarry and departed directly. The 7th princess did not see him off. It was only after Li Hao had left that she began to ponder. Li Hao was indeed an intriguing individual. The conditions he proposed were not excessively difficult. If he could firmly establish himself in Tianxing City, it might bode well. After some contemplation, she retrieved a mirror, revealing a face within. Father, you have heard. What are your thoughts? The authoritative voice gradually resonated. Tinged with amusement, he seeks to establish his own authority, even aspiring to build formidable prestige among the populace, achieving a status where his every word commands respect. However, he overestimates the common people. I am uncertain if he desires to be a king, but Silver Moon has always been a place resistant to control. The world is chaotic, particularly in the north. Chaos, indeed, serves our purposes. Is not everything we do today for this very reason? After a few words, he continued, comply with his requests. He has now become an indispensable part of Silver Moon. Figures like Di Fujian and Wu Qin Wang share close ties with him. If we wish for Silver Moon and the 9 divisions to continue their conflict, we may still require Li Hao's impulsiveness and ambition. Whether it be impulsiveness or ambition, it matters not. Li Hao's character is bound to clash with the 9 divisions. We shall impose further restrictions on the 9 divisions, granting Li Hao better opportunities for growth. The 7th princess softly said, Father, what if the people of Silver Moon establish a firm foothold in Tianxing City? Do you believe this is possible? The authoritative voice resonated again. Previously, had we not curtailed the 9 divisions, the people of Silver Moon would have fared poorly. This is Tianxing, not Silver Moon. Do you understand? I understand. The 7th princess nodded, refraining from further comments, as the figure in the mirror vanished instantaneously. Meanwhile, Li Hao had exited the Jiolong pavilion, where the female manager had accompanied him partway, still maintaining her warmth, though Li Hao remained indifferent. At this moment, he too was deep in thought. Regardless of the royal family's intentions, he must establish his persona as someone who is resolute in confronting the 9 divisions. With the backing of Tianxing City and Silver Moon, the royal family would undoubtedly observe the conflict from a distance. If the royal family was compelled by the 9 divisions to abdicate, it could only imply that they were either equally matched or inferior, likely in need of his assistance. He then contemplated the 9 divisions. Were they truly formidable? Upon entering the realm of divine powers, he found them rather mediocre. Relying on the 18 directors, now reduced to 17, could they truly suppress the royal family, even with their mastery of ancient divine weapons? The royal family boasts 9 kings and 36 dukes, accompanied by this generation's 22 princes and princesses, and yet can they truly contend with the 9 divisions? Li Hao pondered. Perhaps only upon obtaining the materials provided by the royal family could he glimpse the truth. However, the pressing matter at hand was his need to return to Silver Moon. He must journey to Battle Heaven City, visit the little tree, and also head to Silver City. He had communicated with the royal family, uncertain if his departure would incite an ambush against him. Should they plot against me, it would be more prudent for the 9 divisions to eliminate me. Li Hao chuckled. In such a scenario, the losses might be greater, and it would be more sensible to allow a powerful figure from the 9 divisions to do away with him. At the headquarters of the Night Watchers, Hou Xiaoqing furrowed his brow slightly. You plan to return to Silver Moon now? Indeed. Hou Xiaoqing contemplated for a moment, his brow furrowing further. Will you return afterward? Of course. After much deliberation, Hou Xiaoqing expressed his concern. I fear that your return to Silver Moon may create even greater troubles. You must not act recklessly. Whether it be Battle Heaven City or elsewhere, this is not the time for you to emerge. No matter where you go, you will stir some ripples. Rather than causing a commotion in Silver Moon, it would be wiser to remain in Starry Sky City. You have already disrupted their domain, and Silver Moon is our own territory. Li Hao was taken aback. Am I truly such a person? Do you believe I would seek trouble? Are you not? Hou Xiaoqing nearly retorted. Haven't you caused significant issues wherever you go? You first confront the Duke, then challenge the 9 divisions. Does a sane person act in such a manner? Despite his frustration, he understood that Li Hao's return was likely for a purpose. After a moment's reflection, he remarked, if you must return, just exercise caution along the way. Additionally, I must remind you, the ancients are not the same as the present. The two are distinct. Especially when it comes to the demon clan. Trust them not. One more thing, he continued. The inspection department reported that the finance department has relinquished a relic. Possibly the Martial Science University. Would you care to partake in its exploration? They surely harbor ulterior motives. Let us discuss that upon my return. Li Hao calculated. I am swift, equipped with wind-chasing boots, and possess wind and thunder attributes. I can reach Silver Moon in 2 to 3 days. A round trip will suffice within a week. By then, the minister can negotiate with Minister Yao, persuading him to bring the Night Watchers under our banner, forming an affiliate of the Starry Sky Governor's Office or the Starry Sky Commander's Office. Hou Xiaoqing's head throbbed. You go and speak to him yourself. I shall not. Li Hao shook his head. As a young man, I am impetuous. I fear a confrontation with him. You, being seasoned and composed, can engage in discussion. Damn it. Hou Xiaoqing felt a surge of frustration. What are you doing, meddling in personnel matters? Minister Yao is your direct superior. You wish to assimilate him. Despite him being the architect of the Night Watchers framework, your ambition knows no bounds. If I approach him, wouldn't he send me flying with a single punch? Maintaining the current situation is quite satisfactory, Li Hao countered. Without a proper name and legitimacy, sometimes mere reputation bears significant weight. Otherwise, why would the 9 divisions even be established? You should know this better than I. Of course, I understand, but are you engaging in personnel matters? Why don't you take the initiative? You are aware that if you go, you might end up clashing with Minister Yao? Furthermore, it is not merely Yao Si. Even the inspection department may engage in conflict with you. The capable bear more responsibilities. Li Hao earnestly remarked. In my eyes, the minister is omnipotent. If you don't believe me, ask Chief Steward Yu. Chief Steward Yu, can the minister persuade Minister Yao? The chief steward nodded instantly. Of course. Damn. Hou Xiaoqing felt the urge to curse, uncertain of whom to direct his ire towards. Little Yu is sharp-witted, but she cannot be blamed. It has been this way for many years. Yu Luocha believes in his boundless capabilities, yet he found himself somewhat speechless. Li Hao, that rascal, truly knows how to seek counsel. Hou Xiaoqing felt an immense headache. Let's discuss this later. I will make an effort to try. Additionally, keep your distance from the royal family. They are extraordinary. The Black Armored Army existed 2 centuries ago, and you are aware of the inner workings of the Battle Heaven Army, which signifies that they inherited some relics from that time. Back then, the supernatural had not yet revived, yet martial masters had always existed. Do you grasp my meaning? Li Hao nodded, understanding. Furthermore, it is said that the Black Armored Army comprises no fewer than 1,000 soldiers. This implies that the royal family may have produced a commanding officer of the rank of colonel 2 centuries ago. Otherwise, they would not have activated their armor. Otherwise, with so many black armored soldiers, the number should exceed 10,000, equivalent to a regiment. Tianxing Town is said to have a garrison of 100,000, which was also a military unit back then, a legion. It is uncertain to what extent the royal family currently holds power. Should a high-ranking official emerge, capable of becoming a legion commander, it would suggest that the opposing Black Armored Army could reach a count of 100,000. However, the likelihood of this is slim. is it not? Li Hao pondered, well aware of the challenges. Unless the royal family possesses the bloodline of that garrison from back then, akin to his own, nearly attaining the rank of colonel upon entering the city. Had his strength been adequate, he would have been a general upon arriving at Battlehaven City, capable of commanding a regiment of 10,000. By the way, upon your return, hand this over to the administrative headquarters. He produced a storage ring and added, do not linger. There is no treasure within, merely some items required by Silver Moon. Just take them back for transfer. All right. Be cautious on the way. Even though you are swift, be wary of the 3 major organizations. Understood. After exchanging a few words, Li Hao chose not to say more and swiftly departed. As for the safety of Ho Xiaoqing and the others remaining in Tianxing City, the situation is not dire for the moment. The royal family is still present, keeping the opposing forces in check. Otherwise, Li Hao would not have left so easily. Not long after Li Hao exited the Night Watch headquarters, a thunderous explosion erupted as Yao Si sent someone flying with a punch, emitting an enraged roar. Meanwhile, Ho Xiaoqing sighed and soared back to his office. I knew it. Li Hao has become arrogant. If he seeks to seize power, so be it. But to absorb the Night Watchers directly under his command is an outright bullying act. It would be fortunate enough that Yao Si did not pursue him. Chapter 225. Return, seeking subscription and monthly votes. After emerging from the Night Watch headquarters, Li Hao did not rush to depart. He exchanged greetings with Hong Yitong and Guangming Jian before taking his leave. Li Hao relished wandering at night, unrestrained and free. A small vehicle traversed the main road. With the dog in charge of driving, Li Hao did not take the wheel but was engrossed in studying the Golden Book. Those who beheld him might have thought they were seeing things. Li Hao paid no heed to these distractions. He meticulously studied the text before him. Although the 2 tomes contained different esoteric methods, their essence was strikingly similar. One for offense, the other for defense. By harnessing the vital energy and blood, one could inscribe characters, manifesting intent through concentration. This was a manifestation of the original path, a means to transform the ethereal into a tangible assault. Most ancient martial arts secrets followed this principle. As Li Hao pondered, his thoughts drifted to the blood blade technique and the 5 animal frolics, noting that the latter also drew inspiration from the former. Ancient martial arts excelled in the development of the physical body, pushing its limits to an extraordinary degree. This physical enhancement led him to contemplate various notions. The strength of vital energy must surely have its constraints, as ancient martial arts pertained to the 3 burners. Now, was it akin to a superpower lock? Was the purple palace the sole superpower lock of the physical body? Was the spine the only superpower lock of the skeletal structure? The celestial sword revealed to him that there were numerous types of specialized superpowers, each potentially corresponding to a unique superpower lock. The sheer quantity of these locks far exceeded those currently identified. They simply remained undiscovered. The teacher's 5 animal secret technique, an integration of spirit and method, ultimately infused momentum into these superpower locks, merging them into a unity reminiscent of the harmony of essence, energy, and spirit found in ancient martial arts. As he reflected on the cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit, he realized that these were the fundamental pillars of martial practice, and transcending them seemed implausible. What then was the purpose of striving for such transcendence? Li Hao's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, leading him to consider the various martial arts secrets. Each technique had its distinct focus for enhancement. Did this imply that each technique, when mastered to its zenith, could unlock a unique superpower lock? For instance, the 5 animal frolics might unlock the formidable locks of the 5 internal organs. The differing boxing styles of southern and northern schools could correspond to the purple palace, spine, and limb chains. The meaning of the dominating blade suggested that it might unlock a cerebral domain lock that penetrated the spirit. Ultimately, all superpower locks would be eradicated, shattering the shackles of the human body. Whether through superpowers or martial prowess, the possession of superpower locks merely served to confine abilities beyond one's control. As Li Hao's experiences expanded, his encounters with formidable opponents enriched his understanding of martial arts. He began to grasp the essence of momentum. Was it a representation of the utmost extremity? A cascade of thoughts flooded his mind, each idea unveiled within his heart. The fusion of 2 attributes within the realm of supernatural powers constituted a divine ability. What of 3 or 4? Thus, even if one were to shatter all the superpower locks of the 5 internal organs, they would still reside within the realm of divine abilities, correct? Divine abilities encompass more than one realm. It could be said that subsequent superpowers would invariably belong to this divine domain. Those possessing formidable internal organ strength might swiftly breach the third, fourth, or fifth locks in due course. His thoughts turned to Ing Hongyue. Was that individual a martial artist? If so, what was the purpose of absorbing the bloodlines of the 7 families? Countless questions surged within him, and he noted that Ing Hongyue had not wielded any formidable divine weapon. It was known that among the 8 great families, he possessed 2 divine weapons, with the teacher holding one, and one in the hands of Zhang Tianxing, leaving 4 unaccounted for. It was improbable that Ing Hongyue had none at all, yet the other party had never deployed such weapons before. Suppressing the myriad thoughts within, he faintly comprehended that the second awakening of his extraordinary abilities might occur once everyone shatters the locks of their vital organs. It was merely an intuition. Perhaps many were anticipating this moment, the breaking of the 5 organ locks, which signified entry into the next phase, not only of divine powers, but also the subsequent stage of a martial artist merging with the divine. This also implied that the majority had thoroughly unleashed their potential. With this thought in mind, Li Hao ceased his contemplation and closed his eyes to begin his cultivation. Streams of dark elemental energy surged into his body, accompanied by elements of light. He had taken many lives, and the mysterious energy was abundant, far too abundant. The divine energy stones were staggering in number, encompassing energies from various realms. He had already unlocked the attributes of wind and thunder, but what of light and darkness? Previously, the elemental energies he absorbed were limited, primarily those that offered little assistance. Even the dark elements merely concealed some of his aura, proving somewhat beneficial, yet ultimately insignificant in comparison to the elemental energies of the 5 elements, such as wind and thunder, which could significantly enhance his strength. However, upon entering the extraordinary realm, his perspective shifted. He yearned to reveal all the extraordinary locks within him. How many extraordinary locks does the human body truly possess? Would all these chains ultimately be unbound? Elemental energies continued to flow into his body, whether of light or darkness, swiftly vanishing without a trace. And the energy that overflowed was entirely absorbed by the driving canine, leaving no residue and not a single leak. In terms of strength, Li Hao felt no enhancement whatsoever. The light and dark elemental energies dissipated, leaving him uncertain as to which extraordinary lock had absorbed them. At this moment, within his internal organs, a circle formed by 5 extraordinary locks revolved, the 5 forces sinking into silence, seemingly awaiting their chance for rebirth. The vehicle sped along the highway. The central path was relatively clear, and the canine driver accelerated with remarkable swiftness. All obstacles vanished before them, should they encounter mountains or lakes. The battered vehicle soared as if it were an aircraft, effortlessly traversing the terrain, carving through mountains and gliding over waters. In 2 days, the canine crossed several provinces, finally arriving near the North Sea. One could not deny that this pace rivaled that of a powerful being traveling at full speed. The Black Panther was utterly exhausted, halting only upon reaching the coastline, glancing back at Li Hao, who had not stirred in 2 days and nights, continuously absorbing extraordinary energy without any noticeable change in presence or strength. What a waste! Woof! The Black Panther barked, signaling their arrival. As for crossing the sea, it refused to attempt such a feat. The North Sea was vast, and navigating an ordinary vehicle across it would surely exhaust the panther to the point of collapse. At that moment, Li Hao opened his eyes. Within them, a flicker of light and darkness seemed to dance. He appeared somewhat dazed, lost in contemplation, casting a glance at the Black Panther, who felt uneasy under his gaze and let out another bark. Li Hao remained silent, quietly experiencing and reflecting. Within him, 2 small dragon-like chains, one radiant and the other shadowy, subtly manifested. As for the location, Li Hao found himself unable to ascertain it. The chain appeared to be elusive rather than fixed. Was it an energy chain? Indeed, the energy chain had manifested, yet it seemed rather unstable. After absorbing such a vast amount of energy, it barely materialized. These special energy chains might elude ordinary individuals for a lifetime. Woof! I understand now. Li Hao regained his composure and glanced at the Black Panther, somewhat speechless. What is all the fuss about? It's merely been 2 days of driving. During these 2 days, he had been undisturbed. His departure from the Celestial Star City might not have been a secret, yet no one had sought him out. Which was somewhat unexpected, though, under the circumstances, it was rather logical. After all, Li Hao was now a renowned top-tier powerhouse in the world. The killing of Hu Shao had already attested to his strength. Stepping out of the vehicle, the northern sea roared, and the cold wind howled. Winter had officially arrived in the north. Even delicate snowflakes began to fall. It was now mid-November, and the northern region had grown thoroughly frigid. Meanwhile, vessels continued to drift in the sea. Not far away, a fishing boat had docked, and a group of ragged men, women, and children disembarked. Their distance from Li Hao not considerable, with the faint sound of a child's cries echoing nearby. "Do not stop. It's too cold here. Once ashore, head south. That's where the opportunities lie." Reaching the central region might provide a glimmer of hope. Someone shouted. It was an energy wielder, albeit a weak one, possessing merely the strength of a Star Master, and appeared to be quite young. From afar, they spotted Li Hao, yet there was no intention to approach him. Firstly, they did not recognize him. Secondly, in the biting winter, a solitary figure accompanied by a dog, gazing at the seascape, could not be mistaken for an ordinary person. Either he was a noble seeking solace or a formidable figure admiring the scenery. The young Star Master struggled to maintain an energy shield, warding off the icy winds and protecting a few children among the crowd. He urged, "Move. Do not linger. The northern three provinces have utterly decayed. Remaining there leaves no path for survival. While the central region is chaotic, at least it is warmer, and you won't freeze to death by the roadside. Thank you, Master Lu, for your assistance on this journey. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to cross the northern sea. Do not refer to me as Master. Master Lu, will you accompany us? I shall escort you for a while before returning. My fellow villagers are aware that many others wish to cross the sea for survival. I cannot accompany you. The northern sea is perilous, and I likely won't make it back. The Master speaks wisely. We are truly grateful for your help." The conversations among the crowd reached Li Hao's ears, and he had begun to grasp the situation. The unrest in the northern three provinces had driven the populace into dire straits. The harsh cold and lack of food had prompted the people to flee southward in search of a means to survive. However, the vast northern sea posed significant challenges for those attempting to cross. This young Star Master had taken on the role of a ferryman, escorting boatloads of refugees toward the central region. Li Hao listened in silence. The turmoil in the northern three provinces had initiated before his departure, and after several months, it seemed to have reached a peak. Just then, a furious shout pierced the air. "Lu Chuan, are you engaging in such conduct again? I have warned you repeatedly not to send anyone here. This is not a benevolent place. Those who arrive will find no opportunities and will inevitably meet their demise. It would be wiser to remain in the northern provinces. Do you not comprehend this?" Li Hao glanced towards the direction of the commotion and beheld a constable clad in the uniform of the inspection bureau, reprimanding a young man. Lu Chuan exclaimed loudly, "Brother Wang, I wish it were otherwise, but the northern provinces are frigid, and staying there leaves no chance for survival. What awaits us in the central region? Even if we are captured and forced to labor in the mines, though it is grim, there exists a glimmer of hope for survival." At his words, Li Hao paused momentarily, aware of the underlying truth. It was evident that Lu Chuan was not entirely ignorant. He understood that coming here offered no favorable outcome. Yet he also recognized that remaining in the northern provinces meant certain death, devoid of hope. The constable in the distance fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, "Foolishness! I have instructed you to escort these individuals to the north, to the Silver Moon. There, perhaps, a slender thread of life may await." "Brother Wang, I would gladly do so, but as a Starlight Master, I am separated by several provinces. The borders near Silver Moon are heavily fortified, denying passage to anyone, and they do not hesitate to kill at the slightest provocation. Here, Brother Wang, your assistance would facilitate my covert crossing. For the dangers, there are even greater than those posed by the rebels in the northern provinces. I am left with no choice." The dialogue between the two reached Li Hao's ears. The constable appeared to be well-meaning, hoping for Lu Chuan to transport individuals to Silver Moon. Yet the journey entailed traversing several provinces, with the Linjiang River blocking the path to Silver Moon. The river effectively sealed off the southern route to Silver Moon, denying entry to others. As for traveling by sea, the North Sea is rife with pirates, even though the Pirate King is dead. The Starlight pirate crew and the other notorious 7 pirate factions remain. How could a mere fishing vessel hope to breach the waters of the Moon Sea? Li Hao had originally intended to cross the North Sea directly and head for Silver Moon. However, at this moment, he felt a stirring within him, and, in an instant, he vanished from sight. The constable, engaged in conversation with Lu Chuan, suddenly froze, startled by the appearance of a young man before him. Lu Chuan also stiffened momentarily, turning to glance back. Upon recognizing the individual who had been admiring the scenery from afar, he exhaled softly, turned, and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I have seen the esteemed one. You know me?" "Not at all." Lu Chuan lowered his head, continuing, "Your speed is remarkable, clearly indicative of your strength. I apologize for interrupting your moment of contemplation by the sea. We shall take our leave immediately." Nearby, dozens of ragged civilians cast fearful glances in their direction. Li Hao's attire was not ostentatious, yet it was not something an ordinary individual could afford. The constable, however, regarded Li Hao with increased scrutiny, sensing a familiarity about him that he could not pinpoint, yet recognizing the formidable presence he exuded. Li Hao observed the constable, noting that he was not a superhuman, but rather a martial artist, a warrior of the 10th realm. He could discern the weak. "Is the turmoil in the northern provinces complete?" Lu Chuan, with his head bowed, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is in chaos. Since the passing of General Ko, the 3 northern provinces have been in turmoil. Initially, the situation was bearable, but with the onset of winter, the harsh cold has set in, and this year's harvest has been poor. A large number of common folk have been coerced into joining the rebel forces or have taken to banditry, leading to the swift decay of the northern provinces." Lu Chuan exhaled deeply. Winter has only just begun, and it will inevitably grow colder. There is little choice but to send some individuals across the sea to the central regions in search of a means of survival. Even in the depths of winter, one could usually find sustenance at sea. However, this year is different. The northern pirates have been aggressive, fiercely contesting territory, leaving us hesitant to venture out for fishing. You are a transcendent being, though merely a star master. Surely hunger cannot afflict you? Li Hao regarded him, and the youthful Lu Chuan smiled. "My lord, transcendent beings are still human. Besides, I am just a star master. Transcendent beings have families, friends, and neighbors. We are not deities who can simply watch as our fellow villagers perish from starvation and cold in their homes, can we?" Li Hao nodded slightly. "Indeed. By the way, I just heard you mention that the route north to Silver Moon has been sealed off?" "Alas," Lu Chuan sighed. "The 19 northern provinces suffer greatly. Silver Moon is situated poorly. Winter is harsher there, but at least it maintains some order. The martial artists of Silver Moon are renowned, and there are many strong individuals. Furthermore, Silver Moon remains relatively stable, providing at least a chance for survival. However, the provinces along the river have consistently blocked access to Silver Moon, preventing its people from leaving and outsiders from entering for several years now." He shook his head in lament. "Otherwise, reaching Silver Moon would be preferable, but now we can only seek refuge in the central regions." After speaking, he glanced at Li Hao and quietly remarked, "My lord, you are from Silver Moon, are you not?" Li Hao chuckled. "How did you discern that? People from the north all seem similar." Lu Chuan also smiled. "Mentioning Silver Moon seems to brighten your mood." Li Hao chuckled again. "Is that so? To be honest, I never thought much of Silver Moon before, but now I hear that among the 19 northern provinces, while chaos reigns elsewhere, only Silver Moon retains order. In such a harsh and frigid land, they believe that going to Silver Moon offers a chance for survival. This is indeed a significant acknowledgement. As an expatriate, hearing such words about Silver Moon from others does bring me a small measure of joy." Li Hao looked at the nearby populace and then at the silent inspector, slowly stating, "The central region can also be a place of devouring, and arriving here does not guarantee a better fate. I am aware, but in this era, where is it not so?" Lu Chuan forced a smile. "It is all the same. Yet the central region is at least a bit more prosperous. Even begging here is not as frigid." Meanwhile, the inspector raised an eyebrow and solemnly added, "Recently, the central region has actually improved somewhat. A disturbance has been reported in Tianxing City, resulting in a significant number of nobles and powerful individuals meeting their demise. Many have been frightened, and the night watchmen in the central region have become more active of late. The 3 major organizations have also quieted down considerably. It is somewhat better than before. However, the sudden influx of refugees may prove to be overwhelming." Having said that, he glanced at Li Hao and inquired, "My lord, did you arrive from the central region?" "What do you mean?" Inspector Wang lowered his head. "I am just curious. I wonder if Tianxing City will face even greater turmoil?" "That is hard to say." Li Hao shook his head, indeed finding it difficult to predict. Upon hearing these words, Inspector Wang fell silent, letting out a sigh. In every upheaval, it is not the nobility who bear the brunt of the turmoil, but rather the common folk. The superhumans remain largely unaffected, at the very least. They do not worry about their basic sustenance. Lu Chuan, upon hearing this, refrained from further conversation. He glanced at Li Hao, then at the waiting civilians, and softly remarked, "My lord, I shall not intrude upon your observation of the sea any longer. I will escort them for a while. Only after we have crossed the coastline can I return." He believed it unnecessary to engage Li Hao in excessive dialogue, though his tone remained courteous. As these individuals were not to be trifled with, he had matters to attend to. After guiding these people beyond the shoreline, he would need to resume his ferrying duties. Li Hao nodded and, after a moment's contemplation, posed a question. "Are there many superhumans like you?" "What?" Lu Chuan responded, momentarily puzzled until realization dawned upon him. He nodded and said, "There are indeed a few in this region. I am not alone. Several friends are also involved in transportation, all hailing from humble origins. Our capabilities are limited, and we cannot extend much assistance, but we can help with the ferrying. Have you contemplated the future?" "The future?" Lu Chuan chuckled, choosing not to reply. "What future? There is no future. We take each step as it comes. My lord, may I take my leave now?" "Go ahead." Li Hao nodded. Lu Chuan said no more, activating a faint energy shield as he guided dozens towards the coast, offering no substantial aid. Helping a few was of little consequence. At that moment, Li Hao pondered the provinces along the river, which had sealed the northern route, severing Silver Moon's ties with the outside world. Director Zhao and his colleagues remained stationed in Silver Moon, neglecting the situation. Currently, the northern three provinces were in turmoil, the populace displaced. Those wishing to head north found the path obstructed. Furthermore, Silver Moon was impoverished and could not assist many. A surge of refugees would spell disaster for Silver Moon. These refugees lacked food, water, clothing, and shelter. Every essential was in short supply. Noticing Inspector Wang still present, Li Hao contemplated for a moment before speaking. "What do you think is the most pressing need at this juncture?" Inspector Wang was uncertain what this noble intended to inquire about, momentarily at a loss for a response. Li Hao smiled and clarified, "I mean to ask, what do you believe is your greatest desire at this stage?" "To be fed and clothed, to cease the fighting. Whether superhuman or martial artist. It would be best if all were somehow restrained from waging war indiscriminately." He did not conceal his thoughts. When superhumans or martial artists engage in conflict, it often terrifies the masses into abandoning their fields, leaving them afraid to cultivate the land or even venture beyond the city, resigned to their fates. Superhumans and martial artists may not perceive the gravity of their actions. Refraining from indiscriminate slaughter is indeed a good thing. Yet, they fail to recognize that once conflict erupts, fertile lands are ravaged, and the populace becomes too fearful to step outside. If this continues, a far greater calamity awaits. Inspector Wang understood that the individual before him was of noble birth. At this moment, he spoke more than he might have otherwise, perhaps not to any significant end, but at least allowing some in the upper echelons to hear their cries for help. "Understood." Li Hao nodded, gazing towards the northern sea. It seemed that what everyone longed for was peace. Of course, Inspector Wang silently scoffed. Who does not yearn for such a thing? We harbor no ambition for supremacy. It matters not who takes the lead, as long as there is a path to survival. Li Hao fell silent, gazing into the distance. In the next moment, he soared through the air alongside Black Panther, no longer lingering, for he yearned to return to Silver Moon. The sights he had witnessed this time left an indelible impression upon his heart. Despite the knowledge that the central regions were perilous, people continued to flock there. For amidst the danger, there remained a glimmer of hope. Remaining in the northern provinces might lead only to utter demise. As for Silver Moon, it remained encircled, its barriers unbroken. The words of Hong Yitong echoed in his mind. The populace was suffering, and a food crisis was looming. Though this was confined to certain areas, it signified a portent, a trend. On his previous journey eastward, he had encountered numerous rogue armies and rampant banditry. Chaos had descended upon the land. Yet, all these events were orchestrated by certain individuals. They were not mere natural disasters, but rather man-made calamities. Li Hao continued his flight, leaving behind the astonished Wang Sun. In the next instant, comprehension seemed to dawn upon him as he furrowed his brow. Could it be that individual? Surely not. Wasn't he still in Star City? A man, a dog, a youth wielding the demon sword from Silver Moon? The governor of Star City? Doubts clouded his mind, and he shook his head. choosing not to ponder further. Although the demon's sword had vanquished some foes and temporarily quelled the unrest in the central regions, it was but a superficial remedy. Once the sword was subdued, a more profound backlash would ensue. Black Panther, not all with superpowers are malevolent. Did you notice? Li Hao mused aloud over the sea. That Lu Chuan, merely a starlight master, represents the most rudimentary level of superpowers. Yet, even so, he is not burdened by hunger wherever he goes. He can find decent employment. Still, he risks his life, facing the perils of piracy and the wrath of formidable beings in the central regions, merely to ferry a few souls from one furnace into another that is not quite as scorching. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of superpowers. He possesses such abilities, thus safeguarding others as they traverse the sea. Black Panther did not grasp his meaning. What are you trying to convey? Black Panther. All of this illustrates that the attributes of power do not fundamentally dictate everything. Whether martial artist or superhuman, it is the heart that must be considered. Black Panther remained silent, still unable to comprehend. Yet what of it? Perhaps Silver Moon ought to break free from its isolation. It might save some lives. It was merely the onset of winter, and the northern cold was harsh. If this continued, countless lives might be lost, and the flow of resources into Silver Moon would dwindle. Director Zhao and the others had their own ideas, but I believe we cannot remain confined any longer. Of course, financial resources, manpower, provisions, and clothing are all necessary. Li Hao continued his soliloquy while Black Panther remained reticent. Li Hao resumed. Cultivating resources has always held great significance for me. I slay nobles and powerful beings solely to procure these. Yet, I have never cared for the food, garments, or mundane enterprises within their households. Without these essentials, I ask you, can one truly be satiated? Can one survive? I seem to be gradually detaching from the mundane world. Li Hao sighed, reflecting on the past. Have you forgotten your days as a stray dog, striving for a morsel, flattering me and passers-by? When did we become solely focused on cultivation resources? The Black Panther fell silent. Li Hao continued. This time, when I visit Tianxing City, I seek to understand how a city of 50 million managed to sustain itself. Do you think Tianxing City will provide me with answers? The Black Panther, taken aback, questioned why he would ask such a thing, fearing ridicule from the powerful within Tianxing City. Yet, Li Hao remained unfazed and pondered. Indeed, 50 million people, even if they are all strong, still require sustenance. How could a single city cater to the needs of so many? Where does the food originate? Tianxing City must possess a solution. However, he had never considered this before, nor had he cared. Perhaps now was the time to inquire. Furthermore, was the existence of demonic plants solely for warfare and slaughter? These thoughts swirled in his mind. From north to south and back again, Li Hao gained fresh insights. It is easy to speak of remaining true to one's original intentions, yet it is profoundly challenging. At this stage, unable to defeat the 9 divisions or eradicate the 3 major organizations, one cannot remain idle. Hong Yitong hopes to learn from Tianxing City, and Li Hao mused that perhaps he should seek wisdom from the ancients. From then on, Li Hao refrained from engaging in conflicts with anyone. The tempestuous winds of the thunder attribute surged forth, resembling a thunderous hurricane, swiftly sweeping across various cities. In the northern winter, greenery had become a rare sight. Along the way, he even encountered frozen bones. After a day of traveling north, he finally arrived at the Silver Moon border. The Silver Moon remained as tranquil and impoverished as ever. Yet, upon entering Silver Moon, it seemed less frigid than anticipated. He found himself in a border town among the 32 cities of Silver Moon, where the streets were sparsely populated. Yet people bundled in thick clothing could be heard amidst the faint sounds of life. The people of Silver Moon, once perceived as no different from others, now appeared to possess a heightened sensitivity compared to those from other regions. Life still held a glimmer of hope. Have you heard? The martial artists of Silver Moon are formidable. The demon sword has become a force to be reckoned with in Tianxing City. Murmurs echoed through the alleys. News of Li Hao's exploits had not faded. The people of Silver Moon were still gossiping about him. Li Hao smiled, casting a glance at the quiet town, reminiscing about the ghostly riverside city he had just traversed, which sparked a fresh wave of contemplation. Once again, Li Hao took to the skies. Since Silver Moon began its purge of the 3 major organizations, communication between the cities had resumed. Travelers and merchant caravans were now seen on the roads, no longer deterred by fear. In the past, leaving the city had been a source of dread. Now, it seemed that such fear had diminished. Along the way, Li Hao also heard mention of the Demon Hunting Brigade, which had recently become active in clearing away troublesome superhumans and martial artists, gaining a modest reputation within Silver Moon. On Li Hao's face, a smile finally emerged. However, he did not head towards Baiwei City. Instead, he altered his course and soared towards Tianxing City, intending to first visit the Hengduan Gorge, where he hoped to find some fruitful discoveries. As for the others, he would encounter them again later. Tianxing City remained, as ever, shrouded in silence. At the city gates, the silver-armored and black-armored sentinels maintained their watchful vigil, their patrols continuing as usual, with only the echo of the black-armored soldiers' footsteps resonating through the city. It appeared as though nothing had changed. Suddenly, a subtle wave of energy rippled through the air. In the Lord's mansion, Director Wang abruptly turned his gaze towards the source, envisioning a scene where a man and a dog stepped through the boundary. "They have returned," Director Wang murmured, and in the next moment, he exclaimed, "Could it be that they have become energy warriors?" In his ear, the voice of the great tortoise remarked thoughtfully, "Indeed, it is somewhat regrettable. What transpired to bring about this change?" Director Wang replied, not delving deeper into the matter. The status of energy warriors was of little consequence. Some held them in disdain, while others deemed their path unpromising. Such attitudes were commonplace. Yet Director Wang and his associates paid little heed to these opinions. It was merely a matter of differing paths. Moreover, Li Hao might not necessarily reach that stage. Being overly concerned held little value. The journey of martial arts must be tread individually. At this moment, Director Wang's reaction was rather calm. Within the military camp, a golden warrior suddenly opened his eyes, emanating a faint glow as he gazed towards the city. With a wave of his hand, an image materialized before him, revealing a man and a dog near the city gates. The energy path has indeed strengthened, but to what end? He pondered. Yet it is not a purely energy path. Is the hybrid seeking a resolution? The golden warrior muttered to himself before succumbing to silence. I shall not concern myself with it. He may choose whatever path he wishes. I am aware of the advantages and disadvantages. As for finding a solution, it is not an easy task unless he completely transitions to ancient martial arts, which might hold some hope. Chapter 226. Re-entering Tianxing City at this moment, Li Hao found himself in a rare state of tranquility. Upon the city walls, 3 brigade leaders descended. The 12th brigade leader. Upon sensing the energy fluctuation, Li Hao recognized the 7th brigade leader, Jiang Shixuan. The 3 brigade leaders appeared to embody a greater sense of humanity than before. Upon recognizing Li Hao, the 7th brigade leader spoke with warmth. "You are back." "Yes." 7th brigade leader. Li Hao responded with a smile, his silver armor materializing. "Is everyone well?" "As usual," came the reply. "There have been no new arrivals from the outside." The 7th brigade leader spoke the most, while the 8th and 9th brigade leaders were more reserved. However, during Li Hao's previous departure, the 9th brigade leader had advised him to exchange for a drop of the Fountain of Life with General Huai. Subsequently, Li Hao had managed to acquire it at a minimal cost. How did the 12th brigade leader enter the energy path? The 7th brigade leader inquired, puzzled. The energy path tends to be somewhat at odds with the Zhantian army. It isn't inherently bad. It's just that many of the Zhantian army's combat techniques are based on vital energy, and the energy path cannot utilize them. This includes restrictions on battle armor as well. It was unexpected. There was no other choice, Li Hao remarked, glancing towards the sky. "If I fly, will I be attacked?" "That won't be an issue. You are the leader and will not face any attacks." "That's reassuring." The 7th commander didn't say much and quickly inquired, "Is the 12th commander heading back to find the division commander?" "The division commander is in the military camp, so there's no rush. I will first meet with Director Wang." Li Hao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, thought better of it, recalling vividly the incident where he was struck. "Shall I enter the city first? Would any of the commanders like to join me?" "No, we have tasks to attend to and cannot leave our posts." "Very well," Li Hao conceded, acknowledging that these were all soldiers, and it was already a privilege to exchange pleasantries with them. Accompanied by Black Panther, he entered the city, not in a leap but through the opening gates. Above, the words "where heaven" remained clearly visible, but Li Hao refrained from approaching them, for he could not comprehend their significance. It would be a waste of time. Once Li Hao and Black Panther had departed, the 7th commander turned back. Sensing a shift in energy, the 12th commander seems to have changed quite significantly. Did you all feel that? The other 2 commanders remained silent, yet nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, the transformation was remarkable. Not long ago, Li Hao had exhibited a somewhat somber demeanor, coupled with a youthful impulsiveness tinged with murderous intent. However, upon this reunion, he appeared altogether different. It was difficult to articulate the exact nature of this change, but the previous 12th commander seemed to have matured considerably. The 9th commander remarked, "It must be that he has ventured out into the world, gained experience, and progressed to become a martial artist of energy. Clearly, he has also endured some trials, which is beneficial." The commanders discussed this briefly before lapsing back into silence. The city wall returned to its tranquil state. This time, Li Hao found himself in a contemplative mood, strolling leisurely while observing his surroundings. Warhaven City was not particularly large, yet its layout was exquisite, with distinct divisions for commercial, industrial, and military zones. He had previously overlooked the number of schools, but after hearing about them from Hong Yitong, he had begun to take notice. This time, he lingered a bit longer, recognizing the abundance of educational institutions. He also recalled the Grand Library. Perhaps literacy was widespread here. As he ambled about, stopping intermittently to admire the sights, he eventually reached the city center, where the immense Turtle Tower stood steadfast as ever. Black Panther shivered slightly, seemingly reminded of something ominous, and stayed close to Li Hao's side, hesitant to stray. Commander Li Hao of the 12th Regiment of the 9th Reserve Guard Army seeks an audience with Director Wang. The gates of the Lord's residence swung wide open. "Come in." Li Hao stepped forward, the entrance leading directly into the grand hall, with minimal obstruction, allowing him to glimpse Director Wang's golden radiance even from the doorway. It seemed one could see their work from outside. Inside the hall, Director Wang sat in a chair, scrutinizing Li Hao from head to toe, nodding slightly. "You appear quite well. Your praise is unwarranted," Li Hao replied with a smile. Clad in golden battle armor, Director Wang's features were obscured. Yet Li Hao could easily distinguish him from the division commander. The latter was aloof and proud, while this one exuded warmth. In comparison, this director resembled Hao Lianchuan, while the division commander was more akin to a golden spear. The resemblance was striking, almost uncanny. The individual before me is the director of the Guard Bureau, while the other is a commander, seemingly a high-ranking general, both possessing an air of aloof superiority. Director Wang cast another glance at his boots. Somewhat surprised, "You have acquired the wind-chasing boots? Ah, it appears you have garnered some rewards." With a hint of nostalgia, Director Wang remarked, "The wind-chasing boots have quite a reputation. Once wielded by the War King's family, they eventually fell into the hands of the human king, who subsequently entrusted them to your ancestor, and now they have returned to you." Li Hao expressed his astonishment. "These wind-chasing boots are intertwined with my ancestors?" He recalled the ancient tome he had previously encountered, filled with the phrase the broken character technique, which was said to be all-encompassing. "Indeed," Director Wang nodded, then turned his attention to Li Hao. "Is there a particular matter that brings you to Tianxing City?" Li Hao nodded. "There are a few minor issues. I hope the director can enlighten me." "Speak," he replied. "I harbor a curiosity about ancient civilizations, particularly regarding certain perplexities within their societal structures that elude my understanding." Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. In the era of ancient civilizations, were there not formidable beings, the strongest among them? Was there a strict hierarchy? Did the upper echelons oppress the common folk, exploiting them? How did they manage disputes and relationships between the extraordinary and the ordinary, as well as the delineation of status and rank? Director Wang was taken aback. He had anticipated Li Hao would inquire about the ways of energy. Instead, Li Hao posed this question. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Why do you wish to understand these matters?" "Merely out of curiosity," Li Hao replied. Pondering for a moment, "I find myself perplexed. For instance, if an ordinary person offends a powerful being and I eliminate him, does that imply he deserved it? How is law established in ancient civilizations? Society is structured with various roles. The powerful are not the sole entities." Director Wang replied calmly, "Strength merely signifies invincibility in terms of martial prowess. It does not equate to omnipotence. Li Hao, you must comprehend that in this world, whether it be the great path or the lesser, it is all part of the same principle. If only the strong remain, this world would face annihilation. In a realm where all are powerful, there would be no labor, no procreation, and no construction. Swiftly, this civilization would perish." Director Wang continued with a serene demeanor. "From the outset, you have misdirected your inquiry. It is not about distinguishing between the strong and the weak, but rather about how to balance society according to the division of labor and function rather than through strength alone. Li Hao appeared to grasp the concept of classification based on function. Director Wang elaborated. As for how the strong govern, that is even simpler. Equality before the law remains paramount. Of course, those who achieve strength have also made significant sacrifices. With greater privileges come greater obligations and responsibilities. For example, during warfare, the strong must serve in the military and comply with military governance. The ordinary must not exploit the law to their advantage. A necessary respect must exist. And it is imperative that one does not abuse the legal system to belittle the strong. Director Wang had conveyed much, yet as the director of the Guard Bureau, he merely articulated a few realities without delving into intricate details, for he himself lacked comprehensive understanding, being merely a guard rather than the ruler of a city. However, he regarded Li Hao with a newfound curiosity. Li Hao then asked, "Director, what do you believe to be the reason behind the prosperity of ancient civilizations?" The reason? Director Wang pondered for a moment and remarked, "To articulate my thoughts is challenging due to various reasons. Yet the fundamental cause lies within the robust development of four principal domains: cultural education, economic construction, military prowess, and technological advancement. Strength is primarily associated with the military sector. Regardless of whether one is part of the armed forces, it embodies the essence of military capability. Thus, if you believe that mere strength suffices, you are mistaken. It is merely one aspect of the four pillars." Li Hao was somewhat taken aback. Only one aspect? Indeed, but it is also the core. Director Wang continued. Without formidable military strength, one cannot attain true prosperity. However, uncontrolled military power is equally futile, merely leading to greater harm. He noted the importance of education, economy, and technology. Li Hao inquired, was the literacy rate in ancient civilizations quite high? Indeed, I observed numerous schools within the city. Isn't literacy fundamental? Director Wang expressed his bewilderment. How can one cultivate, work, develop, think, or acquire further knowledge without literacy? The literacy rate during the early days of the new martial era was already widespread, and subsequently, it reached its zenith. Could there possibly be individuals who remain illiterate? Understand that the strength of the new martial era lies in education. In its nascent stage, the Ministry of Education was of paramount importance, whether in martial arts, technology, or other resources and funding allocated annually. It even surpassed the military. In the past, there were numerous martial science universities, which later expanded significantly, aiming to cultivate a generation of versatile talents imbued with military qualities and profound knowledge. Li Hao comprehended universal education. He further queried, what about food? With so many individuals pursuing martial training, the initial stages require substantial consumption. How can we meet everyone's needs? The Ministry of Agriculture is responsible for these matters. Later, they improved rice strains and raised a considerable number of edible livestock. With an increased meat intake, the demand for grains actually diminishes. Additionally, they cultivated various supernatural plants to harness the essence of heaven and earth. Li Hao's eyes glimmered. Does the director mean to enhance the seeds? That is merely one aspect. Director Wang elucidated. The introduction of modern machinery employs extraordinary methods to assist in seedling cultivation. Based on supernatural plants, is sustenance truly a concern? I find it peculiar that this is even questioned. Is the outside world not similarly equipped? I see that you possess extraordinary practitioners who command the elements at will. Under such circumstances, does one truly fret over these issues? Arranging a few energy warriors to summon the winds and rain to address the food supply is not exceedingly simple. You are not living in primitive society. Li Hao shook his head. The extraordinary beings are exalted. Would you have them till the land? Director Wang, now grasping the situation, chuckled softly. It appears that the outside world is even worse than I imagined, which is somewhat expected. To wield power without an aligned mindset inevitably leads to chaos. What is wrong with farming? Cultivation of the land is also a path. It can lead to divinity, sanctity, and even the status of a sage. You fail to understand because of your weakness. The weaker one is, the more they cling to superficial notions of dignity and status. The path is boundless. What truly constitutes the way? Even in the realm of sinew, it is not to be assumed that the path of the strongest is inherently correct. The great Tao knows no right or wrong. It encompasses only what is suitable and unsuitable, only the quest and the future. The essence of the Tao is not paramount. What truly matters is action, action in both the literal and practical sense. Li Hao experienced a renewed understanding. Director Wang cast a glance at him, remarking, I had thought these were mere common sense, yet it appears they are not. This means you have contemplated these matters on your own? No, I have received guidance. Li Hao replied with a smile. I am in the process of learning and comprehending. That is commendable. Director Wang wholeheartedly agreed. True knowledge emerges from practice. Whatever you wish to know, whatever you seek to understand, immerse yourself in it. Even if you are unfamiliar with it, it matters not. Observe, listen, and learn. Of course, one must recognize the limits of human energy and learn to utilize others effectively. It is impossible to know everything or to be omnipotent. Li Hao nodded repeatedly. Indeed. Director Wang was articulate and insightful. Director, I am aware that the rise of ancient civilizations is significantly linked to external threats. In the face of formidable foes, unity was achieved. But what if there are no external enemies, only internal strife? Director Wang was momentarily speechless. Isn't it preferable to be without external enemies? In their absence, one can cleanse internal discord and rapidly advance in economic, commercial, cultural, and technological reforms. Moreover, who says you have no external enemies? Li Hao was taken aback. Director Wang continued, the demise of sinew. Do you think it is a straightforward matter? Although I may not grasp the entire picture, I am certain that the situation is far from simple. This is your rare period of peace and development, yet it appears you do not cherish it. Li Hao furrowed his brow, remaining silent. After a moment, he spoke. Director, the central region may correspond to the former Tianxing Island, where some ancient demons or beasts lie dormant. They seem to yearn to enter the silver moon. What is the reason behind this? Why does it concern you? Li Hao was stunned. What did that mean? This person, who had been so amiable, suddenly resorted to harsh words? Do you not understand? Director Wang chuckled. It is none of your business. You are far from it. Concern yourself with how to grow stronger and achieve your own goals. In any case, they cannot emerge in the short term. Even if they could, there would be others to handle it. Is it meaningful for you to worry about such matters? Li Hao chuckled softly. Director Wang continued, of course, if you were to grow strong rapidly, then it would indeed concern you. At that time, if you come to me, I will enlighten you. One should not meddle in matters beyond their station. You need not concern yourself with these now. Understood. Li Hao nodded. Through this exchange, he gained some insights, yet he still had an unresolved inquiry. Director, General Huai is still alive, isn't he? Yes, he lies in slumber. Can he be revived? Certainly. Does it require a substantial amount of energy or life essence? Indeed. How many cultivation energy stones are needed? Director Wang glanced at him. From your tone, it seems you have made some progress and wish to facilitate General Huai's revival. That is my intention. It is quite challenging. Director Wang stated plainly. The difficulty is immense. Of course, a complete revival of General Huai is impossible. We can only awaken a fragment of his spirit, allowing him to regain some essence. Subsequently, he may be able to revive himself. According to your standards, the so-called divine energy stones you possess are utterly worthless unless they reach the level of tens of millions. Do not speak of them. It is meaningless. Tens of millions. Do not underestimate Li Hao. He truly possesses such wealth. Of course, he has 7 million divine energy stones. Yet he also possesses numerous source divine weapons, which even the little tree can utilize, and General Huai can naturally do the same. The question remains, should the little tree be resurrected, or should the resources be allocated to General Huai? This is indeed a significant dilemma. Moreover, Li Hao must consider the cost-effectiveness of his actions. He is not in the business of giving away resources for free. At this stage, he requires these resources as well. He cannot afford to give them away. Contemplating this, he suddenly inquired, Director, are you aware of the Imperial Palace? It resembles a cat in shape. Director Wang was suddenly startled. The Imperial Palace? Have you seen it? It is impossible for there to be no Imperial Palace here. In the land of Silver Moon, there seems to be one, but it appears to be merely a deserted palace. He was somewhat perplexed. You have seen a deserted Imperial Palace? Indeed. Li Hao nodded. Moreover, there is a demonic plant there. Although the ancient demonic plant has perished, its roots have given birth to a new one. Director, how would you assess such a demonic plant? Is it beneficial or detrimental? It is difficult to ascertain, Director Wang replied, somewhat taken aback yet not entirely surprised. A demonic plant flourishing near the Imperial Palace could not be too malevolent. However, as time passes, even the hearts of beings can change, let alone that of a demonic plant. It has consistently guarded the imperial palace, never vacating its post, nor allowing anyone to enter. I rather believe it has been dutifully serving its purpose. Perhaps, Director Wang mused. Since the imperial palace has been abandoned, that demonic plant should not be too formidable. The stronger a being is, the more challenging it is to revive. Therefore, its current strength must be modest. Li Hao was taken aback. What do you mean? The director clarified. In this realm, the concentration of energy is exceedingly low. Under such circumstances, the revived beings will not possess great strength, much like myself. Li Hao coughed lightly. Is this self-deprecation? Director Wang, unperturbed, chuckled. Why not? It is quite normal. You must understand, I am merely the director of the guard office. There are many who are far stronger than I. Why am I here while others are not? Take your reserve guard army, for instance. Only your commander has been revived. What of your military leader? General Huai is immensely powerful and has yet to be revived, nor is there any sign of revival, for he surpasses me. Li Hao nodded. Well then, if I were to provide General Huai with 10 million divine energy stones, what would be the outcome? With 10 million, General Huai should be able to revive partially, regaining some semblance of consciousness, and possibly even executing his own techniques, drawing energy from the surroundings. The city of war should experience a slight revival as well. Is that all? Otherwise, what would you expect? Li Hao felt disheartened. Is that truly the extent of it? That seems excessively wasteful. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, what if I were to provide that little tree with 10 million divine energy stones? Could it achieve a complete revival? Depending on its strength, if it is ordinary, it should be feasible. If it is strong, then certainly not. However, you have mentioned that it merely sprouted from the ancient tree's roots, inheriting some of the old tree's legacy. It might just manage to reach the pinnacle, albeit briefly. Pausing for a moment, he added, it may not be exceedingly powerful, but from your perspective, even a revival at this stage would render it an invincible entity. Li Hao was taken aback. Invincible? The term refers to the original path, which is a designation used by the human race. At this stage, the demon race typically refers to it as the true God realm. He glanced at Li Hao and remarked, dealing with someone of your caliber shouldn't pose much of a challenge. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. I have now reached the divine passage realm, significantly more powerful than before. Indeed, Director Wang chuckled. You are indeed much stronger, but still insufficient. Let me put it this way. When the day comes that you can tear through the void from 1,000 miles away and cross it in an instant, then you will have attained that level. Whether it be your might, divine intent, or divine energy, as long as you achieve this step, you will be considered to have reached that echelon. Li Hao inhaled sharply. Tearing through the void from 1,000 miles away. Really? He swallowed hard. Was the director at this level in his prime? Of course. Li Hao winced at the thought of such formidable strength. Director Wang continued. It's not as daunting as it sounds, given your current condition. If you can shatter a few more of what you call super energy locks, perhaps 3 or 5 more, you might just achieve it. Li Hao's teeth ached at the notion. 3 or 5 more. I've already broken 6 super energy locks. I know, Director Wang replied. Your super energy cultivation is lacking. Your physical form is not robust enough. Break a few more. When you reach that level, your cultivation methods may differ, but the path remains the same, and the outcome will be identical. The current space I have sensed has a limited intensity. Once you tear through it, you will intuitively perceive vast distances. That is a form of awareness. When you can traverse the void and arrive instantaneously, you will be considered a powerful being. Even during the new martial era, you would be regarded as a formidable strength, having truly entered the ranks of the powerful. Li Hao was left speechless. So, I am merely at the starting line. Contemplating that this individual before him was once part of the peerless ranks, he could not help but marvel and inquired. How do the several captains compare to my strength during their prime? Slightly stronger, but not by much, Director Wang elucidated. They have long since perished, lacking both physical form and vitality. In our era, the War Heavenly Army was fundamentally built on vitality and physicality. They were merely average back then, and now they are even worse. At their peak, they were slightly stronger than you, but do not be disheartened. You have only been cultivating for a few days. Moreover, the energy in the Silver Moon land has likely been absorbed by ancient entities. Li Hao's thoughts began to stir. Director Wang seemed to recall something. Are you considering reviving that tree? You may do so, but take along the War Heavenly Army's token. Additionally, that tree may not possess extensive knowledge. You must caution it not to wander aimlessly at this time. The world has not yet fully awakened, and the original path has already perished. Wandering now could easily lead to a collapse of the great Tao. Otherwise, powerful beings would have long since emerged from their slumber. One more thing. Have you comprehended its original path? Yes. Director Wang expressed his discontent, speaking sternly. Do not delve deeply into comprehension. It is acceptable to understand and approach it, but do not immerse yourself in it. That could lead to losing oneself and becoming the next demon plant. After offering several warnings, he concluded, furthermore, if that little tree harbors any nefarious intentions, you must learn to be vigilant. Times have changed. The demon suppressor and the sea suppressor are no more. Who knows the current state of the demon race? Li Hao nodded, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. Suddenly recalling something, he hastily asked, by the way, Director, are you familiar with the art of dragon transformation? The art of dragon transformation? It pertains to a serpent that is on the verge of becoming a Jiao Long, yet remains uncertain on how to achieve this transformation, yearning for advancement. A serpent? Director Wang pondered, seemingly reminiscing, before eventually responding, I do not possess the skill of dragon transformation, but what is its strength? Somewhat weaker than myself. Then what is the point of transformation? Director Wang was left speechless. Is it merely an illusion on its part? With such strength, what need is there for transformation? A dragon may appear more majestic, but serpents and dragons belong to different lineages. Why complicate matters unnecessarily? If one seeks advancement, purifying the bloodline suffices, eliminating impurities and refining the essence. It is true that at higher levels, the dragon lineage may exhibit greater power, at which point transformation could be considered, but it is far from simple. At this stage, it is entirely unnecessary and would only invite ridicule. Li Hao felt somewhat embarrassed, questioning, is that truly the case? How does one purify the bloodline? Is your starry sword merely for show? Director Wang was thoroughly at a loss for words. Have you not been utilizing it all along? The sword within has the capability to purify bloodlines. It is a straightforward matter. If not, why would this dog-esque bloodline become increasingly pure? He gestured towards the Black Panther. Had it not been for your company, what opportunities would it have? Even if its ancestors were indeed remarkable, with a noble status, those countless generations of mixed-blood descendants no longer hold significance. The Black Panther wagged its tail, acknowledging the truth that the sword could indeed refine its bloodline. Although it was unable to articulate this realization, Li Hao was taken aback. Is that so? Director Wang, with a tone of disdain, remarked, do not pose such foolish questions in the future. It wastes both your time and mine. As for that serpent, you may handle it as you wish. I am disinclined to interfere. Very well. Li Hao felt he had gained considerable insight and was about to take his leave when he hesitated, contemplating. If I provide General Huai with 10 million divine energy stones, could I receive some benefits in return so that I do not feel my efforts were in vain? What benefits could you possibly expect? Director Wang chuckled. Do not harbor such notions. Unless you offer 100 million stones, it may awaken its spirit, at which point the city of war could also experience revival. Bathing in the essence of life would not pose a problem. At this stage, you can only awaken a mere semblance. The impact is minimal. If you wish to rescue that small tree, feel free. All right. Li Hao felt a tinge of disappointment. He genuinely wished to assist the city of war and receive some form of reciprocation, but it seemed that was not feasible. With Director Wang's words, he decided not to press further. As he was about to take his leave, another thought crossed his mind. Director, I previously acquired 2 volumes of foundational techniques, one on the art of breaking and the other on offensive strategies. May I study them? Feel free. Director Wang replied. Previously, I advised against your learning due to your limited experience, but it appears you have gained considerable insight since then. Whether you choose to learn or not is entirely up to you. As for the art of breaking, you might consult your team leader. He has some connections with the Jiang family, being a 5th-generation distant relative, and he possesses some knowledge. Li Hao was surprised by this revelation. There is such a connection? However, these are foundational techniques. Do not become overly immersed in them. Understanding their essence is the key, rather than the superficial aspects. In years past, it was merely a handful of formidable individuals who concocted esoteric martial arts to deceive future generations. As for the Zhantian army, if we speak of truly potent techniques, it is undoubtedly your military's void-breaking swordsmanship. Your practice of the sword can lead you to profound insights. I am no longer a martial master. How foolish. Director Wang appears somewhat dissatisfied, perhaps even more attentive than before. Willing to share more insights, What you refer to as not being a martial master is merely a state of being restricted with energies in disarray, correct? This has nothing to do with your status as a martial master or whether you wield a sword. Remember this, your ancestors, in days gone by, assimilated all. Regardless of energy, blood vitality, or spirit, it ultimately resides within my sword. Everything, even life itself, is a form of energy. And energy is indifferent to its nature. What matters is your ability to harness it. Li Hao felt a sudden surge of enlightenment. However, supernormal powers are external forces. Internal energy is born from within. Then find a way to integrate it into your being. Director Wang, now visibly impatient, remarked, energy is also prone to submission. If you insist on merging with it and it resists, strike it until it complies. The fusion of flesh and energy will ultimately return to you. Energy itself holds no good or bad qualities. It is all about how you wield it. As for this, you must figure it out on your own. I am not of your era. The constructs may differ significantly. Study diligently, learn earnestly, and comprehend deeply. You will resolve it in due time. Li Hao felt as if a new world had been unveiled before him, suddenly filled with numerous threads of thought. Director Wang, now somewhat exasperated, cautioned, do not inquire about everything. You must first learn and attempt it. Only when you encounter difficulties should you seek answers. To ask questions right from the start is futile. You will gain nothing from mere listening. Only through personal experience can you pose critical inquiries instead of mundane ones. Understood. Thank you, Director. Off you go. Huh? To the military camp? Director Wang, speechless, replied, you have returned yet failed to report to your commanding officer? Such disorganization and lack of discipline in the Zhantian army will lead to repercussions. Your commanding officer has inquired several times. Do you think I hurry people for no reason? Li Hao felt a headache coming on. He feared that officer. Would he not strike me? Even now? Could I contend with him? It is hard to say. Tianxing City has revived somewhat, and perhaps the opponent has grown stronger. Previously, it was likely that the unsealed combat strength of martial masters could not match that of divine powers, but now it is uncertain. Engaging in conversation with Director Wang has proven immensely rewarding, and there is little to fear. Yet, that commanding officer is indeed haughty. Contemplating this, Li Hao reluctantly departed towards the military camp. Once he left, Director Wang suddenly smiled. This return has brought about significant change. He dared to pose such questions. Guardian, what do you think of his current state? Observe. Indeed. Director Wang nodded, saying little more as the Lord's residence fell into silence once again. In the military camp, Li Hao entered with military precision, announcing loudly, report. Come in. Yes. Li Hao stepped onto the floor, his footsteps echoing as he entered. The commanding officer, as always, seemed perpetually busy, engrossed in documents. One wonders what official matters there could be in a city that has been in ruins for countless years. As a soldier, upon your return, you should report to the barracks promptly rather than wandering about. Do you understand? Understood. Li Hao did not refute this. Have your abilities improved? Indeed. It seems you have awakened some of the battle armor? Yes. You must comprehend that you cannot indiscriminately recruit individuals. The battle army is not a dumping ground. Do you understand? Understood. The commanding officer glanced at him, noting that the young man had become more astute. At this moment, his tone softened slightly. Is there anything you need assistance with? Huh? Do you require your superior to repeat themselves? No. Li Hao exclaimed, hastily adding, Commander, I need more battle armor. Of course, I am willing to exchange. I possess 2,000 sets of sky-piercing armor and 300 sets of black armor, and I wish to trade for some battle armor. He quickly produced the armors, and the commander took a glance. The sky-piercing armor belonged to the garrison of Star Town, dispatched by the military, while the black armor was from the Celestial Army, indicating that you had ventured to Star Town. After a brief pause, he remarked, trading is permissible, but due to differing system settings, a slight modification will be required to transform them into battle armor. However, as you are a regiment leader, you may only activate 1,000 sets of armor. Li Hao felt disheartened. Nevertheless, I can grant you a temporary privilege. You may treat it as an upgraded regiment. He did not elaborate further, considering it a trivial matter, and inquired, is there anything else? Yes. Li Hao quickly responded. Commander, my current silver armor imposes certain limitations on my abilities. I am no longer a martial master. This is indeed the case. After pondering for a moment, the commander reflected. Once the battle armor reaches the golden tier, It becomes independent of energy or vitality. It is a personal armor. However, your rank is insufficient. Li Hao felt somewhat discontent. Yet, since you are a descendant of one of the 8 families, I can temporarily lend you a set of golden battle armor, but with conditions. Please, Commander, state your requirements. The Celestial Army's armor can indeed be activated, indicating that the Celestial Army system still exists. You must investigate thoroughly as to why the energy supply to the 8 major cities was severed back then. The commander's voice turned icy. Had it not been for the energy supply disruption from Star Town, the 8 cities would not have perished so swiftly. The disappearance of 100,000 garrison troops without a trace or any news perhaps signifies a complete obliteration, and perhaps it can still be uncovered. Li Hao felt a stirring within. Understood. Enough. Proceed to the supply depot to collect your items. Li Hao hurriedly departed without a moment's hesitation. Conversing with this officer was exceedingly nerve-wracking. Observing his swift exit, the commander shook his head helplessly. He had initially intended to say more, but this fellow had run off faster than anyone else. I wouldn't strike you. Compared to the last encounter, he found Li Hao much more agreeable this time. After some contemplation, he reviewed Li Hao's file, which contained numerous comments, and added, moderate potential for growth. Continue to observe for future evaluation. Chapter 227, a major client, seeking subscriptions and monthly votes, having escaped from the commander's office. Li Hao exhaled a sigh of relief. The pressure was immense. Even upon reaching the divine realm, it remained so. Hence, when given the opportunity to leave, Li Hao was the first to dash away. Director Wang is much better. He answers inquiries directly, even though he may occasionally be reluctant to share with me. Supply depot. The silver quartermaster lay in a state of feigned death until Li Hao entered the room, at which point he seemed to awaken. This individual, a familiar face, was Zhang Liang, the deputy director of the supply office. It was rumored that the former director had met an unfortunate end, and sadly, the entire city had fallen into ruin before Zhang had the opportunity to rise in rank. Commander Li, Director Zhang, Deputy Director Zhang. Li Hao greeted with a radiant smile. Zhang Liang, eager for recognition, insisted on being addressed as deputy director. It was a pitiful situation, especially since the city still lingered in a phase of silence, rendering any aspirations for promotion futile. Just received word from the division commander. I hear you've acquired some notable items from outside. Li Hao nodded and produced the armor. Zhang Liang examined it for a moment. Somewhat dismissively, void armor and star armor, merely basic armaments. I was expecting something of greater significance. These items are akin to standard military equipment and certainly do not qualify as remarkable. 2,300 sets are hardly noteworthy in the grand scheme of the heavenly city. Despite this, Li Hao was quite pleased. Can I exchange them for heavenly armor? Certainly, Zhang Liang replied with a wave of his hand, collecting all the items. They are all standard issue. In fact, their designs are quite similar. The only differences lie in the colors and systems used by various military branches. When the time comes, they can be formatted for unified configuration, facilitating joint operations among the forces. You wish to exchange for heavenly armor? Yes, on equal terms. As Zhang Liang prepared to retrieve the items, Li Hao hastily interjected. Director Zhang. Deputy. All right. Deputy Director Zhang. He quickly amended. I have a query. As the commander of the heavenly army, can I directly activate these armaments? No. Zhang Liang replied, shaking his head. Different military branches are not part of the same larger army, so cross-branch command is prohibited. Of course, this also depends on rank. As a mere commander, you lack the authority to command troops from other military districts. However, if you were a legion commander, for instance, the rank of the Heavenly Army's legion commander would grant you the ability to cross branches and make adjustments, directing troops from the Star Army or Void Army, which are merely minor divisions compared to the Heavenly Army, the latter being a major district whose commanders must heed the Heavenly Army's orders. Goodness. Li Hao contemplated his next steps. His forthcoming rank would be Division Commander, followed by the Reserve Guard Army Commander, and ultimately the Legion Commander. The apparent gap did not seem insurmountable, merely 3 ranks. Yet, considering the deputy positions, it amounted to 6 levels. Is it truly that simple? He pondered. Certainly not. To ascend to Division Commander, Li Hao would require a substantial 10,000 military merits. The Army Commander would demand no less than 100,000. And the Legion Commander would necessitate at least 1 million. At that level, singular military merits would no longer suffice. Previously, Slaying a Shuguang granted 10 military merits. Defeating a Shintong would surely yield 100, right? Li Hao calculated that perhaps if he eliminated 10,000 Shintong, he might achieve the rank of Legion Commander. He mused about his position as a commander and considered the possibility of integrating into the Star Army's framework, which could potentially grant him access to the Royal Black Armor Army system. Finding this line of thought unfeasible, he opted for a more direct query. Deputy Zhang. Recently, there has been a group clad in Star Army armor intent on confronting me. Is there any way I can counter them? Even if they activate their armor, they are merely soldiers attempting to confront me, the commander of the military district. Do they not possess any measures? Speak plainly. What are your intentions? Zhang Liang, unimpressed by this tactic, responded directly. It has already been stated that we are not from the same military district. Within the same district, there would naturally be countermeasures. However, differing districts operate under varying management protocols. Can you truly counteract others? Is there absolutely no recourse? There is. Zhang Liang's voice fluctuated. As I mentioned, as a commander, you can directly restrict the opponent through the armor. Beyond that, there exists another approach. What is it? Li Hao's interest peaked. He sought to incapacitate the Royal Black Armored Army, relying on his status as a commander. However, the opposing side may possess similar advantages. Yet they might not share our resources, nor have the ancient relics still in existence. Of course, we cannot dismiss such possibilities. Our military district holds a higher rank than theirs, and should you procure a military order or transfer order from the commander you summoned, it would indeed prove useful. Do you think I am merely jesting? Zhang Liang, however, remained unconvinced. Is it truly so difficult? Not at all. As long as you possess evidence proving that the Tianxing army has rebelled or attacked humanity, thereby violating military discipline, you can certainly request a military order through your superior. The commander may be absent, yet that does not imply that military orders cease to be issued. The temporary emergency treaty can still be activated, thus allowing for the issuance of military commands. Li Hao paused, slightly taken aback. Is this truly feasible? The evidence you speak of is, you can activate the recording function within the armor. For instance, if the opponent engages in indiscriminate killing, violating military discipline, you can document it. The next time you approach the Battle Heaven City, this can serve as evidence to be submitted. Once the facts are established, the inspection guard will review them, and ultimately, under the regulations pertaining to traitors, the temporary emergency treaty can be enacted to impose just sanctions upon them. Is this truly possible? Why would it not be? Zhang Liang appeared exasperated. Is this not reasonable? Should a rebellion occur, should we still exercise politeness? Of course, no one had dared to rebel before. Hence, the necessity for a temporary emergency treaty, rather than conventional military discipline, as it had never been required. Li Hao's heart stirred, and he inquired further. What if the opposing side also possesses a commander, or even someone of higher rank? Can they sanction me? They cannot. Zhang Liang replied calmly. The Tianxing army is merely a minor military district, with their highest authority being the commander of the Tianxing army, equivalent in rank to the commander of the Battle Heaven Guard army. They lack the qualifications and authority to impose sanctions upon us. They can only report to the major military district, which would then be responsible for any military trial against you. Excellent. Li Hao rejoiced. Is this truly viable? These were considerations he had never contemplated, and he had not expected such implications. After articulating these points, Zhang Liang continued, do not focus on who to sanction. It bears little significance. Instead, let us discuss the design of your general's armor. Previously, it was custom-made based on individual specifications, but now we lack such conditions. I can only provide you with a standard combat-ready set, essentially the regular reserve general's armor. Is there a distinction? Li Hao was quite curious. Are they not all golden in hue? Zhang Liang was momentarily speechless, and after a pause, he finally replied, there is, of course, a distinction. The general's armor, designated for personal readiness, is equipped for formidable warriors, as each individual possesses unique combat habits. However, given the current inability to customize, let me elucidate the differences among the available general's armors. Currently, there exist three primary types of standard armor. The first type is suitable for ordinary warriors, possessing both a mental defense system and a physical defense system, albeit rather conventional, making it ideal for average fighters. The second type caters to those adept in mental cultivation. Possessing formidable mental strength, they do not require defenses against mental attacks, thus primarily focusing on physical protection, which is exceptionally strong but lacks resistance against mental forces. The third type is designed for warriors specializing in physical prowess. This category of general's armor offers minimal physical defense, with its core strength lying in the helmet, which effectively mitigates most mental assaults. These three types represent the mainstream methods of cultivation during that era, each with its distinct emphasis. Therefore, in the absence of specific requirements, one may choose among these three options. Zhang Liang explained that, at this stage, there seemed to be few individuals specializing in mental strength, with only those possessing extraordinary divine will and force standing out, and even they are mostly martial artists. However, there are exceptions, such as individuals like Ying Hanyue. Contemplating this, Li Hao decided, the standard type, then, is its defense truly formidable? Indeed, for you, the defense is quite substantial, yet it also depends on one's personal strength. Only with greater prowess can one unlock the armor's full defensive potential. Otherwise, it is unrealistic to expect the armor itself to possess invincible protection. Understood. Zhang Liang refrained from elaborating further. Moments later, he emerged from the armory, handing Li Hao a storage ring containing 300 sets of battle armor. This was the general's armor. He then retrieved a set of golden armor, a hint of envy in his demeanor. This is reserved for officers of the rank of general. Previously, the head of the military supply department could also be equipped with it. If I were to rise in rank, I could have one too. Li Hao instantly comprehended, whispering, since the supply department has it, given the current circumstances, do you wish for me to lose my head? Zhang Liang raised his gaze at Li Hao, realizing he was not a virtuous person, as he dared to incite him towards mischief. Feeling sheepish, Li Hao quietly asked, by the way, Deputy Zhang, can I not equip 2 sets of silver armor along with 23 sets of copper armor from my 300 sets? That is not permissible. Silver armor requires approval at the level of a brigade commander, while copper armor must be vetted by the inspection guards. You can propose it, but once you leave, you will lose contact, making it impossible to complete the review unless you bring someone in. Very well, Li Hao replied with some regret. In the next moment, he shifted his focus to the golden armor. This time, without needing Zhang Liang's prompting, he dripped a drop of blood onto it, and in an instant, the golden armor vanished. The next second, a set of golden battle armor adorned his form. A plethora of information flashed through his mind, revealing the basic functions of the golden armor. Beyond the capabilities of the previous silver armor, the golden armor boasted numerous additional features. For instance, its communication range astonishingly expanded to 3,000 miles, a remarkable enhancement, while 1,000 miles typically suffices for communication within a single province. The 3,000-mile radius encompasses an impressively vast area. To speak without exaggeration, Li Hao is now entirely capable of transmitting messages to any member of the Battle Sky Army within the Silver Moon's domain, regardless of their location. As the expanse of Silver Moon stretches nearly 3,000 miles, the northernmost Silver City is situated a mere 2,000 miles from the White Moon City. The expansion of communication range is merely one aspect. There exists a subtle distinction between the golden armor and the silver armor. The former can transform and contract at will, whereas the silver armor remains as is. For instance, while the silver armor can only be silver armor, the golden armor possesses the capacity to metamorphose into anything, including weaponry. Li Hao finds great amusement in this versatility, transforming into a spatula one moment, a small knife the next, and even into ordinary clothing, all rendered with astonishing realism and without any sense of incongruity. In this manner, the next time he dons armor, he need not conceal it beneath a trench coat. He can simply transform into a trench coat instead. This is truly remarkable. Zhang Liang appears envious. Of course, the general's armor is not something just anyone can forge. It is crafted by elite mastersmiths. However, that is not all. Those of the rank of Legion Commander possess not mere armor, but unique divine weapons, forged by beings of imperial stature. Should one have robust connections, they could even summon the Divine Smith Emperor for such craftsmanship. The Divine Smith Emperor? Indeed, a formidable figure renowned for his forging prowess. Except for those in Star Town, anyone else may seek his services, provided their connections are sufficient. Why only those from Star Town? Because there are grievances involved. Grievances? You wouldn't understand. Zhang Liang is reluctant to elaborate, as this pertains to disputes among top-tier elites. Matters not worth delving into. Moreover, so much time has elapsed. Who knows the current state of affairs? Perhaps those involved have long since vanished. He chooses not to dwell on such thoughts, as they breed despair. They firmly believe that such extraordinarily powerful beings could not possibly have been vanquished. Perhaps they are merely lost, or perhaps they have become engrossed in the wonders of the outside world, or maybe they are traversing the depths of the cosmos, where time flows differently. In any case, the Battle Sky Army, from top to bottom, steadfastly refuses to believe that these individuals could suffer defeat. The omnipotent emperors, especially under the leadership of the human king and the martial king, their collective forces are insurmountable, and none can stand in their way, not anyone. Li Hao is rendered speechless. If you won't tell me, then why even speak of it? Nevertheless, having just acquired the golden armor, he is in a good mood and chooses not to engage in conflict with Zhang. After a moment's contemplation, Li Hao adds, "By the way, Deputy Zhang, I have also obtained some other treasures outside. May I exchange them here?" "No trash allowed." Zhang Liang responds bluntly. "This is the military, not the outside world. Unless it pertains to settling military tasks, you may exchange them accordingly. The previous armor was involved with the military, hence the exchange was permitted. As an afterthought," he continues, "however, if you deem those items useless, the military typically does not accept exchanges. If you happen upon a military science university that still possesses basic functionalities, you might be able to make an exchange there. The military science university once functioned as a recycling station for junk. Some students, lacking strength, could only earn a pittance by scavenging for scraps to exchange for resources." Li Hao is nearly exasperated. "After defeating so many adversaries, what I obtained is mere refuse. Are you jesting?" However, this conversation has indeed illuminated a path for him. He can seek exchanges at the military science university. He recalled the message conveyed by the inspection officer earlier and pondered, "Is there a Wuka University on Tianxing Island? There must be, but I can't quite remember. It's quite normal, as they can be found everywhere, depending on the scale and prestige of the institution. In the past, Wuka University was ubiquitous. Yet truly top-tier ones were few and far between. It seems there aren't any distinguished Wuka universities on Tianxing Island. If there were, I would surely recall." Feeling somewhat disheartened, Li Hao concluded that if the Liu family was willing to part with it, it likely wasn't a desirable place. He exchanged a few more words with Zhang Liang, but the latter quickly lost interest once Li Hao finished his business, leaving him disinclined to engage further. Eventually, he resorted to resting his head on the table in silence, muttering under his breath, "Wait until I become a true general. Commanding a division may be challenging, especially with the 9th Division commander still alive. I aspire to be the head of the military supply office and your superior. As the bright sword had stated, today you may disregard me, but tomorrow you will find me unattainable." With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Hao stepped out of the military supply office. Upon emerging, his golden armor appeared, exuding an impressive aura. Soldiers in red armor from the inspection guard and other troops halted to salute at the sight, granting him a moment of satisfaction. How delightful! Adorned in this golden armor feels quite rewarding. He chose not to seek further annoyance from the division commander and made his way out of the military camp toward the city gates. "Congratulations!" exclaimed 3 battalion commanders at the city gate, with Captain Chi also extending his felicitations. Though it's merely an enhancement battalion, it is still quite a remarkable feat. Yet, the numbers are too few. "Captain Li, you must recruit more personnel." In truth, Li Hao's 12th battalion consisted of just 3 individuals. The rest were unregistered, rendering the official roster rather dismal. Li Hao chuckled, "Next time, I'll return with my troops. Currently, I can probably gather around 3,000 sets of battle armor. Forming a battalion of that size, quality must also be ensured." Of course, after exchanging pleasantries for a while, Li Hao turned to Captain Chi. "Captain Jiang, I unexpectedly acquired a broken word technique in the outside world. Director Wang suggested I consult you regarding it." Captain Jiang, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "This requires alignment with the source path to be effective, harmonizing with the great Tao, harnessing its power. In the past, its might derived from the strength of those supreme beings, but that is unlikely to hold true now. Its potency may not be significant." He briefly elaborated, adding, "If you wish to learn, it's not particularly difficult. The challenge lies in amplifying its power. This era may not support the source path, yet there are ways to adapt. I see you have some influence. It appears you have grasped certain sword dynamics. By nurturing the broken word technique with your sword dynamics, whether it be the broken word or the attacking technique, both are centered on killing and offense, aligning well with sword dynamics. You could create and refine it on your own. The old battle methods from our era may not keep pace with modern times. One need not adhere strictly to traditional learning. Even the techniques crafted by the King of Men may soon become obsolete or be improved. This is entirely normal. He believed that Li Hao lacked sufficient creativity. There are no strict regulations mandating adherence to ancient texts. Not all that is ancient is inherently powerful. In this new era of martial arts, no one will persistently follow outdated techniques in a monotonous manner. Rather, innovation and transformation are paramount. Li Hao's heart stirred. Nurturing through force? Indeed. The seventh commander remarked confidently, "Let us experiment with everything. If one method fails, try another, whether it be through supernormal locks, vital energy, flesh and blood, or mental fortitude. Explore every avenue, for the worst that can happen is demise." Each year, numerous formidable warriors perish in pursuit of creating new martial arts, so stock up on life essence. It is of little concern. Fear not the potential for failure. If success is achieved, a new martial discipline will be propagated, yielding both fame and fortune. He continued. In his youth, the former governor of Nanjing invented various martial arts, with names as audacious as God Slayer, Immortal Slayer, Emperor Slayer, and Royal Slayer. How shameful! Yet, in time, these names gained recognition. Weakness is inconsequential. What matters is the courage to act. This sentiment elicited some scoffing among the others. Even the usually taciturn commanders found their voices. The ninth commander coldly interjected. That esteemed individual was not without ridicule for adopting such shameful titles. The seventh commander dismissed him. That was a matter of insufficient strength. Would you dare to mock the martial arts inherited from the King of Men? Silence ensued. Li Hao, intrigued, inquired, "Does the King of Men possess martial arts legacies?" "Certainly. What powerful figure lacks a martial arts inheritance?" The seventh commander paused for a moment before advising. "However, I suggest you do not place too much weight on the names of martial arts in the future. Focus on the core principles instead. What does the King of Men inherit?" "I shall not disclose that." Li Hao was at a loss for words. "And you refuse to tell me." To appease Li Hao's curiosity, the seventh commander pondered briefly before stating, "The ultimate techniques of the King of Men are not easily shared. But I can mention one from the demon clan that may have some connection to your dog." He glanced at the Black Panther, suddenly appearing amused. "The Great Feast of All Directions. How do you find that name?" "What is that?" "Ha ha ha. You two find it rather foolish, do you not?" The seventh commander chuckled. "Yet I must inform you. This divine art ranks among the top 3 in the entire history of the demon clan since the dawn of creation." Beside him, the Black Panther blinked its eyes, as if recalling a faint memory, likely linked to devouring. It seemed to possess some memory, but lacked a specific cultivation method. "The Great Feast of All Directions? What a splendid name." Li Hao gasped. "In the entire history of the demon clan, it ranks 3rd? Indeed." The seventh commander smiled broadly. "What did you expect? Some battle techniques are more formidable than you can imagine, yet their names may sound rather pedestrian, akin to trinkets from a street vendor, while in reality, they are immensely powerful." Li Hao remained speechless. This could be considered gossip, and it appeared that even these soldiers enjoyed such banter. However, he understood the implication of Jiang Shishuan's words. Li Hao nodded. "The seventh commander is correct. We must endeavor to create our own legacy in this era. It seems that everyone lacks this spirit, save for my master, who relishes in exploration. He has now begun to comprehend the sentiments of others. Creation is indeed an arduous, exasperating, and immensely challenging endeavor. Whether one is a martial artist or possesses supernatural abilities, there exists a preference for adhering to established protocols, ideally utilizing readily available martial arts. This era is markedly deficient in creativity. People generally shy away from such endeavors. Perhaps it is a lack of awareness in this regard, possibly linked to environmental factors or deficiencies in education. Among those around Li Hao, individuals possessing such a mindset are scarce, with his mentor being one of the rare exceptions. Observing Ing Hongyue and her companions, they merely seek to seize the 5-animal breathing technique rather than engage in self-creation. Although Jiang Shishuan did not provide him with specific cultivation guidance, he nonetheless imparted a sense of direction. The more he interacts with these individuals, the more Li Hao feels that the new martial era is truly remarkable. Even a commander would encourage one to innovate and create independently, advising against perpetual questioning as if one were still a child. They would remind him that the times have changed, the human body has evolved, The focal points of martial arts differ, and one should not adhere to antiquated conventions. Even if a particular battle technique was conceived by a so-called war king or an invincible powerhouse, it is still subject to being overturned. As articulated by Jiang Shishuan, breaking the rules and defying societal norms. What Li Hao has gleaned from this experience is the imperative to shatter constraints. One should not assume that the technique is formidable. There is no absolute pinnacle of martial arts, only the most suitable methods. Even those created by ancestors may not suffice. He firmly believes he can devise battle techniques surpassing those of his forebears. He muses, "I am my own deity." Such thoughts arise within him. Suddenly, he feels that this experience has yielded immense rewards, not in the conventional sense, but rather a profound elucidation of his own cultivation path. After bidding farewell to the three commanders, Li Hao advances with his Black Panther. He is determined to venture forth. Upon reaching the tree hollow, he spots the altar and, after some contemplation, approaches it and speaks. Director Wang mentioned that the energy required by the seniors is substantial. Offering a little now would be of little consequence. However, I must express my gratitude for your previous support with a drop of the fountain of life. With that, Li Hao produces a considerable number of divine energy stones and deposits them into the altar, which consumes them voraciously. 10,000, 20,000. He continues until he has inserted nearly 500,000 stones, yet the altar remains unresponsive. Li Hao cannot help but smile wryly. Last time, he had inserted only a small amount, receiving a drop of the fountain of life. It truly was a fishing endeavor. Had he been greedy and continued to feed it, even exhausting all his reserves, it would likely have yielded no reaction at all. That tree had intentionally baited him previously. Amused yet perplexed, Li Hao inserts a few more stones. Until he is left with approximately 6 million stones, he finally declares, "I currently lack the capacity to assist in your revival. Savor this for now. Once I secure the royal family and seize the great mine of Tianxing town, it will no longer be a concern. I eagerly anticipate the day when Battle Heaven City fully awakens." With that, he turns and departs. In the darkness, some branches swayed gently, as if in contentment. In the city lord's residence, Director Wang gazes out into the distance, smiling. It seems the harvest has indeed been substantial. General Huai has had his fill. Though the effects may not be overwhelmingly significant, the effort is commendable. He did not require Li Hao to remain entirely. It was unnecessary. Li Hao was still immature. And at this moment, the revival of the small tree might offer him greater assistance. General Huai was an insatiable abyss. No amount would suffice. Protecting the Lord. The imperial palace lay in ruins. Could the demonic flora on that side still be trusted? The voice of the old tortoise slowly emerged, regardless of worthiness. It would not impact Li Hao at present. Li Hao had bestowed ample benefits upon the other. Why not rely on him to continue reviving and growing stronger? To slay Li Hao would yield no advantages. In comparison to demonic beasts, the demonic plants were, after all, somewhat more dependable. Do you forget yourself, my lord? I am merely a divine weapon. Very well. Director Wang chuckled softly. He turned to glance once more in the direction of the military camp, where it seemed a golden armor had also materialized. The ninth commander appeared to harbor a growing sense of anticipation. He spoke again, as Li Hao transformed his divine energy. They felt not disappointment, but rather a heightened expectation. This signified a clear evolution, and neither perceived any issue therein. Moreover, this time, as Li Hao entered the city, he appeared to embody a more distinct personal ideology. Such individuals were truly deserving of inheriting the legacies of the new martial era. While humans may perish, thoughts endure eternally. No matter how formidable a warrior, devoid of independent contemplation, they remain mere instruments of war rather than true champions. The old tortoise remained silent, merely adjusting the immense tortoise tower's direction as if casting a glance that way, and after a moment, remarked, "You must strive significantly, had it not been for unforeseen events." This individual would have ascended to the rank of commander long ago. Though his corporeal form has decayed, his spirit grows ever stronger. Truly, he is of the demonic martial lineage. Director Wang dismissed this notion. What of the demonic martial? In years past, our capital martial was the foremost. The old tortoise found no inclination to debate. What matter is it at this juncture that you still contend? Noting the old tortoise's reticence, he continued, "Does the guardian lord not acknowledge this? It bears no relevance to me." The old tortoise refrained from involvement. The demonic martial has produced a king. while the capital marshal has birthed an emperor. Even the southern marshal claims superiority. As a mere soul of a divine weapon, what place do I have in such disputes? Moreover, this is still Battle Heaven City. Here, neither the demonic marshal nor the capital marshal holds the first position. The commander hails from the southern marshal. Only a few are absent. Otherwise, should you dare utter such words, I would break your legs. In the mountain, there is no great king. Only the monkey claims the throne, and you dare speak thus only now. Meanwhile, Li Hao had already exited Battle Heaven City. The walls of the ruins flickered faintly. Night patrols guarded this place, yet they had not detected anything. As the commander, Li Hao entered with minimal disturbance, wishing not to reveal his arrival. He emerged from the ruins, swiftly vanishing. Within an hour, Li Hao appeared at the cave where the small tree resided. You have arrived. The small tree quivered slightly, swaying its form. The energy stones and divine weapons you had previously sent, I have transformed into the spring of life. Did you receive a total of 120 drops? As it spoke, a hint of trepidation lingered. Why have you returned? Was it insufficient? Are you here to cause trouble? Yet, I must, after all, indulge myself, cough cough, and collect some service fees to nurture my being, right? A reasonable service fee. You aren't feeling shortchanged and have come to demand more, are you? At this moment, the young tree felt a sense of trepidation. Previously unversed in such matters, it now understood the significance of Li Hao as a prominent client. Remarkably, after having provided a substantial amount previously, it had assumed that such generosity would not be repeated for several years. To its astonishment, merely a few days had passed before receiving tenfold the amount of divine energy stones. Such a significant client, should it not offer a little more? Although the stones had not yet been received, it mattered little. Li Hao smiled and inquired, I wish to ask, esteemed predecessor, how many divine energy stones are needed for a complete restoration? Complete restoration? Indeed, the restoration of your utmost power, the strength of a true god. The young tree swayed slightly before responding, a great many. 1 million? Insufficient. 10 million? That is more or less adequate. The young tree provided its answer, adding, there is no rush. You may gather them at your leisure. Once I am restored, I shall repay you. Li Hao chuckled. No worries. He continued, I have another question for you, venerable predecessor. If the source path no longer exists outside, can you still venture forth? The young tree hesitated briefly. No longer exists? It should be gone. Unless one's power is restricted, venturing out with my full strength would easily lead to collapse. Indeed, should energy once again awaken, sufficient to accommodate a powerhouse such as yourself, does that imply one could traverse freely? If the energy is adequate, indeed, even in the absence of the source path, one's power remains their own, and the world can withstand it. The void would not easily fracture, allowing for survival. Indeed, Li Hao realized why many awaited the second resurgence of super energy. It was to prepare for the awakening of formidable beings. However, at this stage, it was not feasible. Esteemed predecessor, I have a humble request. Might you be able to assist me? Speak. I wish for you to nurture a substantial quantity of grain, the kind that, when consumed, sustains one for 3 days without hunger, invigorating the body. Li Hao calculated briefly and replied, we would need to cultivate enough for 1 billion people for a year. If each person consumes 1 grain per day, that totals 365 grains per person, requiring over 30 billion grains. It seems manageable. I am powerless to assist. The young tree firmly declined. That would require vast amounts of energy and life force. At this juncture, I cannot sustain such expenditure. 100,000 divine energy stones. Insufficient. 200,000. Far from sufficient. 500,000. This may be feasible. The young tree hesitated. 500,000. Yes, that could work. Li Hao smiled. So, to feed 1 billion people for a year, it amounts to merely 5 million stones? What a statement. The young tree was left speechless. Is that so little? Indeed, it is considerable. And how many do you possess? Previously, 1 million stones. I heard you vanquished many adversaries to acquire them. Do you truly consider it meager? Li Hao reflected. No wonder the new warriors do not suffer from hunger. A single magical plant expending 500,000 divine energy stones can effortlessly cultivate enough grain for 1 billion people for a year. Of course, the young tree may have withheld some. Yet for many, the exchange of 500,000 divine energy stones for a year's worth of sustenance for 1 billion individuals was, in reality, a poor bargain, a colossal loss. They would rather let that billion starve, for the dynasty was never in want of people. Contemplating these matters, Li Hao said little more. Senior, I shall provide you with 5 million divine energy stones. In return, I request your assistance in cultivating enough food to sustain 100 million people for a year. The remainder, I wish to exchange for life springs. Such a quantity? Little Tree was astounded, hardly able to fathom the enormity of the request. Who have you robbed to acquire this? Moreover, I possess over 50 source divine weapons, some of which are of a respectable grade. I would appreciate your help in exchanging these for life springs as well. Little Tree was utterly flabbergasted. After a long pause, it finally inquired, did you plunder a palace? No, I acquired them through less savory means. Little Tree was left speechless. To request so many life springs. I must inform you that the creation of life springs requires a certain amount of time. While this is not overly troublesome, do you truly require such a vast quantity? This could at least yield over 500 drops. Little Tree was beginning to tremble with excitement. With that much, I could easily pocket 70% and charge a small handling fee. I may not fully restore to my peak, but I could certainly recover 50 to 60%. This transaction must be executed. Not only must it be done, but I must also secure significant clients. It quickly adjusted its mindset. I would advise against exchanging for so many life springs. The benefits may not be as substantial as you think. No, I insist on acquiring life springs. Li Hao declared with conviction. He had prepared to sell some in secret. If others sell for 100,000, can I sell for 50,000? By selling, I could exchange for divine energy stones and then return for more. Perhaps even accumulating enough to resurrect General Huai, provided that these factions can indeed yield such a quantity of divine energy stones at this stage. This trade was undoubtedly worth pursuing. Li Hao's purpose for coming was to engage in commerce. Little Tree, however, was less concerned, noting, if you charge 10,000, others charge 100,000. Little Tree was indifferent. Since Li Hao was resolute, it kept quiet and felt a surge of excitement. Very well, but I will need some time. The absorption and conversion require time. Can 3 days suffice? Of course, that is no issue. Li Hao smiled, tossing several storage rings, which thrilled Little Tree. It shall be ready in 3 days. I will even provide you with 2 primal symbols. That won't be necessary. My enemies are quite formidable at this stage. Primal symbols hold little utility for me. Li Hao briefly revealed a hint of his aura, but Little Tree, already aware, quickly remarked, I understand. Yet you must realize that my strength will be different in 3 days. Li Hao felt a stir within. Indeed. He immediately smiled. I am most grateful, Senior. Not at all, not at all. Little Tree responded eagerly, its form swaying in excitement. A significant client. Please, do not hesitate. It is only fitting to offer a token of appreciation. Do return to me. With 2 more visits, I could complete my restoration and no longer endure this state of perpetual hunger. Li Hao's spirits were high. 500 drops of life springs and food for 100 million. By the way, how long will the food take? That depends on the quality of the seeds you provide. If they are of high grade, 1 month will suffice. If they are inferior and require improvement, it will take at least 3 months. Very well. Li Hao almost forgot about the seeds, mistakenly believing that the young tree could generate them on its own. Indeed, he was overthinking. I shall return in 3 days to bring seeds for you, Senior. With a light heart, Li Hao turned to leave, but paused to add, Senior, General Huai requires 1 billion seeds to barely revive this one. Is he significantly stronger than you? The young tree, aware that Li Hao had visited Warheaven City, chose not to conceal anything and responded with a mental wave. Naturally, the guardian plants of the 8 great cities are all top-tier existences. In comparison, I am merely a feeble wild plant, utterly incomparable. Li Hao was taken aback by the vast disparity. Was his own divine ability truly so inferior in comparison? He realized the need to strive harder. Without further delay, he left everything behind and departed swiftly. As soon as he was gone, the young tree trembled with excitement, eagerly absorbing the divine energy stones, overwhelmed with joy. It was unfathomable that such an individual could gather so many energy stones in such a short time. This person was indeed formidable. Yet, amid its excitement, the young tree also felt a significant sense of crisis. It seemed that Warheaven City was intent on poaching its major client. What should it do? Should it offer some other benefits? However, being all alone, it had little else to offer. For a moment, the young tree was lost in thought, pondering how to retain this valuable client. Could it truly resort to selling its own body? Chapter 228. The Fool Leaving the Imperial Palace. Li Hao wore a smile. This tree seemed rather naive. Despite appearing to inherit the memories of the ancient tree, it was still far less cunning than the dark-hearted old relic. From its tone, it was clear that it had embezzled quite a bit, yet to Li Hao, it was of little consequence. The royal family sold divine energy stones for a staggering price. Perhaps it was somewhat inflated, but even in trading with the plants, he found it hard to believe that they would part with them for less than 30 to 50,000 a drop. Of course, they might be dealing with more powerful plants that required revival. For instance, if Li Hao were to trade with General Huai, he wouldn't be surprised if the price soared to 1 million per drop. After all, General Huai might feel that it was a loss, given that it hadn't revived yet, and every drop given would be from its stock. Powerful plants operated in such a manner. In contrast, the young tree was not a true ancient plant. It required much less energy for revival. Therefore, its price for Li Hao was not exorbitant. The young tree felt it had gained a substantial profit, while other plants might consider a 7-fold gain insufficient for their revival needs. Li Hao contemplated his recent acquisitions. Was it worthwhile to exchange divine energy stones for the fountain of life? Certainly. The divine energy stones had limited utility for him now. He retained 1 million primarily for the little sword to absorb and convert into sword energy, which would suffice for quite some time. The little sword would soon be unsealed and would require higher-grade treasures, such as more concentrated divine energy stones or powerful divine weapons. Transforming these miscellaneous items into treasures he could utilize was indeed the wisest choice. After spending over an hour, Li Hao arrived outside White Moon City. It felt as if he had just arrived at White Moon City yesterday. At that time, I had left my hometown, feeling somewhat timid. Yet, upon returning now, I suddenly perceived that West City is so near. Externally, it is also a homeland. Although Li Hao believes that his true home lies solely in Tianxing. Upon reaching the central region, he recognizes that it is indeed Inue that constitutes his homeland. Upon arrival, the golden armor transformed into a windbreaker. The cold wind howled. When I first encountered Lulong, he was wearing a windbreaker as well, though at that time it was still the scorching summer. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a year has passed. It has merely been a little less than half a year. The world has changed, and so have the people. My journey to the east and the central region has evoked profound reflections in Li Hao. West City remains bustling with life, despite the chill and harshness. It seems that life on the Inue side is not so unbearable. As he strolled through the city streets, he still heard the murmurs of discontent and complaints. In the past, upon hearing such grievances, Li Hao's first thought would have been that the officials in Inue were incompetent, managing the place poorly. However, upon closer examination now, though the attire of the people may not be splendid, they at least have clothing to wear. The thick garments suggest that they have enough to eat, at least sufficient to fill their stomachs. Compared to the ostentation of the central region, it is indeed lacking. Yet, the splendor of the central region is built upon hidden darkness. It is unusual not to see beggars in the city. In contrast, the presence of beggars in Inue seems quite normal. The inspection bureau continues its rounds, and the populace exhibits little extraordinary reaction. Are such inspections not commonplace? Whether in Tianxing or Inue, the inspection bureau conducts regular patrols. They apprehend petty thieves and address routine cases, all of which Li Hao has been involved in before without much thought. However, now he finds himself with a deeper understanding. Kong Jie has indeed been doing quite well. He does not hasten to the night patrols nor to the military garrison. After some contemplation, he strides toward the location of the stationed troops. Huang Yu had come to their aid previously, yet he had barely conversed with this commander. This is one reason. The second is that his senior sister and her husband are stationed there. Li Hao ponders the extraordinary relationship between Hu Dingfang and the Bai family, and the Bai family's connections to the royal family. Could it be that this sister's husband is a hidden pawn of the royal lineage? Chen Yuhua possesses the 5 animals breathing technique, a skill that many covet. Even the initial version would undoubtedly attract numerous seekers. Is Hu Dingfang's rise to power related to the 5 animals breathing technique? The teacher has always refrained from discussing it. In the past, Li Hao paid little heed to these matters. Yet now, having witnessed the 3 major organizations, the 7 divine mountains, and even the city of superpowers all coveting these secrets, he feels compelled to investigate, to inquire, to uncover the truth. The military headquarters is located in the West City, and the western suburbs also serve as a garrison site. Iniwe has only 300,000 troops, which is not particularly substantial, especially in relation to Iniwe's nearly 100 million population. Such a number is quite minimal. Maintaining this figure has been a long-standing endeavor. Ever since the disappearance of the Northern Dali, Iniwe has been reducing its military forces for many years without expanding them. Such troop levels do not impose a significant burden on Iniwe's finances. The military of Iniwe consists of 3 factions: the White Dragon, the Tiger Wing, and the Central Army, each with 100,000 soldiers. Huang Yu commands the Central Army, which is the Iniwe military, while Hu Dingfang oversees the Tiger Wing. And the White Dragon Army is led by Ren Tianxuan, with Wang Ming's grandfather serving as the deputy commander. Li Hao was not particularly familiar with the commander of the White Dragon Army, but he had encountered him briefly in the City of War. Recognizing him as a taciturn man, Li Hao was eager to observe the nature of the military in this era. He had witnessed several armies, all of which were inept and corrupt, lacking any spirit or vitality. At that moment, he had arrived at the garrison in the western suburbs. From a distance, the sounds of commands could be heard. Despite the harsh winter, the troops were still engaged in drills. In this age of extraordinary powers, ordinary individuals found their security greatly diminished, and the military was no exception. Training had long been neglected and lax. Yet, the Silver Moon's 3 armies continued their rigorous practice. Li Hao seemed to be an invisible man, effortlessly passing through multiple defenses and directly entering the grand training grounds. The 3 armies were in the midst of their drills. There were a few extraordinary individuals, but they were scarce. A martial master was leading the soldiers in training, each of them exhaling steam, their voices echoing with fervor. In the center of the training grounds stood a man of considerable age, yet exuding vitality and strength: Huang Yu. Li Hao felt a surge of surprise. At that moment, Huang Yu was throwing punches. "Kill! Kill!" Huang Yu shouted, and the practicing soldiers responded with a chorus of fierce shouts. With rifles in hand, they charged forth, following suit. In an age dominated by firearms, it was astonishing that Huang Yu was leading the troops in mastering the fundamentals of hand-to-hand combat. From a distance, as Huang Yu continued to lead the drills, he seemed to sense something, glancing momentarily in Li Hao's direction before returning to his training. "Shout! Kill!" The atmosphere was thick with an air of battle-hardened discipline. This army appeared formidable and imposing, organized into formations of 1,000 men, each unit led by a martial master. After a while, Huang Yu tossed his long spear to an officer and commanded, "Continue the drills." With that, he vanished into thin air. The army persisted in their training. Though some officers cast curious glances toward Li Hao, Huang Yu was known for his steadfastness, routinely leading the troops in practice unless he had pressing matters elsewhere. Why had he departed midway today? Suddenly, someone noticed a figure where there had been none, causing a stir, who had intruded upon the military camp. But upon recognizing Huang Yu's presence, their apprehension subsided considerably. "What brings you here?" Huang Yu inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Infiltrating the military camp recklessly is not wise. Espionage is punishable by death. However, given your strength, it would not be so easy to execute you. But let this be an exception. Li Hao nodded. "I merely wish to observe the Silver Moon Army. Having seen it now, I must admit, it lives up to its reputation." The Silver Moon Northern Barbarian Army maintains strict discipline and has not succumbed to decay. "Indeed," Huang Yu replied nonchalantly, taking a step back. "Let us not converse here." "Understood." Li Hao instinctively responded, following closely behind. Huang Yu glanced at him without further comment. The two walked toward the rear, and Huang Yu remarked, "The Silver Moon Army has always been fierce. Though not numerous, the Northern Barbarian Army is renowned across the land. Yet, since the rise of extraordinary powers, the military's role has diminished significantly, but it is of little consequence. The strong entrust their tasks to the strong. A disciplined and formidable army is always of great utility, whether to soothe the populace or quell minor disturbances." Li Hao nodded, recognizing that while the role of the strong is significant, it does not diminish the value of the military. Moreover, the armies he observed were far from ordinary. "Commander Yu, are they all martial masters?" he inquired. "Not quite," Huang Yu replied, shaking his head. "Although the rise of superpowered individuals has increased the number of martial masters, it is impossible for them all to be martial masters. They have merely learned some fundamental secret techniques to enhance their vitality and have absorbed a small amount of mysterious energy and divine stones, making them significantly stronger than the average person, yet still inferior to the extraordinary and those of the 10th realm. Certainly, a group of 10 might manage to contend with a Starlight Master or someone from the 10th realm. But remember that the 10th realm merely refers to slaying 10 ordinary soldiers. The Silver Moon army is fierce and unafraid of death. It is unlikely that even a 10th realm individual could slay 10 of them. There was a hint of pride in his words. Why does Commander Yu not cultivate more martial masters, but instead focus on training soldiers of equal strength and concentrate resources? This could potentially yield more powerful individuals. Such an approach would lead to over-distribution of resources, Huang Yu countered. The army functions as a cohesive unit. While concentrating resources may produce a few powerful individuals, their utility would be limited, as it could disrupt deployments and impair coordinated efforts. Within the military, there are indeed strong individuals, but they must be organized distinctly. For instance, if you ascend to the 10th realm, you would form a team solely with others of the 10th realm. Mixing too many different ranks would severely diminish collaborative effectiveness. Li Hao understood, nodding in agreement with the rationale presented. As they conversed, the two entered a modest building. Inside, they were greeted by personnel who swiftly saluted upon Huang Yu's entrance. Commander Yu. Indeed, Huang Yu acknowledged with a slight nod. The presence of Li Hao elicited some surprise among the onlookers, some of whom did not recognize him, though a few senior officers seemed to identify him. Their expressions a mix of curiosity and astonishment. Li Hao. His name had become renowned, and the higher-ups were aware of him, having seen his likeness. Yet, how had he returned from Tianxing City? Upon entering the office, Huang Yu gestured for Li Hao to take a seat. The office was sparsely furnished, with little more than a small bookshelf and a desk, giving it an air of emptiness. When did you return? Huang Yu asked. Last night. Oh. Huang Yu offered no further inquiries, and an awkward silence fell over the room. Sensing the discomfort, Li Hao took the initiative to break the silence. Commander Yu. This is the Silver Moon Army's base. Are the White Dragon and Tiger Wing armies not stationed here? They are nearby. I have a query I wish to consult you on, Commander Yu. Was it your approval that allowed Hu Dingfang to become the commander of the Tiger Wing army? Yes. He has connections with the Bai family and the royal family, Huang Yu remarked, glancing at Li Hao. Are you implying that his position was acquired in exchange for the 5 beasts breathing technique? Precisely. Li Hao admitted openly, nodding. My senior sister transmitted the 5 beasts breathing technique to him. My teacher did not comment on this nor mentioned it to me. However, all 3 major organizations are currently pursuing the 5 beasts breathing technique, and I wish to comprehend the situation better. If that is the case, do you intend to cleanse your ranks? Huang Yu replied coolly. He is the commander of the Tiger Wing army. Opposing him would also mean opposing me. Let us not discuss other matters. Do you still wish to persist? Li Hao furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Huang Yu. Huang Yu suddenly chuckled. What? Are you hesitating? Li Hao raised an eyebrow. I am deeply grateful for your previous assistance, Commander Yu. However, if the position was truly acquired through the 5 animals breathing technique, then you would also possess that skill. If you were to intervene, this matter would be settled. But the gratitude for your prior support would cease here. My master and I shall no longer pursue the matter of the 5 animals breathing technique. Can you represent Yuan Shuo? I believe I can. Li Hao replied, meeting his gaze. Huang Yu laughed, though his laughter seemed somewhat strained. After a moment, he added, it is not solely due to the 5 animals breathing technique. Hu Dingfang would not dare spread rumors while your master is still alive. Hu Dingfang's rise to the position of commander of the Tiger Wing army is indeed somewhat related to your master. When your senior sister approached me, it was apparent she intended to leverage your master's reputation. Nevertheless, Hu Dingfang is relatively competent. He pondered for a while before continuing. As for the Bai family, they pose no significant threat to you at this juncture. They are merely eyes and ears planted by the royal family in various locations. Such individuals exist everywhere. But here in Silver Moon, the Bai family is gradually distancing themselves from the royal influence. He turned to Li Hao. As long as I am in the army, there should be no major issues. Your concerns will not materialize. Silver Moon is stronger and more confident than one might imagine. Huang Yu did not seem overly concerned about these matters. He added, there is no need to harbor hostility towards Hu Dingfang. After all these years, with the numerous revisions of the 5 animals breathing technique, let this be the end of it. Li Hao contemplated briefly before nodding. As long as he does not spread rumors, I will not act against him, particularly since my master has not spoken on it. However, the rules of the martial world remain, and should he spread falsehoods, I shall certainly intervene. You rascal. Huang Yu chuckled, not wishing to dwell further on the subject. The martial world of Silver Moon indeed adheres to the principle that the core secret techniques of the sect must not be disseminated. He shifted the conversation, inquiring, "What do you think of the Silver Moon army?" "Very strong, yet insufficient," Li Hao replied, "with 300,000 troops, while the central region boasts millions of superpowers. Even if the Silver Moon army is formidable, 10 can contend with one superpower. If the opponent fields 30,000 superpowers, they would undoubtedly collapse. Of course, this pertains to cold weapon combat. With the addition of hot weapons, there might be some impact." "Indeed," Huang Yu nodded, considering for a moment. "Therefore, we need to enhance the overall strength of the Silver Moon army. Do you have any thoughts on this?" "What do you mean?" Li Hao asked calmly. Huang Yu clarified. "Do you mean to suggest that enhancing mysterious energy is a viable option? However, you must understand that mysterious energy can be volatile and may lead to catastrophic consequences." "I see. Sword energy." Li Hao grimaced, realizing this meant he was expected to provide sword energy for the Silver Moon army. My heavens, how much would that consume? Moreover, now that they are masters, can you sustain them? Masters, not to mention, have far greater needs for sustenance. Additionally, I have heard whispers about the Demon Hunter Corps excelling in small-scale military formations. Li Hao winced. "Commander you truly are quite demanding. I merely came to observe. And yet you present me with such overwhelming requests, seeking both sword energy and military formations." Huang Yu laughed. "I'm simply speaking. It's not necessarily a requirement. Perhaps it could come to fruition. We can contemplate this further, and I could assign you a deputy commander. After all, Silver Moon people must support one another. I shall consider it. You have garnered the support of the Battle Heaven army and secured your position. However, the personnel and strength are lacking. Even if the entire martial guard is filled, it will still fall short in the future. Rather than enlisting unfamiliar faces, it would be wiser to select individuals from my ranks. Though they may not be exceptionally strong, at least they are soldiers, disciplined and obedient to commands. If you are able to become the commander of the Battle Heaven army, you will command countless formidable troops. With a single command, 1,000,000 soldiers can sweep across the battlefield, effortlessly vanquishing any formidable foe. Li Hao, the 300,000 Silver Moon army, is indeed a promising candidate." He turned to Li Hao and suddenly smiled, asking, "What do you think?" Li Hao regarded him silently, sensing that this individual possessed considerable insight. Huang Yu continued, "At present, you are not the only one to have attained the rank of regiment leader. The Silver Moon army has also achieved this. However, ascending to the rank of division commander is exceedingly difficult. Only division commanders can wield command over 10,000 ancient military armors. Attaining the rank of army commander is even more challenging, but should someone succeed, 100,000 soldiers can don their armor and engage in battle. Do you comprehend why the Silver Moon has persistently maintained an army of only 300,000 rather than more?" Li Hao appeared to grasp the essence. Raising his brow slightly, "You mean to say that these soldiers can don their armor and fight at any moment?" "The numbers are indeed insufficient." Huang Yu did not refute this. So far, the Silver Moon army possesses merely 3,000 sets of armor. That amounts to just 3 regiments. Li Hao's gaze flickered. "Battle Heaven army?" "No," Huang Yu shook his head. "The revival in Battle Heaven City is notably higher, and unlike other cities, it is fortified by powerful individuals, making it exceedingly difficult to gain recognition. Your situation is somewhat fortuitous. You can observe how Ho Xiaoqing has repeatedly entered Battle Heaven City, yet still fails to gain acknowledgement. You must understand that aside from the 8 major cities, there are smaller cities where the threshold for recognition is lower. Unfortunately, many of these smaller cities have been utterly destroyed. The Silver Moon has explored for years and has only managed to secure the authority of 3 regiment leaders." Li Hao was taken aback, but soon felt a sense of release. "Is Huang Yu one of them?" "Indeed," Huang Yu nodded slightly. "Now, you two contribute to the Silver Moon's 4,000 armored warriors. However, this remains woefully inadequate to attain the rank of division commander, which is exceedingly difficult." "What about the royal family?" Li Hao inquired. "The royal family's black armored army is numerous, yet they too are merely regiment leaders. They have a greater quantity and have garnered more recognition, gradually encroaching, rather than directly attaining the rank of division commander. You must understand the distinction. The ancient civilization imposes rigorous scrutiny and assessment for those aspiring to the rank of division commander. Strength and military achievements are non-negotiable." Li Hao understood. A division commander is a veritable top-tier powerhouse. According to Director Wang, they can rend the very fabric of space and traverse vast distances in an instant. Even if the difficulty were lowered, it is highly improbable that anyone could achieve this at the current stage. The royal family has indeed gained the recognition of the Celestial Star Army, but it seems they have acquired multiple regiment leader positions rather than that of division commander. Given the formidable difficulty, I believe it might be more prudent to cultivate a cadre of strong individuals. Perhaps this would be a more attainable goal, Li Hao remarked. But Huang Yu shook his head. It is not the same. Currently, with so few people, you cannot perceive the potential. Once the numbers increase, and these ancient military armors are unified, you will understand the true strength of the ancient civilization's army. The Silver Moon yearns for the emergence of a division commander, or even a legion commander, to fully arm the entire Silver Moon army. At that time, the Silver Moon shall stand fearless against any adversary. Huang Yu merely spoke lightly, fully aware of the complexities involved. His current focus was solely on the authority held by Captain Li Hao. Since you are not recruiting soldiers, why not lend some to the Silver Moon army? I will contemplate it further. Li Hao smiled, neither rejecting nor agreeing. He now commanded an enhanced regiment, distinct in its capabilities, with nearly 300 sets of armor available, alongside over 500 from the martial guards. When combined, they approached a total of 3,000 sets. However, upon observing the Silver Moon army, he recognized its solid foundation, being composed of soldiers. Their combat awareness, collaborative abilities, and discipline surpassed that of the idle martial artists. In fact, in terms of discipline, the martial guards could not compare to the Silver Moon army. This visit was not in vain, Li Hao mused. The Silver Moon army, it seemed, had much to offer. After some reflection, he suddenly remarked, "If Commander Yu is interested, I would like to select 1,000 elite troops from the Silver Moon army to send to Tianxing City. I intend to establish a martial arts academy there, of course. It would be nominal, yet it requires some backing to avoid becoming a mere empty institution, which would be quite disgraceful. 1,000 troops would lend me some credibility." Huang Yu's eyes flickered. A martial arts academy? Are you attempting to emulate the martial science universities of ancient civilizations? In a sense, yes. In truth, it is not. Li Hao thought to himself, it is merely a facade. However, should 1,000 troops from the Silver Moon join the academy, it would alleviate some concerns, appearing as though comrades from the Silver Moon were merely engaging among themselves. 1,000 troops, Huang Yu pondered, then inquired, "Do you desire them to serve merely as guards, or is there another purpose?" "Not as guards." Li Hao shook his head. "If possible, I wish to integrate them into the War Heaven Army's framework." He furrowed his brow slightly. "You only possess the authority for 1,000. It seems you intend to incorporate the martial guards under your command." Indeed, absorbing the martial guards and subsequently the 1,000 troops would pose no challenge. Huang Yu's composure faltered. Gazing at him with hesitation, "What do you mean?" "My regiment is an enhanced one. It can accommodate a few more personnel." Huang Yu's mouth fell agape, momentarily stunned. Before he could not help but mutter a curse. Do the ancient civilizations also resort to backdoor dealings? What nonsense! An enhanced regiment? I have never even heard of such a thing. As for the battle armor, I possess it. Li Hao turned to him, smiling. "Commander Yu, do you have armor from other military factions?" "What? For instance, from the Black Armor Army or the Void-Breaking Army? I could exchange it for War Heaven armor in War Heaven City, allowing my enhanced regiment to recruit additional personnel." At that moment, Huang Yu was utterly bewildered. After a pause, he slowly asked, "What is the maximum number of personnel you can recruit?" "I do not know." "What? You did not inquire or clarify?" Li Hao chuckled. "The commander of War Heaven City did not specify this matter, only stating that I could recruit some personnel, without mentioning the number. Is that permissible?" Huang Yu was somewhat dazed indeed. At that instant, he felt an urge to complain, to curse. Are the soldiers of ancient civilizations so unscrupulous? Resorting to backdoor dealings. They strive to become captains through various tasks, opportunities, and coincidences, which makes attaining such a position quite arduous. Yet what of Li Hao? He ventured to the city of War Sky, and it was imminent. Now, it seems he has directly established a strengthened regiment. What does this signify? He felt a surge of envy and jealousy. Are the 8 great families truly remarkable? Bah! Internally fuming, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, yet his mind began to wander. Could it be that the Silver Moon army would be armed? He quickly nodded in agreement. "Certainly, I will dispatch the most elite forces. 1,000, is that correct? Do you have any specific requirements?" "They must be literate and in good health. Whether they are martial artists is inconsequential. Furthermore, reduce the number of troublemakers and ensure obedience to orders. Their minds should be agile. Avoid the excessively dull. Huang Yu chuckled softly. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Very well. This is indeed a positive development. He pondered and suggested, perhaps you could be registered under the Silver Moon Army. Never mind. Li Hao shook his head. They don't even pay salaries. Currently, I am merely the acting captain of the Martial Guards, Deputy Minister of the Night Watch Headquarters, Deputy Director of the Inspection Department, Deputy Minister of the Silver Moon Night Watch, Governor of Tianxing, Lord of Tianxing, and Deputy Governor of the Tianxing Governor's Office. Yet I have discovered that no one is paying me. The higher the rank, the less the salary. Everyone assumes that other departments are providing for me, yet none do. And the situation is quite chaotic. Numerous departments are involved, and it seems that the major institutions are not prepared to issue my salary. At this point, Li Hao is merely a name, with nothing to show for it. What good is a title? Huang Yu chuckled, finding it amusing that this fellow was still preoccupied with the matter of wages. Truly a peculiar character. Well then, when will you return to Tianxing City? Once I finish my tasks, I shall return. Very well, I shall arrange for them to set off independently. They should arrive in Tianxing City in about a week. At this juncture, he hesitated and inquired, can you exchange for the battle sky armor? Indeed. Is that permissible? He appeared somewhat hesitant. What about the Black Armor Army? The Tianxing Army? Certainly. Huang Yu's thoughts stirred. After a moment, he whispered, many years ago, when the Silver Moon and the Tianxing dynasty clashed, numerous members of the Black Armor Army were slain. This was a long time ago. Initially, a portion of the black armor was sealed by the Silver Moon, yet it has remained unusable until now. Therefore, it is not currently in my possession. I will look into it for you. Back then, the Black Armor Army numbered in the tens of thousands, invading Silver Moon, and thousands were slain by the martial artists of Silver Moon, at least 1,000 sets of armor. Li Hao inhaled deeply. When did this occur? 200 years ago. Huang Yu laughed. Some martial artists from the Silver Moon martial realm may have kept collections from your teachers. If their lineage is intact, they might possess some. 200 years ago, when the Tianxing dynasty was established, Silver Moon was the last to submit, and after months of conflict with the Black Armor Army, countless lives were lost, yet many suits of black armor remained. Later, when the dynasty sought to reclaim them, they were told that the martial artists had seized them, which led to a prolonged enmity between the Silver Moon martial artists and the dynasty. The latter has persistently sought to recover them, but to no avail. Li Hao gritted his teeth, realizing that 2 centuries ago, the martial artists had already slain many from the Black Armor Army. Huang Yu did not elaborate further, yet his thoughts were now quite lively. He continued, are the armors from other military branches acceptable? All are acceptable. Then please wait a few days. Huang Yu's excitement grew. I need to gather some information. By the way, when you became a super soldier in War Sky City, did they say anything? They did. What did they say? To work diligently. That's it. Huang Yu was somewhat perplexed. Just that? Nothing more? In a moment, Huang Yu found the situation rather peculiar. The Silver Moon was predominantly governed by martial masters, with each city under their vigilant watch. It was quite astonishing that these martial practitioners, who typically opposed external powers, had remained silent. One must remember that the ancient city of Silver Moon had a well-known aversion to such abilities. For instance, in the Battle Sky City, those endowed with external powers were ambushed upon entry. This was not an isolated incident, but rather a prevailing sentiment across nearly every region. Thus, it was only natural for the populace to perceive that ancient civilizations harbored a profound disdain for external powers. Yet, could it be that Li Hao's situation was influenced by the 8 great families? Contemplating this, he chose not to inquire further. Li Hao, too, refrained from further discussion. After observing the Silver Moon military, he resolved to visit the administrative headquarters, as Minister Ho had entrusted him with a matter for Director Zhao. After bidding farewell to Huang Yu, he swiftly made his way to the administrative headquarters. In a little over half an hour, he met with Director Zhao and Deputy Director Zhou. The office, rather modest, housed only the 3 of them. An unusual sight indeed to see Deputy Director Zhou sharing the space with Director Zhao. Director Zhao, this is what Minister Ho asked me to deliver to you, Li Hao said, producing a storage ring without inspecting its contents. Director Zhao accepted it, seemingly examining its contents. After a moment, he nodded slightly and turned to Li Hao, sporting a smile. You have matured significantly since our last encounter. Minister Ho left behind some black ink in the storage ring. Had I not checked, I might have sprayed it all over you. It seems you truly did not look. Li Hao was left speechless. How idle could one be? Black ink. What was Minister Ho thinking? Was he that kind of person? He had wealth and resources. Even if presented with mountains of gold and silver, he would have no interest. Director Zhao chuckled lightly, but did not dwell on the matter. He turned his attention back to Li Hao. You've performed commendably in Star Sky City, tempering their arrogance. As we age, we lose some of our impulsiveness and fervor, but in any era, a lack of youthful exuberance is hardly desirable. A touch of youthful recklessness is what defines a young spirit. He supported Li Hao's boldness, believing that if one did not embrace a bit of audacity in youth, when would they? Thank you for your understanding, Director. Li Hao replied gratefully. It's nothing, merely a small matter, Director Zhao said nonchalantly. As for your purpose in returning, I am aware. Minister Ho mentioned that you wish to establish a firm foothold in Star Sky City. The support Silver Moon can provide is limited. But one assurance can be made. Should another great conflict arise, and provided there is sufficient time, divine assistance will come forth. It will not be solely Huang Yu. But you must give prior notice and allow ample time. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Hao inquired, how many divine powers does Silver Moon possess? Not many. Director Zhao replied with a laugh. Do you think divine powers are abundant? Moreover, Silver Moon has few external powers. When I mention divine powers, it is merely a comparison, not an absolute guarantee of divine realm capabilities. At this point, he added, additionally, I can provide you with a list of some acquaintances in Star Sky City. You may reach out to them should the need arise. They may not offer significant assistance, but they could be of some use. I hope you refrain from indiscriminate violence. Do not eliminate them unnecessarily. Dark agents? Li Hao realized the implication. I do not indiscriminately kill. I only eliminate evildoers. It's all the same. Director Zhao replied with a slight smile. In this era, distinguishing between good and evil is a challenging endeavor. It's quite permissible to consider everyone as villains. Upon concluding, he added, furthermore, remember, if there is a second awakening of superpowers, you must return to Silver Moon, or else you shall surely meet your demise. Tianxing City is relatively safe for now, but once the second awakening occurs, immense and unprecedented changes will ensue. Li Hao understood and nodded. I comprehend. Thank you, Director Zhao. You're too polite. Director Zhao merely touched upon a few matters. Li Hao swiftly replied, Director Zhao, I also require certain supplies, a substantial quantity of seeds, and preparations to accommodate some refugees. I wish to open the blockade to the ocean or the route from Linjiang to Silver Moon. Winter is officially approaching, and the 3 northern provinces are in turmoil, with an overwhelming number of refugees. Director Zhao's expression shifted dramatically, his brow slightly furrowing. Director Zhou also instantly looked up at Li Hao, their eyes meeting, both feeling a throbbing headache. This was no trivial matter. It could plunge Silver Moon into catastrophe. He furrowed his brow slightly and spoke. There is no need for a forced breakthrough. If you inform Linjiang that we are willing to accept refugees, simply state a figure of 1 million, and 3 million will be dispatched to you immediately. The sheer number of refugees could instantly overwhelm Silver Moon. Do you understand? Li Hao nodded. I can provide food, but it will require time. Even if it's 3 to 5 million, or even 30 to 50 million, I can supply food. In fact, having more refugees can be advantageous. For instance, in development, construction, and establishing a transportation system throughout Silver Moon, they could contribute labor. Historically, as long as there is enough food and clothing, the demands of the populace will not be excessively high in the short term. Director Zhao exhaled, currently. Purchasing food will reveal you cannot buy it even with ample funds. Not to worry, I can cultivate the magical plants. There are such foolish magical plants. Director Zhao was taken aback. How can that be? They struggle to awaken on their own. The consumption of energy is too great. Unless the magical plant is truly foolish. Who would cultivate them for you? Li Hao was momentarily stunned. Is cultivating food a task for fools? Is the little tree really that naive? Director Zhao was also surprised, while Director Zhou widened his eyes. Have you encountered a simple-minded magical plant? In this day and age, which magical plant would engage in such endeavors? Otherwise, do you think the major factions wouldn't do the same? The crux is that no magical plant would undertake such a task. It is simply not worth the effort. The energy spent is a waste. With that time and energy, wouldn't it be better to enhance oneself? Li Hao felt bewildered, eventually managing a dry chuckle. It seemed the little tree truly was a simpleton. It appeared to have no objections. At this moment, Both directors were captivated by the thought of such a foolish magical plant. Goodness, had we known, we would have dug around ourselves. Where did you find it? In an instant, both were filled with an impulsive desire. Why don't we search around as well? Perhaps we could unearth a few simple-minded magical plants ourselves. Chapter 229. Digging at the foundations. Both directors were somewhat astonished by Li Hao's acquaintance with the magical plants. It is a common understanding that magical plants are greedy. However, this is not due to excessive avarice, but rather necessity. They must act in such a manner. No matter how many divine energy stones you provide, they will absorb them all. Many magical plants have merely survived for countless years, clinging to life, and that is the longevity of magical plants. At this moment, upon sensing even a hint of energy, they are eager to absorb it instantly. If they can expel even a drop of the spring of life for you, consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, akin to General Huai, Li Hao previously filled 1,000,000 requests without offering you even a semblance of support. What can you do? As for Li Hao's intention to accept refugees, both parties hesitated slightly. This matter is not easily resolved. It transcends mere sustenance. An influx of refugees brings forth myriad challenges, including a lack of infrastructure, provisions for basic needs, and the allocation of human and material resources. It is not as simple as Li Hao suggesting that everyone be put to work. The complexity of this issue is beyond imagination. Director Zhao remained silent for a while and finally spoke. While your desire to accept a portion of refugees is commendable, you must understand that human hearts can be insatiable. Once they are well fed and taken care of, they will yearn for more, seeking greater benefits. At that moment, should you fail to satisfy them, Li Hao replied coldly, I am aware, yet we inhabit an era where the strong consolidate power. I am earnest in my endeavors. Yet if human greed knows no bounds, then decisive action is imperative. The situation in the 3 northern provinces and in Linjiang is well known. If they remain ungrateful, we shall ensure they learn gratitude. Director Zhao sighed. You understand that this approach, though intended for good, may ultimately result in you bearing the brunt of public scorn. Shaking his head in resignation, he lamented the difficulty of being a good person in these times. Li Hao nonchalantly responded, Silver Moon has never enjoyed a good reputation. This statement nearly left both men speechless. What kind of assertion is that? Li Hao chuckled. It is simply the truth, in the eyes of others. We are regarded as the savages of the north, a barbaric and uncivilized land. To be candid, those who are drawn to Silver Moon have nowhere else to turn. Of course, I understand that this endeavor demands immense sacrifice. I merely voice my thoughts, and perhaps you too might pull your hair out over it. Yet I often contemplate that doing something in Silver Moon is better than doing nothing at all. I will exert every effort to meet your needs. He acknowledged the daunting nature of the task, stating that he could cultivate enough food to sustain 100 million people. However, is mere sustenance sufficient? That would be a jest. Director Zhao fell into deep reflection and, after a lengthy pause, said, We will give this matter due consideration. But we cannot provide an immediate response. Li Hao chose to remain silent. The fact that they mentioned consideration was already a sign of respect. To press further would be to overstep. Director Zhou, who had been silent until now, stroked his small beard and spoke slowly. Li Hao, perseverance is essential in our endeavors. Our greater concern is that you appear to be merely a fleeting spark of enthusiasm, lacking a definitive goal. Sometimes, stagnation is the greatest adversary. He continued, If today you contemplate rebellion, tomorrow you wish to save lives, and the day after you feel hopeless and choose to abandon your cause. You must consider the consequences of such indecision. Silver Moon can offer you some support, but we lack confidence and do not intend to follow you blindly into uncertainty. Strictly speaking, you have not instilled in us any assurance. He regarded Li Hao without fear of inciting his anger, merely offering a gentle reminder. Silver Moon, too, requires a driven individual to step forward. However, we do not seek someone who will falter midway. What, then, is your ultimate goal? What will you sacrifice to achieve it? Can mere words that align with your desires sustain you? The Silver Moon has remained silent for 2 centuries, and in pursuit of your comfort. You may drag it into the mire. He gazed at Li Hao, shaking his head. This is not acceptable. What path do you intend to take? You must clarify this for yourself. If you are to forge ahead relentlessly, with no thought of retreat, we can offer you some support. However, you cannot continue this way. Today, I wish to kill, so I act. Tomorrow, I no longer wish to kill, and I depart to wander the martial world. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. Director Zhou observed him calmly. Since ancient times, those who achieve great things must possess perseverance. If you cannot instill confidence in those around you, how can you expect support from outsiders? What support? Are they to risk their lives for you? Or have the identities of the 8 great families led you astray? Do you truly believe you are invincible? Your battle in Tianxing City was commendable, but what have you accomplished since then? Li Hao replied solemnly, I am establishing my footing step by step. No. Director Zhou shook his head. That is not the case. You are merely acting without method or direction, now aligning with the silver moon, then with Tianxing. This is untenable. You must understand that if you aim to accomplish great things, you are no longer just a martial artist in the rivers and lakes. You are a true leader. Is this what you aspire to? He disapproved of some of Li Hao's actions and thoughts, believing that in his current state, Li Hao would not achieve greatness. Acting without clarity could lead to well-intentioned, yet detrimental outcomes. Li Hao frowned. Director Zhou smiled lightly. Are you unconvinced? A bit. Director Zhou chuckled. Then let me ask you. You allowed the Silver Moon to accept refugees. Your intentions were indeed noble, but have you considered whether the people of Silver Moon would agree? We have invested much. What can we gain in return? As a leader, one must not only consider actions, but also the outcomes. Yes, the outcomes are quite tangible. However, we are not your subordinates. For us, what can we gain? Even offering some empty promises is better than saying nothing at all. Perhaps you believe that there will be rewards in the future, but why should we trust you? You think that speaking empty words is pointless. Yet the reality is that if you remain silent, people will perceive you as someone who cannot offer anything, not even grand visions. Li Hao was taken aback. Do you mean to say? Even if they are merely empty promises, if you assert that this time will be successful, how it will lead to promotions, fame, or even endless possibilities in the future, it would be better than your current silence. Director Zhou sighed. Martial artists tend to act impulsively. Relying solely on camaraderie is the way of the grassroots. Have you ever seen the grassroots claim and govern the world? Even ancient kings, known for their bloodshed, understood the value of good leadership, providing hope and anticipation. They would proclaim, I shall lead humanity towards prosperity. And whether or not you believe it, if someone does, that is sufficient. And what about you? He looked at Li Hao and smiled. What can you bring us? A landscape of devastation? Or death and despair, leaving us with nothing? Li Hao, be realistic. No one will subsidize your dreams unless they are dreams shared by all. Li Hao fell into deep contemplation. Director Zhou coughed lightly and remarked, Old Zhou, he is still young. Director Zhou chuckled. No. I am merely reminding him that he requires encouragement as well as practical advice. It is unwise to simply indulge him, for that may lead him astray. There must be many praising him in Tianxing City, and while he may be accustomed to sweet words, he is unprepared for the harsh truths. However, this is the future of Silver Moon. We cannot gamble on his whims. Li Hao fell silent for a moment. What do you think I should do, Director Zhou? To instill hope in others? Director Zhou smiled. It is simple. One cannot merely evade, lurk, or remain low-key. You can no longer afford to be inconspicuous. The best approach is to set a clear goal, allowing everyone to strive and toil for it. Today you target the 9 sects, tomorrow the 3 major organizations. The day after you confront the royal family, and then you wish to deal with Lin Jiang and the pirates. Li Hao, do you consider yourself a deity? Director Zhou sighed in exasperation. You must not proceed in this manner. Such an approach will instill fear and disappointment in others, leading them to believe that the world is filled with adversaries, which is unacceptable. Are you not seeking vengeance? Then focus solely on that. Declare your intent to eradicate the Red Moon. Only then will people choose to observe the conflict rather than view you as an unstable element they wish to eliminate. You can even reframe your quest for vengeance under a different guise. State that your aim is to obliterate the Red Moon for the sake of world peace. Even if it is merely a facade, it is far superior to your current approach. He truly felt helpless and sighed. If you wish to confront the 9 sects, then say so plainly. Declare your purpose, your motivations, and what you hope to achieve. Once successful, you will gain allies willing to fight for you. Li Hao, in a daze, pondered, is that it? Establish a clear goal and inform everyone that I am striving for this purpose. Is it truly so? After some contemplation, he realized the truth in it. Otherwise, if he attempted to strike at this target and that one, he would find himself unable to conquer any, ultimately succumbing to a brutal beating. Although the Inspection Bureau is a speculative organization, what of it? Whether it is for dominance or revenge, what is needed are opportunists. Why refuse them? Why tear your face with them? Do you believe that suppressing them will bring you comfort? Why can you not lower your head, seek them out, and engage in deeper discussions? The more opportunists there are, the more they will become your supporters. Do you find joy in transforming these opportunists into enemies? Cough, cough, cough. Director Zhao coughed once more, yet Director Zhou persisted. Director, I do not wish to obliterate his essence or deny his worth. I am simply disheartened. The Battle of Tianxing yielded remarkable results and earned him great renown. Yet this fellow fails to appreciate it and squanders a golden opportunity. Hou Xiaoqing was not suited for such matters. While his considerations were not as profound, he had just defeated the 9 departments and repelled the 3 major organizations. At this moment, the 9 departments clearly did not wish to continue the conflict. The finance department, having suffered the least losses, appeared to be reveling in the misfortunes of others, while the inspection department, unconcerned about any setbacks, contemplated how to seize the opportunity to forge a new defense line, perhaps rallying them to his cause. As for the military law department, your senior brother is still present. Do not claim that he has departed. Has your master cast him out? No, he remains your senior brother. And you might seek him out to see if a consensus can be reached with the military law department regarding future matters, such as whom you intend to purge or settle scores with. Those are concerns for another day. Moreover, the administrative department does not yet perceive you as a formidable adversary. Their true enemy remains the royal family. Why not negotiate to resolve some issues? Additionally, in the east, there were those who aided you previously, such as the Eastern Extreme Marquis and Yu Qiao from the Huoming province. Now that you have executed the Duke of Dinghua and his lineage, leaving the Su family in turmoil, will you simply disregard them? You could certainly send envoys to the east to confer with the Eastern Extreme Marquis and Yu Qiao. Even if cooperation is not feasible, you must strive to claim the fruits of victory. After all, it was you who orchestrated the demise of the Duke of Dinghua. And what of the city of superpowers? You have slain their celestial eye cultivator and now remain indifferent? Such behavior is unbecoming of you. Even a token gesture or a display of force towards the city of superpowers is warranted. Every superpower that fell that day, including the Starlight Pirate Group of the North Sea and over 10 dukes, should not be ignored. Even if reluctant to engage, contact other pirate factions to eliminate the spoils. A mere boost in morale might ensure the Starlight Pirate Group's dissolution, rather than inviting future retribution. His disappointment and helplessness grew as he continued. Li Hao, you are an excellent candidate for the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, yet you are ill-suited for leadership. I have been observing you and have concluded that you are much like your master. Your master once believed that those he vanquished could never rise again, and thus, why should he care? And what followed? Figures like Ying Hongyue, the Flying Sword Immortal, Yin Luo, and the Buddha emerged, all rising to prominence. Your master now finds himself in a pitiful state, and you are becoming increasingly similar to him. Will you surpass your master? I think not. You are the same. You believe that the death of the North Sea King renders the Starlight Pirate Group inconsequential? You think that the demise of the Duke of Dinghua and his son diminishes the Su family's importance? You consider the heavily injured master of Buddha Mountain, now rendered a superpower, as no longer a threat? You regard the city of superpowers, a grand city with hundreds of thousands, even millions of superpowers, as trivial, thinking that by slaying one of their deities, you have concluded the matter? In that moment, Li Hao was taken aback. He reflected quietly, engaging in a silent self-examination. After a while, he nodded slightly, remaining silent. Director Zhou's words were harsh, yet they struck at the core of the issue. There were matters Li Hao had neither the inclination nor the energy to consider, and he had not even pondered certain aspects. Listening to the Martial Arts Alliance leader, Li Hao felt as if he were a student. His teacher had left many enemies in his wake, and at times he too had questioned why his teacher sought to eradicate all evil. Today, however, a glimmer of understanding emerged. It is not that the teacher does not eliminate threats entirely, but rather that sometimes one becomes complacent. Much like myself, I often perceive the Su family and the Northern Sea bandits as no longer posing any danger, and thus I hesitate to address them, believing it to be a waste of time and energy. However, years from now, if I remain stagnant, what consequences might I face? Like the teacher, I will find the world teeming with adversaries. At that moment, as now, others may recount tales of the legendary demon sword that once dominated the realm. only to see it now in a state of utter despair, reduced to a fate worse than that of a dog. In that instant, Li Hao's eyes suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm. Director Zhou, how about accompanying me to Tianxing City? Silence enveloped the room. Director Zhao cleared his throat. Li Hao, Director Zhao. Li Hao responded with a grave expression. In Silver Moon, your presence is more than sufficient. Having Director Zhou here is an underutilization of his talents. Tianxing may indeed be the ideal place for Director Zhou to shine. I may not comprehend these matters fully, but it matters not. Li Hao appeared entirely undeterred. Instead, he became animated. Someone once told me that it's all right not to know everything. As long as you can utilize people and dare to employ them. That is all that matters. No one is omnipotent, least of all myself. Moreover, I am young, inexperienced, and know little. Yet that is inconsequential. I can learn. And this journey may be long, but as long as I know how to leverage people, it poses no issue. He turned to Director Zhou. Invigorated. Didn't the royal family appoint me as the governor of Tianxing? If Director Zhou goes, I will make him the deputy governor on the same day. With no objections from the royal family, fully representing my interests. You will serve as deputy governor. Master Hong Yitong will be the dean. Minister Ho will oversee the night watchman, while I will focus on eliminating formidable foes. Li Hao waved his hand emphatically, intensifying his tone. As for what gives me confidence and what you may expect from me, he pondered for a moment before stating. First, the starry sword. As a descendant of the 8 great families. Second, I have been promoted and now hold the title of Chief Military Strategist of the War Heaven, with my golden armor gleaming. Both men were taken aback. Golden armor? Chief. Li Hao, seizing the opportunity, rationalized. The distinction between a regiment and a chief is negligible. Wouldn't you agree? Third, I can unite the martial world of Silver Moon. At present, many individuals, including numerous martial artists, regard me, Li Hao, as trustworthy, while the official channels are not. Fourth, I have some insights regarding the next steps for advancement. My strength will not stagnate. Fifth, I am acquainted with demonic flora, which are amiable and may even fight on my behalf. Sixth, the War Heaven City may soon rejuvenate, and I have already infiltrated their ranks, establishing a favorable rapport. They are willing to support me wholeheartedly, and some of their dormant top-tier warriors will soon awaken. Seventh, the formidable entity known as the Crimson Moon currently dares not confront me, as he has failed to integrate his 7 veins successfully. He articulated each point, adding weight to his presence. Finally, he turned to Director Zhou and said, Thus, perhaps you perceive me as inexperienced and lacking in knowledge, yet I am no sage. I did not emerge fully formed. I am merely an ordinary person, gradually making my way forward. It has not been long since I departed from Silver City. Is this sufficient? If not, I shall continue to bolster my confidence, for I believe I can. At this moment, Director Zhao appeared momentarily dazed. Director Zhou regarded him for a while before suddenly breaking into a smile. You are quite intriguing. Li Hao grinned widely. Director Zhou, come with me. Director Zhou chuckled softly. I merely pointed out a few issues. I offer you a benefit. 100 drops of the fountain of life. Director Zhou paused for a moment. Director Zhao coughed lightly. Li Hao, 200 drops. Li Hao, clenching his fists, gritted his teeth and declared, That's not all. Once I am financially secure, I shall provide you with even greater benefits. Your task is simple. Go to Tianxing, assist me in refining these matters, and settle everything, whether through negotiations or persuasion. Speak plainly to those who can understand, and use appropriate words for those who cannot. Director Zhou glanced at Director Zhao, who was on the verge of rolling his eyes, and replied coolly, Old Zhou, we have collaborated for 40 years. Yet, he has offered 200 drops of the fountain of life. Director Zhou regarded him, acknowledging the substantial offer. Director Zhao felt a pang of frustration. What on earth? Li Hao, are you seriously attempting to poach talent right in front of me? Where do you acquire such resources? I have my sources, Li Hao asserted resolutely. Of course, I possess them. The demonic plant I discovered provides me with the fountain of life at 20,000 per drop. I previously obtained over 7 million, and I exchanged 300 drops, offering you the majority. 20,000 per drop? Director Zhao pondered deeply, then slowly inquired, where is this demonic plant located? Not that. Director Zhao cleared his throat. What I mean is, will this demonic plant affect Silver Moon? Is it situated near Cathead Mountain? Li Hao instantly grew wary. What are you insinuating? Are you trying to undermine me? Director, do not even consider it. That plant is guarded, accessible only by me. Anyone else would be met with lethal force. The Guardian has regained its peak power, capable of tearing through the void, immensely powerful. Director Zhao sighed. What a pity. At that moment, Li Hao turned his attention back to Director Zhou, stating, Director Zhou, if you can identify problems and articulate them, then you can also resolve them. As the saying goes, a good bird chooses its tree. I believe Director Zhao would not mind and would not obstruct your advancement. Before the second resurrection of Silver Moon, no significant events or opportunities will arise. Would it be wise to waste your talents? Director Zhou stroked his mustache, glancing at Director Zhao. Director Zhao, exasperated yet amused, looked at Li Hao. Li Hao, are you mocking me? Not at all. Li Hao replied earnestly. I believe I require a strategist, someone akin to a military advisor. Master Hong is a good mentor and friend. The bright sword is purely martial. Minister Ho may be shrewd, but he is currently entangled in many matters and is likely more adept at combat. I think it best not to divert his focus. Director Zhao attempted to speak, but Director Zhou interrupted him, looking at Li Hao with a smile. You desire me to go to Tianxing? What if I were to ask you to bow to Ying Honghua? He is a top-tier expert and your adversary. Would you be willing to humble yourself before him? Absolutely. Li Hao responded calmly. No problem at all, as long as he is amenable. I could even kneel before him, begging him not to target me, provided he consents. What harm is there in that? Director Zhou was taken aback, regarding Li Hao with newfound respect. What if he demands the Starry Sky Sword? That is non-negotiable. Li Hao said firmly, it is my trump card. I can bow, but I cannot relinquish my ultimate weapon. Otherwise, it would spell disaster. Director Zhou chuckled. What if he insists you surrender the Silver Moon martial artist? He simply lacks the heart to accept my proposal for peace. You are a Silver Moon warrior. He understands the circumstances of a warrior, and I will not resort to such actions. If I were to do so, he would doubt my intentions for peace. Director Zhou fell into silence for a moment, contemplating, before speaking again. One final question. Do you aspire to be the Star King? Li Hao remained composed. I am indifferent. I can be or not be. If no one else steps up, what harm would it be if I did? Even if I am lacking, I believe my capabilities surpass those of the current Star King. Such audacity. Director Zhou chuckled, gazing at Li Hao for a considerable time before finally responding with a laugh. Very well. I have little else to occupy my time. A visit to the Star King to reconnect with old friends sounds delightful. Is the claim of 200 drops of the Fountain of Life genuine? A promise of great weight. Then there are no issues. Director Zhao appeared as if he might cough up his lungs. Cough, cough, cough. Old Zhou, given your age and the rigors of travel, it's nothing. The Fountain of Life sustains me. But with so many matters in Silver Moon, and Li Hao still needing to attend to refugee acceptance, these are trivialities. Director Zhao could no longer contain himself. Old Zhou, after 40 years of collaboration, you plan to leave with just a few words? What are you thinking? The Star King is not a benevolent place. The rewards are substantial. He gestured towards Li Hao. 200 drops. If you can provide me with that, I will stay. Curse it. I do not possess such quantities. Director Zhao felt utterly exhausted. Glancing at Li Hao and then back at Director Zhou. After a pause, he scoffed. Let us go, all of us. Li Hao, do not think you've gained an advantage. Anyone can speak sweetly, but the key lies in execution. Old Zhou, I know you too well. You are a master strategist, but lack decisiveness. Your words may be persuasive, but in action, 9 out of 10 endeavors fail. Old Zhou, have you viewed me this way all these years? Is there a problem? If not, then there is nothing more to discuss between us. Director Zhou chose not to respond, swiftly tossing several documents onto Director Zhao's desk. The handover is complete. You have witnessed my work and can take over yourself. After 40 years of collaboration, I have grown weary. Perhaps a change of environment will prove beneficial. Old Zhou, that is not what I meant. Old Zhao, Li Hao is correct. There have been no major issues in Silver Moon recently. I shall return after the second revival. Director Zhao truly wanted to voice his frustration. This was not how they had agreed to proceed. This isn't a well-rehearsed performance. Previously, Old Zhou had never broached this topic. What is going on? You decide to leave without considering me? He glanced at Li Hao again, feeling that Li Hao's actions were not entirely human. After pondering, he advised, investing too much energy in the Star King is unwise. Silver Moon remains the foundation. Li Hao grinned. I understand. But we must vanquish our enemies beyond our borders. Does the director not recognize this sentiment? Director Zhou, I shall come to find you in a couple of days. I will take my leave now. With that, he vanished in an instant. Director Zhao was left speechless once Li Hao had departed. He turned to Director Zhou. What is your situation? Director Zhou continued stroking his beard, chuckling softly. No particular situation. I am merely too idle and wish to explore. Don't you find it intriguing? Director Zhao frowned slightly. You know the state of Silver Moon. How can we afford such leisure? After the second revival, there may be celestial changes. Wouldn't it suffice for you to remain? Speak honestly with me. What are your thoughts? Director Zhou chuckled. I hardly gave it much thought. I merely considered that after reprimanding him, he might sulk and depart, perhaps reflect more deeply, or even choose to abandon his path. To my surprise, he invited me to accompany him, which I found rather appealing. Thus, I acquiesced. Besides, a mere 200 drops of the fountain of life is quite a boon for my health. Director Zhao sighed, feeling weary. The fragile vessel of friendship can capsize so easily. Do as you please. Your indifference matters not to me. He expressed his frustration. How could he leave after 40 years of camaraderie, abandoning me like this? It's infuriating. I suppose I shall return, tidy up, and toast to our farewell. Farewell to your ancestors. Just leave. Director Zhou laughed heartily and strode out. Once he departed, Director Zhao let out a sigh, feeling a sense of helplessness as he shook his head. How foolish to chase after trends in old age. Does the bloodline of the 8 great families truly hold such allure? At that moment, Li Hao emerged from the administrative headquarters, initially filled with joy, soon overshadowed by a pang of regret. Was 200 drops truly worth it? Can Director Zhou really provide such substantial benefits? Director Zhao mentioned his strategic acumen and raised numerous questions. The crux lies in finding resolutions. If they remain unaddressed, they are meaningless. I acted impulsively. Li Hao pondered. And with a firm resolve, he thought, so be it, consider it an investment for peace of mind. Director Zhou must be a formidable martial artist. Even if he is of little use, having a powerful guardian is advantageous. After all, I have yet to fully decipher his capabilities. He must possess some strength. 200 drops. Or 2 million divine energy stones. What do they matter? Li Hao reassured himself, feeling content. Wealth cannot purchase happiness, yet I am genuinely delighted. Moreover, even if he merely possesses the art of rhetoric, being able to identify issues is far superior to remaining oblivious, especially after 40 years of governance. Just look around. None among my acquaintances have raised such concerns. With clarity on these matters, Li Hao felt significantly more at ease. Thus, rather than returning to the night watchman, he exited White Moon City, intent on returning to Silver City to devour the blood god's offspring and perhaps glimpse that sword once more. Despite the current dormancy of the sword's intent, he remained unconcerned. The longer he delayed, the more he feared that his strength might surpass that of the blood god's offspring at the pinnacle of their transformation, rendering them ineffective. Upon reaching Silver City, Li Hao refrained from greeting anyone. He made his way directly to the mines, seeking refuge in the underground ruins. There, he consumed all 3 potent blood god offspring in one go, fearing that even a single one might be insufficient. With 3 consumed, he hoped to once again behold the 8 trigrams. As the blood coursed through him, an extraordinary transformation began. In the next moment, Li Hao's eyes underwent a remarkable change. He lifted his gaze, and in an instant, a colossal 8 trigrams unfolded before him. Compared to before, he perceived far more. The starry sky. Yes, it seemed he was witnessing the cosmos. The last time he beheld the Bagua diagram, he perceived the silhouette of a figure at its center. However, this time, he saw nothing but the infinite expanse of the starry sky. Deep within that celestial realm, it seemed as though a portal stood sentinel. Faintly, he sensed the presence of something near the portal. Li Hao felt a momentary daze, yet amidst the haze, he remained cognizant of his purpose. In the next instant, he followed the crimson thread above his head, delving deeper into the abyss. Moments later, his vision blurred, and a phantasmal figure materialized before him. This time, he observed with greater clarity. It appeared to be an elderly man, his hair in disarray, wielding a long sword. Suddenly, a radiant beam of swordlight illuminated the heavens. The sword of non-existence. An overwhelming essence of annihilation seemed poised to obliterate all. With the unsheathing of the sword, everything was rendered to nothingness. The sensation was far more potent than before. Previously, the sword of severance had vanquished formidable foes, casting him into the abyss. Yet this time felt different. It was not merely the death of himself and his adversaries, but rather the entire world, all that existed, was consumed by oblivion, leaving only silence. A thought flickered in Li Hao's mind. All beings are silent. What a terrifying sword. With the Elder's strike, everything vanished, leaving only chaos and darkness. Was this the epitome of a master swordsman? In the next moment, Li Hao instinctively retreated, a faint essence of sword intent seemingly following him. In an instant, his arm shattered, yet he managed to suspend the starry sky, sword in the air. Indeed, a strand of sword intent infiltrated the starry sky sword, causing it to tremble slightly. Li Hao quickly ingested several drops of the fountain of life, and his arm regenerated once more, only to be shattered again. And then it grew anew. He continued to consume the fountain of life. He had previously known that such an endeavor was perilous, but today he realized it was even more formidable. Despite being a practitioner of considerable prowess, he felt utterly impotent. This was merely an observation of the sword, not of the sword from his current realm. Perhaps it was merely a remnant left from countless years past. After consuming 7 or 8 drops of the fountain of life, the starry sky sword finally absorbed all the sword energy, and Li Hao's arm ceased to shatter. He opened his eyes, an aura of destruction seemingly emanating from them. Within his organs, the quintessences appeared to stir restlessly. The overarching sword intent seemed to undergo a transformation at that moment. The bridge of the 5 organs subtly took on a sword-like form, beginning to twist. Li Hao gazed skyward, but all was gone. No stars, no portal, no Bawa diagram, no seals. He murmured, what secrets lie within Silver City? Having glimpsed these visions, he wondered when he would have the opportunity to behold them again. Nonetheless, he had nearly achieved his objectives upon returning. Li Hao rose from the rubble and cast a glance at the nearby stone door, which remained tranquil. He refrained from lingering, for it was said that behind it lay a place of inheritance. At present, he possessed only the wind-chasing boots and the starry sky sword, neither of which were suited for this locale. This might very well be the site of the Hong family's legacy. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Red Moon, Ying Hongyue gazed toward the north, her blood surging with intensity as she faintly glimpsed something, her brow slightly furrowing in contemplation. Li Hao murmured, has that fellow returned to Silver City again? Indeed, the legacy of the sword's sovereign is extraordinary, invincible in 100 battles. No divine technique could vanquish him. Alas, it is regrettable that he closed his eyes, realizing that only through the fusion of the 7 meridians could he proceed. Li Hao's growth had been astonishing, almost beyond imagination. Among the 8 great families, the Li family indeed held a position of reverence, as if it were not mere rhetoric. Chapter 230. A great prophet emerging from the ruins. Li Hao found himself filled with thoughts. Recently, he had been contemplating the path he should take next. The Battle Heaven City and the Silver Moon martial masters had provided him with much inspiration. Now, the appearance of the sword veins added yet another layer of intrigue. Remarkably, the supernatural lock seemed to exhibit a tendency towards transforming into the sword veins, which was quite fascinating. Moreover, the breaking character technique and attacking character technique cultivated through essence, energy, and spirit to nurture swordsmanship revealed that many concepts ultimately converge. Li Hao's interest in martial arts deepened. Although no longer a martial master, he was still a supernatural practitioner, and a supernatural martial master is still a martial master. The supernatural lock, sword cultivation, the blood knife technique, and the origin path. Li Hao pondered these concepts. Recently, he had been overwhelmed with ideas, leading to a state of intellectual indigestion. Director Wang was indeed correct. Consuming too much information can lead one astray. Each of these concepts must be attempted and thoroughly understood before further contemplation. Too many diverse thoughts can be detrimental. Li Hao reflected that with the proliferation of systems and ideas, he must integrate them to avoid stagnation. Furthermore, he considered the essence of momentum. It too must be grasped. The chaotic thoughts surged once again in his mind, creating a sense of overwhelming pressure. Shaking his head, he resolved to refrain from overthinking. He would experiment with each idea in due course. Yet, involuntarily, some thoughts emerged in his mind. Integration, unification, using a singular entity to encompass everything, merging into the path, momentum. The supernatural lock, and the mysterious energy. The mysterious energy is an external force that cannot be internally assimilated. Perhaps it could be enveloped and incorporated within the body? Would that be feasible? If he could freely open and close the supernatural lock, releasing and retracting power at will. Wouldn't the 5 animal secret technique embody the essence of momentum? Then, what if a passage could be created in the supernatural lock that could be sealed at will? He mused, striving to dismiss these thoughts. Yet at that moment, Li Hao felt a spark of inspiration. What a brilliant idea to create an opening in the supernatural lock. I am truly a genius. However, how would one create such an opening? And how could it be closed again? After the fusion of the spirit, his teacher's 5-animal breathing technique had left him without direction, failing to elucidate the next steps. Indeed, after the fusion of the spirit, must one then break through the supernatural lock? Would it not be akin to the previous methods, where creating an opening was not difficult? Akin to digging a hole for planting a tree? The challenge lay in having it seamlessly close again, employing something that could function as a portal, ideally from within his own body, lest it disrupt his vital energy or spirit. Perhaps it could be integrated together, becoming the very substance that blocks the meridian? To merge together is to condense essence, energy, and spirit into form, is it not? Li Hao smiled, finding it all rather amusing. Indeed, martial arts are interconnected. He pondered within himself, yet all was merely thought. At this moment, time was scarce for him to experiment. As the 7th commander wisely stated, as long as one remains alive, one should pursue research and experimentation. What is there to fear? In Silver City, Li Hao returned to his ancestral home, now sealed and transformed into a dilapidated structure, abandoned and forgotten. Once a demolition zone, its evacuation has had little impact on others. The Black Panther had also returned. The doghouse at the stairwell remained, albeit in a state of disarray and dampness. The Black Panther cast a glance, devoid of any nostalgia. This wretched dwelling was no place for affection. Whoever wished to reside there was welcome to do so. There was no inkling of sentimentality. Li Hao glanced at the Black Panther. This was once your home. Woof, woof, woof. The Black Panther retorted, this is not a home. It's merely a temporary doghouse. Would you occupy it if offered? Ah, time. How it slips away never to return. Li Hao, too, felt a sense of melancholy. Even the mightiest cannot reclaim the past. Time is the greatest adversary. Just months ago, he was but a pitiful creature in this very place. Now, he had gained renown. Were he to return to the past, would he still tread the same path? If he were to go back to when his parents were alive, when Xiao Yuan still breathed, would things be different? Li Hao chuckled softly, choosing not to dwell on such thoughts. The past is irretrievable, and time will not turn back. Why invite unnecessary troubles? In Silver City, Li Hao did not linger long. Though it harbored numerous secrets, they were not his to uncover at this moment. After a brief sojourn, he returned to White Moon City the following day. This time, he opted to visit the Martial Guardian base. It had been over a month since his last return. The Martial Guardian encampment was exceptionally quiet. With their numbers already few, recent endeavors had seen them scurrying about. The demon hunting squad had engaged in several skirmishes, facing off against pirates and some superhumans within the territory, thus gaining a modicum of fame. However, they paled in comparison to Li Hao. Upon his arrival, the previously recuperating demon hunting squad erupted with excitement. Commander, as Li Hao set off the alarm, his presence at the encampment sent waves of exhilaration through the ranks. Naturally, Lu Long found himself sidelined, pushed to the back, while the first to rush forward was none other than Hong Qing, who seemed on the verge of bursting with anticipation. Upon seeing Li Hao, she immediately began scanning her surroundings, unable to contain her urgency. Commander, where is my father? The earth-shattering sword? She exclaimed, her anxiety spilling over. Did he not participate in the Celestial Star War? I heard he even slew the Plains King. Is it true? My father is a formidable being? Surely not. He is so down to earth. How could he possibly conceal such power? Am I the daughter of a transcendent? Then why am I struggling so? Look at the children of Guang. They are either of the 3 sons or Guang himself. My father is transcendent, yet here I am, floundering, though initially less fervent. Hong Qing's urgency had escalated in recent days. News had spread throughout Silver City. The tales of the Silver Moon martial artist's son had circulated widely. The Silver Moon martial artist is renowned across the Celestial Sea, his demon sword shining brilliantly. The Celestial sword reigning over the realms, and the Earth sword fiercely striking down the Heavenly King. The Silver Moon martial artist proclaims himself the sovereign of all. Such rhymes had even taken shape. The crux of the matter is that the esteemed Di Jianhong also graces the list, shining exceptionally bright. In a fit of rage, he vanquished the Heavenly King, a figure of considerable repute in the present era, not to be taken lightly. How could Hong Qing not feel a surge of emotion? Regrettably, Her father has yet to return these past few days, leaving her with no one to inquire. Otherwise, she would have firmly grasped her father and demanded, with such prowess, "Why is your daughter in such dire straits? How can a child of such formidable talents endure such hardship? From childhood to adulthood, she has toiled with laundry and cooking. A true tale of woe. Had she known her father's might, would she have had to endure such struggles?" Li Hao found himself somewhat awkward under Hong Qing's relentless questioning. And after a prolonged silence, he replied, "You should pose that question to your father. I cannot fathom why he is so powerful. Perhaps he believes you require some fortitude." Hong Qing's expression was one of deep lamentation. "Is that all? No further insights?" She sighed wistfully, "Alas. I missed witnessing the moment when my father felled the king of Pingyuan. It must have been truly magnificent." Li Hao chuckled, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it was quite impressive. With a single stroke, he ended the king of Pingyuan's life, who remained incredulous until his last breath. "The commander is formidable." Hong Qing suppressed her impatience, offering a compliment to Li Hao. After all, in her father's absence, it was Li Hao who stood as the stronger figure. The commander had even slain the formidable Hu Shao of the 9 divisions, reportedly coming close to defeating the Heavenly Star King. How did I transition from vanquishing 9 division powerhouses to being on the verge of slaying the Heavenly Star King? Li Hao chuckled in disbelief. Just as Hong Qing finished speaking, they were finally jostled apart by the crowd. Wang Ming, eager and nearly bursting with enthusiasm, surged forward, exclaiming, "Brother, your reputation resonates throughout the realm, and now you've ascended to the status of the Heavenly Star Marquis, the governor of Heavenly Star. I hear you're to reign over Heavenly Star City upon your return. Do you require assistance? I am available and would be delighted to lend a hand." Li Hao was both amused and exasperated. Glancing at Wang Ming, who had recently attained the 3rd Yang stage, albeit still at its nascent level, he mused that while this strength was respectable, it was still insufficient. The members of the Demon Hunting Brigade had all made some progress. Many had now reached the Duoqian threshold. During their last training session at the small grove, Li Hong, the heir of the Willow Fluff Sword, was the first to break through to Duoqian, followed closely by Hong Qing and others. Now, this modest demon hunting brigade boasted several members at that level. It seemed Lu Long had also embarked on the path of Yunjin, yet after witnessing the grandeur of Heavenly Star City, he felt their own weaknesses acutely. Nevertheless, it was still commendable. Those who had crossed into Duoqian had shattered their first barrier, and their subsequent advancements would not be unduly delayed. Wang Ming, I have offended a cadre of powerful individuals over there. Exercise caution lest you be swiftly dispatched. Wang Ming grinned, displaying his teeth. What does it matter? With you around. How could death come so easily? Even if I were to perish, I would leave a legacy. Laughter erupted among the group, their eyes glimmering with anticipation and yearning. They too wished to venture forth to the central region, to establish their names, to strengthen themselves, to conquer far and wide. Alas, they were acutely aware of their inadequacies. Thus, those who initially intended to seek out Li Hao in the central region chose instead to remain in Silver Moon. At that moment, Lu Long approached, a hint of confusion on his face. Has Master Hong not returned? Li Hao had arranged for him to go to the Sword Gate before he departed. As it turns out, Hong Yitong has fled, frequently absent from home. His first departure was to the east, and just as he returned, he hastily journeyed to Tianxing City, leaving no trace behind. Li Hao's arrangements have become a mere jest. Without Hong Yitong, what can they accomplish at Jinmen? Are they to engage in menial tasks? They would be better off venturing forth to slay a few pirates. No, he shan't return. Li Hao remarked with a smile. Master Hong has chosen to remain in Tianxing City to pursue true knowledge. Lu Long's gaze shifted, casting a glance at Li Hao. Originally, he would have welcomed Li Hao's suggestion to stay in Silver Moon, but now, after some contemplation, he spoke up. They all say that Silver Moon will remain stable for the time being. Is that true? More or less. It may be somewhat perilous for you in Tianxing City. The boss suggests we should join him in the central region. This was Lu Long's first proactive proposal to venture beyond Silver Moon, and Li Hao regarded him with surprise. Yet Lu Long spoke earnestly. Initially, I believed that having entered the spirit-nourishing stage, I could also slay the 3 suns. In Silver Moon, I felt I had secured my place. I can protect this small city of Silver City, but upon realizing that divine abilities are not all-encompassing, that life can be extinguished in an instant, I perceive that true strength is requisite to fulfill my aspirations. He actually wishes to venture forth. Captain, take us with you. The others chimed in. their eagerness and excitement palpable. Having weathered storms and witnessed realms beyond, they were no longer the same martial artists who had yet to see the world. They had experienced much and yearned to broaden their horizons. Li Hao exhaled. I returned with similar intentions, though I initially thought Tianxing City too hazardous. You martial artists do not fear danger. Lu Yin interrupted Li Hao, smiling at him. If we fear death, what purpose do we serve as martial artists? We wish to explore the broader world of the central region. Li Hao chuckled. Sister Lu cannot sit idly by either. After entering Douqian, your confidence has soared. Lu Yin beamed. We cannot merely watch as the others in the martial guard gain renown. We, too, wish to savor that experience. It is said that the martial guard in the central region has gained considerable fame, while few recognize the prowess of our demon hunter squad. Li Hao contemplated and replied, it is not unfeasible. This time, not only you, but also 1,000 soldiers from the Silver Moon Army will accompany us to Tianxing City. Deputy Director Zhou from the administrative office will also join us. With their presence, it should pose no issue. However, Li Hao added, remaining in Silver Moon does present opportunities. Xiao Shu, you are aware that recent developments will further enhance our strength, providing ample vitality to assist everyone in their cultivation, offering the finest sanctuaries for training. Those martial artists who seclude themselves are not true martial artists. Someone shouted, what's the point of martial artists closing themselves off for cultivation? There are no formidable warriors emerging from seclusion. Li Hao chuckled, no longer overly sentimental. Do as you wish. But danger is indeed real. And you are well aware of that. Understood, Captain, we are unafraid. Very well, prepare yourselves and gather your belongings. I may set off for Tianxing in 2 days. Previously, he had intended to deal with Linjiang first, to clear the route and prevent further encirclement. However, upon Deputy Director Zhou's suggestion, Li Hao relinquished that thought. At this stage, such matters are mere trifles. Regarding the refugees, as Director Zhao mentioned, all one must do is speak up. And those in Linjiang would readily send you 5 million or even 10 million, as long as you, Silver Moon, are not afraid of danger. They could deliver them all to you. The previous obstruction was merely an attempt to prevent those refugees from becoming stranded in Linjiang. This time, the mission has been accomplished. Now, we simply await the little tree to gather enough life essence, after which we can provide it with the seeds, and then we shall be nearly done. As for Huang Yu, there may be an opportunity to collect a batch of battle armor. I could also make a trip to War Heaven City to exchange for some armor in return, just as Li Hao returned to the Wu Wei army base. The night watcher, Hao Lianchuan, received the news and hurried over, eager to express a singular desire. Take me along. I wish to visit Tianxing City. Recently, the night watchers of Silver Moon have found themselves with little to occupy their time. With the troublemakers having departed, the 3 major organizations have lost interest in this area. Those who fled have done so, and those who perished have met their end. The pirates of the North Sea have turned against one another, vying for dominance, while the pirates of the East Sea have also begun infighting, scrambling for the leader's position. Silver Moon has nearly become irrelevant. Simultaneously, in Tianxing City, as Li Hao departed for Silver Moon, a certain tranquility settled over the city. The turmoil that had previously erupted was gradually subsiding. The 9 courts remained as they always were. With Li Hao refraining from violence, reports to the Tianxing governor's office dwindled, as there was little activity from Li Hao, leading many to adopt a watchful stance, no longer daring to report indiscriminately. The night watchers and the Wu Wei army continued to operate independently, lacking any semblance of integration or unity. On the 3rd day after Li Hao's departure, a surge of sword intent emanated from the headquarters of the night watchers. Yao Si instantly appeared at the entrance of a small courtyard. At the same time, several young individuals accompanied him, their large eyes filled with excitement, announcing that the sword Dao was about to emerge from seclusion. Recently, all the attention had been on Li Hao, the once formidable sword Dao, who had instigated conflict between the 3 major organizations and the night watchers, had been in seclusion for so long that his ranking on the Divine Master list had nearly slipped out of the top 10. Finally, he was emerging. Indeed, it had been nearly 3 months. In those 3 months, the Sword Dao had missed many significant events. The group engaged in lively discussion, while Yao Si listened quietly. Moments later, an individual emerged from the small building, exuding elegance and sporting a smile. He looked at Yao Si and slightly bowed, saying, "Minister." Yao Si nodded slightly, gazing at him for a moment before inquiring, "Transformation?" It appears quite stable. Does this mean entering the realm of divine powers is within reach? Divine powers? Was the name of the new realm. The sword Dao chuckled softly and replied, understood. He then turned to the group of large-eyed individuals and nodded. You all seem to be doing well. Your strength has improved, and transformation is not too far off. The long-bladed man expressed his frustration. What good is transformation? This is no longer the era of Guang. With divine powers emerging, a significant number have perished during your seclusion. Did you not hear about the recent chaos? He sensed the gravity of the situation. Dao Jian's retreat was not unexpected. He merely entered a period of seclusion, not a state of death. He was simply occupied with unlocking his extraordinary powers and could not emerge at that moment. There was nothing to worry about. One must continue to forge ahead. Dao Jian chuckled, asserting that the presence of many strong individuals allows for greater progress. A single flower blooming alone pales in comparison to 100 blossoms in full bloom. It is the prowess ahead that fuels one's motivation, is it not? You seem rather open-minded. The girl with large eyes remarked gloomily, while you were in seclusion. The world has changed. Even Minister Yao is no longer the head of our night watch. Cough, cough. Yao Si lightly cleared his throat, dismissing her words. What nonsense. How could I not be? He held a favorable impression of these four individuals, particularly Dao Jian. Although he was extraordinary, his innate talent was remarkable. With a bold yet meticulous nature. Had it not been for Li Hao's arrival, Dao Jian would undoubtedly have ranked among the top in the younger generation of Tianxing. The current practitioners of extraordinary powers were seasoned veterans. Among the new generation of strong individuals, Dao Jian had stepped into the transformative phase, aside from Li Hao. No one seemed to surpass him in strength. Moreover, Dao Jian appeared to be in stable condition. If his internal organs grew stronger, he might smoothly enter the realm of extraordinary powers and become the foremost talent of the new generation, perhaps the second to achieve such a feat, that fellow Li Hao. Younger than Dao Jian, had already attained extraordinary powers. Dao Jian, however, paid little mind to such matters and smiled, suggesting, let us not dwell on these thoughts. Come, let us dine at Jiulong Pavilion and discuss the recent happenings. It seems the atmosphere among the night watch has shifted. Surely, there are many stories to share. Indeed, there are plenty of stories. The girl with large eyes laughed. Let us go eat together. Since you have been in seclusion, we have scarcely had the heart to dine. The four of them bid farewell to Yao Si, laughing as they departed together. Once they had left, Yao Si also smiled. With Dao Jian out of seclusion, the night watch would become all the more intriguing. Dao Jian appeared refined, yet was undeniably fearless. Otherwise, how could he have dared to slay the grandson of Yan Luo and seize the heavenly Dao ruler? Reflecting on the heavenly Dao ruler, he glanced in the direction Dao Jian had taken. The ruler, left in his possession during Dao Jian's retreat, might have undergone some contemplation. It was no ordinary artifact. Even if it was not one of the legendary 8 families' divine weapons, it was still an immensely powerful artifact from the ancient civilization. The 3 great organizations had been vying for it relentlessly. Once Li Hao returned, the excitement would surely escalate. Yao Si chuckled to himself. While Dao Jian was likely not Li Hao's match at present, the outcome could be uncertain should he enter the realm of extraordinary powers. This was a prodigious talent, excelling as an extraordinary being while also possessing profound knowledge of martial arts. He had once visited the Tianjian villa to seek guidance from Tianjian, who had personally taken the time to instruct him for a while. Generally, Tianjian did not deign to acknowledge just anyone. Coupled with those 3 rascals, who were masters at stirring the pot, it would certainly be entertaining to observe. However, the thought of watching the spectacle reminded him of the last time he had been scolded by Li Hao, which left him feeling quite displeased. I will certainly watch the show, especially yours. That little brat had the audacity to attempt to recruit me recently. How outrageous. Once Dao Jian emerged from seclusion, news spread swiftly. The extraordinary genius within the night watch garnered attention from all corners. As the 4 made their way to Jiulong Pavilion, they were soon approached by numerous individuals. Far away in Silver Moon, Li Hao also received news shortly thereafter. This time, he brought a communication jade, belonging to the Silver Moon system. However, Li Hao generally paid little attention to it. When he finally saw the message, it did not concern him greatly. When the trio with the large eyes took action last time, he remained silent. Dao Jian had been in seclusion and did not make an appearance, which did not trouble him either. What of geniuses? As long as they do not disturb him, it matters not. A disturbance could render even a genius into a waste. On the third day back in Silver Moon, Li Hao returned to Cat Head Mountain. Outside the imperial palace, the little tree's aura rippled, its essence overflowing. Appearing somewhat fatigued, yet significantly stronger than before, it had grown considerably larger compared to its previous state. It did not disappoint. Drops of the fountain of life coalesced, and Li Hao retrieved the large water tank he had crafted last time. Previously, acquiring even a single drop felt substantial, yet now he possessed a full 500 drops. Although it still could not fill the tank completely, it was no longer in an invisible form. Congratulations. Li Hao chuckled. It seems your strength has improved quite a bit. Not improvement, merely a restoration of some strength. I had been in an extremely impoverished state. The little tree responded with a ripple of its spirit. Are you leaving? Yes. Li Hao nodded. There are no significant changes in Silver Moon for the time being, so I must venture out. To the central region you mentioned? Indeed. I have heard there exists a colossal star mine there. You are aware? Some memories mention it. The little tree swayed, as if contemplating Li Hao. Then its spirit rippled again. Previously, I mentioned condensing a few origin talismans for you, but given your considerable advancement in strength, it may no longer be necessary. Li Hao wished to interject, I want them. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, the little tree continued, after much deliberation. I believe I should not forget the kindness you have shown in aiding my revival. Thus, I propose an idea. The little tree seemed to struggle before stating, I will sever half of my origin to create a clone. Its power will not be overwhelming, just slightly superior to yours. Yet it will possess some intelligence for you to carry with you. However, unless absolutely necessary, do not expose my clone to the outside world. From now on, whether you exchange divine energy stones or source divine weapons, you may directly trade with my clone, which can also generate the fountain of life. I can be contained within the vessel of my father's body. You may place me within your own body or a storage ring. Just know that if I am in the storage ring, I will be unable to perceive the outside world and may not be able to respond immediately. If contained within your body, I will be able to sense everything instantly. Li Hao opened his mouth in surprise. Little tree, you wish to venture out? Well, not entirely. But part of me does wish to go out. Does this not imply that the imperial palace remains, yet I do not venture far? Of course. It had left its main body behind, merely severing half of its origin. At this moment, Li Hao rapidly contemplated the pros and cons. Moments later, he inquired, if your clone accompanies me outside, will it encounter danger? I am uncertain. However, as long as its strength does not exceed certain limits, it should be safe. The current danger lies in the fragility of the world. The void is prone to fracture, without sufficient energy to stabilize space. If I unleash my full power and rupture the void, I may be caught in the chaotic currents of the void before my enemy is vanquished. This is also the reason why one seldom encounters formidable entities. The void today is significantly more powerful than it was several decades ago, a time when I was truly vulnerable upon my awakening, preceding the first resurgence of superpowers. Li Hao contemplated rapidly, considering the implications of accompanying the little tree. The advantages were undoubtedly considerable: a devoted guardian, a mystical plant capable of producing springs of life at will, and of being capable of crafting sanctuaries for cultivation. Yet, there were drawbacks as well. The little tree's strength exceeded his own. Would it be tempted by greed? Would it entertain ulterior motives? Of course, storing it in a spatial ring might be a prudent choice. After a moment's reflection, Li Hao spoke slowly. Very well. This will indeed be convenient for you, esteemed elder. I must make a trip to Tianxing City. Will your avatar accompany me without issue? Tianxing City, indeed. Li Hao nodded. I shall retrieve some items and return promptly. The little tree was eager to suggest that he find her after his errand. However, Li Hao quickly interjected, once I leave, I will proceed directly to Tianxing City. If you wish to exit, it must be done now. The little tree began to grasp his intentions, realizing that lack of experience did not equate to foolishness. A sense of intimidation? Perhaps she understood Li Hao's meaning. After a moment's hesitation, she communicated, very well. But as fellow mystical plants, will General Huai of Tianxing City not consume me? Certainly not, Li Hao replied, though a hint of insecurity colored his voice. That territory is mine. How could I allow it to harm you? The little tree wrestled with indecision. Yet, for the sake of the future and her continued restoration, following Li Hao was imperative. After much contemplation, she resolved, then let it be. Moments later, the little tree vibrated intensely. Beneath the surface, the once collapsed great tree, resembling crystal, gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into a diminutive crystal sapling. The little tree's essence weakened considerably. The severance of its origin was a grave loss. Yet, if the avatar returned successfully, the consequences would be manageable. Should the avatar perish, half of its essence would be lost, risking its life or at least a decline in cultivation. Such a decision required immense resolve. The miniature tree materialized before Li Hao, its aura faint and voice diminished. Do not discard me unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, I may perish. Li Hao was taken aback. This was indeed a significant sacrifice. Are you not reconsidering, esteemed elder? Spare me the pleasantries. The little tree nearly retorted. I have already severed my essence. Do you think this process is painless? It is akin to being cleaved in two. Would you care to experience it yourself? Nevertheless, for the promise of a brighter future, it restrained its frustration and replied gently, no need. Would you prefer to encase me within your body? Or shall I reside in the spatial ring? I apologize for the inconvenience, esteemed elder. Li Hao sighed. I would prefer to house you within me, but alas. The starry sword can barely fit inside, and has a tendency to unleash errant sword energy. I fear it might inadvertently harm you, which would be inappropriate. Oh, that reasoning is indeed compelling. The small tree remained indifferent, casually accepting the situation. As long as you secured the divine energy stone and the source divine weapon, delivering them to me first would suffice. Everything else was mere trifles. Li Hao stored the miniature tree in his storage ring. Moments later, he retrieved a handful of seeds. Elder, how long will it take to cultivate the food I require from these seeds? The quality is poor, necessitating some enhancement. They are indeed subpar varieties. It will take about 3 months, came the response. Li Hao sighed, realizing that they were, in fact, the worst seeds available. This was supposedly the best variety according to Director Zhao, yet it seemed that even rice seeds in this era were significantly inferior to those from ancient civilizations. The essence of the small tree remained intact, which did not profoundly affect the cultivation process. Li Hao, however, did not linger. This harvest was substantial. The small tree's avatar. 500 drops of the spring of life, and Huang Yu had gathered approximately 2,000 sets of armor for him to exchange for the Battle Heaven Army, an assortment of armors, predominantly from the Black Armor Army, exceeding 1,000 sets. There were also some armors Li Hao did not recognize, uncertain of their origins or whether they belonged to a legitimate army. Without delay, Li Hao pressed onward toward the Hengduan Canyon. This time, the Black Panther served as his steed, as he had grown weary of flight. Upon returning to Battle Heaven City, Li Hao's presence did not go unnoticed by Director Wang, who was quite surprised by his return. The next moment, the entire city trembled slightly, as a colossal tree, nearly enveloping Battle Heaven City, seemed to quiver. To instill a sense of awe in the small tree, Li Hao deliberately released it. The small tree appeared to tremble, silent as if lifeless. Yet internally it was astounded, truly alive. Not only General Huai, but it seemed that the other demon plants in Battle Heaven City had not perished completely. They were merely encased by General Huai, retaining some semblance of vitality, perhaps capable of revival. The small tree quaked with emotion. This time, Director Wang did not wait for Li Hao's visit, but rather soared directly over to the city gate, spotting Li Hao from a distance along with the miniature tree. He seemed to contemplate something before vanishing once more. Li Hao, accompanied by the small tree, soon reached the city gate. Upon arrival, the small tree suddenly descended, transforming into a tree of human height, bowing slightly toward the characters Battle Heaven, as if paying homage. Li Hao was taken aback, but quickly came to terms with it. Clearly, the small tree understood the significance of these characters. Perhaps they had been mentioned in the imperial palace long ago. After the gesture of respect, the small tree reverted to its diminutive form, hovering motionlessly upon Li Hao's shoulder. Captain Li. The 3 captains descended once more. Glancing at Li Hao and then at the small tree, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity. A demon plant? Where did it come from? From the imperial palace. The imperial palace? Captain 7 seemed to recall something, pausing for a moment before continuing. Oh, the abandoned imperial palace? I vaguely remember there was a tree at the entrance back then, but it didn't seem to be this one. That was my father. The small tree's spirit subtly resonated. Li Hao looked at the small tree with unexpected intrigue. You can communicate with them? The 3 captains conversed with him through their armors. Rather than mere mental waves. Sharing the same origin, their essence had not yet fully dissipated, allowing for such communication. Li Hao understood, so that was it. Commander Qi also acknowledged, indeed. What a pity, but it is to be expected. After so many years, the heavenly army has lost many souls. And we too have decayed with time. To survive is already a stroke of luck. It is unfortunate that General Huai did not revive, otherwise, we could have shared a conversation. He did not elaborate further and turned to Li Hao. Are you heading to the military camp? Yes, to exchange some battle armor. You have acquired battle armor again. Indeed. It seems your reinforced regiment is likely to continue expanding. Li Hao chuckled lightly and did not linger on the conversation, quickly leading the young tree toward the military camp. Upon entering the city, the young tree grew more silent. In the next moment, a thought surfaced in his mind. Has your father passed away? What a shame. He was a loyal guardian. I remember when the imperial palace fell into disuse. Only your father refused to leave. Later, that one from the cat palace seemed to have bestowed a cat fruit, but it could not save him, could it? The young tree's heart trembled. Who? In the next heartbeat, a turtle emerged from the depths of his mind. It is I, Senior. The young tree felt a wave of shock. You are still here? I am a divine weapon. I cannot simply vanish. How could I not be present? But the starry sword and the wind-chasing boots, they are different from me. I am the soul of an ancient divine weapon. While the starry sword and the wind-chasing boots were later modified, the sword master prefers divine weapons without independent consciousness, and they were reforged by the forging master. Moreover, even if there is a weapon soul in the hands of the sword master, it wouldn't survive to the next battle. Indeed, the young tree understood. With the sword master's intent, drawing the sword meant either your demise or mine. Whoever became the soul of the starry sword would meet a grim fate, having to be replaced every 3 days, lest all souls be severed. Senior, no need to worry. We are merely conversing casually. There is nothing to fear. You are a descendant of the Imperial Palace Guard, and now you carry on your father's legacy. Although it is merely a temporary residence and has been abandoned, you have nonetheless gained the recognition of Lord Cat Tree. We are on the same side, and who would dare provoke someone from the Cat Palace? You shall not be harmed. The young tree felt awkward and refrained from saying more. The Cat Palace indeed held a prestigious status. But what era is this? Who knows the current situation here? Moreover, it is merely an abandoned imperial palace, not the true imperial palace. The old turtle's figure gradually faded. Do not mention me to Li Hao, nor speak too much of the past. What is done is done. Let not the existence of the new martial arts disturb this era. Let things unfold naturally. I understand. Good. The old turtle completely dissipated, and the young tree fell silent. Meanwhile, Li Hao remained completely unaware. In the armory, as Li Hao extracted several thousand sets of armor, Zhang Liang appeared somewhat speechless. Let's not even discuss the Heavenly Star Army. At least they are a regular army. What on earth are these rags? This is armor provided by the security department of the Military Science University. Do you think it can be exchanged for regular army armor? This is... My heavens, this is children's armor. It is meant for kids to play house with, and you wish to exchange it? At this moment, Zhang Liang was filled with disdain. What kind of rubbish is this? I am utterly speechless. Li Hao felt somewhat embarrassed. Is that so? Aren't they all armor? Zhang Liang expressed his dissatisfaction, finally counting the items and exclaiming in disbelief. 2,200 sets, but only 1,600 are from the regular army. The rest are just scraps. Li Hao, with a beaming smile, replied. Director Zhang, Deputy Director. I understand, truly. You see, I had exchanged for 2,300 sets previously, and I originally had 100 sets myself, while the Wu Wei army had another 500, totaling 2,900 pieces of armor. I thought, why not exchange for 2,100 sets? It would make a neat total for 5,000 men. We can't have a haphazard distribution, can we? It wouldn't reflect well on the Zhantian army. Imagine the implications if they see over 4,000 men and wonder if we suffered casualties. Is there some merit to this reasoning? Perhaps a little. Yet Zhang Liang still responded with incredulity. That's simply one do. While your argument holds some weight, I cannot simply grant you several hundred additional sets. This is an armory, and I could be penalized under military law. At that moment, a voice echoed in Zhang Liang's mind. Grant him the request. Startled, Zhang Liang internally cursed, labeling it as a backdoor maneuver. How shameless. However, with the command coming from above, there was little else to say. Reluctantly, he conceded, very well. I will provide you with 2,100 sets. Thank you, Director Zhang. Deputy Director. Li Hao, unbothered by titles, was elated. Indeed, He received what he sought, and it felt gratifying. Meanwhile, Xiao Shu was taken aback, questioning how such leniency could be allowed. Wasn't the Zhantian army known for its strict discipline? Soon, a sense of awe overcame him. Indeed, Li Hao was adept at navigating these waters. Even here, he had allies in Tianxing City. At that moment, Xiao Shu was momentarily stunned. Impressive. The heir of the 8 great families could truly thrive anywhere, with the Li family being particularly notable. The reputation of the Sword Sovereign seemed to instill a certain caution within Tianxing City. Before long, Zhang Liang retrieved the armor and tossed it to Li Hao. Choosing not to engage further, clearly unimpressed with the backdoor dealings. Li Hao, undeterred, beamed as he swiftly made his exit. As for the superior officer, he did not enter the room, but merely acknowledged the situation from outside, offering a salute before hastily departing to avoid any implication of neglecting formalities. In the office, the 9th Division commander was left speechless, reflecting on the sheer lack of diligence in the proceedings. Chapter 231. Returning to Tianxing. Only one update this Saturday, Silver Moon. Baiwa City. Early in the morning, a convoy resembling a dragon traversed the long street. A black flag emblazoned with a fierce tiger and the character for Li billowed high, fluttering in the wind like a roaring beast, surveying the forest with pride. Surrounding the convoy, some onlookers gathered, perplexed by the sight. Is this a military deployment? But why have we never seen this flag before? Curiosity buzzed among the crowd. The convoy comprised over 20 large vehicles and several smaller ones. Such a display had occurred earlier in October when one of Silver Moon's prominent figures, Minister Ho Xiaoqing of the Night Patrol, had journeyed to the central region. But who was this general setting forth now? Some, unable to contain their intrigue, whispered a question. From a distance, atop a large vehicle, someone perked up at the sound, shouting loudly, "Governor of Tianxing," from the Tianxing governor's office, Minister Li of the Silver Moon Night Patrol. Today leads the troops to Tianxing to quell the unrest and engage the demon hunters. The utterance took many by surprise. Wasn't Director Li stationed in Tianxing? When did he return? Of course, this is of little consequence. The crowd erupted into hushed discussions. Are we on the brink of war? Not long ago, Minister Ho departed with over 1,000 martial artists, and now Minister Li is leading yet another substantial contingent to Tianxing. Are we about to witness a cataclysmic upheaval? The people of Silver Moon are indeed formidable. Haven't you heard? The army is heading to Tianxing to quell the unrest. And it will certainly give those southern fellows a taste of the might of the northern warriors. From every direction, whispers filled the air. Unlike the previous discreet outing, this time there was a considerable assembly. Li Hao had initially intended to return to Tianxing City quietly, but the sheer number of people rendered that impossible. Ultimately, the Silver Moon side suggested a bold approach akin to Minister Ho's, opting for a convoy to travel to Tianxing City. The Silver Moon army comprised 1,000 soldiers, with dozens from the Demon Hunter Corps, surpassing the numbers from the last mission of the Martial Guard. However, the strength of the warriors was not as pronounced as last time. Currently, the strongest from the Demon Hunter Corps was Lu Long, who had just entered the realm of spirit cultivation, while Wang Ming stood at the level of the Three Suns. There was also Hao Lianchuan, who insisted on joining despite being a peak Three Suns practitioner. According to Hao Lianchuan, the peak of Three Suns had become of little use in Silver Moon, where significant events were scarce, rendering their abilities largely wasted. The crowd stood tall, some on the trucks, exuding an air of authority. The members of the Demon Hunter Corps occupied 2 separate vehicles, followed by the 1,000-strong guards dispatched by the Silver Moon Army. At that moment, on one of the vehicles, a relatively young commanding officer in military attire gazed into the distance. His adjutant leaned in, lowering his voice. "Captain, the demon's sword has yet to make an appearance." The young officer nodded slightly, remaining silent. This time, Commander Yu had entrusted him with leading his troops to follow Li Hao to Tianxing. He himself was uncertain of his feelings. In Silver Moon, the likelihood of war had diminished. Yet Tianxing was a den of danger, where extraordinary powers abounded. In a single battle, over 10 of such powers had fallen, their lives as fleeting as grass. The 1,000-strong guard he commanded, originally a formidable force, was on the brink of becoming martial artists. Just a step away from reaching the realm of the 10 cuts. The 100-man captains were genuine martial artists, and he, as a 1,000-man captain, was an accomplished martial artist himself. But what did this signify? In an era where the extraordinary were rampant and martial artists had transcended boundaries, this army, even equipped with firearms, would struggle against a mere 3 suns. they might manage to repel a Three Suns practitioner. But a single strike from a formidable foe could annihilate them all in an instant. He could not comprehend why Commander Yu would dispatch such a force to Tianxing City. Nor could he fathom why someone of the caliber of the demon sword would require their presence. Was it merely to serve as support? Or to bolster their reputation? Wang Ming stated that they were to suppress the unrest in Tianxing, which he found laughable, a mere act of self-aggrandizement. Compared to the martial guard that had departed with Minister Ho, they were vastly inferior. It is essential to note that the martial guard consisted of nearly 1,000 members, each a proficient martial artist, many of whom had reached the threshold of the 10 cuts, alongside formidable figures like Jin Chang. What did they represent in comparison? Turning his gaze backward, he observed the soldiers within the vehicle. Some were agitated, others anxious, some felt inferior, while a few appeared unsettled. It was evident that they perceived themselves as inadequate. Among the Silver Moon Army, they were considered elite. Yet everyone understood that once they ventured beyond the confines of the Silver Moon Army, their weaknesses would be laid bare. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, he promptly issued a quiet command. Prepare for vigilance and scout the surroundings. Once we exit the city, let the vanguard lead the way. Beside him, the adjutant heaved a sigh and remarked softly, "There is no need for our involvement, Commander. Have you not noticed that members of the Demon Hunting Brigade have already disembarked to scout ahead?" The young man furrowed his brow in response, stating, "They are they, and we are we. Their actions do not absolve us of our responsibilities." The adjutant contemplated expressing the futility of their efforts, knowing that if someone truly intended to assassinate Li Hao, their presence would be inconsequential. However, at that moment, he refrained from further comment. The convoy swiftly made its way beyond the city gates. Simultaneously, scouts were dispatched to relay the news. In Tianxing City, the inspection division's chief reviewed the communication jade, chuckling softly while shaking his head, too indolent to elaborate further. The display of strength was merely for show. With 1,000 Silver Moon soldiers and over 50 of Li Hao's former subordinates, he had assembled a demon hunting brigade. The strongest among them was the formidable Do Qianxianyang. Yet, it was astonishing to discover that the entire contingent of 1,000 Silver Moon soldiers consisted predominantly of ordinary individuals, with scarcely any martial masters among them. Such a battalion, even if it numbered 100,000, would serve little purpose. To suggest that even 1,000,000 would make a difference is folly. The notion of returning home in luxury was misguided. The chief of the inspection division was left speechless. How had Li Hao developed a penchant for pretentiousness? This was hardly a promising sign. As the chief, he had witnessed numerous prodigies and understood that those who find success often succumb to complacency and indulgence. It was clear that Li Hao, buoyed by his victory at Tianxing, had become somewhat arrogant, treating the city as his own domain and parading 1,000 men in pursuit of revelry. How foolish. Fortunately, the inspection division had not invested excessively in this individual. His youth rendered him susceptible to temptation. At that moment, he was not alone in this line of thinking. Many shared the same sentiment. Bringing 1,000 soldiers to Tianxing was hardly comparable to the formidable martial guard. At least they possessed some degree of strength. Arriving with 1,000 ordinary individuals was nothing short of a farce. Even the Silver Moon soldiers harbored similar thoughts. They were merely here to serve as support, to bolster appearances. Otherwise, why would the demon sword require their assistance? To help him vanquish enemies? To slay Qianxianyang? To defeat Xiguang? Or to eliminate Shintong? Outside the city, as the convoy exited, Li Hao donned his silver armor, having transformed his golden attire into silver, maintaining his trademark understated demeanor. At that moment, he stood at the city gate, awaiting the convoy's arrival. Initially intending to depart ahead of the others, he grew concerned for their safety. Given their lack of strength, he opted to remain with them, wary of potential ambushes, uncertain of their assailants' identities. The convoy approached slowly. Halt! The vehicles came to a stop. Everyone swiftly disembarked, and Lu Long announced, "The Demon Hunting Brigade was to comprise 54 members, but we have 55 present. All are accounted for, with one additional member. This one, of course, is Hao Lianchuan." Together with Lu Long, the martial artists number exactly 50, in addition to the 4 extraordinary individuals, Yun Yao, Li Ming, Hu Hao, and Wang Ming. Li Hao turned his gaze towards Hao Lianchuan, slightly furrowing his brow, and spoke in a hushed tone. "Minister Hao, are you certain you wish to proceed? With the departure of the Minister of the Silver Moon Night Watch, you, as the acting minister, are also leaving." Hao Lianchuan ceased his laughter. fixing his gaze upon Li Hao, and after a moment's contemplation, replied, "I do not wish to remain. To stay would only serve to weaken me further." He was resolute in his decision to depart. Li Hao refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, a young man jogged forward, offering a salute. The military salute of the Silver Moon Army was distinct from that of the War Sky Army, lacking in grandeur, merely a simple raising of the hand. "Commander Li, the White Moon Guard of the Silver Moon Army is to consist of 20 personnel, all of whom are present, fully adhering to your orders." Li Hao nodded slightly, then inquired of the youth, "What is your name?" "Subordinate Huang Timing." "What is your relationship with Commander Yu?" "Commander Yu is the supreme commander of the Silver Moon Army." "I meant in a personal context." Huang Timing frowned slightly before responding. "Commander Yu is my distant grandfather. My great-grandfather and Commander Yu's father were cousins." This relationship, while close in kinship, was also quite distant over generations. Essentially, Huang Yu's great-grandfather and this individual's great-great-grandfather were one and the same, spanning several generations. Thus, it could hardly be deemed favoritism. Li Hao chuckled quietly, realizing he had become more invested in such matters recently. Perhaps spurred on by Zhang Liang's incessant derision over his supposed nepotism. "Indeed," Li Hao affirmed, looking at him intently. "You must understand, from this day forth, you are no longer part of the Silver Moon Army, but rather a member of the Demon Hunting Corps. Are you prepared for such a transition?" "I am ready." Huang Timing responded emphatically. "Do you harbor any grievances about leaving your homeland?" "None. As soldiers, it is our duty to do so." However, he hesitated momentarily, then shouted, "We wish to fight on the battlefield, not merely become decorative pieces. Even if we are weak, even if we are easily defeated, we do not wish to be mere embellishments in Tianxing City, moving trivial items. We have served in the military for years to confront our enemies." His words echoed with a sense of discontent. A discontent at the thought of being taken to Tianxing City to serve as mere ornaments for Li Hao's display. Li Hao laughed. "Isn't that rather obvious? If we are not to confront our foes, do you think I would bring you along for leisure? I am hardly idle. Do I have the means to support 1,000 of you? I can barely afford my own meals. Commander, you will no longer be dispersing your salaries. Henceforth, it will be my resources that sustain you." Li Hao chuckled once more. "Thus, prior to your arrival, Commander, you must have mentioned that coming here means facing peril. Life and death situations. Do you think you are fit only to serve as ornamental pieces?" Huang Timing appeared somewhat taken aback. "Are we truly to engage in combat? But who shall we fight?" This posed a significant dilemma, one tinged with sorrow, to avoid being mere decorations and fight instead. Yet the adversaries Li Hao had attracted were beyond their capability to confront. Joining would only lead to demise. "Enough with the idle chatter. Change your attire." "What?" Li Hao barked. "Change your attire. Do not compel me to repeat myself." Upon the command, a series of suits of armor materialized before them. "Commander Lu, please assist them in donning their attire, ensuring uniformity. From this point forward, all shall wear armor. The era of firearms is on the brink of conclusion, and the age of superpowers and the extraordinary is upon us. Even the city-destroying artillery proves inadequate against formidable foes, yet the dawnlight can evade it." As he surveyed the multitude of armor, Huang Timing's expression shifted slightly. "My lord, this is—" "Call me General," Li Hao replied calmly. "You should be somewhat familiar with this. It is ancient civilization armor, renowned for its formidable defense." Indeed, Huang Timing had encountered it before and recognized it as the armor of the Battle Heaven Army. Nevertheless, he could not conceal his astonishment. "General, this is an extravagant expenditure. To my knowledge, such armor is most effective only when worn by martial artists who have surpassed the 100 or even 1,000 mark. With so many battle suits, our capabilities seem insufficient." A tinge of insecurity crept into his voice. Li Hao reassured him, "You will inevitably grow stronger. By following me, do you fear remaining weak? Now, let us proceed with the change of attire. Otherwise, our mismatched outfits will appear disjointed. Don the armor, and we shall not travel by vehicle henceforth." With a wave of his hand, the colossal Kuan godship, previously left with the Demon Hunting Corps, materialized and rapidly expanded. This time, he intended to navigate the vessel rather than return by car. When enlarged, it could accommodate not only 1,000, but even 5,000 individuals, requiring only a modest amount of divine energy stones. As the multitude began to don their armor in silence, the personnel of the Demon Hunting Corps stepped forward to assist. Maintaining an impressive discipline, markedly superior to that of the demon hunting corps. This was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. All were seasoned veterans of the military, some having witnessed the horrors of battle and bloodshed. Such soldiers were easier to organize, as they were unlikely to cause trouble. Huang Yu led his troops, who exhibited relative discipline, especially under the command of a top-tier powerhouse like Li Hao, whose reputation was well known, thus instilling a sense of restraint among them. Before long, 1,000 armored soldiers stood united, presenting a formidable and imposing military formation. Can you all wield cold weapons? Indeed. Huang Taiming, now adorned in black armor, felt a surge of emotion and quickly replied, "Within the military, 5 years ago, Commander, you began training us in the use of cold weapons. We of the White Moon Guard excel in long spears and sabers, though we lack proficiency in swordsmanship. We can also serve as cavalry, though we did not bring our steeds for this lengthy journey." Huang Yu had indeed put considerable effort into this, having initiated the Silver Moon Army's cold weapon training 5 years prior, clearly preparing for combat with such armaments. While firearms were powerful at the 100 level, most individuals could evade them. When it came to the 1,000 level, handguns and similar weaponry proved nearly ineffective, as artillery shells became useless, failing to hit their target due to their sluggish speed. This was a welcome relief. The black armor is to be adapted at your own pace. It comes equipped with weaponry integrated into the armor, offering various modes. Swords, spears, and halberds are at your disposal. With the black armor, even if your strength is modest, it will be challenging for the moon shade to breach your defenses. However, the force of impact may still prove lethal. From ordinary individuals donning armor, their defensive capabilities instantly elevated them to the 100 mark, matching the level of the moon shade, significantly enhancing their strength, though this was still far from sufficient. Embark upon the ship. Leave the vehicles behind to retrieve the Silver Moon. The grand vessel has docked, and the Shinjo has expanded, now far more refined than before, boasting numerous functional areas. A hushed silence enveloped the crowd as they began to board the ship in an orderly fashion. Lu Long cast a glance at Li Hao, taken aback by the sheer number of armors present. Yet, he refrained from asking any questions and joined the throng boarding the vessel. Meanwhile, Li Hao remained below, patiently awaiting his turn. A short while later, at the city gate, a small cart came to a halt, and Deputy Director Zhou emerged, hastily jogging over and panting. "Apologies for my tardiness. I had set off earlier, but old Zhao insisted on detaining me, insisting on a lengthy discussion. My sincerest apologies." Li Hao chuckled. "It's only natural for Director Zhao to be reluctant to part with you. After all, you have worked together for 40 years. How many can boast of such a lengthy partnership in life?" "Indeed, how true," Zhou replied, smiling as he looked at the spaceship ahead. "Shall we take the ship? It's quite convenient." "Yes, indeed, though it comes at a price," he added, glancing at the armored troops, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. For it was only to be expected that Li Hao, now a commander, would have procured several thousand sets of armor. "Shall we board?" "After you, Commander." Deputy Director Zhou grinned. Li Hao laughed and stepped onto the ship, while Zhou surveyed the surroundings. "Where's Black Panther?" "Busy with matters, but he shall return shortly." Zhou did not press further. Once aboard, as they entered the cabin, over 1,000 individuals stood in silence, the atmosphere palpable. The sight of Deputy Director Zhou elicited surprise among the crowd. This esteemed figure, long associated with West City, was not someone they expected to see here. Li Hao announced, "I have invited Director Zhou to join the demon hunting army. Henceforth, he shall serve as our chief of staff." The crowd was taken aback. Transitioning from a provincial deputy director to the chief of a 1,000-strong army was a significant leap, even for the demon hunting army led by the Sword of Demons. Over to the side, Hao Lianchuan puffed out his chest, eager to inform Li Hao of his own position as the acting minister of the Night Watch. With Zhou taking on the role of chief of staff, what about him? Zhou chuckled heartily. "I am grateful for Commander Li's trust. From now on, I shall be your colleague, and I hope for your support." "We wouldn't dare." Several strong figures responded, surprised that Li Hao could entice such a prominent individual away. Was Director Zhao on the verge of tears? There were no objections to Zhou's new role. After all, he had managed millions before, excelling in logistics and finance, traits invaluable in the military. As for strategy, that remained to be seen. Li Hao spoke up, "Everyone, please select your cabins according to your assigned numbers. There is no need to linger here. The Shinjo has resting areas. Huang Taiming, you and your team may remain." "Understood." Not just understood, but promised. "Promise." The crowd responded in unison, embodying the discipline of soldiers who, without question, followed their commander's directives. Beside them, Deputy Director Zhou stroked his small beard, smiling as he glanced at Li Hao. Is he intending to revive the traditions of the Battle Heaven Army? Li Hao's ambitions were indeed considerable. In ancient civilizations, the Battle Heaven Army was regarded as an elite force. As others flocked to the aft cabin, only a few remained. Li Hao remained silent, ascending to the bow as the Shenzhou soared into the sky, the colossal vessel journeying into the distance. The newly recruited Bayou Guard appeared feeble, necessitating enhancement. Setting aside other matters, they must at least advance to the 10th slashing realm. Reaching the late stages of the 100 breakthrough would pose little difficulty. Li Hao continued, stating, achieving complete mastery of the 100 breakthrough is a significant hurdle. However, should one fail to ascend, I recommend severing the superpower lock to become a superpower. The requirements for comprehension are not stringent. Simply breaking the superpower lock suffices. 100 breakthrough martial artists can likely enter the Radiant Sun realm, thus enabling swift progress. After all, comprehending the martial artists' might is no easy feat. Huang Timing felt a stir within, but remained silent, merely nodding. Whether it be superpowers or martial artists, the ability to grow stronger was paramount for them. This was inconsequential. Unlike Hong Qing, who had been a martial artist from a young age and possessed profound insight into martial arts, these soldiers had scant understanding of martial artists, making it exceedingly difficult for them to rely on their own comprehension of might. In contrast, advancing to superpowers was considerably easier. Meanwhile, Deputy Director Zhou, eager to showcase his capabilities, beamed as he declared, "Leave these trivial matters to me. I shall handle everything regarding treatment, benefits, and military merit calculations." Li Hao glanced at him, and Deputy Director Zhou added, "With 1,000 people, it's no great challenge. I can manage on my own. However, should the number increase in the future, I might require some assistance." One person. Li Hao felt a stirring in his heart and nodded. This old man was indeed no idle hand. Naturally, having expended 200 drops of life spring, he could acquire a formidable legion for the price of 20 million divine energy stones, making this matter seem rather trivial. Seeing Li Hao's acquiescence, Deputy Director Zhou smiled and said, "General Li, since our journey has become public knowledge, let us make a grand display. Unfurl the fierce tiger flag to announce our arrival. This time, as we travel through Linjiang and the 3 northern provinces, we need not engage. Merely instilling awe among the northern provinces will suffice. Throughout the journey, we shall make a resounding presence. This serves both as intimidation and as a means to establish our renown, letting the world know that wherever the fierce tiger flag flies, General Li is present. Sometimes, even in one's absence, a flag can wield the power of the divine." Li Hao contemplated this and nodded in agreement. Along the way, they could eradicate some bandits, enhancing their cooperative capabilities. The Demon Hunting Corps would lead the assaults while the Bayou Guard would handle the cleanup. Learning to coordinate with a large army, which differs significantly from small-scale engagements. Deputy Director Zhou expounded further, and Li Hao did not dissent, nodding in acknowledgement. The enormous spacecraft traversed swiftly, soaring through the skies. With each city they passed, voices rang out, declaring, "The governor of the celestial stars passes through." In an instant, the presence of the fierce tiger flag, Li Hao, and the vessel spread across the silver moonland. Linjiang, Governor's office. Fan Chong frowned slightly as someone below gritted their teeth, saying that Li Hao is far too arrogant, piloting his ship across the sky, coming through without any restraint. And upon reaching our Linjiang territory, he shows no signs of moderation. From the perspective of the route taken, it is even possible that it will pass by the governor of Linjiang. Should we show him a lesson? Fan Chong glanced at him, and after a moment replied, "Are you capable of dealing with him? He is a being who has slain numerous formidable entities. This Li Hao, since the battle at the North Sea, has undergone a transformation in strength that is worlds apart." The city destruction spell. Fan Chong looked at him again. "Do you dare to act?" The city destruction spell is indeed powerful, especially given Li Hao's arrogance. If he were to command his ship and unleash a barrage of 100 or 80 projectiles, it is likely that Li Hao would not be able to evade, leading to his demise. However, half of Linjiang would be lost. The critical point is, what if he escapes? Killing those ordinary soldiers would be utterly futile. The commanders below ceased to speak, feeling somewhat aggrieved. After all, this was a significant province. Yet they were passed over by the audacious Silver Moon without a hint of hesitation. Li Hao is truly arrogant. Fan Chong, however, remained silent. For when heaven intends to bring about one's downfall, it first drives them to madness. Indeed, Li Hao is quite arrogant, leading 1,000 or so, all of whom are weaklings, truly believing himself to be an invincible powerhouse, brazenly traversing the continent. It is likely that there are many who share his dissatisfaction. Yet, at this stage, one can only tolerate and retreat. He is a man who dares to kill even the director of the 9 departments. If the 9 departments have not taken action, do they expect me, the governor of Linjiang, to engage in battle with Li Hao? How absurd. In the next moment, he furrowed his brow slightly and stepped outside. At that moment, within the Linjiang estate, some looked up to the sky, sensing a darkness descending, obscuring the sun. Where is the governor of Linjiang as the star governor approaches? Step forward to pay your respects. The cold voice echoed in all directions, causing the hearts of the people of Linjiang to tremble. The demon sword? How audacious! They had heard that the demon sword's army had entered the central region in recent days and would soon pass through Linjiang. They did not expect it to actually arrive, demanding the governor of Linjiang to pay his respects immediately. In strict terms, both parties are of equal standing. Is this a provocation? The citizens of Linjiang were filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, within the governor's mansion, near Fan Chong, some people's faces turned pale, yet Fan Chong pressed his hand down. Levitating into the air with a hearty laugh, Fan Chong pays his respects to Lord Star. Just as he was about to say more, he heard a calm voice say, "Step back. I am merely passing through. Under your governance, Governor Fan, there is chaos and rampant banditry. It requires a thorough rectification. Your military is no match for the bandits, killing the innocent and taking credit. When I return to the Star, I shall certainly report this to you for reflection." Fan Chang's expression changed, turning somewhat ashen. How audacious! This Li Hao is far too overbearing. What do you think you are? He wanted to rage. But the massive ship had already passed overhead, and Li Hao's voice echoed in his ears. You should be thankful that I have no intention of moving against you now. Otherwise, do not think I have forgotten the battle at the North Sea. If you dare to ambush me, had it not been for the restrictions of the 9 departments, I would have slain you today. Fan Chang's heart trembled slightly, and he fell silent, landing quietly, his eyes filled with resentment. He is inferior in strength. Although this is his territory, should a true battle erupt, even if he could match the divine powers, if Li Hao truly unleashed his fury, it is likely that all his years of accumulation would be swept away. Moreover, it is evident that Li Hao still fears the 9 departments, refraining from recklessly slaying high officials. However, if he were to take the initiative to provoke, the other party would no longer hold back. He began to comprehend why Li Hao had chosen to confront him so openly. It was a deliberate provocation. This governor would not fall for such a ruse. Inwardly cursing, Fan Chong chose silence and allowed the imposing vessel to sail forth. At that moment, the people of Linjiang were secretly astonished, their hearts racing with a blend of fear and a flicker of anticipation. Would the demon sword truly confront Governor Fan Chong? Could it subdue him? The plight of the common folk and the military's ineptitude painted a grim reality. Their hopes were tempered with the understanding of the formidable challenges ahead. The central authorities struggled to exert control over the northern territories, and while Li Hao hailed from the north, the Silver Moon region held no sway over Linjiang. Nevertheless, on this day, the citizens of Linjiang became acquainted with Li Hao, recognized the ferocity of the tiger flag, and witnessed his audacity as he openly chastised the governor. The colossal ship continued its relentless passage, and wherever it went, bandits and soldiers alike retreated in haste, the awe of the demon sword's divine might lingering in the air. At the North Sea, along the shoreline, a dog lay patiently waiting, its gaze fixed on the undulating waves. Moments later, a massive serpent emerged, its head as large as a millstone, resonating with a mental query. Demon Lord, can Lord Li truly assist me in transforming into a dragon? The Black Panther remained unresponsive. The serpent, undeterred, felt a twinge of anxiety. The previous night, the Black Panther had hastily journeyed to Kuei Mountain, for Li Hao still had a matter to resolve. The serpent had previously offered assistance, and in return, it sought guidance on the path to dragon transformation. Although the panther possessed no such knowledge, it was aware of how to ascend in rank and would not forget. Thus, it instructed the panther to inform the serpent to await its arrival at the North Sea. Demon Lord, there are also demon clans in the North Sea. My sudden intrusion could incite conflict. The Black Panther transformed into a magnificent golden hound, its aura tumultuous. while the serpent lay motionless on the water's surface. Indeed, with the demon lord present, what could be feared? Even if demons resided in the North Sea, they would be compelled to submit. Just as their conversation unfolded, a colossal flying ship appeared on the horizon, igniting excitement within the serpent. Is it here? With a resounding crash, the vessel plunged into the sea, sending waves crashing high. Amidst the astonishment of Lu Long and the others, an enormous serpent materialized. Resonating with mental vibrations, the little serpent of Kuei Mountain greets the great honor. Li Hao laughed heartily. No need for such formality, Serpent King. I will forever remember that day when you chose not to reveal my identity to the Duke of Jinghua. Recently, I ventured to the ancient city to consult my elders regarding the method of dragon transformation and made some progress. However, due to my military duties, I was unable to visit Kuei Mountain, which may have caused some delay in my communication with you. You are too kind, Great One. The Serpent King became increasingly reverent. After all, this was a person of extraordinary stature who had even sought counsel on his behalf in the ancient city. The serpent's immense eyes scanned the crowd at the bow of the ship. While others seemed unremarkable, they regarded the smiling deputy director Zhou with trepidation, their hearts racing in astonishment, though they quickly calmed themselves. It was only natural. The Great One was a formidable figure of ancient civilization. Meanwhile, Deputy Director Zhou and the others turned their gazes toward the serpent. Is this the Serpent King of Kuei Mountain? Quite impressive. It must be at the pinnacle of its metamorphosis. As Li Hao descended gracefully, he spoke little, extending his hand towards the colossal serpent's immense head. A voice resonated within the creature's heart. The elder of the ancient city proclaimed that you belong to the serpent clan, distinct from the serpentine dragons. There is no need to relentlessly pursue transformation into a dragon. Moreover, your current weakness renders such lofty aspirations unwise. For now, it suffices to purify your bloodline. I shall employ the Li family's divine sword to assist you in this endeavor, and your ascension to divine abilities shall not be arduous. The serpent's heart trembled at the notion of foregoing transformation into a dragon. Was it truly that weak? The words serpentine dragons are not of the same lineage echoed in its mind, leaving the great serpent somewhat entranced. This was indeed the guidance of an extraordinary powerhouse, and it was imperative to etch it into memory. In the next moment, waves of unique energy surged into its being. The serpent instantly felt a profound difference. Its blood surged with fervor. The creature began to stir, as Li Hao continuously infused it with sword energy, conveying further insights. The Serpent King's ascension to divine abilities categorizes it among the most formidable beings in the contemporary world. In the realm of the seven sacred mountains, the Tianpeng and Phoenix represent the flight of the aerial beings. Why should the Serpent King not establish the Quishan sacred land to gather the beast clans and even the aquatic tribes? The Serpent King pondered. The esteemed Quishan divides the two northeastern continents, with the north being the domain of my silver moon. Sooner or later, the silver moon shall unify the world, reinstating the glory of the new martial era. When the world is unified, perhaps we shall solidify our dominance in the east, and the Serpent King's assistance shall be essential. Furthermore, with the current fragmentation of the beast clans, some are indiscriminately slaughtering innocents and devouring humans. The Serpent King, being wise, must understand the splendor of humanity. Should the beast clans act recklessly, it would only lead to their own devastation. Today, as the world quakes, we must rise with the winds. The ancient beast emperors once thrived. In this day and age, why can we not birth a new sovereign? The Serpent King's heart resonated with turmoil. It dared not voice its thoughts, but swiftly absorbed the sword energy, feeling its blood boil even more intensely. It contemplated Li Hao's words. This individual aspires to conquer the world, establishing the Quishan as a sacred land for the beast clans. Would they be prepared to wage war and carve out the eastern continent for this noble figure? Thoughts cascaded through its mind, and the Serpent King cautiously transmitted, "Esteemed one, the Quishan beast clans lack sufficient strength. Even if I, a humble serpent, were to attain divine abilities, it would only be alongside a handful of the Radiant Dawn clans. Formidable as they are, yet, compared to the seven sacred mountains, we still lack the foundational depth, and the transformation of the Radiant Dawn is far from complete. No matter. As long as you possess sufficient strength to lend your aid, I shall utilize the power of the divine sword to assist in purifying your bloodline, and in due time, you shall ascend to even greater heights. The second resurrection is imminent. If you do not strive now, the opportunity will slip away. Once the ancient beasts awaken, your kind, the modern powerful beasts, shall become mere vassals. The serpent shuddered, and Li Hao continued. We are rapidly approaching the second resurrection. Do not let this final opportunity pass you by. Your words resonate deeply. The Serpent King swiftly replied, beginning to formulate plans. Additionally, the Serpent Clan could venture into the sea. In the Northern Sea, I may still require your assistance. Recently, I vanquished the Northern Sea King, and his subordinates now roam in chaos, presenting an opportunity for you. The Great Serpent understood. It dared not speak further. Yet, the power of the bloodline, though slightly lacking, was on the verge of crossing into divine abilities. With Li Hao's aid, the purification of its bloodline accelerated, and in an instant, radiant golden light emanated from the serpent's form. In the realm of heaven and earth, mists of water began to rise. In the next moment, it appeared as if a great river was flowing, fueled by the essence of bloodlines. The colossal serpent raised its head, its tail striking the ocean's surface, generating towering waves. The resounding booms echoed in all directions. Moments later, a gigantic serpent emerged, obscuring the sky and casting a shadow over the sun, its body shimmering with a faint golden hue. Director Zhou cast a glance, feeling a stir of emotion. The sword possessed an extraordinary efficacy in purifying the bloodlines of the demon clans. This serpent had seamlessly crossed thresholds, stepping into the realm of divine powers. At this instant, the Black Panther felt a tinge of envy as it gazed at the serpent, recognizing that this transformation was the result of years of accumulation rather than a sudden occurrence. It merely lacked a catalyst. The sword served as that catalyst. The serpent's immense eyes brimmed with excitement. Thank you, Great One, for this blessing. The Serpent King was filled with exhilaration, having ascended without the need for transformation into a dragon. Indeed, the ancient city strongman had been correct. I had been overreaching. Purifying one's own bloodline, instead of pursuing dragon transformation, may indeed be the righteous path. The immense strength of the serpent's physique also stirred a slight tremor in Li Hao. No wonder the demon clans could establish two great mountains. This creature, upon entering the realm of divine powers, displayed no signs of discomfort. Its realm was solidified, unlike other divine beings who required the stabilization of their internal organs. This serpent, having entered the divine realm, was likely not weaker than that who shall. You're too polite. This was my promise to you. Li Hao chuckled, adding, but I must remind the Serpent King, whether human or demon, each has their own path in cultivation. Devouring humans is not the righteous way. The little serpent etched this lesson into its heart. The great serpent, bowing low, dared not speak further. The Serpent King may proceed. I shall head towards the center. The little serpent paved the way for the Great One. The Serpent King, not daring to delay, moved swiftly forward, carving a waterway through the vast ocean, with the massive ship following closely behind. On either side, no demon or pirate dared to appear. The towering serpent alone was enough to convey its formidable strength. From a distance, onlookers were struck with awe at this sight. This enchanted sword truly possessed remarkable prowess. Deputy Director Zhou stroked his beard, smiling as he transmitted a message to Li Hao. Well done. Establishing your foothold among the demon clans is a wise move. It seems this great serpent holds you in considerable regard. The more one knows, the more one fears. This serpent has likely been guided by someone. Director Zhou nodded slightly, calmly asserting, it is only natural. This world is teeming with extraordinary individuals. Do not underestimate anyone. His words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. And Li Hao nodded without further inquiry. He settled into a cross-legged position, continuing his cultivation. Countless mysterious energies surged into his body, resonating and awakening his supernal locks. Upon returning to Tianxing City, he had much to accomplish. Lacking strength would render him a mere jest. Director Zhou glanced around, observing those within the cabin immersed in their training, feeling a mix of emotions. Encountering Li Hao might be a blessing or a curse for these individuals. The sword's abundance facilitated rapid progress and strength. However, with increasing power came greater peril. Moreover, had Li Hao forgotten about the matter of the 200 drops of life essence? Why had he not yet delivered them to me? Li Hao returned to Tianxing with great fanfare from Silver Moon, and his arrival was the talk of the town. Though he brought back over 1,000 soldiers, few paid heed to this detail. The royal family, however, felt a growing sense of anticipation. Li Hao even brought along ordinary soldiers, indicating his intention to establish a firm presence in Tianxing. This was a positive development, as his presence would undoubtedly cause discomfort for the 9 ministries. At this moment, a voice resonated within the palace. The Marquis of Tianxing is soon to return. Xiaojiu, go to the North City to welcome him, as a sign of royal favor. Yes, father. A young man in the grand hall bowed in acknowledgement. After exiting the hall, the young man traversed several courtyards until he arrived at a small training ground where he found someone and smiled. Master He, the Marquis of Tianxing, is about to return. My father has sent me to greet him and has requested your assistance in making introductions. He Yaogong glanced at the young prince, pondered briefly, then nodded with a beaming smile. Certainly. Over the years, he had managed well within the royal court, developing a significant rapport with the increasingly influential 9th prince. In earlier years, when the prince's talents were unremarkable and his maternal family lacked sufficient power, he was largely overlooked in the palace. He Yaogong, seeking to pass the time, had taken it upon himself to discreetly mentor the prince in martial arts. Unexpectedly, the prince's aptitude for martial arts proved formidable, and over the years, his strength had grown significantly, gaining recognition as a rising powerhouse. Now, the 9th prince had emerged as a highly coveted candidate for the position of crown prince. As for the current generation of the Tianxing royal family, the title of crown prince remained unconfirmed, primarily due to the influence of the 9 ministries. He Yaogong turned to the martial arts practitioners present, cheerfully saying, "Continue your training. I shall return shortly. If time permits, bring the demon's sword to the palace for a friendly gathering." His words invigorated many of the martial artists present, though the notion of friendly gathering was likely just a jest. Moments later, He Yaogong and the 9th prince were together. The 9th prince appeared refined and somewhat frail, yet his martial prowess was exceptionally high. As always, he maintained a demeanor of tranquility and humility. Master He, I have only heard tales of the Marquis of Tianxing, yet I have not had the pleasure of meeting him. Is there anything I should be mindful of? He Yaogong replied with a smile. There is nothing to be overly concerned about. If you are inclined, offer him a few treasures. He would find such gestures far more delightful than mere conversation. The 9th prince chuckled softly at this. However, He Yaogong turned serious. This is no jest. Our martial artists from Silver Moon are not wealthy, and we can be rather fixated on treasures when we see them. The 9th prince paused, deep in thought, and nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. As they walked, he contemplated and then asked, Master He, do you think that upon his return, the Marquis of Tianxing will take further action, or will he be content to secure his position in Tianxing City without making any waves? It is difficult to say. He Yaogong replied, shaking his head. Although I have collaborated with him on multiple occasions, Li Hao is young and impulsive. Sometimes he acts purely out of interest, and at other times, out of momentary anger. It is challenging to ascertain his true intentions. The 9th prince was uncertain whether He Yaogong was reluctant to share or genuinely felt this way, yet he refrained from pressing further. Li Hao would soon reveal his intentions. It is well known that the royal family seeks to win over Li Hao's heart, and there is no need to conceal this fact. Outside the city of Tianxing, upon the waters of Tianxing Sea, the divine vessel gently sways upon the surface. Li Hao and his companions stand at the bow of the ship, gazing distantly at Tianxing City, which is adorned with vibrant blossoms. While the north remains ensnared in the bitter chill of winter, Tianxing City basks in an eternal spring. And in contrast to the chaos of the north, the absence of Li Hao's interference here renders the atmosphere remarkably serene. Deputy Director Zhou stands at the bow, surveying the horizon for a moment before speaking. The second resurgence of superpowers may not necessarily occur in Silver Moon. Tianxing might hold the key. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Li Hao inquires, what causes the resurgence of superpowers? Is it the release of energy between heaven and earth? But from where does this energy originate? It cannot simply emerge from nothing, can it? Zhou nods thoughtfully. There are many reasons. The first resurgence was triggered by the breach of a relic, which was connected to a colossal mine that had been sealed. Once it was broken, all the energy within the mine escaped, leading to the revival of energy in the world. Additionally, the demise of the plant that originally sealed this mine also contributed to the energy leakage, resulting in the first resurgence. A sealed plant? Li Hao feels a stir within. Such a plant has always existed above the colossal mine, indicating an abundance of energy. Why would it perish? It should possess greater strength than ordinary plants. Zhou chuckles lightly. Premature emergence into the world, the intolerance of heaven and earth, the shattering of the void, chaotic currents that ravage, and the invasion of foul air are all factors that could lead to the demise of such plants. Perhaps this is why other plants and beasts have come to realize that the current world is different. They cannot emerge recklessly. Li Hao comprehends. The first resurgence is said to be related to Ing Hongyue and others. It remains unclear whether it was an accidental occurrence or a deliberate act. As for the specifics, aside from those involved, no one else can ascertain the truth. Deputy Director Zhou suggests that the key to the second resurgence may lie in Tianxing City, perhaps referring to the vast mine in Tianxing Town. It is worth noting that this significant mine once satisfied the energy needs of the 8 major cities, being immensely vast and providing energy reserves for the entire Silver Moon. Li Hao harbors further doubts regarding why energy has waned since the era of ancient civilization. It was not until 20 years ago that some of it began to revive. Before that, it seemed as though no energy existed across the land of Silver Moon. Of course, now is not the time to delve into such inquiries. At this moment, Li Hao has finally caught sight of the city gates of Tianxing. Meanwhile, within the ship's cabin, a slight commotion arises. Many soldiers embark on their first long journey to the legendary capital and are filled with curiosity and anticipation. Departing from Silver Moon to reach Tianxing, Li Hao and his companions spent 4 days on their journey, not too hurried. During these 4 days, they did not remain idle. They channeled a substantial amount of sword energy, purifying many mysterious energies. While these enhancements may be limited for Li Hao himself, they undoubtedly yield significant benefits for the ordinary soldiers. Nearly 1,000 soldiers have successfully stepped into the realm of the 10th slaughter. From the threshold of the 10th decapitation to fully entering its realm, the enhancement is substantial. Yet, for Li Hao, it is merely a trifling matter. The 10th decapitation realm of martial masters is not particularly arduous. Prior to achieving the pinnacle of 100, the journey is relatively effortless, particularly with the assistance of the sword, which suppresses the tumult of the mysterious energy. Had it not been for the concern that everyone's rapid ascension might lead to chaos, forcibly elevating them to break the 100 mark within a few days would have been a simple task. Coupled with the war sky armor, they are inherently an elite army, and their combat prowess will escalate swiftly. Meanwhile, Lu Long and his companions have not engaged in much cultivation over the past few days, primarily focusing on imparting the 10-ring ceiling mountain formation. Groups of 10 form a smaller 10-ring ceiling mountain formation, while 100 would constitute a larger scale. Once 1,000 individuals have mastered it and can coordinate successfully, concentrating their strength on one individual, the results would surely be remarkable, provided that the chosen individual can withstand it all. At the city gate, Li Hao beheld the royal banner fluttering, the royal standard of the Tianxing dynasty. Radiant like the starry sky, twinkled with starlight, thus giving rise to the name of the Tianxing dynasty, the Tianxing flag. A colossal divine vessel descended. Li Hao raised his brow slightly. Had the royal entourage arrived? He had already received communication from Nan Quan that the 9th prince was coming. It was said that the 9th prince was a formidable contender for the throne within the royal family. Of course, the Tianxing king was still alive, and Li Hao was uncertain whether the previous generation's Tianxing king was truly deceased. With the elder director of the 9 offices still alive, it seemed plausible that the former emperor might also be. Rumor had it that he had long since passed, but who could say for certain? In the distance, a young man clad in a yellow robe, bearing a gentle smile, and with his hands clasped behind his back, stood waiting silently. Flanking him were several black-armored soldiers, numbering no more than 100. Disembark, Li Hao called out, and rows of demon-hunting troops descended from the vessel. Not far off, the 9th prince furrowed his brow momentarily before it vanished, transmitting to Nan Quan. Is this the war sky army? No wonder the Tianxing Marquis brought 1,000 soldiers. It turns out they are all equipped with war sky armor. This implies that the Tianxing Marquis has obtained the authority of a commander in War Sky City and can expand the army at will. Even ordinary individuals, when donned in War Sky armor, would find it difficult to injure those breaking the 100 mark alongside the Moonshade. The royal family possesses the black-armored soldiers and is naturally aware of their secrets. As a commander, should he not have been privy to this already? Li Hao's silver armor was not concealed. Those knowledgeable would undoubtedly understand its implications. Whether silver armor exists among the black-armored soldiers remains unclear, but it is highly probable that it does, albeit undisclosed. The 9th prince shook his head, communicating, "It is different. Master, he has likely noticed as well." The black armored soldiers are indeed a legacy of an ancient army. However, even if a commander-level figure emerges among the black armored soldiers, expanding the army is no simple matter. It is quite troublesome. The Tianxing Marquis seems to make the expansion of 1,000 soldiers appear effortless. He cast a glance at the distant throng of 1,000 troops, his gaze shifting. The royal black armored soldiers are not few in number. Yet, to gain authority back then, a tremendous price was paid, and subsequently, to contend with the 9 offices, an even greater cost was incurred. It was precisely because of this that, in a moment of carelessness, they were outmaneuvered by the 9 offices, whose cunning members dealt the royal family a significant blow at a critical juncture. Esteemed Master He, as a fellow bearer of the bronze armor, are there still many ancient warriors capable of combat within the ranks of the War of Heaven? I am not entirely certain. I have encountered 1 golden warrior and 3 silver ones, yet it is said that there remains another golden warrior within the military camp. He has not concealed anything, nor is there any necessity to do so. The depths of the ancient city are far too profound. What you perceive is merely the surface. The 9th prince pondered. 2 golden warriors? Entities of the commander level? That is indeed formidable. However, if we speak of the 8 ancient cities, possessing such strength is rather unimpressive. It is said that in the past, the population of War of Heaven City reached tens of millions, with over 100,000 soldiers. Yet a commander leads merely 10,000 men. If merely 2 of the 100 or so commander-level strongholds remain, that is hardly a significant number. Moreover, whether they are truly deceased or not remains uncertain. Mere mobility does not equate to vitality. In the ancient ruins, the living beings discovered thus far are predominantly demon plants. Demon plants possess longevity and can give rise to the fountain of life, nourishing themselves, thus outliving ordinary demon beasts and humans. This is why, to date, the ancient warriors mentioned by various families are almost exclusively demon plants. With a rhythmic sound of footsteps approaching, the banner of the fierce tiger fluttered in the wind, heralding the arrival of Li Hao. The 9th prince beamed, refraining from further conversation with Nan Quan, and stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "The Celestial Star Marquis has returned. Father is overjoyed and has specifically tasked this prince to welcome the triumphant return of the Celestial Star Marquis." Triumphant return? Li Hao chuckled in disbelief, stepping closer to regard the somewhat frail young man before him. "I merely returned for a brief visit and have come back. How can this be deemed a triumph? Nevertheless, I must extend my gratitude to the 9th prince." He then pondered aloud, "Should I kneel to express my thanks?" The 9th prince chuckled lightly. "There is no need for that. The royal family has withdrawn for 80 years and has long since abandoned such customs. They are mere formalities. The rise of superpowers has ushered in a different era. The Celestial Star Marquis is the strongest of this age and requires no such gestures." His words were exceedingly courteous. As for Li Hao's lack of decorum, he paid it no mind. In this era, the strong are audacious, and kneeling in reverence? Unless the royal family were to unify the world once more and suppress all, clinging to such matters would be rather tedious. The 9th prince further reflected. Upon first meeting the Celestial Star Marquis, it is indeed true that seeing is believing. He is even more magnanimous and youthful than the rumors suggest. The 9th prince himself was quite young as well. Li Hao smiled. "I have heard that the 9th prince is merely 20 years old, the same age as I." This was conveyed by the 7th princess, noting that the seemingly frail youth before him was not particularly old. The 9th prince laughed lightly. "We are not the same. I was born into royalty and have had access to resources beyond the reach of ordinary folk from a young age. I have never lacked for anything, which only heightens my admiration for the Celestial Star Marquis, a self-made hero." He spoke with humility. Li Hao smiled, but did not respond. Observing this, the 9th prince quickly added, "After a long journey, the Celestial Star Marquis must be weary and likely wishes to return for rest. This prince shall not intrude further, lest the Celestial Star Marquis grows overly fatigued." With that, he produced a storage ring, smiling as he said, "This is a token of goodwill from the royal family. The Celestial Star Marquis has just returned to Celestial Star City, where many endeavors await. I shall not impose. In the future, should the Celestial Star Marquis wish to share a drink or engage in conversation, please have Master He send a message. I am always at your service. Though I must remain within Celestial Star City." "Thank you." Li Hao took over with a cheerful smile, saying, "Of course, next time I'll invite the prince for a drink. Master He, you stay here and chat with Lord Tianxing. I shall take my leave." He nodded to He Yong. The ninth prince did not linger either. With a radiant smile, he stepped away, followed closely by the black armored army. Li Hao glanced back, slightly raising an eyebrow. The black armored army. Though it comprised only about 100 men, their strides and aura revealed their formidable strength, cloaked as they were in armor. Li Hao could sense that none among them was weaker than 100, and a powerful presence permeated the ranks. It was uncertain how many were of the level of 1,000 fighters, or even above. In comparison to the demon-hunting army behind him, Li Hao felt significantly outmatched. Nan Quan chuckled and glanced in their direction, teasing, "Still watching, are we? Planning to engage in a brawl? He is quite formidable, wouldn't you say?" Li Hao pondered. "I can sense some of his strength. He is indeed a powerful martial artist. However, I couldn't gauge how many extraordinary abilities he possesses. How does he compare to you?" "Uncle Nan Quan." "Unclear," Nan Quan replied, shaking his head. "I knew a bit about him before, but after he ventured into the ruins several times, his strength must have increased substantially. As for the specifics, I can't judge accurately. He isn't engaged in combat for quite some time." After a moment, he turned to Li Hao and communicated telepathically. "How did you manage to bring that old fellow from the administrative office along? Just assisting with some trivial matters." "Impressive." Nan Quan was left speechless, truly amazed. "You've even managed to sway the deputy director of the administrative office. This Zhou must indeed be a powerful figure." Opinions about him in Silver Moon are varied. There exists a kind of strength known as great concealment amidst the ordinary. People may suspect your prowess, yet remain unaware of its true magnitude, which is what instills fear. Director Zhao and Deputy Director Zhou have governed Silver Moon for many years. It is hard to believe they aren't formidable. Yet, just how formidable are they? They have not revealed their capabilities. Deputy Director Zhou glanced at Nan Quan and smiled. Nodding, "Master He, it has been a long time." He Yong, uninterested, did not engage further. Li Hao also refrained from elaborating. "Let us go into the city. My place is small and rather humble. The royal family has promised me a marquisate, supposedly located on Jiuxi Avenue, which is quite expansive. But I dare not go there for fear of being struck down by the ninth prince." Nan Quan laughed heartily. However, Deputy Director Zhou spoke with a calm demeanor. "Why not accept the reward? Jiuxi is the heart of the world, having long dominated the northern city. It is not a sustainable position. At times, it gives off an impression of a makeshift stage. Do not underestimate the significance of location and facade. Only by entering Jiuxi Avenue can one access the core of the Tianxing dynasty. This place is not meant for long-term residence. Staying here too long merely suggests you are ready to flee at any moment." Li Hao considered this and nodded, remaining silent. Nan Quan observed him with a grin, baring his teeth. This old man was insufferable, wearing a look of omniscience that made him want to deliver a punch. "Uncle Nan Quan, during my few days away, has there been any significant event in Tianxing City? What major events could there be? If you don't stir up trouble, Tianxing City has been quiet for 80 years. Nan Quan chuckled again. "Oh, there is a minor matter. Didn't the finance department relinquish a relic recently? A University of Martial Sciences, currently under the scrutiny of the royal family and several other prominent clans, is the object of intrigue. Although the financial department has been developing this site for some time, it remains only partially explored. It is likely that there are still treasures hidden within. Are you interested in taking a look?" Li Hao pondered for a moment and remarked, "I have heard of it before. It is said to be a secondary relic. Are relics classified by levels?" "Indeed." Nan Quan nodded. "It is merely a rudimentary classification based on the degree of danger. It is not a fixed metric. Rather, it is determined by how many individuals enter and how many emerge, as well as the casualty ratio. For instance, the City of War is classified as a special grade relic, where few manage to return alive. A first-grade relic has a mortality rate exceeding 50%, while a second-grade relic falls between 30 and 50%, considered relatively perilous. Typically, the financial department's exploration would have seen individuals of the Su Guang caliber enter. Li Hao understood that this classification does not hold much significance. If it were not for him and his companions, the City of War would not have claimed so many lives. Thus, it appears to be a mere delineation of danger levels. He had assumed it was more about the potential for treasures. At this moment, Deputy Director Zhou softly interjected. Relics are primarily categorized into three types. First, ancient cities. Second, universities of martial sciences. And third, the residences of ancient clans and sections. These three types are the most likely to be preserved. Other relics, lacking special protective forces, are nearly impossible to maintain. He paused before continuing. The preservation of any relic typically hinges on a few possibilities. First, the presence of treasures that stabilize the relic. Second, the existence of powerful beings capable of sealing the relic. And third, if there are neither treasures nor powerful beings, it may simply be the dwelling of former top-tier experts, retaining traces of their profound essence. In such cases, the essence itself becomes the greatest treasure. Clearly, this individual possesses considerable knowledge about relics. Nanquan glanced at him again and chuckled. Old fellow, it seems your organization has done quite a bit of digging to know so much. Director Zhou met his gaze and after a moment replied, I read extensively. This knowledge does not come from official sources, but rather from a book published by Yuan Shuang many years ago, titled Chronicles of Ancient Civilization Exploration. Naturally, it was banned shortly after its release, with fewer than 1,000 copies printed, as the authorities do not encourage exploration of relics due to the inherent dangers. Nanquan was taken aback, then muttered a curse under his breath. Who was he implying? No, he asked directly suggesting I should read more. Li Hao was equally surprised. Is that so? I must admit, I have never come across that book. Yes, it was banned early on, replied Zhou. Li Hao chuckled. His instructor had never mentioned it, suggesting he either forgot or was reluctant to discuss it. In light of this, Li Hao nodded in agreement. The preservation of relics undoubtedly has its reasons. He contemplated whether to explore the University of Martial Sciences. If it were in Silver Moon, he would certainly go. Yet here, one must be wary of being ensnared by others. The financial department's decision to release this site may not stem from goodwill. Moreover, Li Hao had never visited such a relic. His experience was limited to the City of War and the Imperial Palace, where he had uncovered numerous items. The University of Martial Sciences, a frequently mentioned term, holds significance. According to Zhang Liang from the Military Supplies Department at the City of War, if the university's functions remain intact, perhaps one could exchange some trivial items for treasures, provided the other party possesses any. Generally speaking, it seems that most military universities possess such capabilities. There is no need to rush, as this is not the first time individuals have ventured to explore. If there were truly valuable items, they would have long since been taken. If they remain, it signifies danger, accessible only to a select few. A group of individuals journeyed from the outskirts of the city to the temporary residence of the northern city's Tianxing governor's office, attracting some attention along the way. The current residence consists merely of a collection of dilapidated mansions hastily assembled, lacking in any semblance of grandeur. This area was once considered a slum, and compared to the towering edifices within the city, it appears quite desolate. In contrast to the majestic Juicy Street at the city center, it lacks both dignity and splendor, exuding a rather petty atmosphere. It is no wonder that Director Zhou remarked that remaining here is not a sustainable plan. Furthermore, business in the northern city has become increasingly challenging, forcing many impoverished individuals to venture further afield in search of sustenance. As Li Hao strolled, he contemplated and arrived at a decision. Perhaps it would be prudent to head to Juicy Street. At the very least, the information there is more comprehensive, and matters can be handled with greater ease. At present, one must traverse half the city to reach the headquarters of the Night Watchers. The Night Watchers, with their wide-eyed enthusiasm, rushed in, exclaiming, Li Hao has returned. It is said that the royal family has sent the currently prominent ninth prince to greet him. But it seems they exchanged only a few words before the ninth prince departed. After speaking, they turned to Dao Jian. Dao Jian, are you going to the northern city? Dao Jian chuckled lightly. What purpose would I serve there? To spar? He is a being of extraordinary power. Would I merely humiliate myself? Dao Jian laughed again. Are you suggesting that I seek him out for a duel, thereby inviting a beating? Not at all. Weren't you once capable of challenging those above your rank? Besides, you possess the heavenly Dao ruler. However, Dao Jian displayed no interest and shook his head. There is no need. It is said that his temper is rather volatile. Should a true conflict arise during a spar, it would only lead to embarrassment. You all should temper your excitement. There is no necessity for confrontation. Not us, the wide-eyed one retorted. It is primarily the Night Watchers who are waiting. Word has it that Li Hao intends to incorporate us. He is formidable, but would you willingly be absorbed? Many among us are not inclined to accept. While there may not be overt malice from Li Hao, he is undeniably arrogant. In recent days, rumors have circulated that Li Hao seeks to assimilate the Night Watchers and establish his own domain, not merely inheriting the Yao family's legacy, but usurping their resources entirely. It is essential to note that the night watchers in the central region number in the tens of thousands. Although some factions may be unruly, just in Tianxing City, the night watchers boast over 3,000 extraordinary individuals, a force to be reckoned with. Including their ranks, the headquarters alone has dozens of Su Guang. Such a formidable power. And with Yao Si still alive, Li Hao's actions are quite disrespectful. Dao Jin chose not to comment further, waving his hand. Let us observe for now. At this stage, these are merely rumors. There is no need for haste. Even if the night watchers were to agree, they must first receive approval from the inspection division. It is not a simple matter of brute strength for Li Hao to swallow the night watchers whole. He felt that Li Hao was being somewhat simplistic, as if the assistance he received from Yao Si last time implied that he would readily relinquish the night watchman. Huang Long had spent 5 years contending with the night watchmen, yet in the end, a significant portion of them still supported Yao Si. The head of the inspection bureau was engrossed in his reading when he overheard some discussions nearby. He raised his gaze to the few individuals below and remarked nonchalantly, "If they have returned, then they have returned. Do we need to hold a welcome ceremony? Director, it is said that Li Hao intends to absorb the night watchman. And even rumors have circulated within the royal family that he seeks to establish the 10th Bureau independently." The director chuckled lightly. Is it truly that simple? Even if he incites another conflict, achieving such a goal is nearly impossible. The establishment of the 9th Bureau is not solely reliant on brute force. Even if I were to explain it, you would not comprehend. He shook his head, stating, the prospects are dim. As for Li Hao's ambitions to absorb the night watchmen and achieve a breakthrough, it ultimately depends on their stance. Given that Yao Si has previously intervened, there remains a modicum of goodwill towards Li Hao. However, should Yao Si retaliate, the night watchman will swiftly sever ties with him, and at that moment, Li Hao will realize how erroneous his decision was. The night watchman, painstakingly established, had only just begun to recover under Yao Si's leadership. Would anyone be willing to hand them over so easily? The director believed that Li Hao was playing with fire. After all, he had only just managed to win over a few individuals. Why rush? The youth, it seems, cannot remain patient. Presently, the 9th Bureau was poised to witness the unfolding drama, while the royal family remained indifferent. If Li Hao succeeded, it would be a slap in the face for the 9th Bureau. If he failed, there would be little loss. And they would be more than happy to bolster Li Hao's endeavors. With Li Hao's return, various factions were abuzz with speculation. Within the dilapidated courtyard of the Tianxing governor's office, Li Hao had just entered with Director Zhou and the others when Yun Yao from the demon hunting team's expression shifted slightly, as if she had spotted someone. Glancing towards the corner, she noticed a small figure peering out as if attempting to steal a look. Clad in armor, Yun Yao concealed her true identity. Upon noticing the figure, her expression changed, and she turned to Lu Long beside her, whispering, "Captain, I need to attend to something. I shall return shortly." Now, Lu Long furrowed his brow slightly and cautioned softly, "Do not wander off. Be careful." Understood. Yun Yao said no more and walked away, while Lu Long observed her with a furrowed brow, choosing not to voice his concerns. The martial artists of Silver City each harbored their own stories. Yet, at times, he felt powerless. Although Li Hao was currently formidable, he did not wish to burden him with unnecessary troubles. Some matters were not easily resolved. Meanwhile, Yu Qi was watching anxiously. Li Hao had taken her in, but he turned around and left for an entire week. She had been growing increasingly worried. Her brother was still out there. Remaining idle was not an option. If she did not venture out soon, what if her brother starved? Although she had left all her savings for Yu Ming, he had a tendency to squander money, always helping others in need, even when he himself was struggling. She needed to go out. With Li Hao's return, she was uncertain when he would seek justice for the Yun family. Rather than continue waiting, it would be prudent to return home first. She watched as Li Hao entered the hall with a group, contemplating approaching him once he emerged. Lost in thought, she felt a presence beside her and turned to see a black-armored warrior. Her eyes narrowed with caution. She harbored a lingering wariness towards these figures, reminiscent of the royal guards clad in similar armor. Although this particular regiment seemed unrelated to the royal family, rumored to don the armor of the War Sky Army, she remained apprehensive. The black-clad figure stood silently, observing her. Time elapsed, and just as she contemplated fleeing, a hoarse voice pierced the air. "What is your name?" Yu Qi's expression shifted to one of vigilance. "You are 16 years old, and you have a younger brother, 15, is that not so?" The mention of her brother caused her complexion to pale, and she instinctively turned to escape. Only a handful of children from the slums were privy to her brother's existence. Had something happened to him? Xiaoqi, do you not recognize me? In the next moment, the mask vanished, revealing Yun Yao's face. Yuqi turned in shock. Her expression a mixture of confusion and uncertainty, yet she remained silent, watching intently. It's me. Still, Yuqi did not respond. She recognized the face, which, despite some alterations, bore a striking resemblance to the past. But she had witnessed her demise firsthand. Surely, this was a deception. Rumor had it that some superhumans could alter their appearance. This must be one such trick. Her vigilance heightened as she gazed towards the distant hall. What do you intend to do? This is the Tianxing governor's residence. Governor Li is inside. A sigh escaped Yun Yao, tinged with nostalgia and sorrow. You and Yuming. Did you not perish? Yu Qi's expression shifted again. Who is Yuming? I am your aunt. Have you forgotten? A flicker of realization crossed Yun Yao's face. But she hesitated before continuing. You bear a scar on your waist from when I accidentally burned you during your childhood. Yu Qi regarded her with skepticism, uncertainty, and disbelief. After scrutinizing Yun Yao for a prolonged moment, she shook her head. No, you are not my aunt. She is dead. With that, she dashed toward the hall. Yun Yao was momentarily taken aback, hesitating before choosing to remain still, her mind swirling with doubt. Could they truly still be alive? Inside the hall, Li Hao was engaged in conversation with Deputy Director Zhou and others when suddenly, a figure burst in with fervor. Li Hao frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed his brow. Was she unable to contain her urgency? Yet, dealing with the Yun family's affairs would not be a swift endeavor. The young girl was indeed impetuous. Naturally, revenge was a pressing matter. He too longed to storm the Red Moon headquarters and eliminating Han Yue, yet his strength fell short, compelling him to wait. Sir, there are villains among your ranks. Yu Qi's exclamation caught Li Hao off guard. Villains? Who? In the next instant, Yun Yao appeared at the entrance, silent. Li Hao momentarily froze, glancing between Yu Qi and Yun Yao, caught in contemplation. Could it be that Yun Yao was indeed connected to Yun Haoren? Chapter 233. Too many lice, not worrying about bites, seeking subscription and monthly votes. Inside the hall, Li Hao's brow furrowed slightly. Moments later, Lu Long also entered. Casting a glance at Yun Yao, one could perceive her profound tranquility. She remained silent, merely gazing at Yu Qi as if lost in contemplation. Conversely, Yu Qi exhibited signs of anxiety. She glanced at Yun Yao, then at Li Hao, momentarily uncertain whether to speak. She harbored concerns that this individual might be a supernatural entity, while simultaneously fearing that voicing her thoughts could unveil more secrets. Amidst her hesitation, Yun Yao broke the silence. She should be my niece, the daughter of my second elder brother. Her eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions. I am uncertain if this complicates matters. Li Hao furrowed his brow, sensing Yun Yao's agitation, albeit tempered. Why? Are you the youngest daughter of Yun Haoren? Yes, Yun Yao replied, maintaining her characteristic calmness. She cast a slow glance at Director Zhou and continued, 5 years ago, I fled this place and went to Silver City, having heard whispers of secrets there, secrets that could upend the world. Her journey was not a mere happenstance. She had purposefully sought such revelations in Silver City. Regrettably, she found nothing. Director Zhou, Master Nan Quan, please step outside. I wish to speak with them privately. Initially engaged in conversation, Li Hao's sudden request for their departure piqued Nan Quan's curiosity and gossiping instincts. However, upon meeting Li Hao's gaze, he resignedly exited. What secrets could I possibly be unaware of? Is she not just the daughter and granddaughter of Yun Haoren? What significance does that hold? He was indeed indifferent, as he knew Yun Haoren, but what did it matter now? The man was deceased. It seemed that few cared for the Yun family anymore. Even if their survival was known, aside from the remnants of the Yun legacy that others coveted, there was little left to pique interest. Director Zhou also departed slowly, casting a glance at Yun Yao without uttering a word. Once the room was vacated, only Li Hao, Lu Long, Yun Yao, and Yu Qi remained. Yu Qi, feeling a bit apprehensive, inquired, General Li, is she not a supernatural entity? No, came the swift response from Li Hao, igniting a spark of excitement in Yu Qi. She wanted to voice her thoughts, but faltered upon seeing Yun Yao's composed demeanor, feeling uneasy once more. Aunt, you seem less agitated now than before. Yun Yao regarded her, and then spoke. Little Qi, please step outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with the captain. Despite her myriad of doubts regarding her aunt's resurrection and her current request for her to leave, Yuqi ultimately vacated the room, casting a lingering glance at Yun Yao, as if attempting to discern whether she truly was the daughter of the Yun family. Once Yuqi had departed, Yun Yao sighed and turned to Li Hao and Lu Long. 5 years ago, I informed the captain that I hailed from Tianxing City, where many sought to take my life. I am grateful to the captain for sheltering me, not abandoning me to those who pursued me. Lu Long solemnly remarked. I have heard whispers of Director Yun's name. I had refrained from speaking of it before, but it appears that the matters concerning Director Yun are far from resolved. Indeed. Yun Yao nodded slightly. They are far from resolved. The key to the relic my father possessed was taken by me. This is merely one aspect. Numerous factions are deeply invested in that relic. She glanced at Li Hao and slowly spoke. The relic my father possesses is extraordinary. From the era of ancient civilizations, it is home to many formidable beings, countless supreme entities. However, the relic held by the Yun family was not originally owned by a top-tier powerhouse, and perhaps it has not left a significant mark in the annals of ancient history. Yet, the Yun family understands that this individual is certainly remarkable. Li Hao, puzzled, inquired, "Does this relic have an owner?" "Indeed," she affirmed with a nod. "It is not that the owner resides within, but rather that the relic bears the name of the Luzhen Research Institute." Luzhen. Li Hao was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head after a pause. He had not encountered this name in various texts and was unfamiliar with the individual. The surname Lu? It seemed to be recorded in an ancient book, wherein it mentioned that when the King of Humanity first entered the Martial Science University, there was a teacher by that surname, though it appeared to be a woman, as there were references to her husband, who also seemed to be a notable figure. Luzhen. This name did not sound feminine. Yun Yao turned her gaze to Li Hao. Perhaps the captain is unaware of this individual, but the modern-day city annihilation bomb was indeed created by him. He is a rare expert in the research fields of the ancient civilization era. The creator of the city annihilation bomb? Li Hao felt a stir within him. Yun Yao continued. Moreover, during the ancient civilization period, he led the development of numerous projects and was an expert in the mental domain during the early stages of the new martial era, being among the first masters to promote the cultivation of mental power. Li Hao was astonished. Is that so? Such a figure should be quite renowned. Perhaps someone knows of him. Luzhen is indeed one of the few names from the ancient civilization that can be directly acknowledged. Previously, the little tree mentioned that certain ancient powerhouses cannot have their names spoken, as it is perilous. The fact that Luzhen can be mentioned suggests he is not overwhelmingly powerful? Li Hao pondered. Yun Yao continued. I share this with the captain merely to convey that while the level of this relic may not be high, some of its critical technologies are of utmost importance, encompassing a vast array of subjects. Furthermore, it is likely that many are eager to obtain it. Li Hao regarded her, still somewhat unclear about the crux of the matter. There are so many relics. Why does anyone focus solely on yours? Even if it is a research institute, to be frank, there are numerous technologies in the ancient city. Why must they fixate on the Yun family's relic? Yun Yao's implication was evidently to inform Li Hao of the extreme significance of the relic the Yun family held, even hinting that it must not be divulged in the slightest. Noticing that Li Hao still did not grasp the meaning, Yun Yao sighed and, no longer beating around the bush, spoke softly. Let me put it this way. The Luzhen Research Institute is renowned for a particular study, which may even be recorded in historical texts, the eternal persistence of mental power. My Yun family has deliberately gathered information regarding him. He was one of the masters of the early new martial era, and his daughter is said to be the mentor of the King of Humanity. His son-in-law was the principal of the Martial Science University, the most prestigious institution in the magical metropolis, and the school of the ancient King of Humanity. As for him, he once spent several years in a secret locale alongside an emperor, mastering the martial arts of the pre-new martial era, as well as the path of the new martial era. Li Hao opened his mouth, astonished by this connection. Yun Yao added, the eternal persistence of mental power signifies, in conventional terms, immortality. The Yun family has been eradicated. In truth, Yuqi may have mentioned it to you, but her account was not comprehensive. My father's reforms were one aspect, yet the crux of the matter lay in the inadvertent leakage of certain information. Some of the research from the Luzhen Research Institute was divulged. Li Hao furrowed his brow, questioning. The Yun family has always conducted secretive research. How could it possibly leak? The ruins are unique to the Yun family. How could they be exposed? Yun Yao fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. Initially, it was of little consequence. However, my father delved deeper into the matter, even enlisting family members as test subjects, which ultimately led to unforeseen consequences. Li Hao felt a stir in his heart. Your father used the Yun family as test subjects? Is he seeking immortality? Not at all. Yun Yao shook her head. It is not as the commander assumes. My father sought to resurrect LV Jun. She took a deep breath. Or perhaps, I cannot ascertain if it was LV Jun. But maybe it was an ancient scholar from the ruins. My father discovered that there remained some residual mental energy within the ruins, coupled with many specialized terms, techniques, and terminologies. Either the connection was severed, or he could have continued. During that period, my father was intent on reviving that ancient figure with lingering mental energy. Thus, during that time, Howard Research Institute also began to investigate this matter. My father was too naive. He merely wished to restore certain technologies without realizing that perhaps more than one ancient powerful being had residual mental energy, while my father aimed to resurrect a single individual. To others, this was a struggle for supremacy, a refusal to accept mediocrity. The critical question remained, with the acquisition of these technologies, could one indeed resurrect the ancients and wield them for oneself? Li Hao shook his head, still somewhat bewildered, but in that moment, he became entirely lucid. Astonishment flickering in his eyes. Are you implying that your father's demise was due to his ambition to resurrect a powerful being, and that this information leaked, causing the 9 divisions and the royal family to become aware of it? They too sought to resurrect a powerful figure, hence leading to the annihilation of your family to seize the technology? Exactly. Li Hao frowned. Yet, it was merely research. There were no tangible results. The 9 divisions must be overly anxious. There were results. Yun Yao gazed at Li Hao, her demeanor remarkably calm. If there were no results, how could the 9 divisions and the royal family be so hasty? They were only so urgent because they perceived results. What do you mean? Li Hao felt a shift within him. Did they truly resurrect an ancient being? Yun Yao hesitated, remaining silent. Li Hao too refrained from speaking. After a prolonged silence, Yun Yao finally nodded. It could be said, or perhaps it is a forced assertion. What do you mean? My father once extracted some mental energy from the ruins and placed it within family members. It seems there were some changes. For a time, that individual spoke in tongues incomprehensible to others. This may have been inadvertently disseminated by someone from the Yun family. Coupled with the fact that the Research Institute was not entirely impenetrable, it was how the 9 divisions and the royal family learned that the Yun family had achieved results. Thus, the Yun family met its downfall. Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at Yun Yao. Are you referring to Yuqi? Not her. Yun Yao shook her head. Li Hao frowned. Your father conducting experiments on family members does not align with my perception of him. It seems rather obsessive. Yun Yao contemplated for a moment and sighed. This is something that our family has unanimously acknowledged. My nephew, who was once somewhat dull-witted, was encouraged by my father to give it a try. After all, in this world, even fools do not live long. Li Hao furrowed his brow, recognizing that it was not his place to comment on another's familial matters. Yet, at this moment, he truly grasped the reason behind the complete downfall of the Yun family. Yun Haoran actually intended to resurrect ancient powerful beings. While there are living ancient beings, such as those monstrous plants, they are merely creatures of the abyss. As for the human race, Li Hao had never encountered a living person. The soldiers in Battle Heaven City were not truly alive. He vaguely perceived that the 3 leaders of the Silver Brigades had seemingly transformed into souls of soldiers. This was undeniably a brutal reality. They retained some obsessions and remnants of spiritual energy, and Yun Yao implied that perhaps these could be harnessed to revive ancient powers. Lost in thought, he found himself momentarily speechless. Yun Yao continued, I had initially believed that with my father's demise and the destruction of the Yun family, along with the death of Yu Qi and the sealing of the relics, this technology would be utterly eradicated, which I considered a blessing. Yet now, with Yu Qi still alive, she sighed deeply. I am uncertain whether this is a stroke of good fortune or misfortune. While I am elated that they are alive, I cannot help but think that had the entire Yun family perished back then, it might have been for the best. Otherwise, this would lead to insurmountable troubles. I have no qualms. Having faced death once, facing it again holds no fear for me. However, if ancient powerful beings were truly revived, it might spell cataclysm for the world. In the past, my father faced opposition for his research, yet he ultimately persuaded everyone. Now, this troublesome endeavor has resurfaced. leaving her in a state of disarray. Li Hao found himself equally bewildered. Resurrection, the enduring presence of spiritual energy, immortality. How could the Yun family delve into such studies? They had to be held accountable for their audacity. Yun Haoran was indeed a madman. What manner of experimentation was this? He was already attracting attention, and now he sought to instigate further reform. If he did not perish, who would? It became evident to him why Yun Yao felt so conflicted. She had once believed that with the demise of her family, she could find peace in the remainder of her life, a notion that might have been favorable. However, now, she found herself confronted with the possibility of her niece's survival. Li Hao's heart stirred. Are you suggesting that your once dull-witted nephew might still be alive? Yun Yao fell silent. Indeed, if Yu Qi was alive, then Yu Ming most likely was as well. While she could have refrained from speaking, she chose to share. Casting a glance at Lu Long, who solemnly stated, Li Hao is not that kind of person. If you trust us, then tell us everything. We will find a way. Taking a deep breath, Yun Yao nodded. It is because I trust the captain that I chose to reveal this. Otherwise, such matters would have festered in my heart. The primary subject of my father's research was my nephew, Yu Ming. On the day the Yun family was annihilated, I was, in fact, killed. Yet I came back to life. Li Hao was taken aback. Yun Yao spoke calmly. There is nothing particularly mystical about it. It was merely a drop from the fountain of life, combined with a rare substance extracted by my father from the relics, which placed me in a state of suspended death, allowing me to be revived. And your father and the others, they have perished. Yun Yao spoke softly. I am merely a peripheral figure. My father is the principal character. They went to great lengths to ensure his demise, even severing his head and shattering his vital organs. She continued, on that day, I did not witness Yu Qi and Yu Ming. I presumed they had been slain or taken away. Yet now, Yu Qi has unexpectedly reappeared. Right here in Tianxing City. A hint of concern crossed her face. I worry that they might be bait. Yun Yao voiced her fears. For Yu Qi and Yu Ming cannot access the ruins. Presently, I alone possess the ability to unlock them. Fatigue crept into her demeanor. I fear they might be attempting to lure me out, knowing my body has vanished. Perhaps they are aware I still live and wish to draw me out once more to unlock this site. Lu Long's expression shifted slightly. Then how did you just reveal yourself? His worry was palpable. Yun Yao sighed. Hiding indefinitely serves no purpose. If I were to be discovered, I might have been exposed long ago, especially with my entry into Tianxing City. Perhaps my death would be a blessing. Affirming that no one from the Yun family can access the ruins, she spoke whimsically, offering a brief laugh. Suddenly, she retrieved an object from her bosom, a sphere, translucent and resembling a bead. She tossed it to Li Hao. This is the key to the ruins. In truth, it is an object infused with mental energy, essential for unlocking that research facility. I was uncertain to whom I should entrust it. Perhaps handing it over to the leader would prove beneficial. Yun Yao chuckled lightly. Once I relinquish it, I shall feel a sense of liberation. I only hope the leader does not become ensnared in the obsession with resurrecting someone, for that is ultimately meaningless. Li Hao furrowed his brow at her. Sister Yun, you wish to give this to me? If someone were watching Yu Qi and the others, they might have already discovered my presence. It is not safe in my possession. The leader is formidable, so it is best kept with him. Yun Yao appeared unfazed, a blend of regret and amusement gracing her features. Since Yu Qi is still alive, I cannot remain indifferent. We must acknowledge one another, rather than act in secrecy. It is preferable to be open and forthright. Once I hand this over to the leader, I shall bear less burden. Lu Long seemed poised to speak, but ultimately refrained. Perhaps entrusting it to Li Hao was indeed a wise decision. Yet Li Hao could only manage a wry smile. This is a hot potato. This item may not be a treasure, but rather a ticking bomb. What sort of research does the Luzhan Institute conduct, dabbling in immortality? Initially, Li Hao had presumed it was merely a straightforward technical inquiry, yet it is evidently much more profound. This Luzhan seems to explore every avenue. If the 9 sects and the royal family were to learn of this, chaos would surely ensue. Who could resist such temptation? The Yun family should not remain intact. Yun Yao laughed. Indeed, it is a hot potato, which is precisely why I am entrusting it to the powerful leader. Otherwise, if the Yun family still had capable members, they would handle it themselves. She smiled radiantly. Li Hao chuckled in agreement. He had just returned and was handed yet another explosive dilemma. He pondered briefly. The Luzhan Institute seemed of little aid to him, and he had no interest in resurrecting anyone, particularly those in Tianxing City. Yet, Could they even be revived? Li Hao fell into deep contemplation. The emergence of this technology raises the question of whether it is a blessing or a curse. At present, it remains difficult to ascertain. Perhaps Lu Xun should conduct some research or inquire of others, such as the little tree within the storage ring. Does it possess knowledge of Lu Xun? Is it truly capable of resurrecting individuals? Or is it merely a conceptual notion? Boss, you should take Sister Yin out for a breath of fresh air. And perhaps engage in conversation with Yu Qi while I ponder over some matters. Lu Long remarked, offering no further comment as he cast a glance at Yun Yao. She seemed to have released some burden, and the typically reticent figure now bore a hint of a smile. I shall go see Yu Qi. That girl still does not believe I am her aunt. With that, she departed alongside Lu Long. Meanwhile, Li Hao's consciousness penetrated the storage ring, where a miniature tree appeared to be in a slumber. Upon sensing Li Hao's intent, it abruptly awakened. Are you seeking the spring of life? Li Hao was rendered speechless. Is that your sole thought? No. Oh. The little tree seemed to lose interest almost instantaneously. With a smile, Li Hao conveyed, Elder Tree. Do you recognize an individual by the name of Lu Xun from your memories? Who? Lu Xun. The little tree appeared to fall into contemplation. After a considerable pause, it suddenly stated, I do know him. Though his fame is modest, he was nonetheless a pivotal figure during the new martial era, having significantly advanced its development and established the initial cultivation system. Later, he entered a secretive location and spent 3 years in close association with the Emperor. The Emperor? The master of the imperial palace I guard. A stir of emotion coursed through Li Hao's heart. The connection ran deeper than he anticipated. Can he truly revive the deceased? Revive? Are you referring to the ancients? If they have perished, can he bring them back to life? What do you mean by death? If it is pure death, no one can resurrect them, save for the king of men or the emperor. However, if the physical body has perished yet the spirit remains, resurrection is indeed possible. Li Hao's expression shifted. It truly was feasible. Is Lu Xun an expert in this domain? Yes, in a manner of speaking. His knowledge is extensive. He was once a renowned expert in pharmacology, mineralogy, the mental realm, and energy systems. Later, he studied for a time under a top-tier emperor who excelled in forging, and subsequently he was responsible for the development of military armaments. It is said that at the height of his career, he served as the minister of the new Martial Armaments Department, overseeing the research and promotion of all military equipment during the new martial era. Li Hao inhaled sharply. This was indeed a significant figure. Could it be that some of the armor and equipment used by the War Heaven Army are linked to him? Yes, this represents only the foundational research, and it undoubtedly has strong ties to the armaments department. However, I am not well versed in specifics. As my father was merely a tree outside the imperial palace in those years, he only heard mention of certain matters. The Yun family had surprisingly obtained access to the research institute of this esteemed individual. It remained unclear whether it was the headquarters, a private laboratory, or merely a branch. Regardless, it signified access to advanced technology, encompassing various fields, including martial arts. Reflecting upon the credentials of this individual, an expert in pharmacology, energy systems, and the mental realm, with connections to both the king of men and the ancient emperor, Li Hao found the situation concerning the Yun family increasingly intricate. Whoever takes the reins will surely face dire consequences. Are you contemplating resurrecting some ancient powerhouses? At this moment, the young tree hesitated for a moment before asserting, it is best to refrain. Prior to the emergence of the new martial arts, there was indeed a great extinction. During that time, some formidable beings retained their spirits and later resurrected many. However, most had undergone a transformation in character and were subsequently slain by the human king. One must understand that when a person dies, their spirit may endure, but if the spirit lacks strength, it is akin to being confined in a small dark room for countless years, leading to madness, unless one belongs to a place like Battle Heaven City, where self-awareness is preserved, and operations continue, thus offering hope to maintain one's original intentions. Otherwise, it would merely invite trouble upon oneself. It further elaborated, in ancient times, the human king proclaimed that relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Regardless of ancient martial arts, myths, or legends, they must all be shattered. The practitioners of the new martial arts shall only accept the strong of the new martial arts, unless one relinquishes all and joins the new martial arts. They shall be deemed heretics. Li Hao was taken aback by such audacity, such boldness. By stating this, you have effectively placed yourself within this narrative. Do you not realize? You are not the anomaly of this era. Indeed, I am aware, he replied. I apologize for the intrusion, esteemed predecessor. With that, Li Hao withdrew from the divine consciousness, and the young tree ceased its fluctuations, sinking back into a deep slumber. Could Lu Zhen have such intentions regarding Li Hao's revival? On this land, the remnants of certain individuals or objects should not harbor any top-tier power. If they do, it would be considered rebellion. When the human king set forth, under the circumstances of that time, any top-tier expert would inevitably follow. Those who did not, unless entrusted with an exceptionally crucial task, might be deemed deserters. As for figures like Director Wang, they do not qualify as top-tier. Individuals like General Huai, on the other hand, have the essential duty of maintaining the operations of a metropolis housing millions, serving as vital guardians rather than intentionally remaining behind. The young tree pondered this, swiftly descending into silence. It was all too intricate and troublesome. Li Hao, too, found himself in a quandary, yet he soon chuckled, deciding to momentarily set aside these matters. Ultimately, everything hinges upon one's own strength. Presently, he faced numerous troubles, and this particular issue was not of utmost urgency. With this thought, he called out, Director Zhou, please come in. Director Zhou entered like a specter, moving silently without a sound. What is your command? Li Hao chuckled lightly. I have several matters I would appreciate your assistance with. First, the establishment of the Tianxing Martial Arts Academy. Second, the construction of a personal communication system, distinct from the Silver Moon system. Third, please attend to the matters you previously mentioned regarding the East, North, the superpower city, and the relationships with the 9 divisions. Director Zhou merely regarded Li Hao, seemingly questioning his expectations. Li Hao laughed, casually tossing a storage ring. This contains 200 drops of the fountain of life. As someone of your capability, I genuinely lack the energy to manage these affairs, so I would be grateful for your help. Director Zhou glanced at the storage ring, nodding after a moment. I shall take care of it. At this juncture, he did not refuse any longer. That's good enough. Li Hao mused. This fellow had been so stingy, thinking Li Hao would renege, yet now that assistance was given, it was only right. 200 drops were indeed a significant expenditure. Li Hao could not help but smile. Director Zhou contemplated for a moment and stated, I can assist you with these matters. But there is one issue you must resolve on your own. What is it? The night watchman. He replied in a solemn tone. If you wish to incorporate the night watchman, you must first overcome Yao Si. It cannot simply be a matter of brute force suppression. There are many who could command the night watchman as effectively as he does. Why, after 5 years of turmoil, has Huang long been unable to wrest control from Yao Si? I prefer to remain uninvolved in this matter, lest Yao Si misunderstand my intentions. Yao Si, you say? Li Hao pondered briefly. Does Director Zhou believe it is necessary to recruit the night watchman? Certainly. Director Zhou responded promptly. The night watchmen consist of 99 major divisions, plus the headquarters, totaling no less than 100,000 individuals. Even if not all heed Yao Si's call, at least 1/3 would willingly follow him. This represents an immensely formidable force, arguably the strongest faction among the lower and middle classes, aside from the official and noble circles. As for the 3 major organizations, they are predominantly composed of rogues, while the night watchmen largely embody justice and order, which is why they joined. He added, have you forgotten the origins of the night watchmen? They are primarily from the lower strata, often at great expense sent into their ranks, representing the middle class. True nobility would never send their kin to the night watchmen. Capturing the night watchmen entails significant repercussions. Many of their members hail from various small cities, often from low to middle-class families. Furthermore, many night watchmen were dispatched by the Inspection Bureau, which is composed of seasoned inspectors trained in maintaining order and investigating cases. They possess unique methods for upholding justice, and their intrinsic sense of guardianship aligns with the Bureau's ongoing advocacy for peace. In essence, the night watchmen are vital, symbolizing extraordinary strength from the lower classes, most of whom are law-abiding. Securing this faction equates to gaining the current influence of the civilian populace. Li Hao contemplated for a while before nodding. Indeed, I will have a thorough discussion with Minister Yao, though not at this moment. For now, let us set aside these concerns. Director Zhou, please assist me with the matters I previously mentioned. Li Hao intended to retreat for a period, primarily to unveil the latent powers within him. He had not had the opportunity to cultivate previously, and it would serve him well to maintain a low profile for a few days, preventing others from perceiving him as a troublemaker. Such a notion was far from his character. Very well. Director Zhou did not press further. At that moment, Li Hao glanced outside and smiled. Inspector Yang has arrived. Come in. Yang Shan swiftly entered the room, bowing slightly upon seeing Li Hao. I have failed to meet the esteemed governor's expectations. When he had departed, a great battle had erupted shortly thereafter, and upon his return, Li Hao had already left. In their exchanges, the task Li Hao assigned him regarding the king of Beihai was left unaddressed, and he had yet to present any findings from Silver Moon. He had not participated in the conflict, nor had he retrieved the head of the white shark. Yang Shan felt quite anxious. It was his first time handling an important matter, and he had managed it rather poorly. No matter, he reassured himself, as he had not anticipated Yang Shan's immediate return. Li Hao chuckled softly as Yang Shan promptly presented a storage ring. Governor, everything brought back from Silver Moon is contained within. Li Hao reached out, grasping it to inspect its contents. 120 drops of the spring of life. He had previously given 500 drops to Director Zhou, retaining 200 drops, which now brought his total to 420. The earlier gain still left him with several dozen drops, edging closer to 500. Well done. Too kind. Yang Shan exhaled a sigh of relief, though unease lingered in his heart. Having once been considered a top-tier powerhouse during the metamorphosis phase, he now felt anxious after witnessing Li Hao's recent victory over numerous adept practitioners. He worried that he had faltered in his own journey, and whether he could successfully transition into the realm of adept practitioners remained uncertain. His wife, however, had made progress, which was fortunate. Qin Lian had recently begun her preparations for metamorphosis, though she still lacked certain prerequisites and was hesitant to advance recklessly. Do not overthink it. Li Hao smiled. Have Qin prepare herself. Once I emerge from seclusion, there may be a chance for me to enter the metamorphosis phase. I anticipate enhancing a group of superpowered individuals soon. As you know, there are few superpowered beings in my vicinity. The majority are martial masters. While martial masters possess their merits, there are times when they fall short. Each has its distinct advantages. Surrounded by numerous top-tier martial masters, Li Hao reflected that aside from Hong Yitong and himself, Yang Shan and his wife were the strongest superpowered individuals. The remaining superpowered beings, Hao Lianchuan, Wang Ming, Li Meng, Hu Hao, and Yun Yao, were all old acquaintances. A smile crept across Li Hao's face as he realized he, too, was considered a formidable force. Yet there were hardly any superpowered individuals seeking his affiliation. Most perceived him merely as a martial master of Silver Moon, which was often averse to superpowered beings. Consequently, superpowered individuals regarded him with a sense of reticence, rarely choosing to ally with him, even preferring to seek out local tyrants. Of course, this also related to his current circumstances. The young couple had indeed invested heavily for a mere chance. Not all superpowered beings were malevolent. Li Hao recalled a rather weak superpowered individual he had encountered on his way back, Lu Chuan, who had aided someone across the river, who said only martial masters could act chivalrously. Was Lu Chuan not a hero in his own right? Though he had said nothing, done nothing, and offered no assistance. The presence of this modest superpowered individual had significantly altered Li Hao's perception of their kind. Perhaps it was also tied to his own ascension into superpowers. At this moment, Li Hao found himself inclined to gather a group of superpowered beings, ideally those with unique abilities. The forceful attackers were rather lacking in appeal. Individuals like Li Meng, possessing special abilities, might indeed stabilize their entry into the adept realm. Below, Yang Shan's eyes sparkled with delight as he quickly replied, "Thank you, Governor. A small matter. You may resume your duties." Yang Shan, feeling a bit awkward, hastily retreated. What duties? Even now, the structure on Li Hao's side remained unrefined, and no one was certain of their roles. He himself was uncertain of his next course of action. Sensing his bewilderment, Li Hao refrained from commenting. Once Yang Shan departed, he turned to Director Zhou and remarked, "I have many titles now, yet none of them bear practical utility. Just as you stated, not only do I lack a goal, but so does everyone else. We merely drift aimlessly without clear responsibilities or tasks. As I emerge from my seclusion, should I successfully capture the Night Watchman, I shall formally assign clear responsibilities and tasks to everyone. Would that not be an improvement?" Indeed, Director Zhou chuckled. "Your realization is a testament to your growth. I shall lay the groundwork while you are in seclusion, but ultimately, it is you who must take the initiative. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "You must also ponder the name under which you will operate. The position of governor of Tianxing is commendable, yet it is too closely tied to the royal family. I suggest you focus on the Tianxing governor's office. Though the title may be modest, the scope of authority is considerable, with minimal entanglements with the royal family or the 9 ministries." Li Hao nodded, smiling. "I will give it careful thought." Director Zhou ceased further discourse, departing quietly, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of expectation. Though Li Hao still had much to learn, his rapid progress and willingness to heed advice signified substantial success. Li Hao contemplated whether it would be fitting to commemorate the formal establishment of the Tianxing governor's office with a sacrifice. Whom should he choose for this ritual? He pondered who would serve as an appropriate offering, one that would elicit a sense of significance without inciting overwhelming trouble. Rubbing his chin, he chuckled softly, deciding to first manifest the 2 super energy locks of light and darkness. If he could break through them directly, would he then be considered a formidable practitioner of the 4 divine powers? At that point, aside from the ancient powerhouses, would he need to harbor any trepidation? Black Panther. "Let us proceed," Li Hao called out, bringing along the Black Panther. With it by his side, he felt no fear of being detected during his retreat. Should any energy escape from him, the Black Panther could consume it effortlessly, causing no disturbances. At that moment, he regarded the Black Panther as his finest shield. The Black Panther, tail wagging in delight, followed eagerly, blissfully unaware of any potential drawbacks, reveling in the prospect of a meal. Chapter 234. Rebirth through fire, not straying far. Li Hao had truly entered a state of seclusion, indifferent to the affairs outside. At this moment, he was wholly devoted to absorbing 2 attributes, light and darkness. For days, he had been drawing in these energies, as 2 serpentine super energy locks swirled within him. While breaking 2 energy locks may not rival the strength of shattering 4 locks of the internal organs, it would certainly surpass the power of 3. As the light and dark energy locks danced within him, Li Hao contemplated whether his physical form could withstand the potential unleashed by their rupture. How much would his strength increase? Would his body and bones endure the next surge of power? And if he were to shatter only 1 lock, would that not result in a disparity of power? A multitude of thoughts flooded his mind, recalling previous speculations. Should he attempt to test this theory? Rather than completely shattering them, perhaps he could partially break them, releasing energy in a manner akin to unsealing, then attempt to seal it once more. With these notions racing through his mind, Li Hao felt emboldened. At this moment, he was unafraid of fracturing the energy locks, instilling him with confidence and courage. With a sudden rush, blood surged forth from his mouth, and in the next instant, his mental energy fused with it, his spirit and vitality converging. Reminiscent of the blood blade technique that melds flesh and blood. Following the techniques outlined in the Golden Tome, Li Hao conjured 2 formidable characters, Break and Attack. Drawing upon his vital energy and spirit, he meticulously crafted these characters, which shimmered faintly with brilliance. However, he realized that without the foundational support of primordial power, the ancient martial arts would falter. At this moment, he understood that it was essential to converge this primordial strength to enhance the potency of the characters. Lacking such power, even the mightiest techniques of the ancient arts seemed mediocre to him. The strength of his attack paled in comparison to the lethal intent produced by the blood blade technique, rendering it pitifully weak. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, an idea struck him. Suddenly, 2 forces within him surged violently, one akin to wind, the other to thunder. The convergence of wind and thunder. In the next moment, the 2 energies diverged, flooding into the characters. The character Break crackled with thunder, while Attack was enveloped in a tempest. He attempted to merge his inner powers with the characters, aiming for solidification, but felt a sense of dissonance. The original characters of Break and Attack, infused with the attributes of wind and thunder, appeared somewhat incongruous. Li Hao fell into contemplation. The techniques of the Celestial Star were not mere assemblages of characters. Each represented a distinct martial path. Attack embodied the relentless and untamed combat style of the Qin family, while Break signified the annihilation inherent in the Jiang family's philosophy of destruction. At their core, they drew upon the ancestral power of their respective clans, utilizing the essence of the Great Tao, not simply a collection of letters. The essence lies in the fusion of characters with the Tao. Li Hao began to grasp the underlying principle. The misalignment was not due to the method itself, but rather the inconsistency of the integrated forces. To truly embody the essence of the characters, one must align with the appropriate path, whether it be wind and thunder or the concepts of break and attack. They merely serve as vessels representing divergent roads. In that moment, Li Hao conceived a new idea. What if he delineated the characters for wind and thunder to align with their respective attributes? By employing the power of his techniques to naturally shape them, what would be the outcome? Was this not the essence of the celestial star technique? Holding 2 volumes of the Golden Tome, he was no stranger to such methods. The key to the 2 family techniques lay in intention, aligning with his will and inscribing the characters to merge the Tao within them. This was the most profound ancient martial art he had encountered thus far. With clarity emerging in his mind, Li Hao no longer hesitated and promptly began anew. The characters' break and attack shattered instantaneously. His vital energy surged back as he absorbed some sword energy and devoured a drop from the fountain of life to mend his wounds. Just as Captain Shi had said, one could not perish so easily. It was worth attempting several times. In the next moment, his vital energy coalesced once more. This time, from the very beginning. The power of wind and thunder converged, creating a supernormal wave, with energy radiating outward, grounded in extraordinary techniques. Gradually, a single character began to take shape: wind. The surrounding air howled, as if gathering the forces of heaven and earth. Then, with a crack, the tempest roared, fracturing the character in the air. Li Hao spat out a mouthful of blood, confusion etched across his face. Why had it shattered? Adhering to the profound techniques of Tianxing City. The steps involved bare little distinction. The only variance lies in the foundation of strength established. Why, then, did it shatter? Earlier, Deputy Director Zhou was preoccupied with his tasks, while Hong Yitong had just returned, engaged in an explanation with his daughter. Suddenly, both turned their gazes toward the rear. A gentle breeze swept by, seemingly carrying with it a hint of blood. A sense of perplexity enveloped them. What was Li Hao up to? Was he wielding wind-based supernatural powers? Supernatural abilities, by their very nature, are transcendent forces that draw upon the energies of the cosmos, not merely the individual's inherent strength. They intertwine with external forces to amplify one's power. This is the essence of supernatural abilities. Yuan Shuo, with his mastery of the 5 forces, once drew upon the powers of the heavens and earth to confront Su Qing, demonstrating a semblance of supernatural prowess. Yet, Yuan Shuo did not deem it as such. In Hong Yitong's perspective, supernatural abilities function by amplifying one's strength, transforming the minor into the major, and thus, achieving remarkable power in an instant. They are inherently an internal process. What, then, was Li Hao engaged in? Was he cultivating supernatural powers? Mastering them? Was it truly necessary? Hong Yitong continued to gaze behind him, while beside him, Hong Qing expressed her dissatisfaction. Father, you still haven't explained why you are so formidable. You merely practice casually, and yet you possess such strength. Hong Yitong offered a dismissive reply, casually grasping at the breeze, which seemed to linger with residual power. Upon sensing it, he found nothing particularly extraordinary. He remained puzzled over Li Hao's actions. The fellow had secluded himself, not to unlock more supernatural locks. He had already accessed the wind and thunder attributes. After all, Deputy Director Zhou also sensed the atmosphere, appearing to ponder something. After a moment, he shook his head, choosing to think no more on the matter. In that fleeting moment, it seemed Li Hao's attempt at wielding supernatural abilities had faltered. Yet, could one still call it supernatural if it had failed? What was the situation? His understanding was somewhat lacking. Meanwhile, Li Hao was equally bewildered. Why had it shattered? Was the wind too powerful? Was the foundation insufficiently solidified? Or was there another reason? How perplexing. Li Hao found himself lost in contemplation. Was his power too scattered? Or was it something else? His vital energy, spirit, and energy appeared too chaotic, failing to merge harmoniously, correct? In that instant, the techniques of Bloodblade and 5 animal breathing techniques surged into his mind, both possessing the potential for fusion. Yet, how could he employ these within his supernatural abilities? His original intent was merely to create a barrier to contain the overflow of supernatural lock energy, hoping to manage it without shattering the locks. However, his interest was piqued. Had he successfully completed the intricate sketching, he might not have been overly concerned, but the abrupt shattering made him realize that there was something uniquely significant at play. Intriguing. The character for wind he had sketched had shattered due to the overwhelming external force. Could it be controlled? Perhaps by gradually infusing power, he could strengthen his drawing? A multitude of thoughts cascaded through his mind. It was worth a try? After all, there was no risk of life. Upon reflecting on this, Li Hao let out a faint chuckle. This time, he managed to restore some vitality and spirit. After consuming a drop of the fountain of life, a weak stream of blood erupted as he traced characters with it. Wind. With a single stroke, Li Hao infused a substantial amount of wind energy, and outside, a gust swept in. In that moment, a refreshing breeze stirred in North City, accompanied by a subtle wave of energy that instantly penetrated Li Hao's vicinity. Just as he was about to consolidate his power, an unexpected force of attraction surged forth, causing the external energy to collapse in an instant. Li Hao was taken aback. Lifting his gaze, he saw the Black Panther nearby, striking a pose as if to take credit, looking at Li Hao with a proud expression, as if to say, "I consumed it, impressive, right?" Li Hao could only chuckle in exasperation. The first time external energy surged in, the Black Panther had neglected it, resulting in the character's shattering. Clearly, the Panther felt it had failed during that initial attempt, and thus decided to directly absorb the external energy this time. He intended to voice a thought, but was suddenly struck silent. With the external energy no longer flowing in, a faint golden light appeared before him. The previously traced stroke began to solidify, astonishingly remaining intact. Li Hao was momentarily dazed. It had managed to maintain its stability. A flicker of excitement crossed Li Hao's mind as he glanced at the Black Panther. His expression shifting, continue to absorb the external energy, but do not allow any energy to flow in. Woof. The Black Panther nodded, a hint of pride in its demeanor. See, I am effective. Li Hao smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further as he continued to infuse more wind energy, merging it with his vitality and spirit to trace the characters anew. The renowned technique of the Star Town? How intriguing. Yet he wondered if, upon successful tracing, it would unleash formidable power akin to a divine ability. Numerous thoughts swirled in his mind. Waves of wind energy surged in, and gradually, a large character began to take shape. Wind. It roared like a tempest, suddenly. As the majority of the wind energy coursed within him, the character coalesced instantaneously. However, upon glancing at it, Li Hao frowned slightly, sensing it lacked a certain spirit. It was distinctly different from the extraordinary techniques exhibited by the formidable figures in the Golden Tome. Black Panther released the energy. The Black Panther halted its consumption at once. In that moment, the character for wind rose majestically, and around it, a fierce gale howled, causing the character to swell in size, unleashing a unique wave of energy that erupted violently. It burst forth with the force of a divine ability, followed by a deafening roar. A torrent of energy surged into the character, causing it to shatter explosively. A powerful force erupted, which the Black Panther swiftly consumed. Yet, Li Hao found himself spitting out another mouthful of blood. He frowned slightly, pondering the situation. The inability to control the influx of external energy led to an uncontrolled absorption, resulting in a detonation-like phenomenon that, while effective against adversaries, ultimately resembled a disposable talisman. The cost was disproportionate, not to mention the limited destructive power. Li Hao scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was merely a minor experiment, yet he had failed multiple times. He was merely emulating the techniques of the Star Town. And yet this endeavor had proven unsuccessful? Could he truly create martial arts? It was hard to deny that his pride had taken a hit. He wasn't attempting to conjure something from thin air, but rather methodically following the established practices of the Star Town, only to find himself faltering in his efforts. In the absence of swordsmanship and the Fountain of Life, he would have been gravely injured or even on the brink of death after these two encounters. At that moment, he felt a sudden admiration for his mentor. How remarkable! How could Yuan Shuo, who was once so feeble, have conceived the idea of refining ancient martial arts? Why not pursue direct cultivation instead of seeking to enhance and integrate? It was perilous. A single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Li Hao ceased his attempts and sank into contemplation. After a brief moment, he retrieved 2 tomes, studying them meticulously to grasp their nuances and pivotal elements. The methodology was sound. However, the Jinsing Absolute technique required the assistance of the Great Tao's power and the sustenance of primordial energy to maintain the integrity of body and spirit. Yet, he lacked primordial energy. His absence of such energy rendered him particularly disordered, the characters appearing feeble, unable to withstand the influx of external forces. Without this external reinforcement, The characters he delineated would be devoid of potency, with both form and spirit present, yet without the essence of the primordial path. He pondered, suddenly struck by a realization. He recalled that the elder tree had mentioned something pertinent to the primordial path. Li Hao instantly focused his mind into the storage ring. Elder tree. Yes, elder. On that day when you imparted your understanding through the primordial path, you remarked that while we modern practitioners lack the primordial path, we possess analogous paths. Indeed, your previous display of might was akin to the initial martial way of your, which also lacked the primordial path, but utilized weaponry as its essence. Might? Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, struck by a revelation. Without hesitating to greet the elder tree, he vanished, directing his gaze towards the area where the characters had shattered. The characters he had sketched appeared to lack a soul, rendering them extraordinarily pale and powerless. But what if he infused the essence of might into them? He immediately focused his spirit into his internal organs, sensing the infusion of 5 mights into the 5 meridians. Though they lay dormant, he could still faintly perceive their presence. 5 extraordinary locks, seemingly alive. Yes, alive. They bore a unique, distinctive character. One could easily perceive that the internal organs were vibrant. And might, too, was a living entity. Wind, the vitality of wind, its spiritual essence. In that instant, Li Hao seemed to grasp a profound understanding. Without the primordial path, when we engage with ancient martial techniques, there always remains a slight deficiency. However, what if we infused might into our practice? What if we replaced the primordial path with might? Might, an insight derived from the innermost heart of martial understanding, is also a manifestation of martial artistry. Might and divine intent are disparate. Divine intent is merely raw power, while might transcends mere force, embodying the essence of the great Tao. At that moment, he suddenly comprehended the words spoken by the dominant blade before its departure. When you fully discern the distinction between might and divine intent, perhaps you shall tread upon a divergent path. The dominant blade seemed to have understood this long ago. Li Hao had previously grasped it, yet lacked clarity. Today, however, his understanding had become remarkably lucid. The city of war, the elder tree, Yuan Shuo, and the Tianxing absolute technique. All these elements had profoundly impacted him. Today was merely a replication of past endeavors, yet the repeated failures had led Li Hao to a definitive realization. The divergence between ancient and contemporary martial arts was stark. The two had ceased to belong to the same paradigm. They were indeed different. Adhering strictly to the ancient martial path may soon lead one to encounter numerous bottlenecks and thresholds. The concept of sure, or momentum, is perhaps the most significant characteristic of contemporary martial artists or practitioners. Superpowers lack this quality, relying merely on a straightforward accumulation of strength. While martial artists possess a remarkable plasticity, there has been much discourse asserting that superpowers are inferior to martial arts. Yet the rationale behind this assertion remains elusive. Today, Li Hao feels as though he has grasped an essential truth. The most profound distinction, the pivotal key, lies in the concept of sure. The barrier that ensnares countless martial artists is indeed the understanding of sure. Without comprehending this principle, one cannot transcend into the realm of combat mastery, which has inevitably resulted in a significantly lesser number of martial artists compared to those wielding superpowers. If I were to perceive the momentum of the wind, integrate it within the energies of the wind, and then articulate it into words, transforming it into a supreme skill, would there not be some variance? Can external forces be governed by sure? Momentum possesses a certain sentience, whereas mere strength lacks such a quality. Li Hao seems to have stumbled upon a new frontier. In the next moment, thoughts of his teacher and the 5-animal breathing technique flood his mind. The concept of merging spirit. Yes, merging spirit. Infusing momentum into the superpower seal. Gradually releasing its power. How strikingly similar that is. Ultimately, it appears that momentum governs the superpower seal. Isn't this akin to the outcome he desires? Suddenly, Li Hao smacks his forehead in realization, chuckling to himself. Indeed, after merging spirit, the 5 energies meld into the 5 meridians, also aiming to control the superpower seal. How could I have been so dense to not see this sooner? He had been pondering how to control the superpower seal, and yet, hadn't he the teacher provided the answer? However, he hadn't fully comprehended it during the earlier explanations. Today, by deducing from a different perspective, he arrives at the same conclusion, and he can't help but feel a surge of admiration for his teacher. Moreover, the depth of his understanding has significantly deepened. It seems that, in the end, All paths converge towards the same destination. If I were to shatter the superpower seal and amalgamate the energy within, transforming it into a singular entity, would it not be akin to the superpower seal itself? While the superpower seal cannot be extricated from battle, the characters formed from the ultimate technique can indeed engage in combat. Such diverse paths lead to a singular outcome. Ultimately, the final strategies of both superpowered individuals and martial artists may not be so different after all. Li Hao feels a wave of excitement and eagerness at this moment. He longs to converse with Yuan Shuo. After merging spirit, does one achieve complete control over the superpower seal? If I shatter the superpower seal, can I still utilize momentum to control it, infusing its energy into the momentum to amplify it? With the cultivation of spirit and the merging of spirit, does the next step not lead to breaking free from the seal? If the 5-animal breathing technique can harmonize both momentum and the superpower seal, then surely momentum and energy can also be integrated without issue. At this moment, Li Hao feels an exhilarating clarity. It appears that his teacher has already provided the answers. Of course, this differs from receiving direct guidance. Rather, he has derived the conclusions through alternative methods and processes, ultimately returning to the same point. This journey has bestowed upon Li Hao a myriad of unique insights. Upon this realization, he swiftly retrieved a communication jade and frantically sent messages. Yuan Shuo was a carefree individual who didn't even afford Li Hao a chance to respond. Yet, Li Hao was no fool. If Yuan Shuo was unavailable, he would seek out the Bai Guang sword. The last time Bai Guang's sword departed, Li Hao had slipped a piece of communication jade into its possession, one belonging to the Silver Moon system rather than his own, as he lacked such an intelligence network, which was also why he seldom utilized communication jade. Calling Uncle Wu. Calling Uncle Wu. Li Hao called out several times before finally receiving a reply. What is it? I wish to converse with my master for a moment. After a brief pause, as if a different person had taken over, Li Hao was uncertain if it truly was another individual. Moments later, 2 characters materialized. Hurry, release. Good. It's definitely my master. The question lingered. When merging the 5 forces with the 5 veins, should one ultimately break free or fully integrate, becoming one? On the vast expanse of Silver Moon land, Yuan Shuo initially felt somewhat displeased. When had Li Hao become acquainted with the Bai Guang sword? Upon seeing the inquiry, he paused slightly. The merging of spirit and path was something he had elucidated clearly to Li Hao. The 5 locks intermingled, and once the 5 forces also fused within, nurturing the locks with force and the force with locks, that would signify the merging of spirit. However, Li Hao was inquiring about the path ahead. Yuan Shuo himself had not traversed this stage. How could he possibly know the precise course of action? He could only make some conjectures. Both possibilities Li Hao proposed were plausible. It was difficult to ascertain whether to break free or to amalgamate into one. It depended on the circumstances, and at present, he could not provide a definitive response. Although reluctant to discuss matters of martial arts for fear of surveillance, when Li Hao inquired, he still offered a response. That force possesses sentience, does it not? Yuan Shuo chuckled. Did you just realize this? Certainly. Just like the 5 animals' stance, the force manifests at will. Arising alongside martial prowess, the essence of martial arts inherently possesses sentience. Li Hao fell silent for a moment before sending another message. The force can control the flow of energy, managing the intensity of internal strength S eruption, correct? Of course. Yuan Shuo frowned, contemplating how his disciple had reached this juncture yet still lacked understanding. However, upon reflecting on how Li Hao's force had become dormant, a wave of disappointment washed over him. Perhaps this boy yearned to revert to being a martial master, but it was far from simple. Was he truly contemplating a solution? Feeling somewhat disheartened and regretful, his initially harsh tone softened. The force serves as an overarching control. Its strength ultimately dictates your limits, thus inherently possessing regulatory capabilities. Li Hao sent another message. Can the force coexist with the mysterious energy? Yuan Shuo sank into contemplation. This time, he expended considerable time pondering, and after much deliberation, he provided an answer. It should be possible. The mysterious energy is a form of energy, while the force is not. The conflict arises with internal strength, not the force. Mysterious energy and internal strength are analogous. While the force exists independently, yet it requires the activation of internal strength, which can be considered a fuel source. Can mysterious energy serve as an activator for the force? Yuan Shuo furrowed his brow in thought. He He deliberated for a long while before responding. Internal strength can activate the force because it is born from within the body, sharing a common origin. Mysterious energy. Being an external entity, does not share this origin and is thus difficult to activate. Can one assimilate the mysterious energy into the body, merging it with flesh and blood to become one? Yuan Shua's heart stirred. His disciple's inquiry had grown increasingly profound. He tugged at his sparse beard, lost in contemplation. Is it indeed feasible to integrate the mysterious energy with flesh and blood? Could it be harnessed as internal strength? The power of the mysterious energy, aside from a portion of external origin, also partly emanates from the birth of the super energy lock. What prompts the emergence of this mysterious energy within the super energy lock? What will happen to the martial masters once the super energy lock shatters completely? Will the energy within the super energy lock replace internal strength, or can it merge into a singular entity? Beside him, the Bai Guang sword observed Yuan Shua, sensing that he appeared to be at an impasse, scratching his head in frustration. A rare sight indeed, for this man typically exuded an aura of omniscience. Has he finally encountered a conundrum today? Li Hao had been awaiting Yuan Shua's response in vain. He understood that it was not a matter of the teacher's unwillingness to reply, but rather the teacher's deep contemplation. Li Hao continued, the mysterious energy has two sources. One is external, while the other is birthed within the super energy lock. The external energy may not readily merge with flesh and blood. However, the super energy lock and flesh are inherently unified, which is what is referred to as the source of divine energy. Yet, if the later external mysterious energy amalgamates with it, is it possible to extricate the external energy and reintegrate the source of divine energy into the flesh? After a moment, a response came through the communication jade. I am not entirely certain, as I have not personally attempted this and hesitate to provide a definitive answer. You may consider trying. Given your current state, perhaps it is feasible. A while later, another message arrived. Do not recklessly experiment. If you wish to test, you may only attempt it with the 5 organs lock, unless you can once again comprehend the might of wind and thunder. I do not recommend you proceed with this endeavor. Evidently, Yuan Shua quickly grasped the implication. With Li Hao's powers currently subdued, it seemed unlikely he could attain new insights. Lacking the wind and thunder force, he would have to rely solely on the 5 organs force for experimentation, which was perilously dangerous. Should the 5 organs lock collapse, any hope of restoring Li Hao as a martial master might be extinguished entirely. Understood. Thank you, teacher. Farewell. Yuan Shua refrained from further reply, cursing inwardly, urging him not to recklessly experiment. Yet, reflecting on Li Hao's prior inquiries, he furrowed his brow. His disciple appeared to be experiencing profound realizations lately. Was it due to his transformation into a super energy being, leaving him unable to accept this change? It seemed he was delving deeply into his studies. What could be the matter? No matter. Yuan Shua shattered the communication jade, exclaiming with irritation, do not carry this. It belongs to the Silver Moon system, and those old geezers will undoubtedly track my whereabouts. They will know everywhere I have been. As for the previous conversation with Li Hao, if it becomes known, it matters not. Let them try if they dare. I fear no death. Let them proceed with their trials. He continued to frown. Li Hao seems increasingly eager to reclaim his status as a martial master. I worry that this path may lead to peril. The cursed 9 divisions will eventually face consequences. Were it not for them, would my disciple have become a super energy being? Now, he is irrevocably entrenched on the path of super energy, delving deeper and deeper. Wu Hongshan said nothing. She merely followed Li Hao's lead, evidently believing that the officials of Silver Moon were trustworthy. Of course, such sentiments should remain unspoken to Yuan Shua, lest he rant for 3 days. At this moment, Li Hao contemplated his own internal organs, feeling a stirring within. The teacher had mentioned the possibility of such a thing. If he were to sever a chain within his 5 organs now, merging his essence to absorb the power of the super energy lock, and then inscribe characters to serve as vessels for this force, would it not signify that he could incorporate the mysterious energy within himself for his own use? Yet, as the teacher cautioned, this might sever his hopes of regaining his status as a martial artist. Presently, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, should this state of confinement persist, even if he were to restore himself as a martial artist, he would merely become a weaker version of himself. Mysterious energy and inner strength share commonalities. As the steward you once stated, she first attained super energy, then purified the mysterious energy. subsequently reshaping the super energy lock to regain her martial artist status. Mysterious energy can indeed be remolded into a super energy lock, as long as the essence remains. The fact that someone has transitioned from super energy back to martial artist indicates that there is a connection between the two, rather than them being entirely disparate systems. Should he take the plunge and experiment? Li Hao gazed intently at his 5 organs. The fierce tiger residing within his heart resonated with his understanding of power. What if he were to absorb the mysterious energy with the tiger, transforming it into a character? Fire? Or perhaps tiger? Ultimately, it mattered little. It was merely a vessel. Li Hao hesitated briefly but quickly chuckled to himself. At this juncture, what did it matter? If he could not become a martial artist, then he would embrace the power of super energy instead. Director Wang and the others had asserted that it was inconsequential. The nature of the power may differ, but power remains power, with little distinction. In ancient martial arts, there exist top-tier warriors who traverse the path of energy. Thus, he resolved to attempt breaking one of the super energy locks within his 5 organs, allowing the tiger to consume the mysterious energy not by complete rupture, but by cleaving it to condense with vitality. Perhaps the tiger could yield some benefits. At that moment, Li Hao felt liberated. If he could not restore himself, then he would embrace this super energy fully. He was weary of his essence languishing in silence. The once caged tiger, yearning to break free, could not be content as a prisoner within his heart, could it? Having formed this thought, he decided to take action. With a carefree smile, he addressed his heart. Tiger, are you willing to shatter the chains and emerge once more? In his mind, he seemed to hear the roar of the tiger. The captive tiger struggled. Filled with exhilaration and defiance, the tiger within him had already broken free. How could it resign itself to silence until one day it was utterly transformed into lifelessness? He had surmised correctly. Li Hao smiled, realizing that the tiger was indeed unwilling to perish completely. With this understanding, he resolved to give it a try. Perhaps this period of seclusion would yield unexpected rewards. However, the heart was perilous. Li Hao pondered briefly before swiftly consuming 10 drops of the fountain of life, encasing his heart. He intended to sever the bridge of 5 locks, breaking the lock within his heart and unleashing the might of the tiger. If it proves ineffective, then let there be an additional divine ability, transforming into the powers of fire, wind, and thunder. As for the dual forces of light and darkness, they may be set aside for now. If one of the vital organs is shattered, it should be able to endure, right? Li Hao is indeed a formidable individual. Having reached this point, he remains undeterred, for he may well choose to pursue a path of pure supernatural abilities in the future. Crack! The bridge of vital organs was severed. The powers of wind and thunder began to surge forth. In the next moment, a blaze erupted, repelling the wind and thunder, while the vital organs roared, akin to a fierce fire consuming all. In the front courtyard, Hong Yitong appeared in an instant, gazing at the sky, where faint glimmers of fire illuminated the void. Director Zhou also manifested suddenly, directing his attention towards Hong Yitong. Hong Yitong furrowed his brow. What is he doing? The flames vanished in an instant. It was the Black Panther intervening, with a mere utterance causing all phenomena to dissipate. Yet, as they were in close proximity, they still perceptibly sensed the unfolding events. Director Zhou sighed. He has entirely relinquished the notion of reverting back. Li Hao seems intent on shattering the fire lock. He is poised to break the restraints of his vital organs. Hong Yitong's brow creased slightly, but he soon regained his composure. Very well. He too possesses divine abilities. At this moment, he appears remarkably indifferent. It's quite commendable. Acceptance is key. There is nothing inherently wrong with supernatural powers. They are merely forms of strength. A martial artist cultivates the heart, yet I fear his physical form may not withstand the shattering of the 7th supernatural lock. The issue should not be insurmountable. Director Zhou pondered. His physique and vital organs should be capable of enduring the 7th, but the 8th? That would indeed be a struggle, yielding more losses than gains. Hong Yitong refrained from further comment. However, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Just moments ago, he seemed to have heard the roar of a tiger, emanating from Li Hao's presence, which appeared devoid of despair, filled instead with exhilaration and a sense of thrilling desperation. One must recognize that shattering the fire lock would undoubtedly extinguish the flames. Power possesses a spirit of its own. Li Hao is annihilating the tiger's might. Yet that very might seems unyieldingly hopeful. What could be the reason for this? At that moment, even he found himself perplexed.